Release that which Chapter 476 to Chapter 560. 2 days after the general meeting, Iron Axe once again received the order to test a new weapon. Since the northwest side could be attacked by demonic beasts at any time, the new shooting range was set across the Redwater River. When Iron Axe arrived, the prince's guards had already surrounded the open space with hemp ropes and red flags, and set up sentry posts at both ends of the steel bridge to prohibit unauthorized personnel from passing through. Obviously, His Highness attached great importance to this weapon test. Iron Axe walked quickly in the snow of different depths. Looking at the friendly eyes of the guards, he could not help but think of the scene when he participated in the first gun test. At that time, he was just an unknown alien from the Sand Nation, and the people of Grey Castle always looked at him with suspicion and vigilance. Even though he had lived in the town for 5 years and impressed the hunters with his superb archery, no one would look at him outside the old district. He originally thought that he would live in seclusion in this barren land as a hunter, and either die of old age in bed, or die under the claws of demonic beasts or prey. He did not expect that His Highness, as a Sand Nation, would take a fancy to him and let him see the power of skyfire and thunder. The following changes were too fast for him to follow. From the establishment of the militia to fighting against demonic beasts to the establishment of the First Army in Border Town, he became the commander-in-chief of the First Army from the captain of the hunter team. What was even more surprising was that because of His Highness' attitude towards witches, he once again met the heir of the Osha clan, Lady Drow Silvermoon, in Border Town, which made up for the biggest regret of his life. For this trust and appreciation, as well as the compensation for his fate, Iron Axe had long vowed to dedicate everything to his new master. Approaching the center of the testing ground, Iron Axe saw His Highness Roland. To his slight surprise, in addition to His Highness and the Chief Knight, there were also several sleeping island witches. "Your Highness, Iron Axe reporting for duty." He stepped forward and saluted the prince. The latter nodded and said, "Now that everyone is here, we can start." He handed the 2 spears to Iron Axe and Carter. "This is one of my newly developed weapons. It's still in the prototype stage, and the quantity is limited. Let's take turns to try it." Iron Axe carefully looked at the new gun in his hand. It looked very similar to a revolving rifle. The only difference was that the new gun did not have a cartridge. He was stunned. Could it be that this gun was like the earliest flintlock that needed to be loaded from the front of the barrel? "It's called a bolt rifle," His Royal Highness quickly explained. "The bullets use the latest smokeless double-base propellant, and the caliber is 8 mm. Although it's smaller than the 10 mm revolving rifle, it's more powerful." He flipped the gun over. The ammunition is inserted from the front of the trigger, and each clip can insert 5 bullets. However, it can't be fired continuously like a revolving rifle. It needs to be manually unloaded and loaded. According to His Royal Highness' demonstration, Iron Axe quickly understood how to operate the new rifle, and raised it to test firing a clip of bullets. The new gun was quite powerful. Every time he pulled the trigger, he could feel the impact of the butt on his shoulder, and the sound was much louder than that of a revolving rifle. After firing 5 shots, he noticed that there was almost no smoke in front of the muzzle. If it was an old rifle, the smoke from 5 bullets would be enough to completely obscure his sight. This was probably the credit of His Highness's so-called smokeless ammunition. However, there was nothing special about the gun itself. Compared to the huge gap between the revolver and the flintlock, not to mention that the new rifle was no progress, Iron Axe even felt that it was inferior to the revolver. The most obvious difference was that the firing speed had become slower. Compared with the former, which could be fired continuously after aiming, the new gun was extremely inconvenient to shoot standing up. After manually loading the bullets, he had to raise the gun and aim again. Although the process was much faster than that of the flintlock, he needed to suppress the enemy in a short time. For example, when he was cleaning up the rebellious nobles in Longsong Stronghold, the new rifle was far less useful than the revolving rifle. After Iron Axe told Carter about his experience in the test, Carter expressed the same opinion. The prince nodded. "Indeed, it's not as convenient as the revolving rifle, but its advantages are also very obvious. Andrea, you demonstrate." He handed a rifle to the witch. "Remember to shoot with your ability." "Uh-huh." The blonde witch took the gun and skillfully pulled the bolt and loaded it. It was obvious that this was not the first time she had touched this weapon. Watch carefully. With 3 deafening gunshots, Iron Axe was surprised to find that the 3 farthest wooden targets had fallen one after another. The bullets not only hit the fingernail-sized targets, but also hit the pole below the targets. After all, they were at least 400 meters away from the target. "Your Highness, this is..." Carter said in disbelief. Andrea's derivative ability allows her to accurately hit the target, whether the weapon in her hand is a bow or a gun, the prince said with a smile. But it doesn't directly affect the bolts or bullets. Instead, it depends on the accurate control of the weapon's performance. In other words, if you throw a stone yourself, you can probably hit a target about 10 meters away. If you throw a bird, it's very likely that you won't hit anything. You mean ordinary people can also reach this level after training? Yes, this is the biggest advantage of the bolt rifle. It won't leak due to the gap between the cartridge and the barrel, which greatly improves the range and accuracy. Roland nodded. When equipped with a scope, even an ordinary soldier can accurately kill an enemy about 400 to 500 meters away. However, the accurate shooting range of a revolver is less than 100 meters. Iron Axe suddenly understood the horror of this weapon. Most people would not be on guard against a sneak attack at this distance. As long as they hid in residential houses or high ground, they could easily kill important targets. If it was Lady Nightingale holding it, almost no one would be able to defend against a bullet shot from a corner. "Your Highness, you promised to give me one when you mass-produce it," Andrea said, covering her mouth. "Of course." Roland put away the 2 rifles, walked to the other side, and uncovered a bulging piece of cloth. In fact, the bolt rifle is just an appetizer before the test. This thing is the focus of today's test. This is a heavy machine gun, and it uses the same bullets as a bolt rifle. As long as you pull the bullets out of the cloth belt, you can fire them with the new rifle. The prince patted the thick firearm. As for its mechanism, it's much more complicated than a rifle. You won't understand it even if I explain it to you, so I won't explain it here. I call it the Mark I type heavy machine gun, and I'll demonstrate it myself. When he sat behind the firearm and pressed the trigger, Iron Axe could hardly believe his eyes. The muzzle of the gun suddenly emitted a continuous stream of sparks, and the air it spewed out shook up the fluffy snow. The bullets seemed to be pulled by something, rushing towards the body of the gun one after another. On the other side, the hot bullet casings quickly ejected one after another, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of them fell to the ground. Obviously, there was only one firearm shooting in front of him, but the momentum was even more amazing than a small team of flintlocks. The gunshots were so continuous that there was no gap between them at all. The prince did not aim at the distant target, but at the snow not far in front of him. The densely packed bullets brought up snow pillars, and the whole ground seemed to be boiling. Before a snow pillar fell to the ground, another snow pillar had already flown up, as if the bullets had interweaved into a death net in that area, and anyone who tried to pass through would be smashed to pieces. "This is too amazing," the chief knight murmured. Not only Carter, but Iron Axe also glanced at the other witches out of the corner of his eye. Except for Lady Nightingale, who had been guarding Roland, her expression did not change much. The rest of the witches were all stunned. The black-haired woman, Ashes, who carried a giant sword, had a more complicated expression, including shock, confusion, and loss. Iron Axe could not help but empathize with her. The reason he could become the chief guard of the Osha clan was because of the archery and swordsmanship he had practiced since he was a child. And those warriors with outstanding talent, who had been undefeated for a long time in the clan fights, were the targets that the chiefs fought to win over. But no matter how sharp one's reflexes were and how agile one's movements were, it was impossible to avoid an invisible bullet. Even the disadvantage of needing to reload a gun was no longer an issue in front of the Mark I. It was conceivable that if the First Army could be equipped with 10 to 20 heavy machine guns, the killing techniques that the enemy had painstakingly practiced for more than 10 years would become a joke. This must not be a good feeling. Fortunately, he had found a new way. Leaf quickly passed through the branches, driving the demonic beasts that broke into the misty forest toward the direction of the city wall. Now the area under her control was almost the size of the town, and these plants were equivalent to her eyes and limbs. Not only could they grow according to her will, but they could also build a line of defense against outsiders. But His Highness repeatedly stressed that she did not need to deal with the enemies. If they encountered a powerful demonic beast or a demon, they could just inform the town garrison. Especially the latter, if they were discovered and the demons destroyed the entire forest, the loss would be even greater. In the future, they would have to rely on her to provide early warning, and the forest supplies that could be adjusted according to the needs were also a great asset. For this reason, Leaf opened up an open space near the town, intending to start planting a new batch of Golden One's wheat after the end of the months of demons. This time, with the heart of the forest providing her with magic power, the wheat used for seeds could grow almost continuously, and it would not be a problem to supply it to all the farmers in the western region. At this moment, she sensed a group of wolf hybrids entering the edge of the forest. Leaf immediately looked at this group of intruders, only to see 8 strong demonic beasts fleeing into the depths of the forest. Just as she was about to use the flying messenger to inform the first army and drive them back to the city wall, she suddenly noticed something wrong. They had completely lost their former ferocity, as if they were being driven by something, fleeing in a panic. The branches and vines that stretched out one after another could not stop them from running. Could it be? The demons are here again? Leaf frowned. Just as she was about to expand her scanning range, she felt a trace of warmth above her head. She raised her head abruptly and saw a few cracks in the cloudy sky, from which a golden luster drilled out and sprinkled on the white. Land of the Western region, what should we do with this place? Tilly pointed to an equation in the book. Well, we should substitute formula 4 here to form a new equation, and then derive it to get the formula in the book. Anna quickly wrote down the derivation process on a piece of toilet paper. That's about it. I see. Tilly clapped her hands and said, if we take this variable, the result should be close to 1. You're amazing to be able to calculate this result in your mind, Anna exclaimed. Hee hee, Princess Tilly smiled embarrassedly. This is my ability. You're the one who's really amazing to be able to learn the new textbook he wrote so quickly. Anna revealed a soft smile, a smile that would only appear when she mentioned Roland Wimbledon. Every time this happened, Tilly couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Regardless of whether Roland was the previous 4th prince or not, to be able to make the simple and kind Anna like him so much, he couldn't possibly be an evil person. In fact, the more he spent time with Roland, the more he felt his unique charm. Roland was so different that he was like a visitor from outer space. He was incompatible with all the nobles in this world, but inexplicably reassuring. Looking at the gray sky outside the window, Tilly sometimes could not help but think that it would be great if the months of demons could last forever. When she learned all of his knowledge, even if Roland did not say anything, she would be able to really understand him, right? She shook her head and gathered her thoughts. Just as she was about to ask the next question, the page that her finger was pointing at suddenly became bright. The two of them looked out of the window at the same time and saw that the sky, which was previously covered with scattered snowflakes, was now emitting rays of light, and the long-lost sunshine was gilding the clouds. And the busy people in the town also noticed this change, and soon more and more people poured into the streets, and people began to cheer. Tilly stared at the sky in a daze, with mixed feelings. The gunshots stopped, and at the feet of His Highness there was a pile of shell casings, and the gun barrel was emitting bursts of white smoke, and the front of the gun was even a touch of dark red. The scene was silent, and no one expressed their opinion, nor did they need to. From everyone's expression, one could see the shock brought by this new weapon. Iron Axe could no longer hold back his excitement, and knelt down in the manner of the Sand Nation. This world is yours, Your Highness. This was the new path he had found, to follow behind His Highness Roland, lead the first army equipped with new firearms, and expand the territory for him. One of his hands reached out to Iron Axe. After helping him up, His Highness was not as complacent as Iron Axe had imagined. Instead, he looked in the direction of the impassable mountain range and said in a low voice, "But our real enemy is the devil. Even so, I will fight for you to the end." Before Iron Axe could finish his words, a dazzling light suddenly cut through the sky and fell to the ground. The witches behind him exclaimed, and Roland also looked up, revealing a smile. The light became more and more intense, and soon it became too bright to look at directly. The dark clouds quietly dissipated like snow in the face of a raging fire, and the sun once again appeared in front of everyone. Before the sun rose, Kakuzum's door was being pounded loudly. He yawned and subconsciously reached for his coat. Halfway through, he remembered that the first thing he did when he got up was not to put on his coat. The thick brick walls kept the chill out, and the incredible heater kept the room warm. No matter how heavy the snow outside was, the room would not leak or leak water from the ceiling like before. Such a high-quality house was something that only the nobles in Valencia could enjoy. Of course, it was a little small. He opened the door and saw his assistant, Barracuda, standing outside. "Why haven't you gotten up yet?" "We have to hurry, Captain. If we're late, we won't be able to get a good seat." "Do we have to be so early?" Kakuzum looked at the sky. The first rays of dawn had just peeked through the clouds, and the soft morning light illuminated a small corner of the sky. "Of course. I heard from the neighbor next door that there will be a play by the Star Flower Troupe during the Victory Day celebration. If we're late, I'm afraid we won't even be able to enter the square." "All right, wait for me." The old man shrugged and went back to his bedroom to change his clothes. Looking at the empty bed, he sighed softly. Victory Day. I wonder if Longsong Stronghold has such a celebration. Otherwise, Vader would have missed it. The two walked out of the door and toward the square. Ropes were tied to the tree trunks on both sides of the street, and the ropes were hung with colorful flags. Coupled with the morning light, the whole atmosphere of the town changed. From time to time, people would enter the main road from a side road and walk side by side with them. It seemed that they were also going to the square. Kakuzum had heard about the victory celebration from Barracuda. In order to celebrate the safe passage of the months of demons, His Highness named the first day after the end of the months of demons as Victory Day. On this day, not only would the town have a holiday, but there would also be a grand bonfire banquet in the central square. When his assistant heard the news, he excitedly came to invite him to watch the banquet. After thinking about it, the old man thought that since he had nothing to do, so he agreed. They walked to the square area. The central area had already been divided into an open space with wooden fences around the stage. Policemen in black uniforms were maintaining order. Many people had arrived earlier than them and surrounded the open space with 3 or 4 layers. The two of them quickly found a place near the stage and chatted while waiting for the celebration to begin. When the sun rose above their heads, the square was already crowded with people, and the prince appeared in the center of the stage. As soon as he appeared, Kakuzum heard overwhelming cheers. The people around him raised their hands excitedly and shouted, "Long live His Highness!" Prince Roland smiled and waited for the cheers of the people to die down. He raised his fist and said loudly, "Once again, we have defeated evil." This time, the sky above the square exploded, and the deafening response caused the old man's heart to tremble. It had been a long time since he had seen a lord who was so well received by the people. "My people, no matter where you come from, be it the western region, the northern region, the eastern region or the southernmost corner, as long as you contribute to this place, this glory belongs to you. It belongs to everyone who has shed their sweat and blood for Border Town." The prince's calm and emotional voice seemed to have magic power. He was not shouting, but his words were clearly heard by Kakuzum. "And today's Victory Day is a day designed for all of you. Evil has not been completely eliminated, and it will come back sooner or later. But no matter how many times the enemy comes, as long as we unite and work together, victory will eventually belong to us." The old man had never heard a royal family member call himself "we" along with the commoners, but His Highness did not seem to care at all. He looked at the people so naturally, without the usual arrogance and disdain common to nobles. It seemed that in the prince's eyes, all the people were one with him. Incredible, but surprisingly harmonious. Now, let us cheer to our heart's content and raise our glasses to celebrate this hard-won victory. Long live His Highness! Long live victory! Cheers rang through the square. Everyone raised their right hands to show their respect to His Highness, including Kakuzum. "This is the lord I should be loyal to," Barracuda said excitedly, patting his chest. Next, it was the Star Flower Troupe's turn to perform. Many people whistled excitedly. I haven't seen their performance for a long time. Lady Irene is still so beautiful. But compared to May, she lacks a certain charm. It's time to call her Lady May. Don't you know that she's going to marry Nightshi? Even His Highness has sent her a gift. Hearing the discussions around him, Barracuda could not help but ask curiously, the troupe's name is either the same as the theater or the same as the place. Why does the troupe in Border Town have such a strange name? You're not from the Western region, are you? Someone immediately explained. Lady May and Lady Irene are both from the Longsong Theater. One is called the Star of the Western region, and the other is called the Flower of Tomorrow. Now that they're in Border Town, of course they're called the Star Flower Troupe. Look, it's starting. This was not Kakuzum's first time watching a play, but the content of the story was particularly novel. It was not about the love between nobles, but an interpretation of the history of the Western region. The actors on the stage played several ordinary people living in Border Town. They were helpless and hesitant in the face of the months of demons and were herded like lambs. Then they made up their minds to stay in Border Town and fight the brutal demonic beasts to the end. The whole story was full of twists and turns, but it was exciting. When the characters died of hunger and cold, or died protecting their loved ones on the line of defense, the audience felt the same way. The old man quickly devoted himself to the play. Even the refugees who had just arrived in the Western region could feel the sacrifices and unremitting efforts of the people of Border Town. When the play came to an end with the day of victory, the square was filled with thunderous applause. What happened next stunned Kakuzum. He saw a woman with long flaxen hair cut the wooden platform into pieces with a black thread. She then used the pieces of wood to start a bonfire that soared into the sky. Not only were the onlookers not afraid, but they even shouted her name. Miss Anna! Miss Anna! As the whole sheep were roasted on the bonfire, the atmosphere reached its peak. The local people walked into the square in a strange dance, beginning the last part of the celebration. As long as the dance did not stop, the barbecue would continue until midnight. Captain, shall we go too? Barracuda swallowed and was eager to try. I'm old and can't dance anymore. Kakuzum shook his head. You go with them. Then. I'll go first. He stuck out his tongue. I'll bring you some barbecue when I get it. Watching the young man follow the crowd to the open space, the old man could not help but laugh. He had been hesitating about what name he should give his stone boat, which would be memorable and not cliché. Now he finally had an idea. Just like a year ago, the feast in the castle belonged to the witches. Leaf turned the backyard, which had been expanded several times, into an open-air camp surrounded by olive trees. Around the blazing bonfire, everyone could see the bright stars in the night sky when they looked up. Compared with the last barbecue with only 5 witches, this one was much livelier. Not only were all the witches from the Witch Cooperation Association present, but also Maggie, Lucia, Agatha, Spear, Paper, and Summer. Together with the 7 witches from Sleeping Island, the total number of witches was 25. Plates of cut food and sauce were placed on the small table next to the bonfire for everyone to take. After clearing out the rebellious nobles' territory, the amount of meat and cloth in the warehouse had increased a lot. In addition, Evelyn's specially brewed low-alcohol fruit wine and Agatha's ice cream were also served on the table. While Lightning was enthusiastically demonstrating how to roast a chicken leg for the first time, Maggie had already stuffed the sizzling steak into her mouth. After following the little girl for a year in the mountains and forests, she could roast any food that could be eaten with ease. Like Maggie, her waist pocket was also stuffed with all kinds of seasonings. I think it's a waste of time. Agatha smeared honey on the cooked beef meatball in her hand. The demons are coming. Instead of seizing the time to prepare for the battle, we're enjoying a temporary victory here. When the enemies break through the city, gulp, everything will be over. Take your time. It's okay. Roland handed her a new string of wrapped beef meatballs. It was obvious that she liked this kind of meatball with gravy. It's more efficient to strike a balance between work and rest. Defeating the demons is not a matter of a day's leisure. Even if we fail, at least we can enjoy the beauty of life. Preposterous. Agatha rolled her eyes at him and took the meatball. After rolling it in a bowl of oil, she put it directly into the bonfire. With the protection of the frostability, she could maintain the surface of the meatball at just the right temperature no matter how the fire roasted it. It could be seen that the cooling and nitrogen-making work had improved her control of magic power. On the other side, Summer, who had just joined the alliance, had never seen so much meat. Although she kept swallowing her saliva, her hands were hesitant. Fortunately, Vendi noticed her hesitation and pulled the newly awakened sister to her side, sharing the food she had baked with her and paper. On Sleeping Island, Ashes, Andrea, and Xavi were playing poker while waiting for their food to be roasted. In just a few months, the three of them had learned all the cards that Roland was familiar with. As long as the demonic beasts did not attack the town, Roland could always see them playing cards together in the castle hall. The other Sleeping Island witches, such as Candle, Evelyn, and Sylvie, had gotten along very well with the witches in the town. Seeing them talking happily with Leaf, Echo, Soroya, and the others, they were no different from a family. Looking at the warm scene in front of him, Roland felt quite gratified. After more than a year of hard work, the changes in the western region were emerging little by little. Whether it was the enthusiastic cheers of the people in the square during the day or the happy smiles on the witches' faces now, they were all rewards for his efforts. This kind of reward was so sweet that he could not help but be intoxicated by it. When the bonfire gradually went out, it was also approaching midnight. Roland asked Nightingale and Ashes to escort Nana and Summer home respectively, while he went to the second floor of the castle and waited for Anna to appear. He decided to take the initiative to take this step instead of passively waiting or procrastinating. The silver-white moonlight shone into the castle from the window between the corridors. With this light, he saw Anna's blue eyes. This scene seemed familiar, but their positions were reversed. Her pupils, half hidden in the darkness, reflected a faint luster, like the stars in the night sky. However, without the stars, the night sky at this time belonged to her alone. Roland did not speak, but stepped forward to take her hand and walked to the third floor. Although it was not the first time he had intimate contact with her, his heart was beating unexpectedly fast, and through the palm of his hand, he could also feel Anna's nervousness. Even so, she did not have the slightest hesitation and followed closely behind him. After returning to his bedroom and closing the door, Roland took a deep breath and turned his head. When he was hesitating about what to say, Anna had already kissed him. The soft tip of her tongue gently pried open his teeth, and the sweet breath spread between his lips and teeth, intoxicating him. Suddenly, the idea of sealing his mouth with a kiss came into his mind. When he did not know what to say, he would kiss. When he did not know how to express his feelings, he would kiss. A kiss was a silent language, a kiss was a burning emotion. When the two of them separated again, Anna's cheeks were already flushed. "I have a gift for you." Roland took out 2 red magic stones from his arms. They had been polished and inlaid with a golden edge, with a thin red string hanging from the top. "This is a sigil?" "Yes, one is a pathfinding stone, and the other is a positioning stone. After combining them with magic, it will become a tracking sigil." Roland put the pathfinding stone around Anna's neck. "This way, no matter where I am, you can find me through it." Anna seemed to realize something and stared at him blankly. He gently held her cheek and asked word by word, "Will you marry me, Anna?" The blue lake instantly began to rain heavily, and it could no longer remain calm. After a long time, Anna nodded and responded, "Yes." Everything that followed was so natural. The feelings that had been brewing for a long time completely broke through the last obstacle and intertwined with each other. Roland picked her up by the waist and put her on the bed. He kissed her forehead from her forehead to her neck, and then all the way down, his fingers clumsily unbuttoning the buttons of her clothes. Anna did not close her eyes, but watched his every move, as if she wanted to deeply imprint his every appearance in her mind. When the girl's white and delicate skin was completely exposed, Roland gently pulled her into his arms and covered her with a quilt. Without the obstruction of clothes, he could clearly feel her rhythmic heartbeat, as if it was about to jump out of her chest. "This time," Anna whispered in Roland's ear. "What?" "I won't fall asleep again." Roland could not help but laugh out loud. This laughter also eased the tension between the two of them. He pinched Anna's nose. "Even if you fall asleep, I won't let you go tonight." As their lips moved closer again, the two finally became one, their mind and body fused into one. To be continued. After that, Anna rested her head on Roland's arm and leaned against him like a cat. "Your Highness, it's so nice to meet you," she murmured softly after a long time. "Call me Roland." He slowly played with her long hair and smiled. "There are no outsiders here. I've never heard you call me by my name." "Roland." "Good girl." He scratched Anna's ear and made her laugh. "Actually, I should be the one saying that. I would never have imagined that I would meet such an outstanding girl like you in the past." "Not even in the palace?" "Nowhere." Roland shook his head slightly. "Sometimes when I think about it, I even feel that it's unreal." Anna was silent for a moment and leaned closer to him. "I'm right here. I won't go anywhere." This sentence instantly evoked his memories. He could not help but remember that she had said the same thing to him before. "Live like a normal person." "I don't care. I just want to stay by your Highness's side. That's all." "Are you dreaming?" "I'm not going anywhere." "Yes." Roland ran his hand down her silky hair and stroked her smooth back. "You're right here by my side. Love is so wonderful," he thought. It was a meaningless conversation, but it made his heart feel warm, as if it was about to melt. This time, the silence was longer. When he thought that she had fallen asleep, Anna's voice rang in his ears again. "I'm a witch." "Yes. Sister Vendi told me that witches can't give birth," Anna whispered. "You'll encounter a lot of trouble in the future." "I'm not afraid of them," Roland replied firmly. "In fact, compared to the upcoming battle of divine will, all of this is nothing." Originally, he was still considering using the system to solve the problem of succession, but the information brought by Agatha completely changed his expectations. The war that would decide the fate of mankind was close at hand, and if the demons could not be defeated, all the kingdoms would be completely wiped out. Compared to that, the problem of succession was not worth caring about at all. Thinking of this, he paused. "Actually, I was a little worried before." "Worried about what?" "I was afraid that you would use this reason to reject me." "Why?" Anna was puzzled. "I want to be with you, no matter if I'm a witch or not." Roland couldn't help but chuckle when he heard her answer. "That's right, ever since I met Anna, she's always been like this. Straightforward, never beating around the bush, and she'd always express her thoughts to me. With her, there would never be a misunderstanding like in Korean dramas where I'm doing this for your own good, but I'm not going to tell you." As they chatted, Roland felt energized again. Anna also noticed the change in him. She kissed his neck and climbed on top of him. The night was still long. The next day, Roland woke up exceptionally late. He only opened his eyes with a yawn when the sun climbed up to the top of the castle. Looking at his pillow, he couldn't help but be slightly startled. Anna was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that everything that happened last night was just a dream? He bent down and then breathed a sigh of relief. He saw a few strands of flaxen hair on the pillow and a faint fragrance coming from the side of the bedding. "What are you doing?" Anna's voice suddenly sounded above his head. Roland raised his head and suddenly felt embarrassed. It was really unsightly to sniff the pillow just now. "Ahem, I'm counting how many hairs you've lost." Why are you up?" "I went to bring you breakfast." She put the plate in her hand on the bedside table, and her actions looked a little unnatural. "When I woke up, I saw you sleeping soundly, so I didn't wake you." "Sorry," Roland said embarrassedly. "I should have prepared these for you." After tossing and turning several times last night, even a witch with an outstanding recovery ability would probably be quite uncomfortable at the moment. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Anna chuckled. "You're a prince." He shook his head and didn't say anything else. Instead, he pulled her into his arms. After hugging for a while, she patted Roland's back and said, "Well, since you're up, hurry up and eat your breakfast. We still have work to do today. Don't you want to rest for a few more days?" "No," Anna said seriously. "We still have demons to deal with. Soroya and Miss Agatha are working so hard, I can't slack off." She smiled slightly. "You too, Roland." After kissing Anna goodbye, the prince went to his office with a light body. When he opened the door, he was surprised to see Tilly sitting at the table waiting for him. "Good morning." He nodded at her. What's the matter? It's almost noon now. Tilly smiled. And, you seem to have had a good dream. Did I? Zola couldn't help but touch the corner of her mouth. Of course, I'm smiling like a flower. She shrugged and then stopped smiling. I'm here to say goodbye to you. Roland was stunned. Goodbye? You're going back to Sleeping Island? I've been here for a long time. Although I've been in contact with the fjords by letter, I still have to go back. Now that the months of demons are over, I've accomplished the purpose of this trip. She got up and walked to the French window. Don't worry. Even across the sea, I'll fully support you in fighting against the church and demons. Can't you move to the western region? Roland made a final effort to persuade her to stay. There's a large piece of vacant land on the south bank of the Redwater River. It can accommodate all witches. We've already discussed this issue. Tilly sighed. It's not a matter of residence. It seems that she's made up her mind. Roland thought helplessly. Although this was a sign of political maturity and a strong sense of responsibility as a leader, it was not good news for him. Then wait for a week before you leave. I'll prepare something for the witches in the fjords. Oh? Tilly turned around. What is it? Books, courseware, and some exercises. He counted with his fingers. It can save you the trouble of copying and enhance the learning effect. In addition, bring a few revolvers. In case you encounter an enemy with a godstone of retaliation, it can also play a role in self-defense. In addition, bring 2 steam engines. It'll be very convenient for pumping water for irrigation or for salt drying. I see. Tilly tilted her head. Thank you. Recently, Vendi's life had been particularly fulfilling. Paper, just like her name, quickly absorbed knowledge about witches and magic power. Her reading and writing lessons and natural knowledge education were progressing smoothly, and she was now able to learn new vocabulary by referring to the textbooks. The only problem was that the natural knowledge tutoring was a little troublesome. Sometimes, the little girl would ask questions that even Vendi couldn't answer, so she had to ask Anna or the prince for help. Summer was much clumsier than Paper, probably because of her age. She had to repeat a word several times before she could remember its spelling, and she was also dubious about the natural knowledge lessons. But Vendi didn't mind. If they were all as smart as Anna, that would be a real blow. What she didn't lack now was time and patience. Every day, after getting up, she would call the 2 of them to the living room to check on their homework. This was also the view that His Highness had promoted to all the teachers in the Ministry of Education: if you only learned without practice, you would soon forget. Only by practicing all the time could you remember. Vendi deeply agreed with this. The next step was to practice magic power. With this little bit of magic power, Paper could already help Agatha make acid or go to the shipyard to help harden cement. Therefore, Vendi mainly tutored the newcomer Summer. It was said that Summer would join the security bureau with Nightingale and help His Highness reconstruct crime scenes, so the most important thing was to accurately control the playback time. Fortunately, using magic power was as easy as breathing for witches. No matter how slow a person was, as long as they could feel the flow of magic power, they wouldn't be too bad. Vendi often used Maggie as an example to encourage Summer not to be discouraged by her low magic power. Even a pigeon could evolve, let alone a normal witch. Of course, she would secretly bring Maggie some honey-glazed barbecue as compensation. In the evening, it was the routine elementary education class. Taking into account the different learning speeds of the new witches, His Royal Highness had divided the Witch Union into 2 classes. The original witches would continue to be taught by scroll and learn elementary physics and chemistry, while the newly awakened witches would be tutored by Wendy after the end of the regular course. This was also the most relaxing moment of the day for her. After all, as one of the first witches to join the Witch Cooperation Association, after a period of learning, Vendi had already widened the gap between her sisters who were at the top. Thinking that she had also been entrusted with the responsibility of managing the Witch Union by His Royal Highness, she felt even more pressure on her shoulders. Only when she was teaching new people could she put down her burdens and devote herself wholeheartedly. After assigning the homework for the 2 of them, Vendi went to the bathroom to take a hot bath. She returned to the bedroom feeling comfortable, but she saw Nightingale sitting on the bed, holding a book, Natural Science Theoretical Foundation, in a daze. She could only stare blankly. If she had paid attention to the book, she would have fallen asleep in less than a quarter of an hour. Dendi had never seen her persist in reading for a quarter of an hour. What's wrong? Dendi lifted the blanket and climbed onto the bed, sitting beside him. Nightingale slightly tilted her head and glanced at her. Her blank and empty look made her heart tighten. She had only seen this look in the other's eyes in Silver City, which was the first time she had met Nightingale. At that time, she had been walking alone in the snowy streets, completely ignoring the snowflakes covering her shoulders. His Highness Roland and Anna are together. She whispered. I pushed him. Dendi didn't know what to say for a moment. Recently, she could also see that the relationship between Anna and His Highness had become a lot closer, but everyone had tacitly agreed on this point, so she didn't feel surprised. As the first witch that His Highness had come into contact with, Anna was impeccable in all aspects. Except for her infertility, Scroll even thought that she was the most suitable person to become queen. But she didn't expect that this change was single-handedly brought about by Nightingale. I was clearly prepared, clearly knew that this was the inevitable result, but when I saw them together, why do I still feel so uncomfortable? Nightingale tightly grasped Bendi's hand. I've already made up my mind. Looking at the other's appearance, Bendi's heart also felt uncomfortable. The biggest impression that Nightingale had given her was that she was strong. Whether it was in Silver City, when she had imprisoned her distant relatives, or when she had fought against the church in the Witch Cooperation Association, no matter what kind of predicament she had fallen into, she had always been able to calmly face the battle. Even in the face of the aggressive Kara, she had never shown any fear. But in the face of love, she had once again become a helpless child, and on this point, she was powerless to help her. Because there was no right or wrong in love itself. Dendi had no choice but to hold her in her arms, gently patting her on the shoulder. If you feel uncomfortable, just cry it out. Nightingale shook her head and said in a muffled voice, when I left the Guyland family, I had already vowed that I would never cry again, never. Her voice was getting lower and lower, and finally became almost inaudible. Dendi felt that her chest was gradually becoming warm and moist, but even so, she didn't let out a single sob. Because she was trying her best to bear it, Nightingale's shoulders trembled slightly, and her grip on Bendi's hand became more and more forceful. I didn't cry. Well, you didn't. I know. Dendi closed her eyes, and in her heart, she began to regret what she had said to Nightingale. Staying by His Highness's side was a simple answer, but in fact, most witches would stay by His Highness's side, because they had nowhere else to go. Being willing to accept a woman who was infertile and unable to inherit the bloodline was in itself a very small probability event, and the witches also understood this fact. But the most important thing to stay by His Highness's side was distance. Just like the sun, everyone could bathe in the light brought by the sun, but the closer they wanted to get, the easier it was to be burned. And what Nightingale wanted to do was obviously not just watch from afar. This was not an easy road to walk. Or, just give up. Dendi whispered, even if you take a step back, there are still sisters to accompany you. The long silence made time seem to freeze here, as if she was waiting for a trial. Even though the target was not herself, she still felt extremely unbearable. There were several times when Dendi couldn't help but ask again, but the words that were on the tip of her tongue eventually slipped back. Until Nightingale raised her head. Her eyes were a little red, but she could no longer see the tears, and the wet feeling in her chest seemed to be an illusion. When she saw the other's eyes, Dendi knew that this trial had finally come to an end, but it was not the end. I won't give up, she shook her head, no matter what, I want to stay with him until the end. Even if the sun burned her to ashes. 3 days later, the wedding of Chief Knight Carter Lannis and the Star of the Western Region, May, was held in the castle garden. In addition to the families of both parties, all members of the Star Flower Troupe, City Hall, and the Witch Union attended the wedding. In this era, marriage ceremonies were generally performed by the church. Royal and noble weddings were witnessed by regional bishops, and then ordinary nobles and wealthy businessmen would invite priests or officiants to give their blessings according to their status and wealth. Commoners, on the other hand, had to go to the church themselves and pay several silver royals for the priest to officiate their wedding. Of course, there were also many who could not afford this price and lived together directly. Since the church no longer had a foothold in the western region, the city hall naturally became the host of the wedding. According to Roland's plan, the city hall would send officials to issue marriage certificates free of charge, and at the same time, register both parties of the marriage. Carter's wedding was an excellent example of publicity. He had even thought of the slogan, which was convenient, legal, and free of charge. When May appeared in the garden wearing a wedding dress, the audience burst into exclamations. Although she was not a witch, but as a famous actress, her unique temperament still attracted everyone's attention. Even Roland couldn't help but sigh. Carter's vision was really good. If it were not for better publicity and the repeated pleas of the night, he would have been reluctant to take out the wedding dress in advance. As for the other protagonist of this wedding, Carter Lannis, he appeared in a black suit. He also had an extraordinary temperament. Coupled with his meticulously groomed handsome face, the two of them standing together was completely a match made in heaven. They really look like a perfect match, Anna exclaimed. Sooner or later, we'll have such a day. Roland gently squeezed her hand. When that time comes, everyone will know your name. Yes. She tilted her head and smiled. It was easy to marry a witch, but it was very difficult to gain the approval of the majority of the subjects. It was difficult to achieve this unless one had absolute power or a very high reputation. Therefore, he had to wait until the kingdom's civil war subsided and he became the well-deserved king of Grey Castle before he married Anna. He did not want others to think that Anna was just a witch that he secretly hid as a plaything, just like the nobles did in the past. However, Roland believed that this day would not be too far away. The months of the demons had already ended, and the town was about to go all out in preparation for the spring offensive. Soon, a thunderous blow would fall on Timothy's head and completely shatter his throne. The two exchanged tokens. Well, next. The official from City Hall was obviously not familiar with the new wedding procedure written by Roland. He looked down at the record book and said, "The newlyweds kissed." Wow. There was a burst of cheers. The members of the Starflower Troupe, especially Irene, excitedly grabbed the light of dawn and swayed left and right, and pulled the others to clap and cheer for May. Isn't it just kissing? Lightning curled her lips and said, every time my father returned from an adventure, he would be kissed several times by those maids. Coo. Maggie, who was squatting on top of her head, turned her head and covered her face with one wing, but a pigeon's eyes were on both sides of its head. Your Highness, this procedure. Is it really good? Scroll asked with her hand on her forehead. It's a special case. Not every newlyweds have to do this. Roland smiled and said, after all, it's for publicity, and the more attention it attracts, the better. Then he looked at Soroya and said, you have to draw this moment in detail. Don't worry, leave it to me. The latter looked at the two of them without blinking, and the magic pen in her hand was shining. It was obvious that she was also very interested in this. Carter was obviously a little nervous about this step. After a moment of sluggishness, May finally took the initiative to stand on tiptoe and kiss him. There was a burst of warm applause in the garden. Finally, Your Highness, please give us your blessings. Roland walked out of the crowd and came to the two of them. He patted Carter on the shoulder and said, well done. Then he said to May, I wish you happiness. Is this all right? Carter hesitated. Of course. Go back and have a good rest. I'll give you 2 days off. Roland smiled and said, Bader should arrive in the town in the afternoon. Just leave the work to him. Thank you, Your Highness. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Then the wedding came to an end with a burst of firecrackers simulated by Echo. In the afternoon, General Manager Berev and Minister of Construction Carr came to the castle office to report to Roland on the progress of the 3 supplies project. So far, all the water supply facilities in the residential areas have been installed, and most of the heating pipes have been buried. Carr pointed to a map of the town and said, but the power supply is still a long way off. Apart from the factory area that you instructed, the 4 residential areas are still in the stage of digging trenches. Since you went to Longsong Stronghold, this part of the work has almost stopped. Roland nodded. There was nothing he could do about it. Apart from him, no one else could understand what electric circuits were and how electric currents worked. It would probably take 4 or 5 months for all the townspeople to have electric lighting. It doesn't matter. Now that the months of demons have passed, the construction of the heating part can be postponed. The next most important thing is the power supply project and the construction of Kingdom Avenue. The former is related to the use of time, while the latter is the key to strengthening the connection between the two places after the construction of the city. He ordered, in addition, after the completion of Kingdom Avenue, do not dismiss the redundant workers. Instead, continue to build the road connecting the shoal. You mean the mountain area to the south? Yes, that will be our direct entrance and exit to the sea, Roland said affirmatively. When Tilly and the others returned to Sleeping Island, Lotus should set foot on the western region again. At that time, with the help of Countess Spear, the opening of the mountain passage would be faster. Besides, after the establishment of Neverwinter, those handymen will also be my subjects. When the Kingdom Avenue is completed, grant them official resident status. He looked at Barav and said, I'll leave this to you. Yes. In addition, don't stop the construction of the residential area. Whether it is extending to the open space between the town and stronghold or developing to the south bank of the Redwater River, all of them are fine. This year, the focus is still on population expansion. I hope to triple the population of the city by the end of the year. Barav gasped and said, Your Highness, that's almost 100,000 people. And the western region can completely support so many people, Roland said in a low voice. You can take it as the target of your plan. Grey Castle was not without population potential. A large city of more than 20,000 people would need to support at least 100,000 people in the suburbs. The more prosperous the city, the larger the scale of the latter. This was also a phenomenon caused by the backward level of modern agriculture. However, the western region did not have such restrictions. With the introduction of the steam engine, there was no need for so many people to maintain the material supply. Finally, since the factory area has electric lighting, after the construction of the city, it will be changed to 3 shifts of production, especially for the processing of ammunition, the prince said to the director of City Hall. Each period of time will be calculated according to the past daily salary. The more you work, the more you will get back. You can start the publicity from today. By then, I hope the factory will not be in a state of rest for a moment until we completely unify Grey Castle. On the appointed day of the founding of the city, Roland got up very early. He shaved off the stubble on his cheeks, tied his long gray hair into a simple bun, and finally trimmed his eyebrows with a pair of small scissors. After living here for a year, he was already very proficient in this kind of grooming work, and no longer needed the help of a maid. Looking at himself in the slightly blurred silver mirror, he still had a rather sage-like appearance. If he were to put on a loose robe, with this kind of appearance, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was a cultivator hidden in the city. Roland nodded with satisfaction, got up and went to his office. Barav was already waiting for him in the room. Your Highness, he saluted and said, the flying messenger to Longsong Stronghold has been sent out, and it is estimated that it will arrive at the Stronghold Castle in half an hour. Well, how is the layout of the site? Everything was completed yesterday afternoon, and at present, it seems that it is enough to accommodate the entire population of Border Town, the director replied. Well done, Roland praised, and slowly walked to the French window. In the distance, the impassable mountain range and the concealing forest were still snow-white, and the first rays of the morning sun reflected on the snow, reflecting wisps of golden light. In the nearby streets of Border Town, he could already see the figures of people moving in groups of 2s and 3s towards the west, heading towards the area of the stone wall. As a line of defense against the demonic beasts last year, this stone wall could be said to have played an indispensable role, but now, it had become the dividing line between the inner and outer city areas of Border Town. Roland didn't like this kind of clear division between the rich and the poor, so apart from the memorable gap and the city building area, it was only a matter of time before it was completely demolished. But before that, it could still be put to good use. The number of people in the front and back of the wall far exceeded the number of people in the square, so Roland decided to announce the founding of the city in the middle of the stone wall. According to the plan, in order to strengthen the influence of the construction of the city on the residents of the two places, Longsong Stronghold would also announce the construction of the city at the same time. The synchronization between the two places would be achieved by flying messengers. When the first messenger flew to Perot, it would also be the time for Roland to make a speech on the stage. Now, this gray falcon carrying the news should be soaring between the mountains and the Redwater River, and as usual, it would pass a note tied to its claw to the two places, Roland thought. But it didn't know what kind of news it was carrying, and what kind of meaning it had. The moment it landed, Border Town and Longsong Stronghold would become history. "Let's go," he said, gathering his thoughts and turning his head. "Yes, Your Highness." Barov smiled. Perot Hull stepped onto the wooden platform and looked around. There weren't many people in the square, at least not as many as a week ago when the porridge was being distributed. This was not surprising. People cared little about things other than food and clothing. Compared to the free oatmeal, a ceremony like the city building ceremony did not sound like it had much to do with ordinary people. Even he himself felt that His Highness's actions were somewhat superfluous. After the end of the months of demons, the number of people applying for jobs in the city hall was less than he had imagined. The recruitment notice for handymen and construction workers had been posted for a week, but the number of people recruited was less than half of the planned number. Moreover, the rats seemed to be showing signs of revival. At least the police department received more and more reports, and just checking the authenticity of the reports gave them a big headache. His good friend Ren Med complained to him that the arrest team had to at least double the number of people to be able to cope. This was in line with Perot's expectations. People are like this, lazy, greedy and ignorant. His Highness spent so much effort on them, but how much will he get in return? What puzzled Perot the most was that Roland Wimbledon was obviously a member of the royal family, so where did his inexplicable confidence in the people come from? But no matter what, he was already firmly tied to the prince's chariot, and the only thing he could do was to follow him to the end. An eagle's cry came from afar, and a grey figure appeared in the sky. Perot unfolded the prepared speech. "Your Highness, it's almost time," Barov reminded him. The sun had risen in the middle of the sky, and the shadow on the sundial pointed to the position of 9 o'clock. Roland nodded and walked to the fence of the city tower. Seeing the prince appear, the noisy chatter below quickly turned into a unanimous enthusiastic cheer. The townspeople raised their hands one after another, and the crowd seemed to set off a wave. Both sides of the city wall were full of people, and the total number was estimated to be more than 20,000, which meant that most of the town's residents had gathered here at the moment. Roland was glad that he did not hold the city's founding ceremony in the central square, which simply could not accommodate such a large and enthusiastic crowd. He waved to both sides to suppress the cheers. "Hello, my subjects." The amplified voice echoed over the town. "I believe that all of you are already aware of what is going to happen today. This small town built for the North Slope mine will soon become a real city. In the past, the months of the demons were a nightmare for Border Town. In order to survive, everyone had to leave this place and flee to the stronghold. Now, we are firmly stationed here. Osmond Ryan, who wanted to destroy the peace of the western region, has fallen, and the church, who deliberately murdered witches and enslaved people, has rolled out of this land. Even Timothy Wimbledon, who tried to destroy me, has failed. Even if he turned the southern and eastern regions of the kingdom into a sea of fire, the town is still safe and sound. This, I think the people who fled here have a deep understanding." Roland's words were quickly echoed by the crowd. Yes, he burned down Eagle City, and the port of Clearwater was also looted. The new king swept through Valencia, and the knight's actions were no different from those of bandits, or even worse. He took my son away, saying that he would become the king's guard, God. He is only 15 years old. The prince stretched out his hand and pressed it down. And these tragedies will not happen again. The new city is built for this purpose. Only by uniting more people can we keep the vicious enemies away and let them taste the price of recklessness. He paused and said, "And this is also my city. I hereby promise that Roland Wimbledon will never abandon any of his people. Even if Grey Castle is unified, he will not leave here." There was an uproar under the city wall. "Your Highness, you." Barov behind him said in surprise. Roland made a silent gesture. "Yes, this will become the new king's city of Grey Castle, and the kingdom will be reborn here. I believe, even if the endless cold comes, this city will still be as warm as spring. He paused for a moment, then raised his right hand. From today on, Border Town and Longsong Stronghold will be one, and its name will be, Long Live Neverwinter. Long live Neverwinter. Long live. Everyone was excited, and the deafening slogan rang through the sky. Snow mist rose from the side of the mountains, and the rolling echoes rose and fell along the mountains, lingering for a long time. Looking at the cheering subjects, Roland's heart was filled with excitement. The seeds of reform had been sown, and one day, he would see this cluster of sparks turn into a prairie fire, sweeping the whole continent. The upper floor of the pivotal secret temple was brightly lit. Dozens of stones of lighting illuminated the round library at the top of the tower as if it were daytime. It was hard to imagine that one was underground in this hall. If it were the Hermes Cathedral on the ground, this place would be the Tower of Babel, which was also Zero's favorite place to stay. Through the window, she could easily overlook the whole pivotal secret area. Looking at the busy figures around the god-stone pillars of punishment like ants, she had a feeling that she was in control of all living beings, as if she was the god living in the holy kingdom of light, and the people walking slowly in the darkness under her feet were the believers who built the holy kingdom. Every time she had free time, she would take out a book from the bookshelf that recorded the history and secrets of the Union, sit by the window, and slowly read it. Of course, she would also put a cup of black tea with some winter flowers beside her. After becoming the Pope, Zero actually felt relaxed. She was not nervous about the battle of divine will, which was getting closer and closer. Instead, she looked forward to it. More than 200 years of life had made her feel very bored, and the invincible demons in the records seemed to be an opponent that could excite her. She wondered if these ferocious enemies could be as fearless and terrifying as they looked when they were pulled into the soul battlefield. However, there were still several years before the final battle, so she needed to set up a new goal to pass the time. There were very few people who could attract Zero's attention, and Roland Wimbledon happened to be one of them. He was also the only mortal who could arouse her interest. Nobody thought highly of him, but he stood out in the royal decree of fighting for the throne and did not fall into a disadvantageous position against the two chess pieces who had the potential to succeed the throne. She also found some interesting clues in Garcia's memory. That was, the Queen of Clearwater had once used a maid placed beside the fourth prince to make him take a deadly alchemy poison, but the result was useless. The angry queen then executed the unlucky alchemist. However, Zero let the pivotal secret agency copy a copy of the poison according to the formula in her memory, and found that the finished product was indeed as the alchemist had claimed, colorless, tasteless, melted in water, and was incurable. So did the maid deceive Garcia, or was the current Roland Wimbledon no longer the Roland Wimbledon of the past? According to the information she had collected, Zero was more inclined to the latter. The question was, if he was no longer Roland Wimbledon, then who was he? Why did no one around her raise any questions? The more he paid attention to this aspect, the more interesting it became. The gradual change in his style of doing things, winning the unanimous love and respect of his subjects, and single-handedly changing the distribution of power in the western region. Whether it was the church's emissary group or the crazed army, none of them returned. If such a person was only a lord of a small territory, it would be such a pity. Therefore, Roland Wimbledon must belong to the church, or in other words, become a part of himself. This was also the reason why she decided to change the direction of her attack. This was also the reason why she decided to attack the Wimbledon castle of Roland Wimbledon. Of course, as a lord with great power, he would definitely stay at the back during the battle. How to force him out was also a problem that needed to be considered. While Zero was thinking about how to bypass the main battlefield and confront Roland, the door of the library was pushed open and Isabella walked in. Is the meeting over? Yes. She rubbed her neck. You, on the other hand, sit here reading and drinking tea every day, while I have to accompany those old guys. No, an old guy and two little lunatics talking nonsense. That's not nonsense, it's related to the operation of the church's lower echelons. Zero shrugged. Although witches are the main body of the church, without them, we can't easily gather so many resources to achieve our ultimate goal. Whatever. Isabella yawned. Anyway, according to what they said, we have to wait until the second month of summer to transfer the preparations for the attack on the Kingdom of Dawn to Grey Castle. This is an optimistic estimate. This is neither a long time nor a short time, Zero thought. Waiting is a kind of torture, but it also increases the joy of harvesting. What about the production of the pills? There are already 300,000 to 400,000 pills in the warehouse, right? Isabella replied. By the way, do you really plan to fight against the demons with all the civilians? Millions of people can eat up all the Hermes. And what? And we won't necessarily win. She shook her head. If there are too many people, there will be trouble wherever we put them. After the first pill, their value will be calculated by days. What if the demons don't attack us? It's useless if we eat too few people, but it's all a waste if we eat too many people. Even if the demons swarm us and are defeated by the crazed army, they won't be able to fight anymore. You don't understand what I mean. Zero stood up and walked to a big table in the hall. She uncovered the cloth covering it. I never planned to let the crazed army defend Hermes. The final battle should be somewhere on the fertile plains. I guess it will probably be in the ruins of the holy city of Anskaraj, because it's the closest place to us. Do you want to take the initiative to attack? Isabella was stunned. What we lack the most is time, Zero said calmly. I don't expect to wipe out the demons in one fell swoop. The holy book says that when the bloody moon comes and the gates of hell open, the demons can build an obsidian spire. In fact, it's not building. It's growing. Are you trying to say that those stones are actually alive? Isabella asked incredulously. This part of the content can only be seen in the personal records of the three chiefs of the Union. The expansion of the demons must be built on the obsidian spire that can produce red mist. Currently, the places where the spire appears are all rich in God's stone mines, and the area of influence will continue to grow. At the beginning of the Second Battle of Divine Will, an extraordinary once led a group of soldiers to approach the red mist area from underground. As a result, she saw a shocking scene. There was an extremely huge monster surging under the spire, and its body was even thicker than the base of the spire itself. Zero said word by word. That huge monster was corroding the god stone and turning it into a black crystal that emitted red mist. Considering that the demons have chaos beasts that specialize in turning god stones into magic stones, it's not difficult to understand why they have such an ability. Isabella opened her mouth and finally spat out a word, disgusting. Isabella stared at the map in silence for a long time. But the crazed army isn't Scourge. Although the drug can affect their minds, it won't give them an invincible will. In the face of a truly terrifying enemy, they will still be afraid and even flee. 1,000,000-strong army is enough to crush us into powder. Of course it won't be that easy. Most of the candidates for the crazed army should be low-level believers of the church, and the judgment army should be the backbone. Zero returned to the window. And in order to obtain so many believers, unifying the four kingdoms is a must. What are the chances of success? 30%? 50%? She replied carelessly, how can I know the chances of success when fighting against an enemy I've never met and all the information comes from ancient books from 400 years ago? Don't forget what I said before. If we're lucky enough. It was precisely because of this that it could be considered as moving. Placing the fate of the entire human race on this gambling table, using a few chips to stake everything on a single throw, using small gains to win big. A battle where the outcome of the battle was already decided would not make people feel uneasy or excited. An unexpected harvest was the sweetest. Whether mankind could survive or not depended on the courage, wisdom, faith, and sacrifice they displayed in this gamble. She thought that this was probably what God wanted to see. The weak would not be able to receive his smile. I hope you're right. Isabella curled her lips. I'm getting more and more curious now. Curious about what? If the fourth prince of Grey Castle were here, what would he do? Zero frowned. Why, do you really think he can defeat me? Bishop Tayfun said that there has been no news from the Pure which he sent to Grey Castle, as if she had disappeared for no reason. And it was you who assigned that person to be the outpost of the western region. In addition, we also lost King City's Aphrodite, Bishop Candidate Mira, and Longsong Stronghold's cathedral. Isabella paused here. Don't you think, ever since the church started to attack the Four Kingdoms, it has never suffered so many losses? It seems that whenever we get involved with the Western region, we always suffer losses, as if God is protecting them. Enough. Zero pounded the table fiercely. You know nothing about God. Isabella was slightly taken aback. I was just joking. Since when do you think God is so important? She suppressed the anger in her heart. He's just a mortal. Mortals can only rely on schemes and knowledge, and these will become a part of me. Even if he has a good way to fight against the demons, the Union can definitely do better. Zero turned around and stared at Isabella. When the army of the church enters the western region of Grey Castle, you will naturally know who is God's favorite. When Isabella left the library, she sighed softly. You're becoming more and more like a pope. Zero sat at the table in silence, unable to calm down for a long time. This was a rare occurrence for her, who had lived for more than 200 years, if not for the fact that God was involved. She knew what Isabella meant, but she could not explain it to Isabella. No matter who became the pope, no matter what their original thoughts were, as long as they entered the prayer room, they would experience an unimaginable change. God really exists. Seeing that her thoughts were disturbed, Zero simply closed the book and walked to the top floor of the library. It was the highest point of the pivotal secret temple, where the prayer room was located. Zero pushed open a secret door made of bookshelves, climbed up a narrow stone staircase, and walked into a closed room without windows. The room was only a few square steps wide, not even enough for a person to lie down. The ceiling was conical, with a magic stone emitting a faint blue luster embedded in it. In the dim light, Zero could faintly see the four walls and the hard floor. Apart from that, there was nothing in the room. It was hard to believe that this cramped and isolated place was actually the position closest to God. Zero closed her eyes to feel its call. Gradually, the pitch-black world began to change. It was as if something had leaped into her mind and directly unfolded a scene in her consciousness. She knew that this was not her imagination. Even after devouring hundreds of souls, it was still far from being able to construct a scene that she had never seen before, or even imagined. When the twisted lines calmed down, 4 giant paintings appeared in the empty and boundless world. One of them floated above her head, forming a huge ring, and the other 3 were arranged in a triangular arrangement, standing upright beside her in turn. This was the revelation of God. It was a very strange feeling to see something in her mind. Zero knew that once she opened her eyes, all the scenes would disappear in an instant. She could only use her consciousness to observe each scroll. When her attention was focused on the scroll, she would have the illusion that she was sucked into it. The giant ring painting at the top was undoubtedly God himself. It was also a boundless world of darkness, with a huge red hemisphere hanging in the center. The sphere was made of substantial magic power, and just by looking at it, one could feel the infinite and surging power. The other half of the sphere seemed to have been cut off by a knife, and it seemed to be hidden in the darkness, with only half of it showing. The more she looked at it, the more Zero believed in her judgment. Because it was really too magnificent. She was not even worth mentioning in front of this magic power. She could not even find the right words to describe how huge it was. Even the vast world under her feet paled in comparison to the red hemisphere. The magic whirlpool on its surface was wider than the sea, and the flickering magic light was more dazzling than the sun. Apart from God, who else could have such vast power? The so-called bloody moon descent in the Holy Book probably referred to its side. The round hemisphere indeed looked like an incomplete crescent moon. Zero had tried to pray to it, but she did not get any response. It just quietly floated in the darkness, as if waiting for the final result of the battle of divine will. Because of this, she was extremely angry at Isabella's words. It would not protect anyone. After seeing it with her own eyes, she could clearly feel that for God, human beings were insignificant. After withdrawing her consciousness, Zero looked at the 3 scrolls below. She believed that the reason why the war that occurred every 400 years was called the Battle of Divine Will was inextricably linked to the contents of these paintings. The content of the first scroll was the most abundant. It was a throne made of blades and broken bones. Behind it were long blood-red windows and towering black stone pillars. It looked like a part of the palace. If one's consciousness was fully immersed in it, one could even see the endless city of spires outside the window. Among them, the most eye-catching thing was the half-exposed stone arch. If the steeple next to it was regarded as a residential building in Hermes, then the height of the stone arch was at least higher than that of the 5 Babel towers of the cathedral. This completely defied common sense. What was even more inconceivable was that it was pitch black inside the door. Nothing could be seen, as if there was a huge and smooth curtain in the middle. However, if one looked closely, they would find that the darkness seemed to have a depth, and it was impossible to see the bottom. The more they stared at it, the more chills they felt. Zero's consciousness stayed outside the window for a while and then she focused on the throne. She did not see the owner of the throne today. What she saw in her mind was not always the same. For example, sometimes she could see a warrior in armor sitting on the throne. His head was covered by a ferocious black helmet, and only a faint red light could be seen from his eye sockets. But such a scene was rare. Most of the time, the throne was empty. According to the secret history, the content of this scroll should point to the city where the demons originated, which was the northwest corner of the Land of Dawn where they first appeared. Zero had the same opinion. After all, the ubiquitous blood-red and black stone minarets were very similar to the living environment of the demons. The helmet of the owner of the throne also had a distinctive demonic style. The only strange thing was that the owner of the throne looked no different from an ordinary person. It was not as strong and terrifying as the fearsome demons and lords of hell described in the Holy Book. Therefore, there were many speculations about its identity. Some popes thought it was the source of evil, and some witches thought it was the guardian of the demons. It guarded the secrets of God. The second scroll was much weirder. It showed very little content and seemed to be constantly moving. At least in Zero's limited observation, she had never seen the same scene. This time, she saw water. The light blue water flowed backward along the 3 huge skeletons. There was nothing in the middle of the skeletons, but the water seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier. If the huge skeletons were the keels supporting the side of the ship, she felt like she was in a cabin and looking out through the porthole. The difference was that these windows almost occupied the whole wall. Zero was soon attracted by the wonderful scene in front of her. She felt like she was at the boundary between the water and the sky. Half of her body was at the bottom, and the other half was floating on the water. She could see the dazzling sunlight and sparse clouds above her head, while the bottom was surrounded by water. Under the light, she could clearly see the changes in the color of the water, from the light blue on the surface to yellow-green, and then to dark green. The deeper she looked, the darker it became. Suddenly, the scene moved violently. Zero felt her feet tremble and almost fell to the ground. She subconsciously wanted to open her eyes, but at the last moment, she held herself back. These were not real scenes, she told herself, but the revelation of the gods in her mind. Zero thought. The water was rising rapidly and soon covered the sky. No, instead of saying the water was rising, it was more like she was sinking. Soon, the scene outside the window was completely covered by water. She even saw red fish swimming close to the skeletons. At first, there were 2 or 3, and then more and more. The dense shoal of fish was like a red ribbon, wrapping around the invisible barrier. The color of the water gradually changed from dark green to dark black. Finally, the scene disappeared into the pitch-black darkness. Zero gasped and broke away from the scene. This was the first time she saw such clear information. The moment the darkness covered her sight, she felt suffocated. However, he did not find any useful clues in it. According to the secret history, the content of the second painting was extremely varied. Some people left behind a huge eyeball, some saw a volcano erupting bubbles and yellow smoke, and some people said they saw a bottomless abyss that emitted a dim light. The viewpoints of the previous generations of observers had never been unified. She rested for a moment and turned her consciousness to the third scroll. Still, there was nothing there. Just like the world outside the scroll, it was dark and dead silent. In the secret history, it was mentioned that during the early stages of the first battle of divine will, there was some content in the scroll. However, this part of the record was so old that even the pages had become tattered. Zero could not clearly see what was written on it. However, one thing was certain. After the end of the Battle of Divine Will, the scroll turned black and never showed any content again. Finally, there was the fourth scroll, which was not recorded in the secret history at all. Zero found it hard to understand. It seemed that they were hiding something at the same time. This was very strange. If even the Pope, who was the only inheritor of the secret, had no right to know, then this secret would be buried forever and no one would ever know. The scroll showed a wall. It was a gray, rough, and inconspicuous stone wall. Part of the mortar had fallen off, revealing the cracked stone underneath. Obviously, it had been standing there for a long time. There was nothing to be seen but this wall. After staying in the scroll for a while, Zero felt extremely tired. Comprehending a deity's revelation was an extremely exhausting task. Even she could not persevere for too long. Zero opened her eyes and cut off the connection with the magic hemisphere. The vast and endless world of darkness and the huge scroll disappeared in an instant. The small room under the dim light came back to her. She let out a long sigh, stumbled down the stairs, and returned to the library. She drank the cup of cold black tea in one gulp, and only then did she catch her breath. Although God did not give her any response, her anger had now calmed down. Isabella did not know anything about God, but she did. Zero looked out of the window and watched the busy figures under the tower. The feeling of controlling all living beings came back to her. After more than 200 years of experience, she had thought that there was nothing in this world that was worthy of her attention. However, after becoming the Pope, she realized that her understanding of the world was only superficial. Now, a new secret was placed in front of her, and eternal life was the best capital to pursue this secret. Zero faintly felt that she was the favored child chosen by God. Here comes the ship. A sail appeared at the end of the light gray sea line. There were no other merchant ships passing through here, so they could only see ships from Sleeping Island. Yes, Tilly responded softly. Her voice was barely audible when mixed with the noise of the sea crashing against the shoal. As she had her back to him, Roland could not see her expression. I have to go. Andrea sounded a little regretful. I quite like your territory. I don't know if I can make ice cream bread as delicious as it is here when I return to Sleeping Island. In addition to a bolt rifle, Roland also gave her the ice cream recipe. As long as there are eggs and milk, the taste won't be bad. When you come to Border Town. No, Neverwinter, I'll have something more delicious here. More delicious than ice cream? Andrea pressed down her flying blonde hair and smiled. My lord, you can't lie. I'll remember what you said. If you're so reluctant, you might as well stay here. Ashes spread out her hands and said, Princess Tilly certainly won't mind losing such a gluttonous fellow. Sleeping Island can't let you eat to your heart's content. Oh, really? There won't be any ice cream for you when we go back. Andrea glared at her. You can eat salted fish and drink fish soup every day. While the two were bickering, the sailboat gradually approached the coast. From the pink flag fluttering at the top of the mast, they could see that it was the charming beauty. Xavi summoned an invisible barrier and went back and forth between the shoal and the sailboat to carry the books and materials to the fjords little by little. The last to be carried were the 3 card-playing men and Princess Tilly. Just as Tilly stepped onto the barrier, Roland stopped her. What's wrong? She turned her head, her eyes surging with some complicated emotions. Roland was not good at saying goodbye, so he called her name subconsciously. Finally, he took a deep breath and said loudly, if you encounter any problems on Sleeping Island, you can tell me at any time. I'll also find a way to help you. Also, Neverwinter will always welcome you. After a while, Tilly revealed a faint smile and said, thank you, you too. Goodbye, everyone. Andrea and Xavi waved goodbye. Ashes didn't say anything, but she also waved at the two of them. After saying goodbye to the witches, the barrier carried the 4 people and quickly slid towards the beautiful woman. What's wrong? Can't bear to? Nightingale's voice came from behind. It's just a bit of a pity, that's all. More than 300 witches, it would be great if they could all move to the western region, Roland said, pretending to be relaxed. Yeah, that would make your sins even worse. Nightingale rolled her eyes at him. Ah, sin? Roland was startled. Why? Isn't the life here better than on Sleeping Island? Anna was also puzzled. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. She turned around and walked straight towards the hot air balloon. That's the most annoying thing. Looking at her back, Roland breathed a sigh of relief. After disappearing for 2 days, Nightingale seemed to have returned to her previous state, which finally made him feel relieved. Let's also go back. We still have a lot of things to do, Vendi said with a smile. Okay. Roland and Anna looked at each other and smiled. Holding each other's hands, they walked towards Cloud Gazer together. Returning to the office, Roland spread out his notebook and began to think about the development direction of his territory in the new year. There were undoubtedly 2 things that were most important at the moment. The first was to push Timothy off the throne to prevent him from using berserk pills to consume the kingdom's population potential. At the same time, he could also greatly expand his reputation and prepare for the unification of Grey Castle. The second was to digest Longsong's stronghold as soon as possible, so that Neverwinter could get on the right track as soon as possible. Regarding the former, he had discussed it many times with Iron Axe, Carter and Theo, who was far away in King's City. They decided to launch the spring offensive at the end of April, which was the end of this month. At that time, most of the cities would start to plow and sow. The professional First Army would not be affected by the plowing period, but it was different for the traditional nobles. At that time, a large number of people would be bound to the land, and no one would be willing to risk starving in the future to start a war. If the army suddenly appeared on the outskirts of King's City, it could completely catch the other side off guard. The steam engine factory, the ammunition factory, and the cement ship shed were all working overtime to produce war materials, and the logistics work was also running at full speed. Now that the city hall was well staffed, and this was not the first time the First Army had gone to war, both sides had a clear idea of what needed to be prepared and what needed to be done, so Roland was not too worried. Therefore, the focus of the work in the near future should be on absorbing the resources of Longsong's stronghold. Thinking of this, Roland summoned Barif to his office. Have you calculated the industries of Longsong's stronghold and the surrounding territories? He took out a small notebook he carried with him and said, "It's all here, Your Highness." The stronghold's income mainly comes from the mining and salt industries. Especially the former, there's a high-quality gemstone mine in the west of Longsong's stronghold near the impassable mountain range, which previously accounted for more than half of the stronghold's income. Gemstone mine? Roland was not interested in this kind of luxury. Doesn't the North Slope mine also produce raw gemstones? Why was the town so poor when I came here? It's different, Your Highness. Barif rubbed his hands and said, the gemstones in the North Slope mine are produced along with other mineral veins, so the quantity is very small, and after cutting them open, they may not necessarily be used as raw materials for jewelry. But the gemstone mine in Longsong Stronghold is different. Its rock walls are covered with colorful stones, and you can get a high-quality 5-color stone by knocking on it. If you transport it to King City, you can sell it for dozens of golden dragon. The output and quality of the gemstones in the North Slope mine are far superior. 5-color stone? Roland asked curiously, what does it look like? It looks a little transparent, and it doesn't have a fixed color. Under the sunlight, it can reflect different lusters, from light green to orange red. After it's cut, it can even show a variety of colors on the gemstone. Compared with ordinary rubies and sapphires, it's more like the crystallization of the sun. Barif paused. The 5-color stone of Grey Castle, the ice crystal of Everwinter, and the luminous stone of Dawn are the most sought-after jewelry among the nobles. It sounds very gorgeous, Roland thought. In the future, I will use it to make a ring for Anna. But for the construction of the people's livelihood, the gemstone mine has little significance. Are there any other mineral resources? The Maple Leaf family and the Wild Rose family each have an iron mine, Barif said, but the scale is not as large as the North Slope mine. What about the salt industry? There were many mines in the western region, so it was not surprising that mining was the pillar industry of Stronghold. However, it was the first time he had heard of the salt industry. Prince Roland knew nothing about local specialties, and Roland also thought that salt production was the main industry of coastal cities. Stronghold, the Elk family and the Honeysuckle family each have a salt well. In fact, the 3 wells are very close to each other, basically located at the border of the territory. I heard that more than 200 years ago, civil wars in the western region often broke out in this area, and the war lasted for nearly 50 years. Barav said while stroking his beard. And then the three nobles who took this place became the biggest winners in the western region? He asked with great interest, what's the output of these salt wells? In addition to supplying the western region, it will also be sold to Fallen Dragon Ridge, Redwater City, and small villages along the way. Barav flipped through the records in the notebook. It accounts for about 15% of the income of Stronghold. So little? Roland was surprised. The price of salt in the market is not low. It's too difficult to get salt out of the deep well. The director shook his head. I know a nobleman in Silver City who owns a salt well in his territory. The mouth of the well is only the size of a head and can't even fit a wooden bucket. When collecting salt, you must first pour water into the well. After the salt has melted into the water, you can scoop it up with a bamboo pole. Why not expand the mouth of the well? Barav showed a proud smile. Your Highness, because the location of the salt layer is too deep. If we dig according to the method of digging a well, I'm afraid that the inner wall will collapse before we dig too deep. According to him, that salt well has been mined since his grandfather's generation, and the depth of the well can almost reach the bell tower of King's City. I see, Roland thought. It seems that people in this era have chosen to collect salt by soaking brine due to the limited depth of the well. This is an effective method, but the process obviously has a lot of potential for improvement. Whether it is using the power of Lotus to improve the salt mine or using a steam engine to extract brine, the efficiency of collecting can be greatly improved. If Neverwinter could obtain an adequate supply of salt, it would not only bring great profits to Neverwinter, but also make the refined salt, which was healthier and tastier, available to every subject's home. After all, the salt they currently consumed was still coarse salt mixed with various impurities and foreign substances. I understand. Thinking of this, the prince nodded in satisfaction. You may leave now. Don't slacken your recruitment work. The months of demons have just passed, and the refugees who have lost their land should be in a predicament of having no food to eat. This is a good time to recruit people. I think the same as you, Your Highness. Barav put his hand on his chest and said, the new emissary delegation will be sent out soon. I think their harvest this time will be far greater than last year's. After the steward left, just as Roland was about to plan how to use the fortress's mineral resources, he heard a knocking sound coming from the window. He turned his head and saw a gray falcon perched on the windowsill with a piece of paper tied to its claw. Nightingale opened the window and let the messenger in. It was a confidential letter from the Longsong area, written by Perot Hull. Roland almost finished reading the contents of the letter and could not help but laugh. It turned out that after Nightingale returned to the border area with him, the anti-crime work there was suddenly difficult to carry out. There were all kinds of reports from the public, and it was difficult to distinguish which were true and which were fabricated rumors for the sake of the bounty. The number of people applying for jobs was less than half of the original number of rats. As the new Minister of Justice, Ren Med was overworked every day, but he could not suppress the rising forces of Blackstreet. If this went on, there was a risk that public security would deteriorate again. At the end of the letter, Perot wrote that he hoped His Highness could provide manpower and technical assistance. Although he did not mention names, Roland knew that he hoped that Nightingale and Vader could go and help the Earl of Elkdeer. He handed the letter to Nightingale, who frowned after reading it. He can't hold on any longer? Because he has no experience in fighting against rats. He established the Inferno gang in the past just to enjoy the war game of having hundreds of people respond to his call. If it's a game of cat and mouse, he won't be able to do it well. Roland smiled. I've expected this situation. Fighting against rats is a long process, and there will be repeated cases in the middle. But as long as we maintain the intensity of the fight and give them a better way to survive, they will disappear sooner or later. Once we get on the right track, it's not easy to get infected again. It's true for people and the city. Are you going to send me there? Nightingale sighed. Don't forget that the Longsong area and the border area are now one city, so we don't have to be so divided. He shrugged. Didn't they say at the enlargement meeting that one day we'll be able to have breakfast in the border area in the morning and deal with affairs in the Longsong area an hour later? You're the head of the security bureau, so you'll have to go back and forth between the two places to inspect the work in the territory. What will you do if I leave? She shook her head. Don't say that you won't be in danger. Timothy and the church will see you as a thorn in their side. If they send witches to assassinate you, only I can stop them. Roland wanted to say that he had the Godstone of retaliation, so ordinary witches would not be a threat to him. But then he realized that Nightingale might not care about that. Listen to me, I can't agree to anything you say. Bendy and Scroll will definitely be on my side. You're the most important person in the Witch Union. I'll go with you. Ahem, is that so? Nightingale suddenly choked, and then somewhat flustered, she turned her head to avoid his gaze and said, since the other party asked me to do this, only I can do it. The prince could not help but laugh. Take Summer with you. It's time for her to learn how to use her ability in practice. In addition, Sylvie and Soroya should also go with him. While exploring the mines, they should also set up an ID system. It would be better if they could also set up a low-level city hall. He wondered how the training of the nobles from Longsong Stronghold was going. 3 days later, Roland led the witches and the nobles from Longsong Stronghold to board a ship to the Longsong area. In the evening, the ship arrived at the inland port of Longsong district. Perrault, who had received the news, was already waiting there with his men. When they returned to the castle, a grand welcome banquet was held in the hall on the first floor. Roland's mentality had also changed since he had completely occupied Longsong Stronghold. Looking at the nobles at the banquet, he always felt that Perrault was treating him with his own money. After exchanging some pleasantries with the eldest son of the Honeysuckle family, he got to the point. Have those rats started to come out again? According to the reports we received, it seems so. Perrault made a gesture of invitation and led the prince to a corner of the hall. But compared with the organized Blackstreet groups, the criminals caught now are all individuals, such as theft, robbery, murder, and so on. Anyone who is caught is dragged to the square and sentenced to death by hanging. But you asked us to have conclusive evidence, so we only deal with a very small number of the reported criminals. It takes a lot of time just to verify the information, and... The eldest son of the Honeysuckle family paused. Recently, we have encountered a big problem. What kind of problem? Someone is openly resisting your policy, Your Highness. Perrault said worriedly, Count Med knows the details better. I'll let him tell you the details. Your Highness, the Elk family salutes you. After being summoned, Ren bowed to the prince and then began to explain what had happened. Recently, there has been a major incident in the North Street of the outer city. Well, according to Minister Vader, it should be called a serial murder case. Well, that's my own term. Roland suddenly became interested. Go on. Yes, Ren Med said in a low voice. Since 3 days ago, a resident has been killed in their home every night. The commonality of the victims is that they are all men, live alone, and have no family members. Most importantly, they have all reported their jobs to the city hall. The prince frowned. They are all regular workers? If handyman is a regular job, said the Earl of Elk, nodding, there is a picture left in the room of every murdered resident, a crown and a red cross, painted in blood. Because of this mark, I asked the city hall for confirmation and learned that their names were on the list of people who were going to build houses in the Redwater district. So you think their goal is sabotaging your recruitment plan, Your Highness, he replied. This matter has been publicized in North Street, saying that as long as you apply for a job in City Hall, you will be targeted by the killer. I think so too, Perrault chimed in. The number of applicants was lower than expected, and now almost no one dares to sign up on North Street. Now, there's an additional group of residents in City Hall who have changed their minds, saying that they're not feeling well and can't leave the city for the time being. They're hoping that the officials can strike off their names. Right now, the news is only circulating on North Street. If it spreads to other streets, it may adversely affect your construction plan. Roland thought for a moment and asked, haven't you found any clues about the murderer? Well. Ren opened his mouth and said after a long time, no one saw the murder scene, and we don't know where to start searching. Really? Roland was a little surprised. How did you solve this kind of thing before? Do you mean the patrol? The young Earl of Elk hesitated. As far as I know, they don't have a fixed method. If the victim's family appeals to the Lord, and the Lord decides to give justice to his people, they will try to pressure the black street gangs and force the rats to hand over the criminals. As for whether they are scapegoats or not, the patrol doesn't care. If it's a foreigner or a person living alone, they usually choose to turn a blind eye. This is so lawless, Roland thought to himself. In this way, the judicial power was almost equal to handing over to the rats. No wonder some people said that the rats were the other side of governing the city. In addition, there seemed to be no criminal investigation in this era. If there was no witness to the murder, it would most likely be an unsolved case. Of course, this was only limited to civilians. Nightingale had always been in the town, and the composition of the population was simple. All kinds of crimes were solved as soon as they happened, so he ignored this problem. René didn't say it out loud. Perhaps he thought that it was too much for him to ask for conclusive evidence before he could pronounce a sentence. But in any case, Roland would not allow a scapegoat to be used in his territory. I see. Starting tomorrow, the Security Bureau will take over this case. You just need to cooperate fully. Yes, thank you, Your Highness. Ren was overjoyed. After the banquet, Roland returned to the study on the top floor of the castle. Now the place had changed greatly. The surrounding bookshelves had been removed and replaced with soft reclining chairs, tea tables, and cushions. 2 big holes were knocked in the wall behind the desk, and transparent floor-to-ceiling windows were installed. Although it was not smooth and flawless crystal glass, the sense of openness was instantly raised to a higher level. Through the slightly mottled glass, Roland overlooked the stronghold shrouded in darkness and nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that Perrault was quite attentive to his orders. It was right to choose him as the agent. What are you going to do about this matter? Nightingale came out of the mist and sat cross-legged on the table. I won't deal with this matter. The prince smiled and shook his head. Now that the nobles have returned to Longsong, the first task tomorrow is to arrange for them to build a new second-level city hall. According to the model of border area, the departments and some people in charge will be divided. The sooner this system is established, the sooner Soroya can draw identification cards. I'll leave the crime fighting to you. Me? You're the person in charge of the Security Bureau. It's up to you to decide how to solve the case. You can use the entire police force of Neverwinter as you wish. Whether it's Vader or Ren, they can all be regarded as your subordinates. But didn't you always say that the power of the departments should be separated and the administrative status should be equal? Nightingale was puzzled. I don't quite understand how the city hall works, but this means that the Security Bureau is above it, right? We're going to catch all the criminals so that they won't dare to show their faces in Neverwinter again. Nightingale held Summer's shoulder and said in a clear voice. Yes. Lady Nightingale. Summer shrank back and said, but I'm going to bed now. It's still early. Let's think about tomorrow's countermeasure. Her eyes were sparkling. No one can escape from us, not even the most cunning mouse. By the way, you don't have to call me lady. The witches of the Union are used to calling each other sisters. Yes. Sister Nightingale. My God, Summer did not know why she, an ordinary townsman, would suddenly have to catch criminals. Wasn't that what the patrol team was supposed to do? Moreover, after returning from His Highness' study, Lady Nightingale. No, Sister Nightingale had been very excited. She had repeatedly said that she would catch the criminals with her own hands. It seems that she is indeed a witch who abhors evil. Summer sighed in her heart. But can I really help her? Thinking of this, she asked cautiously, what should we do? I've never caught a criminal before. Catching the murderer is my task. Nightingale patted her chest and said, you just need to recreate the murder scene and let everyone see who the real murderer is. You mean, recreate the moment when the criminal made his move? Summer hesitated. But how can I know when he made his move? Nightingale paused. You're right. How many times can you use this ability in a day? I've been practicing with Sister Vendi for a week. Now I can use it 4 times, but that should be my limit, Summer said dejectedly. My magic power is very limited. If I want to extend the duration of the illusion, the number of times will decrease. In addition, the duration can't exceed 2 days. Otherwise, the magic power consumption will increase greatly. How long does it last? Half, quarter of an hour. It's not enough. Nightingale paced back and forth beside the bed. If the replay doesn't include the prisoner, it'll be troublesome. She thought for a while. If I reduce the duration, can I try a few more times? It should be possible. But I don't know if I can do it, Summer muttered in a low voice. Sister Bendy said that as long as I control the magic power accurately, I can control the time when I use the ability. But every time I use the magic power, I always feel that it runs away quickly. It's a pity that Countess Spear isn't here. She looked a little regretful. In that case, let's deduce a time and try our luck. Try my luck? The other party laughed. My luck has always been good. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met His Highness Roland. At this point, her tone suddenly dropped. It's a pity that I'm a few days late. How could that be called good luck? A voice seemed to be shouting in Xia's heart. No matter how you look at it, this luck is unreliable. Not to mention a few days late, even if it's half an hour late, my ability will be meaningless. Oh, will I be able to catch the criminal tomorrow? Well, go to sleep. Nightingale blew out the candle. Darkness suddenly poured in through the window and filled the room. She answered with her head bowed. She climbed into the big bed and instantly felt that she was surrounded by a layer of soft bedding. Oh, God, is this the bed used by the nobles? It's too comfortable. Summer buried her head in the pillow that had no smell and felt the curve of her body slightly sink. Her whole body relaxed and soon, a deep sleepiness came over her. I wonder if the witches living in His Highness Castle can also have such a comfortable bed. If I sleep on it every day, I'm afraid I won't even be willing to get up in the morning. In a daze, she heard Nightingale whisper beside her. I'm his shield. Then, Xia fell asleep. The next day, just after dawn, she was woken up by Nightingale. Get up, we should go, Nightingale said in high spirits. Yes. Summer reluctantly got out of the bed, put on her coat, and followed Nightingale down to the first floor of the castle. In the hall, a tall brown-haired man was pacing back and forth. When he saw the two, he immediately came forward and saluted them with his hand on his chest. Hello, I'm Wren. Med, the Earl of Elk County. I've been waiting here under His Highness' order. You must be Lady Nightingale. May I know who this is? Summer, my assistant. Nightingale slightly raised her head. She's also a witch. Is that so? The man looked a little surprised, but soon nodded to Summer. That's great. With your help, the criminal will have nowhere to hide. Where are your men? They're all on standby outside the castle. Very good. Let them wait a little longer. I haven't had breakfast yet. Of course, please enjoy. Summer stared at the two without blinking until Nightingale turned to the dining room. Then she hurriedly followed her. Heavens, was that really Sister Nightingale just now? She had never seen her with such a dignified demeanor. No, dignified wasn't the right word, it was a kind of aloof and remote imposing manner, as if she was also a noble. That was definitely not something that could be seen in a commoner. And she was an earl. A very young earl. In Valencia, he was definitely the perfect man in the eyes of women. If it were Summer, she would probably be so nervous that she couldn't even speak in front of him. However, Nightingale didn't seem to care about this at all. She even kept him waiting. Isn't this not good? Summer cautiously asked the worry in her heart. Don't worry. His Highness said that in his territory, nobility is just a title. The Earl can't eat you. Nightingale smiled. Besides, the Security Bureau is a department with a higher status than City Hall. I'm his boss, why can't I let him wait for me? Summer suddenly felt that the figure of the woman in front of her had become unreachable. After breakfast, they left the castle and went to the scene of the crime. Just last night, another victim died in his home, but this time, it was at the junction of North Street and West Street. It's the fourth one, Nightingale frowned. And the location is also moving west. This shows that the murderer realized that if he always committed the crime in one block, the effect of spreading the news wouldn't be so ideal. Ren nodded. After all, the rats no longer exist. Not long after they walked into a muddy alley, the police officer leading the way stopped in front of a dilapidated wooden house. "Sir, this is it." Summer followed Nightingale into the wooden house, and her heart suddenly skipped a beat. She saw a man lying on his back on the floor. His neck had been cut open, and blood was flowing all over the floor. On the wall facing the door, there was a dark red cross crown mark, and a strong smell of blood assailed her nostrils. "Is this the first time you've seen such a scene?" Ren came over with concern. "Go outside and get some fresh air." No, Summer saw that Nightingale had squatted beside the body and was examining the wound calmly. She could still act as if nothing had happened in the face of such a bloody scene. Summer had to hold on and at least not embarrass her. Much better. When was he found?" Nightingale turned around and asked. "At dawn this morning, the surrounding residents rushed out to fetch water before dawn and found his body. The door was left open, as if deliberately showing it to others." Ren briefly explained, "If it was in the past, I'm afraid we would have to wait 2 or 3 days to receive the news. But recently, City Hall has offered a reward for tip-offs, so someone immediately reported it to City Hall." "What's the identity of the deceased?" "Shovel, Friedman." Ren looked around at the furnishings in the house. "Nothing." "Well, he should have been a rat before." "Did anyone see him at night?" I asked. "No." "What about the noise?" "No one heard it." "To kill such a big man, there should be some noise." Nightingale frowned. "Even if his throat was cut, he wouldn't die immediately. Beating the floor or struggling before death should have caused a lot of noise." "Are you sure they're not lying?" "This shouldn't be." Ren hesitated. "After a murder, the residents here are in a panic. Besides, helping the police catch the murderer will give them extra rewards. They have no reason to lie." "Well, you call all the people around here, and I'll ask them myself." "And Summer?" Nightingale looked at her assistant. "Yes." The assistant trembled. "Go to the castle and call Soroya over." Okay." Summer hurried out of the door and ran to the castle. For some reason, she felt that Nightingale was beautiful when she gave orders. Her every move revealed a strong self-confidence. No wonder His Highness entrusted her with the responsibility of safety. When they returned to the alley, in addition to Soroya, there were 2 more people beside Xianxia. "How could you not call me for this kind of thing?" Lightning flew into the room and shouted, "His Highness is so biased." "Cuckoo." Maggie followed closely behind. "They insisted on coming," Summer said timidly. "When I'm not around, shouldn't you protect His Highness Roland?" Nightingale raised her eyebrows. "This isn't an adventure game." "Don't worry, with Sylvie here, no one can easily get close to him," Lightning winked. "And His Royal Highness is about to convene a meeting of the nobles. What kind of danger could he encounter in the castle hall?" It was really inconceivable. Xianxia thought, how could these 2 people be so indifferent in the face of a bloody and terrible murder scene? Especially Lightning, who was obviously a few years younger than Roland, but her eyes were unexpectedly filled with a trace of excitement. God, after becoming a witch, what did they experience in the end? This is... Ren and the other policemen stared at the woman and the bird floating in the air, their eyes wide. "They're also witches," Nightingale said grumpily. "Anyway, you have to go back before the meeting is over, understand?" "Oh." Lightning pouted. Did you ask me to come here just to draw this corpse?" Soroya was the last to enter the room. Xianxia noticed that her complexion was not much better than his, so he calmed down a little. "No, it's to draw the murderer." Nightingale closed the door and explained the arrest plan to everyone. "With the murderer's portrait, we can post it in the square for a reward. This should be the fastest way to find him." The Earl of the Elk family gasped. "You mean, this witch? Miss Summer can recreate the murder?" "Not necessarily. Due to the time limit of the illusion, we still need some luck. You'll see in a moment." Nightingale nodded to Xianxia. "Let's start." "Okay." The latter closed her eyes and followed her instructions, placing the first flashback between midnight and dawn. In the darkness, magic power gushed out from her fingertips and intertwined, gradually forming a clear image: a wooden board, a bed, a table, a room. In her mind, a new room was formed. The dead man was lying on the ground, blood flowing along the uneven soil, and the door that should have been locked was pushed open. Is this the ability of a witch? It's unbelievable. God, these illusions are so realistic. I can't believe it's the power of the devil. Shoo. Shut up. The whispers of the police came from all around. It seems that he's already dead. Summer felt someone patting her on the shoulder. It was Nightingale. Don't waste your magic power. Let's change to the next time. When the second flashback was about midnight, the figure on the floor suddenly disappeared and the dead man appeared on the bed, sleeping soundly. Does this mean he died within the time indicated in the two illusions? Ran asked doubtfully. Yes, from midnight to 3 o'clock, this 1.5 hours is the perfect time for the murderer to act. I see. Miss Summer's ability can't last too long, so she's likely to miss the murder scene. That's why you said we need a little luck. That's right, Nightingale replied. Considering that it takes a long time to leave a mark after the murder, let's recreate the scene close to 3 o'clock. Xianxia nodded, exhaled, and performed her ability again. She controlled the flashback point to be between 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock. Her magic power surged toward the empty wall and created a standing stranger. He was gesturing something on the wall with a blood-stained sheet. It seems that I found it, Nightingale smiled. My luck is really good. Is this the murderer, Ku? He looks ordinary. I thought he'd at least be a burly man, Lightning said disappointedly. We can only draw his profile. Soroya looked at the wall. Is there any way to make him turn around? Summer, I'll leave it to you, Nightingale ordered. Yes. She knew what to do without Summer's explanation. The last illusion moved forward a little more than a quarter of an hour. This time, everyone clearly saw the murderer's true appearance. He strangled the shovel with a rope, dragged the man to the floor, and then took out a dagger to slit the man's throat. The shovel didn't resist during the whole process, as if it were in a deep sleep. Ren seemed to realize something and turned to look at the water tank in the corner of the room. He was filled with dreamland water? Should be right, Nightingale nodded. That's why the victim didn't make any noise. His throat was cut open just to dip in the blood. He was already dead before that. Sir. I've seen this man before. A policeman suddenly said. What? The two instantly turned to look at him. The policeman swallowed and said, his name is Mons. He used to be a patrol member. I've dealt with him before. Do you know where he lives? Ren asked. It seems to be in the inner city. West Street, near the Sheep Tavern. Good, we don't even have to look for him. It seems that luck is on our side, Nightingale sneered. He can't escape. Let's go. When they arrived at the Sheep Tavern, they quickly found out the exact location of Mon's residence. I'll go in and check out the situation first. You guys go in from the front door. Summer, keep an eye on Lightning and Maggie. Don't let them in, Nightingale ordered. She then spread out the mist and disappeared in front of everyone. In the world of black and white, the lines that formed the contours of all things twisted. She easily found a non-existent gap in the wall and jumped through it. The furnishings in the house were very simple, not much better than Shovel's house. It seemed that Mons had been living a hard life ever since he lost his job as a patrol member. Everything within her field of vision was clear, which proved that there were no annoying godstones of retaliation nearby. Nightingale quickly found her target in the bedroom. A man was curled up in bed, snoring loudly. His coat cuffs were still stained with blood, hanging around the bed. Nightingale returned to the living room and opened the door. The police swarmed in and pinned Mons, who had just woken up, down on the bed and tied him up. Who are you? Let me go, he shouted in horror. You're under arrest for multiple murders, Mons. Ren stepped forward and slapped him twice to silence him instantly. How dare you go against His Highness? Hanging you at the city gate would be too easy for you. I didn't. didn't? The Earl of the Elk family changed the slaps to fists. With two muffled sounds, Mons opened his mouth in pain. His mouth was full of blood, and one of his front teeth was missing. We saw your murder last night. What else do you have to say? You used dreamland water to stun Shovel. You didn't want the blood to splash on you. You hung him first and then cut his throat. You're pretty good. Mons' eyes were filled with disbelief and deep fear. Killing the rats in charge of the declaration and drawing the crossed crown with blood. Whose idea was that? Nightingale picked up a glass bottle from the bedside table, which was half filled with a light blue liquid. Dreamland water isn't cheap, and after the rats have been wiped out, it won't be easy to buy this kind of thing again. If you tell me the truth, you might be able to live. Ren clenched his fist. Otherwise, I'll let you taste the wrath of a noble. Nightingale did not stop him, even though she knew Earl Elk was lying. As His Royal Highness had said, the safety of the territory was the most important, and those who destroyed it should be taught a lesson. While Mons was still hesitating, the fist landed on his body again. This time, it was the abdomen and ribs. Ren, who had gone through the knight's training, was very precise in his control of strength. He could inflict unbearable pain on the target without inflicting fatal damage. I was wrong, my lord, please let me go. It was a fellow from the inner city who told me to do this. Every time I killed a person, he would give me 4 golden dragons as a reward. He also said that this way, the people would resent the police and think that the black uniformed police were unable to protect everyone, and that the patrol team could be rebuilt. Mons broke down. He was not a strong-willed man, or rather, a strong-willed man would never serve as a patrol member who robbed others, nor would he take 4 lives for a few golden dragons. Nightingale thought that perhaps before he did this, he would never have thought that he would be targeted by the Ministry of Justice so quickly, let alone that someone could find him in a big city with a population of 20,000 in just 4 days. He wept bitterly as he explained the whole story, blood and snot all over his collar. I don't know how he found me. The first time we met was in a tavern. He gave me this bottle of dreamland water and said that as long as I did what he said, I could get a lot of money. I had no savings at that time, and the police didn't accept my application. I hated him, so I did it. The police will never accept a scum like you, Ren spat. Do you know his name or identity? Nightingale asked. I don't know. You're lying. I really don't know. Nightingale looked at Renee, and the latter immediately understood. He raised his hand and punched a few more times. This lady is a witch, and her ability is to distinguish lies. Lying in front of her, I think you must be tired of living. Don't test our patience. No, my lord, I'm just not sure, Mons screamed. Because he never told me his name or identity. What do you mean by not sure? I also wondered why he was so generous. He didn't look like a noble. 2 days ago, he came in a hurry, and his clothes were a little strange, like a coat on top of a coat. He gasped. And the coat seemed to be a uniform. I also saw a petal-shaped emblem on his collar. A petal-shaped emblem? Nightingale and Ren looked at each other. The emblem of the honeysuckle family? That's why I'm not sure. Everyone knows that the whole family is the Lord's supporter. How could they secretly oppose Lord Wimbledon? Mons lowered his head and said. Perrault is definitely not that kind of person. Someone else must be playing tricks, Ren said with certainty. Anyway, they meet every day. Why don't we set a trap and let that guy come in? It seemed that this was the only way. Instead of making wild guesses, it was better to capture Mons when he asked for payment. Then everything would be clear. Nightingale nodded, but in her heart, she felt that she had overlooked something. Mons didn't lie, and all the information was true. What's wrong? Sister Nightingale, are you done yet? Lightning shouted outside the door. The meeting is almost over, Coo. We have to go back, Coo. Considering that the arrest would inevitably be violent, she deliberately asked the 3 of them to stay outside. Hearing the word meeting from Maggie, Nightingale's mind went blank. Wait. His Highness is having a meeting with the nobles in the hall to discuss the establishment of the new city hall. this meant that he did not have any guards with him, and the closest one was also outside the hall. If this person was really a member of the honeysuckle family, he could certainly enter the castle and the hall on the first floor without any hindrance. However, he definitely could not set foot on the second and third floor, which belonged to His Highness, and she was not with His Highness Roland. Lightning. Nightingale no longer cared about the Earl of Elkin Mons. She rushed out of the house, grabbed Lightning's shoulder, and shouted, "Take me back to the castle. His Highness may be in danger." "Ah? Okay, hold on to me." Although the latter was extremely surprised, she did not ask any more questions. Instead, she directly carried Nightingale on her back and flew straight to the castle district. When carrying a heavy load, Lightning's altitude would be greatly reduced, but she could still maintain a speed of about 100 kilometers per hour. Flying above the street, it would only take her half a minute to reach the destination. Nightingale hoped that she was overthinking, but the more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. The murders started 3 days ago, which happened to be the day when Perrault's letter for help arrived in the border area. If the real purpose of the murderer was to use these cases to attract everyone's attention and lead her away from Roland, it would be terrible. For a moment, Nightingale felt that the whole black and white world trembled. Out of the mist, the scene in front of her returned to normal. The darkness of the god's stone disappeared, and her heart, which was about to jump out of her chest, retreated. The man on the ground was not Roland, but a guard whom she had never seen before. He was wearing the uniform of the honeysuckle family, and there was a dark red mark on his chest, which looked like a gunshot wound. "Why are you here?" A familiar voice sounded beside her. She turned her head and saw that the speaker was Roland. He was surrounded by several guards in a corner of the hall, so she did not notice him when she rushed into the room. Nightingale opened her mouth and found that her throat was very hoarse, and her hands and feet were cold and numb. Her body was very weak, as if she had survived a disaster. At this time, the only thing she wanted to do was to hug Roland tightly, but she knew that she could not do so. There were other nobles here. If she wanted to be independent of the security bureau and the strong shield of the territory, she could not be too close to him in front of everyone. Although her head clearly told her that she could not do so, her body could not help but walk toward Roland. She spread out the mist, passed through the guards, and hugged him tightly. There was a sudden cry of surprise. Obviously, no one could understand why a witch suddenly appeared and disappeared again without saying a word. In the mist, she tightly stuck her arms to the prince's back, buried her head in his chest, and listened to his heartbeat, as if this was the only way to prove that everything was just a false alarm. Roland seemed to realize something. He clapped his hands to the nobles and said, "Everyone, go to the dining room and enjoy lunch. Don't leave the castle for the time being. The meeting will continue in the afternoon." When only the prince's guards, Perrault, Sylvie, and Lightning were left, he asked, "Is the murderer related to this assassination?" Nightingale gradually calmed down. She reluctantly took 3 steps back and revealed herself. Pretending that she had never been near the prince, she said, "Yes, when I found out that the mastermind behind the criminal was a guard of the honeysuckle family, I immediately rushed over." She recounted what she had seen and what Mons had confessed. "I didn't expect that the enemy's real purpose was to lure us away and find an opportunity to strike. Luckily, you're safe and sound. To be able to plan this far, taking into account the timing of my visit and the witches," Roland sighed, "this person is really wasted as an assassin." Perrault immediately knelt down on one knee and said, "Your Highness, I really don't know who he is." "Rise, for you have said so, and I do not like to inflict blame," he interrupted, "but you are equally at fault. You have been negligent in the servants of the castle, and in the defense of the outskirts." Perrault opened his mouth and finally lowered his head. "I'm guilty. Investigate his identity and background. I want to know the results now." "Yes, Your Highness." After the eldest son of the honeysuckle family left, Nightingale asked about the situation in her heart. What was the situation at that time? "It was a close shave," Roland smiled. "Thanks to Sylvie's warning. But then again, he chose to do it in the conference hall, so he was already at a disadvantage." After listening to the prince's story, she finally understood the process of the assassination. But in fact, it was not as easy as he had described. Although weapons were not allowed in the hall, the enemy had hidden a dagger in his clothes. In addition, he was indeed a castle guard, so no one searched him and he was directly allowed to enter the hall. If there was any mistake made by the assassin, it was that he carried a god stone of retaliation. It was very normal for the guards to wear a god stone of retaliation, but it was particularly conspicuous in the hall. In order not to interfere with Sylvie's observation, all the nobles attending the meeting had taken off their god stone of retaliation. The sudden appearance of a black hole made Sylvie notice him. When he walked towards His Highness, Sylvie immediately warned him. Although Roland said the following scene in a very relaxed manner, Nightingale still broke out in a cold sweat. The hall was about 20 meters long and wide. From the time the enemy heard the warning and started to run to the long table, only a few breaths of time had passed. His Highness had just pulled out his revolver and removed the safety when the dagger had already pierced his body. The place that was hit was the back of the waist. Nightingale, who had experienced assassination training, naturally knew that compared to the chest and the head, the waist was extremely difficult to defend. Once it was injured, the severe pain could immediately make the target lose the ability to resist, and the next step would probably be to cut the blood vessels in the neck. Fortunately, His Highness Roland was wearing a protective suit specially made by Soroya, so the dagger could not penetrate the coating and could not stop his next move. The gun was fired almost at the assassin's body, and the loud roar made the scene a mess. Two 12mm bullets directly took away the enemy's life. Nightingale knew how thrilling the process was. If His Highness had not removed the safety in a panic, and if the gun had not been fired smoothly, the consequences would have been unimaginable. She turned her head and glared at Lightning. Lightning immediately lowered her head and looked like she was admitting her mistake. "Your Highness, I've found out the truth." Perrault walked into the hall again. "His name is Xiao. He's not a native of the western region, but he used to be a castle guard for Duke Ryan." "Duke Ryan?" Roland frowned. "Why did you choose such a person as a guard?" "He's just an ordinary guard. At that time, every family lost a lot of men, so I chose those who had little to do with the Duke. This has always been Stronghold's practice." Perrault said. "I don't think it's possible that he carried out the assassination to avenge the Duke." "He's not lying," Nightingale thought. After the fall of a great noble, apart from the subordinates who had been enfeoffed with lands and titles, the rest of the people were also resources in the eyes of the other nobles. For those who were divided, it was just like a change of master. Since the Honeysuckle family had surrendered to His Highness Roland a long time ago, and Stronghold had always been managed by Perrault, this group of people had not been investigated. "How many people with such backgrounds are there?" Roland asked. "You've also used people from the Wild Rose, Maple Leaf, and Wolf families?" "Only 3 or 4 outside the castle." Perrault nodded. The servants, subjects, and serfs of the other 3 families were assigned to the Honeysuckle family and the Elk family. "I promise they won't appear in Stronghold." "Well, I don't care about those people, but in the castle area, even the guards on the periphery must be chosen from your family. Do you understand? As for the guards in the castle, I'll arrange them myself." "Yes, Your Highness." Following Roland back to the office, Nightingale whispered, "I failed to protect you." "No, you did a good job." Roland shook his head and said, "Think about it, why did this assassin named Xiao attack me in the conference hall?" "Because he knew that I was protected by a witch, and this witch was extremely powerful. If he didn't transfer her away, he would have no chance at all. The more arrangements he made, the more flaws he had, so in the end, he could only attack with a small dagger. But he almost succeeded. It can't be considered a success if he didn't kill me on the spot, and your existence limited this possibility." He smiled. "If not for you, what would he have done?" "He would have waited patiently for an opportunity to launch a fatal attack. As long as he lurked in the castle, there would always be such an opportunity. So, you have protected me very well. In fact, the safer the territory is, the safer I am." This is not comforting. Nightingale thought, His Highness really thinks so. This made her feel a surge of warmth in her heart, and the original uneasiness of self-blame dissipated. "I understand. But you can't let go of Lightning and Maggie this time." What about them?" "When I'm not here, they should be by your side to guard against potential enemies." Nightingale said bluntly, for example, in today's situation, as long as lightning flew you, the assassin could not hurt you at all. She's just more lively. No. If Vendi and Scroll were here, they would definitely agree with me. If I don't let them feel that they are wrong, what if something really happens next time? Well. The prince touched his chin and thought for a while. I understand. Then I'll punish them to stay in the house and not go out until they finish 3 sets of comprehensive mathematics, physics, and chemistry exercises. How about that? Nightingale could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The comprehensive exercises, the mathematics part was still okay, but the elementary physics and chemistry were even scarier than the basic principles of nature. Just looking at the first page was enough to make people sleepy, especially those weird formulas and diagrams, which were no different from the spells in legendary stories. If it were her, she would probably never be able to go out. But thinking that it was his suggestion, he couldn't take it back, so he made up his mind and nodded. In this way, they should realize their mistake. The afternoon meeting continued. Nightingale guarded behind Roland until dusk. The general framework of the second-level city hall and the first-generation candidates were finally decided. Perot Hull was appointed as the chief executive officer of the Longsong area. In addition to managing the city hall, he was also the Minister of Finance. His father, Earl Hull, was the Minister of Construction. He was the biggest winner among the nobles in Stronghold. Even Nightingale sighed inwardly. His Royal Highness really did not blame the Honeysuckle family for the assassination. This could be considered as an extremely fair and benevolent performance among the lords. As for the heads of other departments, some outstanding nobles were appointed. They used to be baron or knight and were not qualified to participate in high-level government affairs. They were very excited about His Royal Highness' appointment and expressed their willingness to serve His Royal Highness for the rest of their lives. Although it sounded like the truth, Nightingale knew that once the situation changed and Timothy and the church overwhelmed the western region, they were likely to forget their vows. Before the meeting was adjourned, His Royal Highness emphasized 2 employment principles. The department could use family manpower, but the proportion should not exceed 30%. At the same time, the files should be sent to the Superior City Hall for filing. The other point was that regardless of whether or not family manpower was used, the salary would be paid by the City Hall. Anyone who violated this rule would be punished as a criminal. Nightingale was not interested in these contents and kept yawning. She only cheered up when she saw Maggie fly into Longsong Castle with Earl Spear on her back. After the dinner, they followed Earl Elk to Xiao's residence. It was an ordinary bungalow in the castle district. The room was so clean that not even a piece of paper was left. Obviously, Xiao was prepared and had destroyed all evidence before the operation. Xiao needs to stay in the castle district during the day, so we only need to reproduce what happened at night, the prince told Summer. I need to check everything he did from the time he contacted the former patrol member, Mons, to today in this room. I want every scene. Countess Spear summoned a magic channel and connected Maggie and Summer together. Summer, who had temporarily gained enough magic power, began to retrace the details of every night. Xiao seemed to come back to life. Sometimes he sat by the fireplace, meditating, and sometimes he wrote something on a piece of paper. Soroya recorded all of this. On the 4th day, he sat by the fireplace as usual, but this time there was an emblem in his hand. Wait. I think I've seen this thing before. Roland's voice sounded a little surprised. Draw it and let me see. The emblem was quickly drawn on the paper with a magic pen. It was about the size of a thumb and was a round gem polished into the shape of a button. Both sides were engraved with the standard symbol of a tower and a spear, which was a typical royal emblem. Is he Timothy's man? Nightingale couldn't help asking. Roland frowned and said nothing, as if he was thinking about something. After a long time, he shook his head slightly. No, this is a token of Wimbledon 3. You mean, your father? Ran asked in surprise. Isn't the king already under the control of Prince Gerald? Perot was also surprised. When I was a child, I saw this emblem on the desk of Wimbledon 3 and asked him what it was. He said that each gem represented a warrior loyal to the royal family, and the more gems there were, the more stable the throne of Wimbledon would be. Her Highness sighed. It seems that Xiao is the secret pawn the king placed beside Duke Ryan to monitor the movements of the entire western region. Then why did he attack you? Ren was puzzled. Maybe Timothy found the list of gems and passed down the assassination order. For them, the emblem means everything. No matter what order it is, they will carry it out. I see. Nightingale looked at the assassin formed by the magic illusion. He stared at the emblem for a long time and finally threw the gem into the fireplace. He looked a little disappointed but at the same time relaxed. Perhaps in Xiao's eyes, this order also meant freedom. However, after figuring out the reason, Roland didn't show a relaxed expression. Instead, he looked at the fireplace with a solemn expression and didn't look away for a long time. Late at night, after Summer fell asleep, Nightingale quietly sneaked into Roland's room. Ever since she was scolded by Vendi, she hadn't done so again. However, today's assassination had made her feel unsettled, and without Vendi and Anna in the castle, she felt less restrained. Looking at the sleeping Roland Wimbledon, she slipped out of the mist and quietly walked to the bedside. She leaned over and kissed his forehead. When Roland got up from his bed, the sky was already bright. He put on his coat and walked to the window. The white buildings had revealed their respective colors. The red tiles and gray walls mixed together to form a vibrant mix of colors. Although it was still very cold indoors, facing the sun, he could feel a little warmth. The ground had turned into snow. He walked into the office that had been transformed from a study. Today's breakfast was on the table, a fried egg, 2 pancakes, and a cup of hot water. Just like in the small town, Nightingale had obviously prepared it for him. "Thank you," Roland said to the empty recliner. "How did you know I was here?" Nightingale's figure gradually emerged. "You wouldn't sit if you could lie down." He smiled and put the egg between the 2 pancakes and brought it to his mouth. "And the back of the chair is sunken. It would be strange if I didn't know." "No, I also like to sit." She flashed and appeared directly beside the desk. She turned over and sat on the edge of the table. "For example, here. This set of movements is so smooth that I can never get tired of watching it," Roland thought. Especially the process of escaping into the fog and then coming out in a flash. It was like a space jump. "You seem to be in a good mood. Did you have a good dream?" She raised her eyebrows. "Well, it was a good dream." "That's good." Roland swallowed the egg burger in a few bites. "Today you have to follow me." "Because of the assassination?" "Yes." He became serious. If the gem list was really used by Timothy, there may be other hidden pawns in the western region, and we can't check everyone. These loyal and resourceful people of the royal family should not be wasted on assassinations. They could have been placed in more promising positions to display their abilities. Thinking of this, Roland further strengthened his determination to eradicate Timothy's forces as soon as possible. "As you wish, Your Highness." Nightingale smiled. "Where are we going today?" "The mine and the salt well. This is also one of the main reasons I came here." After summoning Perrault and the relevant personnel to the castle, the inspection team marched out of the city. Although Roland was more interested in the iron mines of the Maple Leaf and the Wild Rose families, the gem trade was the pillar industry of the Longsong area and it was the closest to the stronghold. Therefore, the first stop of his inspection was the famous 5-colored gem mine. Because of the melting snow, the ground had become extremely muddy. Carriages were unable to pass through, so the group could only slowly travel on horseback. It took them half the morning to reach the edge of the impassable mountain range. Roland was once again convinced of the truth that if one wanted to be rich, one had to build roads first. There was not even a single hard surface that led to the mining area. Once it rained, it would be impossible to transport the ore, no matter how high the output was. The mineral vein was located in a natural cave. After passing through a short narrow passage, the interior suddenly became wide and spacious. Nearly 100 rosin torches could only illuminate the interior of the cave. Roland looked up and asked, "Is this cave formed naturally?" "Yes, Your Royal Highness," Petrov nodded. "Rumor has it that it was discovered by accident. Originally, there was a smooth rock wall here, but more than 300 years ago, there was an earthquake, and the rock wall collapsed, revealing the current cave entrance." At first, the local hunters only used this place as a shelter from the rain. Later, as they explored deeper, they discovered the five-colored gem. You know it very well, Roland said with a smile. These stories are well known in the western region. Perrault beckoned a man to come closer. His name is Denver Crane, and he's the manager of this mine. You can ask him about the details. Are you Duke Ryan's man? No, Your Highness, the Crane family doesn't belong to any lord. The man called Denver bowed. He was about 30 years old, but he spoke like a calm old man. We've lived around this mine for generations. The hunter who discovered it was also one of our ancestors. Our family has served 3 dukes, and we've drawn maps of the mine that are as tall as a person. No one knows the mine like the back of their hand. Roland could see that he was very proud of his knowledge. Even in front of the Prince of Grey Castle, he could still speak with assurance. Moreover, his steady temperament was particularly outstanding. Coupled with his fitting black uniform, he looked like an old butler of a 1,000-year-old family in the movies. Since this group of people had passed Nightingale's inspection before they set out, Roland was not worried that he was a spy. Why is there no one mining in the mine now? Because the months of demons have just ended, Your Highness, Denver answered without hesitation. The snow in the mountains melts and flows into the mountains. Although there are drainage ditches and catchment wells in the mine, the speed of collecting water is much faster than people carrying it. The vein at the bottom of the mine is temporarily inaccessible. According to previous practices, normal mining can only be done in the summer. Is it the same for the iron mines in the territories of Maple Leaf and Wild Rose? I've never been there, but I heard that the iron mines of the 2 families are located on higher ground. The mine tunnels extend upward, which is much better than here. But if you want to resume production, you'll have to wait at least a month. It seems that you need to set up a few more steam engines to help pump water. Roland shrugged. Steam engine? What's that? Denver looked puzzled. A machine that can keep the mine running all year round. The prince could not help but smile. You still need to learn a lot about mining. Denver did not seem to believe him. His lips moved, but he did not refute. Roland did not take it seriously. He was very familiar with the railway car and the supporting steam engine pumping and traction system in the North Slope mine. He had even sold a set to the mining tycoon in Silver City. Sooner or later, the mine would be replaced with a more efficient steam engine. However, he was not interested in gems, so he would definitely focus on the iron mines. In that case, let's go to the next inspection site. Roland turned and said. Wait, Your Highness. This is a small gift from the Crane family. Denver probably did not expect the prince to leave immediately. He hurriedly took 2 steps forward, took out a small wooden box from his bosom, and handed it to Roland. Oh? Roland took the wooden box with great interest and opened the lid. There were 2 sparkling and resplendent gems lying in the box. The light from the torches caused the gems to reflect an overlapping red and green brilliance. It was so dazzling that it was a little dazzling. He could not help but be stunned. This is the multicolored stone? Yes, Your Highness. They are the best of the purest gems, and also the family's collection from 100 years ago. Denver put his hand on his chest and said, The Crane family is honored to serve the new master of the western region. Roland did not listen to the second half of the other party's words. His attention was completely focused on the gemstone. This light was too familiar. Even though he knew nothing about minerals, he had heard of the famous name of this type of stone. When the diaspora reached the gemstone grade, it would refract a brilliant light due to its extremely high fiery color. At the same time, it had a very strong multicolor property. Unlike other color-changing gemstones that could change from one color to another, it could refract multiple colors at the same time. The most obvious one was the mixture of red and green. It was no wonder that the locals gave it the name of multicolored. When Berev introduced it to him, Roland immediately thought of this stone when he saw it with his own eyes. In addition, when diaspora lost water, it would turn into corundum. The gemstone level of corundum was the famous ruby and sapphire. Compared with the former, the latter was more famous. But what excited him was not the gemstone itself. After a long time, the prince closed the wooden box and asked excitedly, "What about the residues dug out from the mine?" "You mean the gravel dug out from the mine?" "Yes, not just the stones, but also the mud." "How did you dispose of the waste?" "They were all dumped at the foot of the mountain after they were shipped out." Denver did not seem to understand the meaning of the prince's question. "Your Highness, please rest assured. We have carefully screened these ores. They are either of poor quality, or they were broken during the mining process and can no longer be polished into gemstones. The most experienced veterans in the family were in charge of the screening process. It was impossible to miss anything." "You're wrong." Roland shook his head with a smile. "Those things are probably the real treasures." "What?" Denver was stunned, and the others looked quite surprised as well. It seemed that they could not associate mud with treasures. But he could not explain it, because in this era, it was difficult to even make steel, let alone refine aluminum. The main component of diaspora was alumina, and it was also an associated product of bauxite. The discovery of diaspora probably meant that this place was rich in aluminum, and the soil and rocks could be used as raw materials to refine aluminum. As the most abundant metal element in the earth, aluminum was more abundant than iron and could be found almost everywhere. In other words, Lucia could also decompose a small amount of aluminum from a random stone dug out of the ground. It was just that it was not cost-effective to use it for industrial refining. Therefore, only places rich in aluminum could be mined. For example, the cave in front of them. Roland called Perrault aside and asked in a low voice, "How has the Crane family managed the gemstone mine for the past 200 years? What I mean is, how did the previous lords pay them?" "I've checked the accounts left behind by Osmond Ryan. The method of payment is very simple. Every year, the Crane family can choose a box of lesser gemstones from the gemstones they collect as payment. It's basically the same as weighing wheat." Perrault explained, "The square box is about the length and width of a palm, and the depth is about half a palm. As long as the lid is closed, you can put as many pills as you want. Of course, the rarest gems must be handed over to the Lord." In other words, the two treasures he gave me just now weren't the best? In terms of quality, it is indeed the best. He wouldn't dare to lie to you about this, but you also know that the bigger the gem, the more expensive it is. You've also received gifts from him, haven't you? Roland looked at the eldest son of the honeysuckle family with interest. The latter replied awkwardly, "Yes, Your Highness. I'll give the gemstones to you when I return." "Keep them, I don't care about that," the prince said carelessly. "I'm just curious, who can guarantee that the payment is true? What if the family secretly takes more during the mining process? Unless they turn the mansion upside down, they won't be able to find out anything, right? Every batch of ore is transported out of the mine and screened, and even if the Cran family steals, they won't do it too obviously. This is a mutual check and balance. They're afraid that the Lord will find out and punish them, and the Lord won't be able to find so many people who know the mine like the back of their hand." Perrault paused. "Besides, even if it's our own people, who can guarantee that they won't steal?" "I see." Roland nodded. "Then continue according to this rule. But in addition to the 5-colored stone, I also want the gravel and mud dug out. When I return, I'll make a preliminary collection plan for you. First, carry it out according to the requirements." "Your Highness, this mud, is it really more precious than the gemstones?" "It depends on whose hands it's in," the prince replied. What was aluminum? It had countless uses. Its low density and corrosion resistance were already half of the industrial production sky, and it was also an essential key material for aviation technology. Although aluminum refining was troublesome, and the electrolysis equipment required an astronomical amount of electricity for Neverwinter, with Lucia's help, they could always save up some. By then, some miraculous weapons in this era, such as large airships, could also be produced. Roland had originally planned to focus on the 2 iron mines, but now it seemed that he had to adjust his plan slightly. It was completely dark when he returned to the castle after inspecting the remaining 2 mines and a salt well. After dinner, Roland could not wait to take out a pen and paper and start to plan the use of the new resources. First, the steam engine. Whether it was the drainage of the mines, hauling, or extracting brine from the salt well, the steam engine could double the efficiency. Now that the Maple Leaf and Wild Rose families had been destroyed, he planned to transfer a group of skilled workers from the North Slope mine and hire a large number of workers from the Longsong area to start the operation of the two new iron mines. The ore could be hauled back to the border area for smelting. As for the gemstone mine, Roland needed to wait for Lucia to go to Longsong to test the aluminum content in each tunnel before arranging the next mining direction. Another important point was the salt well. It was close to what Roland had expected. In addition to using the steam engine to pump water to increase the output, the only thing left to do was to remove the impurities. Considering the complex geological composition, he decided to take a tube of brine from each well back to the border area and hand it over to the chief alchemist, Xianxia, to study the specific steps of removing impurities. After figuring out the process, he would set up a factory on the spot to produce salt on a large scale. Of course, the salt industry, like grain, should also be monopolized by the city hall. The Elk and Honeysuckle family salt wells could receive technical support from Neverwinter, but the salt produced must be sold to the city hall at the stipulated market price, and they could not be sold to other cities for profit. If they could obtain a large amount of salt at a low price, it would undoubtedly open up a new trade route for Neverwinter. The charming beauty slowly approached the dock. When Tilly walked out of the cabin, she saw that the dock was already full of witches waiting to welcome her. "Lady Tilly, you're finally back." With the help of the magic servant, Molly was the first to rush up to her. "Ah, so cunning!" Honey cried. "Yes, where's Orbit? Hurry up and open the door so that we can go in too." Shadow shouted. "Stop it, my ability is not for you to harass Lady Tilly." The crowd immediately burst into laughter. Looking at the sincere smiles on everyone's faces, Tilly felt that the depression in her heart over the past few days had dissipated quite a bit. No matter what, this was her home, a country built by witches. Walking on the dock, Camilla Derry came up to her and said, "You were gone for so long, I was worried that you wouldn't come back." "Of course not," Tilly said with a smile, "I just didn't expect that the months of demons would last so long." "How's the sleeping island?" "Of course, now that you've given it to me, I certainly won't let you down," Camilla said, putting her hand on her chest. "All in all, things are looking up, and the sleeping spell is a good idea. I'll report the details to you later, but now I'd better hand you over to all the witches." She blinked and said, "Otherwise, I'll be swallowed alive by them." As a great noble born in King's City, Camilla was very good at managing affairs, and was the main executor of Tilly's gathering of witches. It was because of her that Tilly dared to leave the fjords for a long time and go to the western region of the kingdom to explore. She shook her head helplessly and walked past the chief butler of Sleeping Island. When she raised her hand to the crowd, she was surrounded by a swarm of witches. "Your Highness, have you seen my brother? How did he treat you? I heard that there is also a witch organization in the town. Will they come and live with us? The people in that remote town really don't lack food and clothes, and they all live in new houses? It's good that you're back, everyone missed you." Tilly responded to everyone's questions and concerns until Shavy flew onto the dock with a pile of books. Only then did everyone turn their attention to this batch of priceless treasures. "What is this?" someone asked curiously. "Ancient relics? No matter how I look at it, it doesn't look like it. The pages are all new. Maybe it's a legendary story? Or a theater script? To tell you the truth, I haven't seen a play in a long time." But what if I can't read?" Tilly clapped her hands to calm everyone down. "These are gifts from His Highness Roland Wimbledon, including reading and writing manuals, basic mathematics, and the principles of nature. To put it simply, they are knowledge." "No, sense?" Most of the witches looked confused. Only a few noble witches, including Camilla, looked surprised. "Are you going to teach everyone knowledge?" Tilly nodded. "This is also the only shortcut to improve our own abilities." Roland had mentioned that universal education was not an easy thing to achieve. It required a lot of money and time. When people put down their work and spread out their books to learn how to read and write, it meant that the territory temporarily lost a part of the labor force. In addition, encouraging them to study actively also required the support of money, including the teachers' salaries and the construction of school buildings, which was not a small number. The most important thing was that, unlike doing business, it would not have an immediate effect. It required the governor to implement it over a long period of time. But the changes it brought were impressive, not only for ordinary people, but also for witches. Tilly had already seen this in Border Town. Before going to the western region, she had never thought that a group of ordinary people could shine with such vitality. After returning to the summer palace, just as she was about to start arranging the universal education plan according to Scroll's method, Ashes knocked on the door. "Thunder wants to see you." "Ha, long time no see, Your Highness Tilly." Thunder was still the same, with a hearty and friendly smile. "How was it? Did this trip to the western region solve your problems?" "To be honest, I didn't find the answer." Tilly shook her head with a smile. "After all, he has some reservations about me. But in the current situation, these things have become less important. By the way, do you know about demons? A monster from hell?" Thunder raised his eyebrows. In epics and legends, it is often heard that the heroic knight stepped forward bravely and used a spear stained with dragon's blood to kill these ferocious and terrible enemies. This time, they are not the enemies in the books. She exhaled. What do you mean?" "I don't know whether those dragons exist or not, but the demons are real." Tilly briefly told him about the Witch Union and the Battle of Divine Will. "The Four Kingdoms are just the barbarian land of the past. If we lose again, human beings will have no way out." "There's actually such a thing." Thunder did not say a word. After listening to her, he exclaimed, "The ruins all over the world are the work of witches, and Border Town actually found an ancient witch from more than 400 years ago? This is incredible. The harvest you have gained from this trip is more than the secrets I have discovered in my life." Tilly was slightly stunned. "Aren't you afraid?" "Afraid? Of course I am," he said excitedly. "But compared to the burning desire to explore in my heart, this fear is nothing. Damn it, I really want to go to Grey Castle myself and see the living ruins." Princess Tilly did not know whether to laugh or cry. The main purpose of going to the western region was to see Agatha, not her own daughter. She did not know whether she should be happy or sad for Lightning. "Without this experience, I'm afraid the title of the greatest explorer in the fjords could only belong to you." Thunder sighed for a while and said, "But I also found something very extraordinary." "Please go ahead." "I went to the east of the ceiling again." "The ceiling?" Tilly was puzzled. "What's that?" I forgot that you were still in Border Town when I came back last time." He touched the back of his head. "It's a cliff made of seawater, which divides the sea into two plains. However, ships can travel freely on it, just like a spider climbing a wall." "What? That's impossible." "I had the same reaction when I first saw it, but the ceiling does exist." Thunder said proudly, "What's more incredible is that I drove Courage over the ceiling and was lucky enough to witness the whole process of a high tide. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have imagined how spectacular the scene was. The seawater gradually flowed faster and faster, and finally rushed to the lowest point of the cliff. If it weren't for Molly's servants protecting the ship, I'm afraid Courage would have been broken on the spot. I turned the wheel to steer the ship straight in the direction of the seawater. Plus, there was a strong wind at that time, so the two maintained a very delicate balance. Courage couldn't go any further, but it also wouldn't be swept off the cliff by the current." He paused here, as if he was recalling the excitement at that time. "Of course, the ceiling is not a real cliff. We've all seen what a waterfall looks like. The straight curtain of water, the splash of water, and the roar of the water. But there, except for the flowing seawater, there was nothing. I knew that even if Courage was pushed off the ceiling, it would just be the same as the process of climbing up, returning to the side of the lower terrain." "And then?" Tilly asked eagerly. "The water flowing from the ceiling into the seabed caused the water level to rise?" "How was that possible?" Tilly pondered for a moment. "What about the ebb tide? Will the seawater flow back?" "Good question." Thunder clenched his fists excitedly. "After that, my fleet stayed near the ceiling for half a month until the tide ebbed. During this time, I also used various methods to cross the ceiling. The most amazing thing was sailing on the ceiling. Do you know what it felt like? To outsiders, it seemed like we were stuck to a cliff, with the sails completely parallel to the sea, and could fall at any time. But we didn't feel this at all on the ship. It was like Braveheart was sailing on a narrow river several meters wide. On one side was the endless wall of seawater, and on the other side was the vast sky. Of course, we had to wait for the water to slow down before we could do that. Otherwise, the magic servants wouldn't be able to protect the hull. This doesn't make sense. Tilly's mind was in a mess. If the person telling this story was not Thunder but another explorer, she would have thought that he was bragging. I think so too. But I trust my eyes more than common sense. He continued. Half a month later, the tide began to ebb. It was exactly the same time as the rise and fall of the Shadow Islands. The seawater didn't flow back. It just slowly receded, and the ceiling once again shrunk from several meters high to hundreds of meters high. You mean, the extra seawater just disappeared into thin air? Maybe, but it could have flowed to other places. Where could it have flowed to? Tilly face-bombed. The tides of the Shadow Islands rise and fall dramatically, while the Fjords Islands are much calmer. When it reached the shore of the Four Kingdoms, there was almost no obvious change. If it didn't disappear into thin air, what else could it be? Thunder pointed at his feet. She sighed. I remember you said that the water level of the Shadow Islands fell so fast, as if there was a huge hole at the bottom of the sea that was swallowing seawater. But no matter how big the hole is, it should be filled in a few years. This is just my guess. After all, no one has seen what the real bottom of the sea looks like. But there is one thing that I am very concerned about. What? Why is the sea we're in called the Swirling Sea? Tilly was shocked when she heard this. She then shook her head and said, That's impossible. This idea is too crazy. If the drainage from the underwater cave could create a whirlpool, how could we not have seen it? Also, this name has been around for hundreds of years. Who knows what the person who named it was thinking? Indeed, I've done a simple experiment. The water must be shallow enough to see the whirlpool, and we don't have the ability to go deep into the sea. Thunder smiled mysteriously. But even if we don't, it doesn't mean that witches can't do it. I didn't think of this before, but when you told me that there was a witch empire that spread across the continent more than 400 years ago, I realized that this name was probably passed down from that era. But I'm a witch, Tilly said with a shrug. And there's no witch on Sleeping Island who has the ability to do that. I know of one. What? This witch lives in the fjords, but she hasn't been in contact with humans for a long time. Thunder sighed. She used to be a good friend of one of my right-hand men in the expedition team. Since she awakened as a witch, she left the land forever. Now, you can only hear her melodious singing when the sea is foggy. You should have heard of her story. The mermaid who guides the sea route. Are you talking about the protagonist of this rumor? Yes, Thunder nodded. Although I don't know if I can get her help, I have to try. Maybe I will need my old friend Marjorie to help me. I see, then you have to hurry up. Tilly frowned and said, It seems that some of the sea merchants in the fjords want to catch the mermaid. A month ago, Sleeping Spell received several commissions to hire witches to catch the mermaid. Honey specially sent a messenger to ask me, but I rejected it. Her singing is regarded as a symbol of good luck and safety by all the sailors and explorers in the fjords. These merchants are simply crazy. Thunder asked in a deep voice, Can you tell me who they are? Sleeping Spell shouldn't reveal the identity of its customers, but... Tilly sketched a few names in the air. You saw it yourself. Since the other party was a witch, as the leader of Sleeping Island, she couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Yes, he raised the corner of his mouth. They will get what they deserve. They smiled at each other, and then Thunder said, This time I came to you, in addition to the new exploration commission, I also need your help with something. Go ahead. Well, after I came back, I heard that Crescent Moon Bay has introduced a new kind of ship, which can sail without relying on the wind, and its speed is much faster than a sailboat. I asked someone to inquire about it in detail, and learned that this kind of ship is actually made in Border Town. Thunder said frankly, if I want to continue to explore above the waterline, I need a bigger and faster ship, otherwise, when the wind is not good, I can only be pushed against the current. He took out a letter from his bosom. Money is not a problem, the faster the ship, the better. Can you help me give this order letter to him? Tilly quickly understood the meaning of his words. You don't want Lightning to know? Thunder said helplessly, if she knows, she will definitely insist on going with me. No one knows what is above the waterline, I can't take her risk. But she was already a qualified explorer. She was the one who discovered the ruins of the stone tower hidden in the depths of the concealing forest. Tilly thought so, and finally nodded. I understand. I'll help you contact Roland Wimbledon for the time being. Thank you, Your Highness. After Thunder left, Tilly pondered for a long time, and then took out the ancient book she had found in the ruins of the Shadow Islands. Maybe she could find clues about the Selene and tides in them. According to the method taught by Agatha, she twisted her magic according to the shape of the characters, and the corresponding meaning automatically emerged in her mind, as if she was not reading the book, but the book was talking to her. Some of the ancient books described what the author had seen and heard in the barbarian land, some were like nautical logs, and some mentioned the reconstruction plan of the Union. The more she read, the more confused she became. These contents had no connection, and they did not seem to be written by the same person. Moreover, none of the books mentioned the Selene, the spire at the bottom of the sea, the telescope, and the huge stone gate in the mirror. This was completely different from what she had expected. She had thought that as long as she could understand the language of the Union, she would be able to uncover some of the secrets in the ruins, and even find out the truth about the rapid rise and fall of the Shadow Sea. But now, it was more like she was looking through a pile of miscellaneous notes. Wait. Pieced together? Suddenly, an idea flashed through Tilly's mind. She spread out the 3 logbooks and put them together. Once again, she carefully examined them. The time recorded in the logbooks was very different. Some of them were even separated by several decades. The routes were also different. They ranged from the sea near the mainland to the fjords. It was as if someone had collected these things one by one and stored them in the ruins. When this idea came to her mind, she could not help but feel a chill running down her spine. At the dock of the Longsong district in Neverwinter, 2 cement boats were docked on the shore. Workers were unloading burlap bags one by one. The newly appointed official of the Ministry of Agriculture was counting the number. The whole dock was in full swing. It was a rare scene in Stronghold, where the influence of the months of demons had not completely dissipated and the roads were still covered with snow. After checking and counting, the seeds in the burlap bags would be distributed to every farmer. Your Highness, can the golden ones really increase the wheat yield by more than 3 times? Perrault still could not believe it. Does it mean that the wheat yield from the fields can feed everyone? Roland had also heard Barif say something like this before. Or, in the eyes of most nobles, it was normal for commoners to go hungry. Making sure everyone has enough to eat is the most basic responsibility of a lord. We've only taken the first step. Besides, you don't have to take it as my kindness. You know, starving people can't devote themselves to the construction of the city. But this is undoubtedly a great achievement. As far as I know, no city in the kingdom can achieve this. The achievement is indeed praiseworthy, but I only made a small part of it. The most important thing is the witches. Without Leaf's transformation, the golden ones would not have been possible. Perrault was silent for a while. Maybe we were wrong before. What? About the way we treat witches. Roland let out a long sigh. Most nobles disapprove of the church's propaganda, but they also hate and are wary of witches. They cooperate with the church to kill witches. Even if they want to use witches, they are strictly guarded like slaves. Only you see their value and treat them as ordinary people. That's the most incredible thing. They're not ordinary at all. Not only do you not see the value of witches, but you also ignore the power of the people. In fact, the potential of the latter is even more amazing. Witches are like catalysts. The combination of the two can bring about a leap in civilization. The more developed a civilization is, the greater the leap will be. However, Roland did not speak his mind. It's not too late to make up for it. After all, we're of the same origin. Your Highness, the boiler is boiling. The Victory can set sail at any time, one of his guards reported. Let everyone get on the boat. I'll be right there. The prince then turned to Perrault. The guidance team from the Ministry of Agriculture should arrive in the afternoon. They'll teach you how to plant golden ones. As for the mining and construction of the mines, the expansion of the population, universal education, and the establishment of factories, we've discussed enough at the meeting. Just follow the plan, and if you encounter any problems, try to solve them on your own. If you can't, let me know. He patted the eldest son of the honeysuckle family and said, after I leave, I'll leave this place to you. Do a good job. Your career as the executive officer of the Longsong district will not be your final destination. I won't let you down, Your Highness. Perrault bowed. Roland boarded the concrete boat and gave the order to set off. With a long whistle, the SS Victory slowly left the shore and headed for the border area. How many bald boats have we seen? Joe clicked his tongue. They all came from the direction of the town. That's called the border area. Didn't the Lord say that we're now a city with the town? Snaketooth curled his lips. Bald Ship was a nickname Joe had given to those strange ships in the inland rivers without sails, but he preferred to call them Stone Ship. The wide grey hull of the ship was as solid as a rock, and even when the porters ran back and forth on it, it did not move. What's it called? Neverwinter, Tigerclaw echoed. Who cares, it has nothing to do with us, Joe shouted excitedly. You'll also take a boat like this to the town. Remember to take a good look at why they can move without sails or oars and what the white fog and black smoke above their heads are. It really has nothing to do with us, Snaketooth thought. At least we can find a job after the city is built. Are you really not going to stay? Sunflower looked a little unhappy. We're all handymen. Why do we have to go to a strange place? 1 silver royal more, Tigerclaw said cheerfully. If we stay here, we'll get 6 silver royals. If we go there, we'll get 7 silver royals. Anyway, we'll all work. Of course, we'll choose the one with more money. I didn't ask you. Sunflower rolled her eyes at him and stared at Snaketooth. For some reason, Snaketooth suddenly felt a little guilty. After the establishment of the city of Neverwinter, the Lord seemed to fulfill his promise. Countless recruitment notices appeared in the square overnight. However, there were not many opportunities for rats. Most of them were handymen and mason apprentices, and their pay was also lower than that of other rats. Of course, no matter what, it was better than being a rat and starving. That is, if the salary could really be delivered on time as stated in the announcement. To his companions, he told them that he could make more money in the border area, but his real thought was that the border area was closer to paper. Looking at Sunflower's scrutinizing eyes, he swallowed his words. I think. The same as Tigerclaw. Will you come back? Beep. Just then, a whistle sounded from the direction of the dock and a red flag waved. It's our turn. Let's go. Tigerclaw grabbed Snaketooth's hand and pulled him to the dock. As the whistle sounded, the crowd around them also surged. When they entered the inspection passage, they were almost pushed forward. Snaketooth held his luggage to his chest and looked back. Unfortunately, he could not see Sunflower and Joe in the crowd. Several black-uniformed policemen were checking boarding passes at the end of the passage. Your name? Your assigned team? Show me your proof. After Tigerclaw passed by, it was soon his turn. Snaketooth took out the warm, wrinkled note from his pocket and carefully handed it to the policeman. Snaketooth, the 5th construction team of the Red Flag Group. Look. The policeman did not pay attention to his introduction. He opened the boarding pass and glanced at it. Then he impatiently patted his chest and said, the ship on the left. Next. When he boarded the ship, Tigerclaw was already waiting for him at the entrance. They didn't ask for extra money. That's incredible. Yeah. They didn't ask for it. Snaketooth absent-mindedly folded the proof and put it back in his pocket. He looked at the dock area, trying to find his companions. It was not until the stone boat was slowly moving away from the wharf that he found the two of them on a stone step beside the embankment. Sunflower was waving Joe's coat, and Joe was standing behind her with his arms folded. Snaketooth hurriedly took off his coat, ignoring the surprised looks of the others, and waved it hard. Their gazes finally met once more. "Take care," he shouted. Sunflower seemed to be saying something too, but the roar of the ship drowned out their voices. Sunflower chased after them along the embankment for a while, but the stone ship gradually disappeared from her sight. A genius in a second to remember love? The internet provides you with wonderful novels to read. After spending a whole day on the way back to the border area, Roland felt sore all over. He went to bed early after washing up and did not feel refreshed until noon the next day. It seemed that he needed a soundproof cabin and soft reclining chairs on his ship. It would be even better if there was a spacious bed. Otherwise, it would be a double torture to sit on a trembling hard chair and listen to the roar of the steam engine. The first thing Roland did when he walked into his office was to summon Bear of Mons and Senadali, the Minister of Agriculture. There was only 1 week left before the spring offensive. Since Iron Axe was confident in the army, Roland was very reassured. Therefore, the most important thing was to focus on the agricultural production and spring sowing. After all, only when they had food in their hands could they not panic. "I've seen the seeds being transported to the Longsong Pier. As long as we have golden ones, this year's harvest won't be too bad, but the border area is the focus. We're an example, a proof, and an example for everyone to see." Roland knocked on the table and said, "So, how's the spring plowing going?" "Who can tell me?" "Your Highness, the current situation is like this." Berev was the first to speak. Among the first batch of promoted serfs, only 30% are willing to continue farming. Including the newly recruited serfs, the total agricultural population is about 10,000. Based on the average wheat yield last year, the grain produced by these 10,000 people should be able to feed 40,000 to 50,000 people. He paused and added, "When I say feed, I'm calculating according to the wheat purchase limit for official residents, which is much more than the daily consumption of civilians in other cities. If you only want to keep them from starving to death, you can add another 20,000. That's about it, Your Highness." Sirius continued, "However, the above conclusions are based on the statistics from the year before last by the Ministry of Agriculture. This year, about half of the serfs, mainly the new batch, will use the Golden Twos modified by Lady Leaf. To be honest, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that wheat stalks could grow so many years. In addition, 2,000 people will switch to potatoes and corn, so I can't estimate the actual output. As for the farming part, the farmland is currently being plowed. According to the previously written crop planting manual, the farmland needs to be plowed 3 times and the fermented compost is mixed into it. This process generally takes 3 to 4 weeks, mainly depending on the number of workers in the field and the farming tools used. The serfs of the previous year have basically all rented iron farming tools, which should reduce the plowing time by a lot. As for the depth of the trench and the spacing between the seeds, I've arranged the apprentices to teach them how to sow the seeds according to the planting manual." It was obvious that the Knight of the Wolf family had put a lot of effort into farming. He had considered all the aspects that needed to be taken into consideration. Even Roland could not help nodding in agreement. In this era, agriculture was underdeveloped because it relied too much on the land itself. One piece of land was equivalent to all the crops planted. In order to protect the land, farmers even had to rest for 2 years after plowing, which was extremely inefficient. Now that Neverwinter had controllable irrigation, natural fertilizers, and reasonable planting methods, as well as the seeds modified by Leaf, the yield was naturally astonishingly high in the eyes of the locals. However, for Roland, it was still too high that more than 10,000 of the 30,000 people were engaged in farming. If he wanted to reduce the agricultural population, the most effective way was to start with farming tools, such as making agricultural equipment that used animal power or mechanical power. "Good, keep the momentum going," Roland said with satisfaction. "Also, keep a good record of the people you send to the Longsong area. In the future, if you want to promote it to other cities, follow this pattern." After dealing with the agricultural affairs, Roland left the castle and went to the Redwater River dock accompanied by Nightingale and his guards. This ship, which was built by Anna, had entered the weapon installation stage 2 days ago. The hull, which was painted with a gray and red anti-corrosion coating, stood quietly on the sleepers. The hull, which was the size of 3 cement ships, looked very burly. Different from the cement paddle steamers without cabins, its sideboard was nearly 2 meters long, which could fit the boiler and steam engine into the belly. The 2 ribs also did not have paddle wheels. In addition, another feature of the ship was the raised bridge in the middle of the hull. Although it was only 1 story high, it still looked very eye-catching. Of course, as a shallow-water gunboat, the most important equipment was undoubtedly the 152mm giant cannon. In order to save time, Roland did not let Anna make the naval cannon. Instead, he dismantled the Longsong cannon on the city wall and planned to put it directly on the ship. Now, it was placed beside the dock, waiting for the final hoisting. "Your Highness." Seeing Roland appear, Anna immediately waved to him. "Here." The prince walked over with a smile. "How is the construction going? Is it going well?" During the week when he went to the Longsong area, Anna took care of all the construction of the gunboat. Although she was given the drawings of the key parts, it was, after all, an unprecedented project, so it was normal to encounter all kinds of problems. "Not very well." She shook her head. "The more troublesome problems are the side hull deformation, the propeller leakage, the hull tilting to one side after welding the bridge, and the gun seat can't jam the cannon, but I've solved them." "All solved?" Roland was surprised. "Yes," Anna said with a bright smile, counting with her fingers. "The side deformation is caused by the thin steel plate of the ship, so I installed a fixed support frame at the vulnerable part. The propeller leakage is caused by the gap between the casing and the connecting rod. I surrounded the gap with a water tank, so that the water would not leak everywhere and could be pumped out by the steam engine. The bridge deviation is caused by the asymmetry of the weight, so I can modify it a little bit. The problem of the gun seat is the most difficult to solve. I finally found the inspiration from the revolver. First, I cut a row of teeth on the bottom ring, and then I added a claw that can be inserted between the teeth, so that the rotating gun seat can be fixed in any direction I want to aim at." Roland blinked and said after a long time, "You're really a genius." Although none of these problems were difficult to solve, it was especially so for someone who had drawn countless mechanical blueprints. Perhaps only Anna had such meticulous observation skills to be able to link the structure of the revolver to the way the turret was fixed. "By the way, Your Highness, does this ship have a name?" "Not yet." He raised his eyebrows. "Why?" "The soldiers of the First Army come to see it every few days, and they even fight to carve their names on the bridge." Anna chuckled. "They say you promised that the best gunner can have a ship named after him. Genius in a second to remember love? TalkNet, providing you with wonderful novels to read. King City of Grey Castle, Garden Mansion in the Inner City. Love go little say net ever since His Highness Roland Wimbledon launched a surprise attack on the palace and destroyed the Hall of Sky Dome, Theo's status had soared. All the members of the Dove and Top Hat respected him, and the intelligence organization had truly stabilized. In addition to these core members, Theo had been able to influence the decisions of the Skeleton Fingers after more than half a year of operation, and he was also well aware of the movements of the other mouse organizations. Whether it was in the patrol team or in Blackstreet, he had bribed informants. If it was just information, they would get paid, and these people didn't care who they worked for. Currently, he was still unable to infiltrate the upper nobles. That was a place where family background and titles were important. Gold royals alone would not be of much use. However, with the help of the rat leader, who was inextricably linked to the nobles, some unimportant information would often leak into his ears. For example, the news he was hearing now. "Timothy will send a team of about 500 people to block the Redwater River?" Theo tapped the armrest of his chair and said, "He's really going to do that?" "Yes," Raquel said in a muffled voice. "At least half of them are Blood Sale Association rats." Boss said it himself. "Because it's a lucrative job, there was internal strife in the gang yesterday and 5 or 6 people were killed or injured." "It's indeed a lucrative job," Clown whistled. "Think about it. What can they intercept? Merchant ships. What are the consequences of violating the king's ban? Of course, they confiscate the goods and extort a large sum of money. Is There anyone better at this than the rats? Of course. The patrol team is not bad either. Love go little say Netku since half of them are rats, I think the other half are the guards of the false king, Hillfox said calmly. This morning, someone noticed 4 hawk-headed ships at the suburban pier. Theo could not help but frown. The hawk-headed ship was a kind of river warship with a slender hull, sails, and oars. It was very fast. Below the waterline, there was a raised ram, and there were iron hooks on both sides of the ship. Once it caught up with the target, it could be tightly locked together so that the soldiers on the ship could jump over and fight. Ordinary merchant ships could not escape its pursuit. So, to sum up the intelligence, the false king plans to send a fleet of 500 people to block the Redwater River, including 4 warships and more than 200 fully armed guards? He sighed secretly. This is not good news. Timothy's plan to block the trade route had been leaked long before the months of demons, but at that time, most people thought that he would set the checkpoint near the canal and completely ban the trade with the western region. After all, the lords of Silver City and Redwater City would not be happy to see them lose a large sum of money because of an inexplicable order. Forcibly setting the checkpoint on the border between the western region and the central region would only make the local lords destroy the checkpoint. But with 4 warships, the situation was different. First of all, the other lords had almost no ability to fight on the water. Warships could freely come and go along the Redwater River, and the caravan could be intercepted at any place. Even if they wanted to do something, they would not be able to do it. Second, this reaction showed Timothy's determination to deal with the western region. He was determined to do this even if it would make him hostile to the other lords. Theo looked at Hill, who nodded at him, seeming to have also thought of this. Timothy probably won't set a fixed checkpoint, but will use the Redwater River to attack any caravan he sees. When they fight on the water, they are pirates, and when they come ashore, they are bandits. A fleet of 500 people is a nightmare for any caravan. In this way, the western region may really be cut off from supplies. I will report this news to His Highness as soon as possible, Theo said in a low voice. Last year, Border Town had purchased a large amount of food, clothing, and ore, and now they had annexed Longsong stronghold. In theory, the number of supplies they needed would be further increased. If their trade routes were cut off, it would inevitably be a great trouble for His Highness. Theo did not know whether he would be able to smoothly solve this thorny problem. At this moment, the sound of flapping wings came from the garden. Theo got up and pushed open the small door of the backyard. A gray falcon, like lightning, flew into the house, circled around, and landed on his shoulder. Seeing that it was a letter from the western region, the members of the circus unanimously put their hands on their chests and bowed their heads to show respect. Theo took the note and opened it, quickly scanning the contents of the secret letter. His heart fiercely jumped. Ha! Ha ha! Then he could not help but laugh. Although he knew that as an intelligence officer, he should not reveal his expression, but this news was too surprising, and he could not suppress the joy in his heart. It seems that we don't have to worry about this matter. Does His Highness already know? Hill looked up and asked. No, he is about to fundamentally solve this problem, he said excitedly in a low voice. Fundamentally? The clown was puzzled. You mean? Yes, His Highness' First Army has already set off, and their target is King's City. Theo clenched his fists. The time to pull Timothy off the throne has come. Although he knew that His Highness would launch an operation this year, he did not expect it to be so soon. For the sake of confidentiality, His Highness had not told him the specific plan of action. Only today did he know that the offensive was actually scheduled for spring, and it just happened to be at the time of spring plowing. I have finally waited for this day. Hill took a deep breath and suddenly knelt down on one knee. What orders does His Highness have? Please tell us. The other 5 people also knelt down. For the new king. Theo's mood was also stirred up. That's right, he thought, if Timothy fell from power, Roland Wimbledon would become the only heir to the kingdom of Grey Castle. He would take over the crown and be crowned king, and Theo might also leap into the upper echelons of power, climbing a new stage that he had never thought of before. As for the odds of winning this war, and whether Timothy could stop His Highness Roland, he did not even think about it. Anyone who had witnessed the Battle of the First Army would not have any doubts about the result of the spring offensive. His Highness' order is not to approach the West City Gate on the day of the siege, and at the same time, to restrain the rats from taking advantage of the chaos and restore the post-war order as soon as possible. Theo slowly read the second half of the secret letter. Provide as much help as possible to the suffering civilians, such as medical treatment, shelter, and food supplies. After the order is stabilized, hand over to the First Army to deal with it. That's it? The crowd looked at each other. Don't we need to trick the city gate into opening, or set fire everywhere to attract the attention of the garrison? Genius in a second to remember love/go/small? To provide you with wonderful novels to read. Roland stood on the rooftop of the bridge command room, looking at the long fleet behind him in a straight line, his heart surging. Except for the flagship Roland, the rest of the ships were slow and clumsy concrete ships, but when more than a dozen of them were put together, it was still a spectacular sight. The white smoke coming out of the chimneys formed a long line, and the river swayed to both sides because of the huge fleet. The bow of the ships rose and fell as they broke through the waves, giving them an indomitable momentum. As the flagship, the gunboat was the most dazzling star of the fleet. Its towering bridge and slender shape made it completely different from ordinary sailboats and concrete ships. Its weapons included a 125mm main gun at the front of the hull and two Mark I-type machine guns at the rear. Its special high-pressure steam engine and propeller drive system allowed it to run at an extreme speed of 12 km per hour. In this era, it was definitely the overlord of the inland river basin. You seem to be in a good mood, Nightingale said, smoothing the ends of her hair that had been messed up by the wind. Is it because you'll be able to return to your old home soon? The palace? No, I'll never go back. He smiled and shook his head. The western region is my home. I'm just happy to be able to settle the dispute quickly. Well, half of it is a lie. Roland could not help but choke. He had almost forgotten that she could tell lies. Ahem, well, I actually feel very satisfied that I can produce so many ships in 1 month of demons. This time it's true, Nightingale blinked. But it sounds a little boastful. Love go small say net que that's why I don't want to tell the truth. It's understandable. She chuckled and walked to Roland's side. Actually, I don't blame you. If it's not related to me, I won't mind even if you lie a little. Roland secretly cursed. If you don't mind, don't point it out. By the way, I haven't thanked you yet, Nightingale looked forward and whispered. Thank me for what? End the strife and pacify the kingdom of Grey Castle. No matter if it's an ordinary person or a witch. They'll all be able to live happily under your rule, she said slowly. I knew you'd do it, but I didn't expect this day to come so soon. It won't be that fast. Even if we overthrow Timothy, the nobles will retaliate and struggle on their deathbed. I'm afraid it will take several years for us to completely integrate Grey Castle. Roland exhaled. After all, history is always moving forward in a spiral. There is still a long way to go to achieve the ultimate goal. It's already far beyond my imagination. I was originally worried that I wouldn't be able to see this scene with my own eyes. What nonsense are you talking about? He glared at her. Do you think I'll let you put yourself in danger? Because I'm a combat witch. It's natural for me to be active in the front line. Besides, I have to pay a price if I want to break the existing rules. Nightingale tilted her head. I was prepared for this the moment I swore allegiance to you. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Roland shrugged. Of course there will be a price, but basically, it will be paid by the enemy. Besides, I have to thank you for this. Why? She asked in surprise. Because if I hadn't met a witch, I wouldn't have made up my mind to take this step so quickly. If it weren't for Anna, he wouldn't have immediately made the decision to save the witches. If this world didn't have the magical power, he was afraid that he would still be in the barren border town, living a primitive and simple life in fear. This is the truth. Nightingale looked up at him. Of course, Roland said with a smile. Suddenly, a golden figure descended from the sky and landed beside them. Your Highness, there are 4 sloops approaching us 20 kilometers away. They have oars on both sides and look like the hawk-headed ships mentioned in the intelligence report. Lightning shouted. But I don't see an eagle statue on the bow. The eagle head probably refers to the underwater ram. Roland patted her head. Good job. Keep watching. Then. Can I do one less exercise as a punishment? The little girl looked at the prince eagerly. The latter couldn't help but laugh. Well, if you can promise not to run around in the future, you can do only one exercise. Yes. Lightning's eyes immediately lit up. She then jumped up and quickly flew to the east like an elf. You shouldn't have let her go, Nightingale said with dissatisfaction. It's better to remember when there are rewards and punishments. Roland waved his hand carelessly, turned around and walked toward the ladder. Let's go back to the command room. We have work to do. In the 4-meter square command room, there was nothing but a wooden table fixed to the floor and 4 benches. Iron Axe, the commander of the First Army, Brian, the commander of the gun battalion, Vanner, the commander of the artillery battalion, and Kakuzim, the commander of the Victory, stood by the table and made a battle plan for the first water battle. According to the information provided by Theo, Timothy's 4 warships are all paddle sailboats. They should be as fast as cement boats, but they're more flexible. Roland pointed to the diagram on the table and said, the attack method of this type of ship is generally to get close to the enemy ship and then jump out to fight. It can also be loaded with flammable materials such as gunpowder or sulfur to hit the target and perish together. But considering that Timothy's original intention is to block the river and make some profits, it's unlikely that he will use the second method. This is our first time fighting on the water, so if you have any ideas, feel free to tell us. Your Highness, it's hard for the cannons to hit a moving target, and we're constantly moving, so I suggest we fire when we get close. Danner was the first to express his opinion. As long as we get within 50 meters, I'm sure those guys can knock over an enemy ship with every shot. But I heard that a shell not only consumes a lot of gunpowder, but also that only Miss Anna can make it. Brian shook his head and said, so it's better to wait for them to attack. If they dare to come close, we can use the heavy machine guns on both sides to shoot them full of holes. Roland looked at Kakuzim and asked, what about you? What do you think? The reason why this old man was summoned to the flagship was that he was probably the only person in Neverwinter who had experience in sea battles. According to him, he had encountered pirates more than once during his business trips. Although he was robbed every time, it was still a kind of experience. Your Highness. Kakuzim hesitated for a moment and said, in my opinion, we should just ram them. What? The other 2 people stared at him. Your ship is big and fast, and it's made of steel. I'm afraid that a wooden ship will fall apart if it's hit. Even if it doesn't fall apart, the water will still make them lose their ability to move. He looked up at everyone and said, of course, this is just my personal opinion. Hearing this tactic, Roland could not help but think of the poem, Today the sky is clear and the blue waves are high, and the flag on the leading mast flutters. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? TalkNet provides you with wonderful novels to read. Eden was a newly promoted Sir in King City. He did not have a fief and could not inherit his title to his children, so he was the lowest among the nobles. Love go little TalkNet W. Choose some great nobles even believed that a Sir could not be considered a noble at all and was at most an honorary title. Therefore, he showed great enthusiasm for Timothy's blockade order. Relying on his experience on the sea and the new king's preference for new people, he finally became the commander of an eagle-headed warship. He believed that his strength lay in his ability to judge the situation, and this blockade of the trade route was a good opportunity. Drifting on a ship for half a year away from his comfortable residence was naturally very hard, and most nobles were not willing to accept such a job. Therefore, he could barely make it in, and if he did well, he would most likely be made a real noble. It was easy to do well. Neither merchant ships nor caravans were a match for them. If the local lord sent a knight to besiege them, he would be helpless against the warship on the water. As long as he was not greedy, he would be able to complete this task and satisfy His Majesty. Of course, His Majesty's satisfaction depended on the money and goods he handed over. Thinking of this, he could not help but cast a cold glance at the excited rats on the opposite ship. Yesterday, they had intercepted a merchant ship flying the flag of Redwater City. Although the captain had repeatedly said that he was going to Fallen Dragon Ridge, the rats still happily looted the goods and killed all the people on the ship. What they seized were mainly furs, wine, and a jar of golden dragon. However, these idiots actually regarded the loot as their own, and according to the rules of the Black Street, they divided the loot 50-50. Eden couldn't help but sneer. The rats didn't know that apart from robbing, their only purpose was to appease the anger of the local lords. Once the rebel King Roland was finished, the heads of these rats would naturally be sent to the lords who had suffered losses as an apology to His Majesty. As for the seized goods, they would undoubtedly all be stuffed into the palace's treasury. It was ironic that the rats regarded this mission as a lucrative one and did not even notice the noose hanging around their necks. "Sir, there's movement ahead," the sailor on the lookout shouted. Eden walked to the bow of the boat and frowned. He saw a string of black smoke rising in the distance, as if something was burning on the river. After a while, he faintly saw a gray figure approaching. There was no doubt that it was a ship, but he did not see the most eye-catching sail. "Isn't it a little fast?" the deputy said after staring at it for a moment. Eden had also noticed this. Even though it was moving with the current, its speed was still astonishing. In less than a quarter of an hour, it had grown from the size of a thumb to the size of a palm. Judging from the distance, it was much larger than an ordinary merchant ship. The other two hawk-headed ships also found the target. One of them quickly moved its side oars as if it wanted to board the strange merchant ship before everyone else. "Sir, should we follow them?" the deputy asked. Eden thought for a while and said, "Don't worry, let's see what happens first." He noticed that the hawk-headed ship behind him, commanded by Baron Derrick, was not moving either, while the two warships carrying the rats had already positioned themselves to board the ship. The ship soon became visible, and Eden's jaw dropped. He wasn't the only one. Cries of surprise could be heard from the deck, and the sailors on the mast shouted, "Oh my God, boss, what the hell is that?" The body of the ship was glowing with a metallic luster. Unlike the other ships, which only had copper plates at the bottom, this ship was of the same color, including the strange iron tower on the hull. The bow of the ship was like a shuttle, splitting the river in half. Just by looking at the white waves on the side of the ship, one could tell how fast this iron-shelled ship was. A loud humming sound echoed in everyone's ears. Not only did the ship not slow down, but it also slightly changed its course and crashed into the eagle-headed ship that was leading the way. Since boarding required the hawk-headed ship to approach the target from the side, the hawk-headed ship had to move diagonally first. This was not a problem for the slow-moving merchant ships, but it became a big flaw for the strange iron ship. Before the hawk-headed ship could turn back, the iron ship had already crashed into the unguarded belly of the hawk-headed ship. Everyone heard the sound of wood breaking. The slender warship tilted to one side as if it had been slapped by a giant palm. The side closest to the water was almost submerged in the river. The raging waves rushed up to the deck, and many people were thrown into the water. "God," the deputy's eyes widened. "It's coming for us." "Enemy attack," the sailor shouted. "Sir, enemy attack." The people on the deck had already begun to move. Some had set up their crossbows, and some were loading their muskets with bullets. Seeing the flag of the high tower and twin spears fluttering above the iron ship, Eden swallowed hard and ordered through gritted teeth, "Tell the oarsmen to move. Get closer to the shore." He had never seen this flag before, but he had already guessed that only the prince of the western region, who was rumored to have made a deal with the devil, could have made such a terrible thing. Not only was it huge, but it was also faster than the slender rowboat. This was not something a mortal could do. "Aren't we going to run?" the deputy asked in a trembling voice. "Run?" he scolded. "It's faster than us. Where can you run to? Only by sticking close to the shore can we prevent it from crashing into us. If we go around its back, we might have a chance to board and fight. Damn it, go and deliver my order." Pushing away the panicking deputy, Eden looked at the hawk-headed ship that was the first to be hit. His hands and feet were cold. Even though he could not see the situation in the cabin, he could imagine it. The bow of the iron ship had completely pierced into the belly of the warship. Even if it had not been split in two, the long and curved hull would not have lasted for long. The sailors who rowed the oars were undoubtedly the most unlucky ones. Being crushed by the iron head was already a pretty good ending. The most miserable ones were those who were stuck in the cabin and couldn't move. They could only be choked to death by the gushing river water. Cries, curses, and screams mixed together like a pot of boiling water. Although most of the people on the ship were rats, the fear spreading through the ship made Eden sympathize with them. The situation had been reversed, and the hunter had become the prey. As the iron ship suddenly slowed down, the bent hawk-headed ship finally fell off the bow of the enemy and quickly capsized. River water gushed in through the hole, and the waves were blood-red. The second warship was desperately turning around, trying to get away from the enemy as soon as possible, but the Grim Reaper's cry rang out again. With a deafening roar, the iron ship began to accelerate toward the nearest ship, leaving a long trail of black smoke behind. To be continued. Since the second battleship was halfway through its turn, it was in a worse situation than the first one. In the face of the iron-shelled ship that was rushing straight towards them, the rats were scared out of their wits. A few of them could still fight back and shot arrows at the enemy, but the arrows were no different from tiny sewing needles in front of such a huge ship. They could not even leave a mark on the iron plate. Soon, the irresistible iron ship crashed into the center of the hawk-headed ship at an almost vertical angle, crushing more than 10 long oars. Then Eden witnessed an incredible scene. Under the combined force of the current and the impact, one side of the battleship was suddenly pressed into the water, and the bow of the enemy ship arched upward. The latter raised its bow as if it had run aground on the shore, and then smashed hard on the deck. The hawk-headed ship immediately made an ear-piercing twisting sound, and the rats who were still alive jumped into the water to escape. Those who had their limbs broken could only scream and roll on the tilted deck, leaving trails of blood behind. Eden watched the iron ship slowly fall, and the long and narrow hull of the ship, which could not bear the heavy load, made a series of cracking sounds. After all, the wooden ship was not as sturdy as the beech. Under the heavy pressure and pushing, the hull suddenly broke in the middle, and the two ends of the ship rose up violently, splashing water everywhere. The two halves of the battleship did not sink quickly. Instead, they lay on the surface of the river like a corpse, with only half of the side exposed. The iron ship, on the other hand, looked unscathed and continued to fly toward him. Eden heard a series of gasps. Half of the 4 hawk-headed ships had been destroyed in an instant, and the one he was commanding was about to be the next one. At that moment, he was ready to jump off the ship and run for his life. But fortunately, he made the right bet. Seeing that his ship was completely close to the shore, the enemies changed their course and chased after the last ship, the Baron Derrick, which had turned around and was running away. "Raise your bows and fire sticks." Eden let out a long sigh and roared, "We're going to kill these bastards hiding in their iron shells. For every enemy they kill, I will reward them with a gold royal. Do you hear me? A golden dragon." If he escaped back to King City like this, even if he survived, he would have no chance of promotion. His only chance was to defeat the rebel king's ship and take it to His Majesty Timothy. Even if this ship was made by demons from hell, as long as the people on it were like him, there was still a chance to turn the tide. Not being crushed by the enemy ship like ants, the sailors regained their courage. These people were used to living on the edge of a knife and were used to seeing bloody scenes. As long as it was not a one-sided massacre, they were still interested in fighting for the Golden Dragon. Ascertaining that they would not be rammed, the hawk-headed boat left the bank, and advanced in the same direction as the iron-hulled vessel, which was soon abreast of them. Just as the enemy was about to overtake them, the two ships were only a few meters away from each other. The sailors raised their weapons and prepared to fight with the enemy ship first. When the two ships came together, they would jump over and fight. This was a common tactic used to deal with merchant ships. However, the deck of the enemy ship was empty except for a long black pipe at the stern, which was surrounded by iron sheets and had a row of small holes in the center, which was aimed at the eager sailors. Before Eden could figure out what it was, a long tongue of flame shot out from the front of the iron pipe, blood sprayed out from the row of people, and splinters of wood and flesh flew everywhere. The sailors fell like wheat being cut down. Those who came to their senses tried to find cover, but neither the barrels nor the mast were of any use. The iron pipe was pointing at the Grim Reaper. The barrels were torn to pieces, and the mast could not withstand the continuous attacks of such a terrifying weapon. With a creak, the mast broke into two, and the top half rolled up into the water. The hawk-headed boat, which had lost its main driving force, suddenly slowed down. The turning point that Eden had imagined did not come true. He roughly understood that it was a kind of gun, but because it was firing so fast, the banging sound turned into a continuous sizzling sound. However, he could not understand how the rebel king could use a weapon that took so long to reload and had such poor accuracy. Perhaps the only explanation was the power of the devil. Soon, he was covered in a storm of bullets. It was the first time that Lodny had seen such a battle. The Roland was rampaging, using its hard bow and powerful power to defeat the enemy. The enemy was unable to resist at all. He stood guard at the gun position, waiting to fire at any time, but in the end, he did not get the chance. When the fourth enemy ship was paralyzed in the middle of the river, the battle was over. The screams and groans of the enemies lingered in the air. The survivors had completely lost their will to fight. They swam to the riverbank and fled into the woods without looking back. His Highness did not give any orders to chase after these stray dogs and let them go. There were also some seriously injured people who were lying on the wreckage and dying. Naturally, no one would save them, and they would have to fend for themselves. What a pity. Job put the shell back into the box. I thought I could show those guys from the gun battalion the real power of the cannon. Yes, Narsen replied regretfully. Compared with the ammunition consumed by the heavy machine gun just now, a shell is not much more, and it saves a lot of trouble. That's enough. This was made by Miss Anna herself. How can it be compared with the hundreds of machine gun bullets produced every day? Banner frowned. You guys will be the ones to fight in the siege later. When the time comes, you better aim well and don't lose face for the artillery battalion. I picked you guys. Elite group, Mr. Battalion Commander, you've said it many times. Narsen spread out his hands and said, don't worry. I promise I'll blow up the gate of King City within 3 shots. He nudged Lodny and said, hey, say something. I want to have a warship like this. What? The other 4 were stunned. I want to have a shallow water gunship like this, he repeated with sparkling eyes. Call it the Rodney. Wait, don't you think you should give this honor to your brother? The second one should be named Nelson. No, no. Brother, I won't give it to you. You two can save it. The second one can only be the Vanner. Don't forget who recruited you into the elite artillery group. Again, Cat's Claw sighed. Can't it be the Cat's Claw or the Jop? Jop muttered in a low voice. No, the 3 replied in unison. Your Highness, there's a team stationed at the docks, reported Lightning, who was responsible for monitoring the enemy. There are about 100 of them, and they look like militia. Only 100 people? Roland was a little surprised. It was not surprising that Timothy would set up a defense at the suburban docks. The huge fleet passing through Redwater City and Silver City was bound to be noticed. Although steamships were much faster than sailing ships, and it only took them 5 days to complete the journey that took the latter a week, it was still not as fast as messengers who changed horses day and night, not to mention carrier pigeons. If the new king's spies used carrier pigeons to send messages, Timothy would probably receive the news 2 or 3 days in advance. However, it was surprising that the other side only sent 100 people to guard the docks. According to Roland's plan, the first battle would take place near the docks. In order to prevent his troops from landing smoothly, they would have stationed crossbowmen and musketeers on both sides of the river. They might even have set up catapults. This was also why he wanted to build river gunboats before the spring offensive. Waterway transportation was far more efficient than land transportation, but it also had the disadvantages of docking and being easily ambushed. However, with the ability to attack land, he could easily defeat the enemy's ambush and open up a safe landing site. It seemed that the other side had given up the huge advantage of attacking halfway across the river. It was correct in the end, but it was unreasonable. Timothy could not possibly know the range and power of the 152mm naval gun. Thinking of this, Roland called Sylvie over and asked, did the militia carry any berserk pills? Sylvie summoned the Eye of Magic and observed for a while. I didn't find any pills. Some of them were not even fully equipped with weapons, but there seems to be something strange in the ground. In the ground? They buried something under the ground. On the docks, too. Sylvie frowned. They were earthen jars and barrels, filled with black and grey powder. This is gunpowder? Nightingale could not help but ask. So that's how it is, then it makes sense, Roland said, pretending to be relaxed. The militia of 100 or so people was just bait sent by Timothy to attract our attention. His real purpose was to let us seize this rare opportunity to land on the shore, capture the dock, and then detonate the gunpowder, sending us and the dock to heaven. Although he said it casually, he did not think so. This kind of tactic similar to the ancient landmine war was indeed a good plan. Even if he knew something was wrong, he would still have to get off the boat. Since they had chosen waterway transportation, the docks were the only way, and Timothy was obviously aware of this. However, he did not intend to defend directly, but set an ambush in the dark to catch him unprepared. If it weren't for Sylvie, he might have really suffered a great loss. However, since they had been discovered in advance, it was still very easy to solve the problem. Without wireless detonation technology, Timothy would inevitably arrange people to ignite the gunpowder near the barrels. As long as they got rid of them in advance, everything would be fine. No matter what, they had to protect the docks. Otherwise, it would be difficult to transport the cannons and ammunition onto land. Under Sylvie's careful observation, Roland found 2 possible ignition points. One was in a shack by the dock, and there was a metal pipe underground that led to the nearest barrel of gunpowder. The other was in the warehouse at the dock. What they had in common was that both of them were moving black holes created by the Godstone of Retaliation. After discussing the results with Iron Axe, the battle plan was quickly finalized. First, Nightingale would sneak into the warehouse and kill the igniter, without anyone noticing. Then, she would guard the door to prevent the substitute from breaking in and igniting the gunpowder. After that, they would use the ship's cannons to destroy the shacks. Even if it caused the underground explosion in advance, it did not matter, as long as the dock was safe. Leaning on the west wall of the capital, Steelheart Knight Weimer raised his telescope and observed the movements on the canal. The slender canal was like a glittering golden ribbon, shuttling through the brown and white plains. Most of the snow had melted, revealing the tender green of the earth. It was the germination of grass, and it was also the proof of the revival of all things. Such a scene was so pleasing to the eye no matter when it was. The only thing that did not match was the black smoke floating above the canal. That was the fleet of the rebel king, Roland Wimbledon. He did not expect that he would actually dare to attack King City. This amused Weimer, but at the same time, gave rise to a trace of admiration. Ever since the establishment of the capital, it had never been attacked in more than 200 years. Any enemy who saw its majestic bluestone walls would not have the courage to attack. Not everyone had the guts to fight in a place where the enemy had the most advantage. At least, King Timothy Wimbledon did not. Unfortunately, the other party was his enemy. The knight respected honor. As the guardian knight of King City, he had been entrusted with the responsibility of protecting the capital, and he had to fulfill his duty to the end. "Sir, the rebel king's fleet is here." A squire ran to the top of the city wall. "Don't shout, I've already seen it." Weimer put down his telescope and spat. "Pass down my order. The 1st and 2nd cavalry squads are to be on horseback behind the city gate. As for the mercenaries, let them follow the cavalry closely. When the gunpowder explodes, don't wet your pants. Also, start the frying pan, although I don't think they have the ability to touch this wall." The surrounding knight burst into laughter. According to the plan, when the rebel king's troops occupied the dock, the flag on the city wall would be raised. At that time, the strong snow powder buried near the dock would be detonated, causing the enemy to suffer heavy losses and chaos. At that time, the city gate would be opened and the cavalry would charge, and victory would be decided. Those country bumpkins of the western region probably think that King City is like their most magnificent fortress, Longsong stronghold, and that they can take it by building a wooden ladder, Iron-feathered Knight Carr echoed. "I think you can save the firewood and bring it home to burn. It's better to be prepared." What an idiot, Sir thought to himself. Even if things like boiling oil and rolling stones were useless, he still had to show them to His Majesty Timothy. Because if the enemy couldn't break in, he would be kicked out of the King's City Knight Regiment sooner or later. He raised his telescope again and saw that the unmanned ship at the front of the fleet had left the fleet and was sailing toward the dock alone. The black flames on its head could be seen from miles away. There were no oars on the side, so it was unclear how it moved. But it didn't matter. No matter how strange the ship was, it couldn't go ashore to fight. The ship gradually slowed down and finally came to a stop on the other side of the dock. What do they want to do? Sikar raised his eyebrows. Do they want to land on the other side of the river? Don't tell me that the rebel king is frightened by the militia of 100 soldiers? Weimer was also surprised. Normally, people would try to occupy the dock as soon as possible when they saw that the defense of the dock was so weak. He opened his mouth and was about to say something when the front end of the strange ship suddenly lit up. After a few seconds, he heard a muffled clap of thunder. The sound of thunder came from afar. It was not loud, but it was still vigorous. Accompanying the sound was an earth pillar, which happened to be right next to the cabin where the snow powder was detonated. What happened just now? The snow powder was detonated? It doesn't look like it. It seems to have been done by that ship. Are you kidding me? It's almost a mile away. The Knights were in a heated discussion. Weimer frowned. Could it be that? The other party had already sensed that something was amiss underground. According to the intelligence gathered from various channels, the rebel king possessed extremely powerful snow powder weapons. Regardless of range or accuracy, they were superior to the iron pipes hammered out by the blacksmiths in King City. Therefore, from the beginning, His Majesty had decided not to confront the rebel king head-on. Instead, he would use the strategy of exploding barrels of snow powder to make those weapons useless. In addition, the thing that was emitting flames at the bow of the ship was probably an enlarged version of the firearm. It could hold more snow powder and launch more powerful shot balls. However, it was much more difficult to manufacture than handheld firearms. The blacksmiths of the entire city had been busy working for an entire winter, but the gadgets they made were not even as good as the catapults. Not long after, flames appeared again, accompanied by the same low rumble. This time, the earth pillar rose up close to the cabin, and the splashing soil smashed onto the roof of the cabin. His guess had come true. The other party had obviously come for this cabin. They had already discovered the snow powder buried near the pier. In this way, His Majesty Timothy's ambush plan would be useless. Weimer thought to himself that they might really have a chance to touch the city wall. In that case, whether the snow powder weapons were more ferocious or the city wall of King City was more solid, he would know after this battle. Just then, a loud noise rolled over the top of the city wall. The sound was so loud that it sounded like a clap of thunder exploding right next to one's ears. The ground in front of the pier suddenly arched up into a small hill. Countless amounts of soil and stones were thrown high into the air. Thick smoke and white mist burst out of the soil, forming a cloud-like mass of air. A violent tremor swept through the earth, and the top of the city wall swayed in an instant. Weimer instinctively crouched down, but Carr sprained his ankle and fell beside him. The soil that flew into the air fell down like a rainstorm, but no sound could be heard when it hit the ground. Weimer's ears buzzed, and it took a while for him to recover from the sudden tremor. Damn it, that idiot didn't even wait for the flag to signal before detonating all the snow powder. The originally flat ground now looked like it had been bitten by something. There were potholes everywhere, and hot air and white smoke were still constantly coming out of the loose black mud. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Weimer poked half his head out from behind the battlement and saw that the fleet in the distance had started moving again. They formed a line and headed for the pier. The militias that were originally used as bait were either paralyzed on the dock, or had already dropped their weapons and began to scatter in all directions. Who was responsible for igniting the fire? Sikar flew into a rage out of humiliation and picked up the guard beside him. I'm going to twist his head off. That's someone arranged by His Highness, Steelheart Knight scolded. Keep an eye on them. They're about to go ashore and prepare to raise the blue flag. I hope that the guy hiding in the warehouse can complete the task, he thought. In the end, there was no movement at the pier until the other party had all landed on land. When the earth-shattering roar sounded just now, Alan Abel was taking care of his sword. The huge explosion and tremor shocked him so much that he almost dropped the sword hilt. Even though he knew in advance that there would be such a thing, He still did not expect that the sound of the snow powder explosion would be so shocking. This was still 2 or 3 miles away. If he was in the middle of a trap, what would the scene be like? He calmed down his restless mount, sheathed his sword, and gestured to the cavalry behind him. When the door opens, you will charge with me. Don't hold back the horses. Behind them is the canal. The crowd had not yet recovered from the shock of the thunder, and their response was uncertain. Alan shouted loudly, "This is a trap set by His Majesty. The wrath of thunder punishes the opponent, not us. Cheer up, they have nowhere to retreat." Yes. This time, the answer was more in unison. The group of mercenaries behind him still looked confused. Alan shook his head disdainfully. He did not take these people seriously. He was just following behind to clean up the mess. However, after a while, the city gate still did not open. What was going on? He looked at the top of the city wall with some doubt, but Steelheart Knight did not give any new instructions. The charge could begin at any time, and he could not leave his position to ask about the situation. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, he heard a muffled sound again. The sound seemed to come from a very far distance. If he remembered correctly, it seemed to be an attack from the enemy. What went wrong with the plan? Could it be that the snow powder trap did not make the enemy collapse and escape? While feeling a little anxious, a strange wind suddenly sounded. Before Alan had time to think about it, the green bricks beside the city gate suddenly burst open. Crack, the flying stone debris splashed everywhere. He felt a numbness in his waist and fell off the horse stiffly. The frightened horse stepped on his thigh while running away. The intense pain made him cry out, "Ah, my leg! Captain! Lord Alan!" The 2 squires immediately surrounded him. "Control the team, don't let them run around," Alan shouted while enduring the pain. The formation of the cavalry fell into chaos. No one knew what was going on, and they all rode away. The squires shouted with all their might, but it was difficult to suppress the sudden change. He tried his best to get up, but to no avail. He stuck his head out and saw that his thigh was twisted into a strange shape. The wound was a bloody mess, and the deformed armor plate was tilted to one side. The white broken bone had torn through his flesh and pants, revealing a small part of his thigh. There were still bits of flesh hanging from it. Alan's heart suddenly turned cold. His career as a knight was over. At this moment, the strange sound of the wind sounded again. This time, it was the city gate that suddenly changed. He saw with his own eyes that the 2 guards behind the city gate were instantly surrounded by a cloud of debris. The scattered wood and flying stone debris swept past. When the dust dissipated, Alan was shocked to find that the upper bodies of the 2 guards seemed to have been cut off by a sharp blade. Blood mixed with red and green internal organs flowed all over the ground. There were still 5 or 6 cavalrymen lying behind them. The usually harmless pieces of wood had now become deadly weapons. They stabbed into the body like knives, and the thumb-sized stones could actually penetrate the armor. There was also a hole the size of a washbasin on the 2-foot-thick city gate, and the enemy was still 3 miles away. Devil, the enemy is a devil. No one knew who shouted, but the already chaotic scene instantly became a pot of boiling oil. At the same time, Lightning, Vendi, Maggie, and Hummingbird were executing the final blow before the general attack. Since the warship's main cannons fired solid bullets, the damage to the combatants and defense facilities at the top of the city wall was not ideal. Therefore, their goal was to destroy the enemy's line of defense at the top of the city wall, killing as much as possible of the enemy's effective forces, and opening up a safe passage for the general attack. This was also the first time that the hydrogen balloon was used in actual combat. Compared to the 1,000-mile raid 5 months ago, this time, it took off right beside the canal. Almost everyone witnessed the liftoff of this behemoth. In Roland's plan, the unimpeded hydrogen balloon could be used as a short-distance bomber in this era. Coupled with the logistical support of the entire fleet, it was completely the original version of the aircraft carrier battle mode. The soldiers of the First Army on the dock burst into enthusiastic cheers. They all knew that no enemy could stop the attack from the sky, and their wise and benevolent lord would definitely win this war. After a while, the hydrogen balloon floated over King's City, and the towering capital shrunk to the size of a palm. Lightning pulled down her windproof glasses and gestured to Vendi to drop a bomb. The latter nodded and pulled the trigger. A bomb fell off the support and fell to the ground. Unlike the previous air raid, this time Anna did not go with the ship, but Hummingbird. Under the continuous influence of her magic power, as long as the 4 hanging bombs were not out of contact, their weight would only be 20% of the usual. This kind of enchantment was a new method that she had come up with after her increasingly refined control of magic power. If the effect was maintained for a very short period of time, it could simultaneously change the weight of multiple objects in contact, and indirectly reduce the consumption of magic power. Lightning easily caught up with the bomb, and guided it to hit the catapult on the side of the city gate. When falling in midair, the little girl saw the frightened eyes of the knight on the top of the city wall. They raised their crossbows and flintlocks to shoot at the sky, trying to shoot her down. But she knew how difficult it was to hit a bird flying freely in the air, not to mention that most weapons could not even reach her height. The bomb directly hit the catapult. With a loud bang, a scarlet fireball suddenly lit up and quickly expanded. The surrounding people could not dodge in time and were engulfed by the flames in the blink of an eye. Violent waves of air engulfed everything on the city wall. The pot of boiling oil was overturned and soon ignited into a big fire. Then, the flames flowed along with the hot oil and ignited the bags piled up on the side. Explosions rang out one after another, blasting everything in the surroundings into smithereens. Flames and thick smoke were everywhere. The knight who was preparing for battle a moment ago immediately scattered in all directions. Many of them lost their way in the thick smoke and directly rolled down the city wall. Some of them struggled in the sea of fire, rolling all over the ground to extinguish the flames on their bodies. At this moment, the top of the city wall had already turned into a living hell. Their defensive line has collapsed. Looking at the thick smoke billowing from the walls of the capital, Sylvie's expression revealed a trace of pity. "This group of people deserves it," Nightingale said expressionlessly. "If we were the ones who failed, they would only become worse. In any case, someone has to pay the price for this dispute. If it's not the enemy, it's us," Roland said, pretending to be relaxed. Then he waved to Iron Axe behind him. "Blow the horn and take this city." He did not want to lament the cruelty of war or cherish the value of peace at this time. This was a struggle for power, a battle for survival, and a collision of ideas and classes. When a backward class was replaced, it would never retire from the stage in obscurity. There would always be a need for a lot of blood to die for it. He hoped that the blood would come from the enemy. "Fighting for you, Your Highness." The latter gave a neat military salute and left the ship. Soon, the horn of the general attack sounded over the dock area. As a member of the 4th Commando, Nail's goal was to seize the gate of the palace. After entering the inner city, the team suddenly slowed down. Here, they encountered a strong counterattack from the enemy. "Iger is injured. Carry him down." "Damn it. Where's the field artillery?" "They're blocked by a pile of debris. They have to take a detour. Get ready to fire. These monsters are coming again." Nail slapped his cheek hard, loaded the bullets into the cartridge, and handed them to the teammates in front of him. A volley of gunshots rang out. The crazed man in the front was riddled with holes and fell to the ground, spurting blood. But the people behind him followed closely and threw themselves at the commandos as if they were desperate. Even though they were shot in the arms and abdomen, they did not slow down. These people were not militiamen. Nail felt his hands and feet go numb. They were all wearing half-body armor or chain armor and were well armed, with everything from swords to crossbows. According to John, who was knowledgeable, only the king's guards could be equipped with such a complete set of equipment. Unfortunately, this knowledge did not save him until the end. Just before, when he was facing the enemy's charge, he was pierced in the neck by a crossbow arrow. He hoped that he could hold on until Miss Angel arrived. "Retreat, 4th team, retreat. 3rd team, ready to fire." The veterans no longer cared about saving bullets and fired accurately. After emptying the cartridge in one breath, they retreated to shorten the gap of suppressive fire. 5 commandos took turns to cover each other along the street. It was the first time that Nail had seen this way of shooting in a row since the flintlock was replaced with a revolving rifle. But the enemy they encountered was not attacking them from the front. A team of crazed men suddenly jumped out of a house on the street. Before most people had time to turn their guns, they had already rushed into the enemy's formation. Screams and curses suddenly rang out. Nail watched helplessly as his teammate standing in front of him was cut in half by a red-eyed guard with a sword, and blood splashed on his face. Although the enemy was quickly killed by other teammates, it was obvious that even Miss Angel could not save the man in front of him. "Those bastard artillerymen, where the hell are they? Help me! My foot! Keep firing! Don't stop!" Hearing the captain shouting hoarsely, Nail gritted his teeth, wiped the blood on the cartridge with his sleeve, picked up the rifle that had fallen on the ground, loaded it, aimed at an enemy who was fighting with several teammates, and pulled the trigger. Although he was afraid, his past training constantly reminded him that when facing a strong enemy, only by sticking together with the team and exerting the collective strength could they survive. Just then, Nail heard the support troops shouting behind him, "The artillery battalion is in trouble on East Street. Lord Brian sent us to support you. No matter who you are, hurry up and come up," the captain shouted without looking back. In an instant, the streets were filled with countless tiny stone chips and dust, and the ground crackled. The enemy's body suddenly paused, and clouds of blood spurted out from his back. The dense bullets seemed to form an invisible wall, blocking the charge of the berserk guards. "Well done! Kill these monsters!" Nail also clenched his fists excitedly. The enemy's armor burst into sparks under the heavy machine gun fire. Being hit in the head and chest almost killed them instantly. Even if they were hit in the hands and feet, they would only be severed limbs, unlike the revolvers, which could still fight. More importantly, there was almost no gap between the bullets, so it did not matter even if they missed 2 or 3 shots. When the gunfire stopped, white smoke was rising from the barrels. The crazed guards left corpses on the ground and retreated in panic. Those who were not killed but had completely lost the ability to move lay on the ground, moaning. In their eyes, Nail saw deep fear. "Raise your guns," the captain roared fiercely. Thinking of his teammate who had been split into 2 in front of him, Nail did not hesitate to raise his rifle. After clearing the road, the team was finally able to move forward again. When the 5 commando teams arrived at the gate of the palace, they immediately built temporary shooting positions according to the training requirements and monitored the movements of other streets. In order to prevent being sandwiched, the team attacking the inner city was divided into 3 regiments, which advanced from 3 main streets and flanked each other. In this way, no matter which direction the enemy took, they would be blocked by the First Army. However, Nail found that the implementation of the plan was not as smooth as during the training. The South Street was set on fire and almost impassable, and the team encountered a gravel obstacle that the field artillery could not climb over, so the team dispersed while fighting. When facing a strong counterattack, the team members did not pay attention to the east, west, north, or south, nor did they pay attention to Miss Lightning's flag signal. A commando team that originally belonged to their regiment even disappeared, and gunshots could be heard everywhere in the inner city. Fortunately, they were the first to arrive at the gathering place. An hour later, the regiments arrived at the entrance of the palace one after another, and the field artillery was slowly pushed up. The hot air balloon floated above the palace again. As 4 bombs razed the garden wall and iron gate to the ground, the final battle began. "Your Majesty, they are at the gate of the palace." "Run," Osborne said anxiously. "It will be too late if we don't leave now." Timothy sat on the edge of the bed in the bedchamber in silence. Back then, his father had ended his life here, and now it seemed like it was his turn. With the death of Wimbledon III, he took advantage of the situation and pushed the blame to Prince Gerald, solving the biggest hidden danger and ascending to the peak of power. In the following year, he integrated the eastern region and the northern region, and at the same time forced his third sister, Garcia, to leave. His momentum was unparalleled. He had thought that it was only a matter of time before he conquered the western region and unified the entire Grey Castle, but he did not expect the situation to change so suddenly and unexpectedly. First, the crazed army's repeated attacks on border town had no effect, and then the sudden explosion had cast a shadow over his heart. Then, in the short span of 3 days, all of his advantages were gone. When he received the news from Redwater City, he never thought that he only had 3 days left to prepare. The snow in the northern region had not melted yet, and the spring plowing had just entered the planting stage. It was still too early to recruit militias, and the letter for help sent to the east was estimated to have just been sent to the new Duke of the Eastern region. In the end, he could only use the King's City Knight Regiment, the mercenary team, the patrol team, as well as the guards and squires of the surrounding nobles to hastily respond to the battle. As a result, the lofty city wall that King's City was so proud of could not even hold for a day. Bastard! Timothy suddenly smashed the candlestick on the bedside table to the ground. Damn you, if you didn't collude with witches, if you didn't turn to the devil, how could you defeat me? Your Majesty, yes, the devil. His voice was hoarse and trembling with anger. The church is a bunch of trash. They claimed to be hunting witches, but they left out Roland Wimbledon. If he wasn't a witch, how could his firearms be so much stronger than mine? How could he easily launch attacks from the air? Whether it's craftsmen, alchemists, or wealth, I'm hundreds of times better than him. There's only one explanation: the devil from hell is helping him. 2 explosions sounded under the palace, the window glass rattled, and intermittent sounds of fighting could be faintly heard. It was the guard's last attempt. No, I can't die yet. Timothy thought bitterly. If he committed suicide now, wouldn't it be too easy for the devil? The one who should go to hell should be my brother. Let's go to the secret passage first. He stood up, but his legs gave way and he almost fell again. Fortunately, the guards held him. Yes, Your Majesty, Osborne said with relief. He carried Timothy on his back, called the guards who were guarding the door, and walked towards the fireplace together. This secret passage had both a trap and a dead door. Once the dead door was put down, the entrance would be completely blocked and would never be able to enter again. There were god stones of retaliation embedded everywhere in the ground, and there were also hidden traps. In addition, the forks were intricate, so Timothy hadn't explored all of them. Probably since the construction of the palace, the underground part of the secret passage had been completely completed. The 6 people walked to a relatively large lounge, where the new king stopped the team and let them rest for a while waiting for the opportunity to escape. It was still daytime, and although there were several exits of the secret passage, the longest one could even go all the way out of the city, it was still very risky to act rashly. After all, the other side had witches who could carry gunpowder to the sky, which was still fresh in his memory. The safest way was to wait until the dead of night before acting. This place was covered by god stones, so even witches couldn't sneak in. Since we're going to wait until late at night, you can lie down here and take a nap. The Imperial Guard took out a pile of blankets from a cabinet and spread them on the ground. Timothy lay on the blanket, the slightly damp and musty smell made him frown. The 2 emotions of nervousness and confusion alternated in his mind, making it difficult for him to fall asleep. Where should I go next? The northern region or the eastern region? There were nobles who supported him on both sides, and the Duke was also his new vassal. But after they knew that King's City had fallen, it was still a question whether they would still follow him. Or, the church. As soon as this idea popped up, it began to grow wildly in his mind. Those great nobles themselves were fence-sitters. Even if their younger brother was involved with the witches, they would still choose to compromise in the face of threats, just like those guys in Longsong Stronghold. But the church, at least on the surface, would not let go of any witches, not to mention the nobles who raised a large number of witches. Although this group of swindlers were arrogant and slow, they would never sit idly by and watch the devil's power spread wantonly in the kingdom of Grey Castle. If the church could fulfill my desire for revenge, then even if I had to give them my father's kingdom, so what? As long as I can personally send Roland Wimbledon to the guillotine, and then torture those damned witches to death one by one, otherwise I will never be able to swallow this. In the dim light of the torch, Timothy made a decision. He estimated that after midnight, the group of people directly escaped from King's City through the longest passage. But before they could go more than half a mile, the surrounding field suddenly lit up with hundreds of torches. Your Majesty, run. Osborne's words came to an abrupt halt. At this time, any words would seem superfluous. The other side was obviously well prepared and had set up an excellent ambush here. No matter where they went, they were blocked. Your Majesty, the road to the palace has been cleared. This city is yours. Iron Axe said excitedly as he knelt in front of Roland. The battle lasted from yesterday to early this morning. After breaking through the city gate, the First Army only spent 4 hours to achieve their two main objectives, the palace in the inner city and the cathedral in the eastern district. The next step was to eliminate the enemy and completely extinguish Timothy's resistance. Roland looked around and found that everyone was equally excited. Whether it was the soldiers of the First Army or the witches, they were all in high spirits. If he had not expressed his position, they would have cheered for him. After Timothy was overthrown, he had become the real king of Grey Castle in their hearts, even without the coronation ceremony. However, his mood was unexpectedly calm. This magnificent capital that represented the center of Grey Castle did not resonate with him, nor did he feel like he had returned to his homeland. In Roland's eyes, this was just an ordinary city, not even as important as Longsong's stronghold. The only significance was that the farce of the order for the selection of the crown prince had finally come to an end, and he could run his territory with peace of mind. Of course, a victory was still a victory, especially such a hearty one. He believed that the news of the new king's city would soon spread throughout the kingdom, and his prestige and fame would rise to a new level, which would be beneficial for recruiting talents and promoting the reform. So far, the spring offensive plan, which had been prepared for more than 4 months, had been mostly completed. Now, only the south was left. Roland could not help but look in the direction of Fallen Dragon Ridge and the farther southernmost region. That was the place he really needed to conquer. He took a deep breath, interrupted his thoughts, and said loudly, "Let's go to the city." "Yes, Your Majesty." Iron Axe stood up respectfully and ordered the soldiers who had been waiting for a long time. "2 columns, protect your new king." "Let's go." The soldiers raised their weapons and shouted, "Long live King Wimbledon! Long live His Majesty!" Amid the cheers of the First Army, Roland got off the warship and set off for the palace. After passing through the city gate, the streets were deserted, and there was almost no one in sight. There were still traces of a great battle on the ground, and the closer one was to the palace, the more it was so. Damaged houses, uncleared roadblocks, broken limbs, and bloodstains could be seen everywhere in the inner city. There was no doubt that although the process of seizing the palace was short, it was still the most intense battle the First Army had experienced since its establishment. Looking at the ruins on both sides of the street, Roland could not help but feel a little distressed. The exact number of casualties had not yet been calculated, but the corpses of the First Army soldiers that had been transported to the rear had already exceeded 20, and this was the result of Nana's timely rescue. Without the little girl's help, this number would at least triple. Stepping into the palace area, the soldiers stationed here all knelt down on one knee. The road leading to the palace was lined with 2 neat rows of kneeling soldiers. This was a rare sight in the First Army, where military salutes were commonplace. Roland did not say anything to stop them. From their excited expressions, he could tell that these people were not here to welcome him as a member of the army, but to salute the new king as a citizen of Grey Castle. Passing through the lush green garden, the scene in his memory instantly overlapped with everything around him. 3 bluestone buildings were arranged in a triangular shape around the flowing water garden, forming the territory where the Wimbledon family had lived for generations. On the left was the Hall of Sky, which was used for holding banquets and ceremonies, but now it had been destroyed by a bomb, leaving only dozens of thick stone pillars standing tall. On the right was the City Hall and the library, which were currently under the care of the First Army. In the middle was the most magnificent Holy Temple of the Twin Towers. Its structure was similar to the high-rise buildings of later generations. At the bottom was an oval 3-story podium, which was larger than the castle area of Border Town. On each side of the podium was a raised tower, the top of which was built in the shape of a crown, and the other was shaped like a crown, symbolizing the supreme authority of the royal family of Grey Castle. In the middle of the 2 towers were 2 crossed iron chains, which represented the pattern of the twin spears on the family emblem. Whether in terms of shape or design concept, it was an outstanding work that could be passed down for hundreds of generations. Following the guidance of the fragments in his mind, Roland climbed more than 100 curved stairs step by step and walked into the Holy Temple. It was a very strange experience. Obviously, it was his first time here, but he knew every room and every corridor. In the hall, in addition to the guards with guns, there was also a group of frightened nobles. When they saw Roland, they all knelt down and greeted him respectfully in unison. "Get up. Without hesitation, Roland sat on the throne and looked down at the crowd. Among these nobles, he saw several familiar figures. For example, Minister of Finance Lauren Moore, Minister of Foreign Affairs Brent Ferlin, Minister of Justice Pillow, Director of Intelligence Marshall, Prime Minister Marquis Wyke, and so on. These people were all courtiers who had served Wimbledon III, and some of their family backgrounds could even be traced back to the founding of the Wimbledon family. When Timothy Wimbledon succeeded the throne, all these people turned to the new king. Now, they obviously intended to continue to follow the tradition and pledge their loyalty to him. Unfortunately, he did not need them. This was not a court discussion, but a trial. Timothy Wimbledon is suspected of murdering Prince Gerald, conspiring to rebel, and colluding with the church. He is now in custody and must be severely punished. Soon, his crimes will spread throughout the city and even the kingdom. What do you want to say? These crimes are unforgivable. I tried to dissuade him, but to no avail. Marquis Wyke was the first to speak. You have overturned the dark cloud over Grey Castle, Your Majesty. The rest of the nobles echoed. Really? Roland asked with a sneer. When he committed these heinous crimes, did you stand by and watch, or did you help him? Don't tell me that you're done just by moving your mouth. The Marquis frowned. You may not know this, but after Timothy took the throne, he promoted a large number of trusted people, such as Laurie, C. Carr, and Sir Maurice. Whether it was the Knight Regiment or the Expeditionary Army, we could not control them. Yes, Your Majesty, please understand. When he sent Prince Gerald to the guillotine, he even bypassed the court. Pillow coughed and complained. The executioner was also a member of the Knight Regiment. I could not stop him. So what happened in the past year has nothing to do with you, right? Roland's evaluation of these ministers dropped a few points. They were not so much the king's assistants, but more like a group of interests with their own agendas. They were cancer attached to the royal family. Perhaps when Grey Castle was founded, the noble ministers were indeed the king's right-hand men, but after hundreds of years, they had become completely rigid and degenerate. In that case, let's play a game. Play. A game? Everyone looked surprised. Your Majesty, I don't quite understand. Marquis Wyke wiped the sweat from his forehead. What do you mean? By elimination? Gallows, mine labor, confiscation of family property, and deportation, the prince said lightly. The rules of the game are in line with the royal law. It's very fair. No, I served your father. You can't. I'm your king now, so of course I can, he interrupted. Don't panic. If you pass all 10 questions, you'll be promoted and rewarded. It's only interesting if you win and lose, right? I can't accept it. Sir Pyle shook his head. This is too childish. The punishment you mentioned must be decided by the court. Your Majesty, I'm not feeling well. Please excuse me. He turned around and was about to leave the hall, but found that the door had been closed. 2 soldiers stood expressionlessly at the exit, showing no signs of backing down. I'm not asking for your opinion, Sir Pyle, Roland said, spreading out his hands. If you insist on leaving, there will be one more way to be eliminated. He made a shooting gesture. Be shot. The nobles widened their eyes and involuntarily took 2 steps back. The soldiers on both sides raised their guns and vigilantly watched the movements of these people. Now, the game begins. Roland stood up, clapped his hands, and said, the first question. Did you participate in the forced conscription of refugees and forced them to attack the western region? You can start first, Mr. Prime Minister. Marquis Wyke was silent for a moment. I did follow Timothy's order to recruit refugees from the eastern region and the southern region, but I didn't know the second half of what you said. Roland felt a gentle pinch on his right shoulder. I'm sorry to tell you that you only have one chance. He waved his hand. Take him away. There's a prison under this hall. Your Majesty, I'm telling the truth. But you and I both know that even this sentence is a lie. Roland ignored the Prime Minister's complaint and watched him being dragged out of the hall. He said slowly, if you're a little bit smart, don't choose to lie. It won't do you any good. I can tell lies. Everyone stood there, and no one dared to speak for a while. If no one takes the initiative to answer, then I'll call names. He looked at the Minister of Justice. What about you, Mr. Pyle? As Roland thought, this was a trial. He had to quickly deal with the nobles here before he had the energy to deal with the affairs in the south of Fallen Dragon Ridge. It was impossible for him to stay here for too long. In the end, it would be up to the people trained by the city hall to manage the affairs here. The resistance to taking over the city came from the local nobles and the Blackstreet gang. Due to the limited power he could invest, he could not completely clean up the city like he did in Longsong Stronghold, so he still needed to cooperate with the traditional forces. The purpose of this trial was to quickly eradicate the nobles who had too deep collusion with Timothy and were guilty of serious crimes, leaving only the small nobles with clean backgrounds as partners to maintain the basic operation of the city. As for the Blackstreet gangs, Theo could be in charge of maintaining order. After all, the reason why he decided to launch the spring offensive was that he was worried that Timothy would wantonly recruit people and waste them in a meaningless war of attrition. If he overthrew Timothy and left, the city would certainly fall into chaos in a short time, and then he would be no different from a false king. After a year of development, Roland's power was not the same as it was at the beginning. Therefore, although he did not intend to develop King City as a key city, he did not need to completely hand it over to others like he did in Stronghold. Whether it was the nobles or the church, he had the right to overturn the table. One last question. Have any of you bullied or persecuted people? Including witches? After 9 questions, there were more than 50 nobles in the hall, but now there were less than 10 left. This elimination rate was not surprising, because those who could serve in the city hall had already been screened by Timothy. Those who thought that he was not in a proper position and questioned the cause of death of Wimbledon III had all been kicked out of the palace. The fact that there were still 7 people who had not participated in his conspiracies and had nothing to do with the church had already surprised Roland. Your Majesty, I was wrong. A nobleman knelt down, sweating profusely. I once ordered my men to beat up a commoner. He rubbed the mud on his feet on my pants. I couldn't help but I only beat him up. I didn't kill him. I secretly had sex with the daughter of a shop owner, but she seduced me first. The housekeeper slept with my wife while I was out hunting. I didn't pass the judgment of the court, but directly cut off his penis. But Your Majesty, the housekeeper shouldn't be counted as a crime, right? The rest of the nobles' varied answers made Roland struggle to hold back his laughter. If it were any other time, it would not be considered a crime at all. It would not even be a mistake. But now, they were obviously panicking, for fear that the concealment of these questions would be taken as lies, and they would spill out all of their secrets. After waiting for the nobles to finish, Roland cleared his throat and asked, "Nothing else?" "Nothing else." The nobles all affirmed. When he felt a gentle pinch on his right shoulder, he nodded and said, "Congratulations, you've passed the game." His words made the nobles who rushed to answer obviously relieved. As I said at the beginning, it's only interesting if there are rewards and punishments. Don't worry, my promises are always valid, especially when there are so many empty seats in the city hall. But before that, I have a little concern. Roland looked at the 2 people standing at the end of the crowd. They did not say anything else other than nothing else. In other words, they did not think they had violated any laws, and Nightingale had also confirmed their judgment. What are your names, and what position do you hold in the city hall? Alva Tabor, Your Majesty, one of them answered. I'm in charge of matters related to the stars. Blanche Orlando, the other one was a woman. I'm in charge of the ceremonial officer. So that's how it is. With this kind of position, it's probably difficult to do anything bad. The 2 of them were the only clean stream among the nobles in the city hall. Roland sat back on the throne and said, "You can leave the palace first. When I'm done with the family, I'll call you back." He paused for a moment. "You'll soon see that my way of governing is different from my father's and Timothy's. Don't forget the reason why you can pass the game. Keep it up. This won't be the only game like this." After the nobles left, Roland also left the hall and went to the basement with Nightingale. The dungeon of the palace was Prince Roland's childhood nightmare. As he walked down the stone steps, Roland could not help but feel this fear. Rummaging through his memories, he quickly found the source of his fear. When he was 12 years old, Timothy took Prince Roland, Gerald, and Garcia to explore the basement of the palace. Prince Roland, who had always wanted to be part of their circle, was very happy. However, Timothy stole the key from the guard and locked Prince Roland in prison. Then, the three of them laughed and left. In the dark room, Prince Roland was so scared that his teeth were chattering, and he did not even dare to shout. Because he could occasionally hear mournful cries in the palace, the guard said that they were caused by the ghosts in the underground. Prince Roland was afraid that the cries would attract the undead, so he curled up in a corner of the wall, buried his head in his knees, and sobbed. When the three of them came to see him the next morning, his face was covered with snot. Since then, Prince Roland had never dared to step into the palace basement. Now, Roland naturally understood that the so-called cries of ghosts were only the screams of prisoners during torture. Only a few prisoners were qualified to be imprisoned in the palace, so he occasionally heard them. Walking to the lowest floor of the basement, Roland saw Timothy Wimbledon in a small cell. This was also the place where Prince Roland had cried for a whole night. Compared to the prison in the inner city, the environment here was actually not bad. At least it was not leaking, rats and cockroaches were everywhere, and the air was full of humidity and stench. The ironic thing was that their positions had been swapped. Hearing the noise, Timothy, who was sitting against the wall, opened his eyes and looked at Roland. He was the brother that Prince Roland feared the most. His appearance was not much different from the image in his memory. His gray short curly hair and eyes symbolized the blood of the Wimbledon family. His nose and cheeks inherited his father's features, which made him look angular and quite handsome. However, his slender eyes destroyed the overall feeling, and under the flickering light of the torch, they looked even more gloomy. In the past, the fourth prince would not even dare to look his second brother in the eye, but to Roland, he was just a stranger whose claws and teeth had been pulled out. The two of them looked at each other in silence for a long time. For a moment, only the crackling of the torches could be heard in the cell. Timothy couldn't hide the haggardness on his face. Although he still wanted to put on his previous imposing manner to overwhelm her, it was all in vain. The tough look in his eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by an indescribable fear. "Who are you?" Timothy finally couldn't help but ask, breaking the silence. The dry voice echoed in the basement, and the emotions in it were clear. He's afraid, Roland thought. Roland was not surprised that Timothy would ask such a question. Compared to Tilly, whom he rarely communicated with, Timothy knew Prince Roland better. After all, the latter's bad and capricious character was largely caused by the second prince. "I'm Roland Wimbledon." He squatted down and looked at Timothy at the same level. "Don't you remember me?" "You're not," Timothy said in a trembling voice. "He can't look at me like that, he doesn't dare to face me." He gasped twice. "I know, you're the real devil." He wasn't tempted by the devil, but the devil incarnated into his appearance and wanted to steal the kingdom. For a dying man, Roland simply disdained to explain anything. "So what? How much better do you think you are than the devil? You murdered your own father, pushed the conspiracy onto your own brother, and then executed him. In order to keep the stolen throne, you not only colluded with the church that father hated the most, but also forced innocent people to attack the territory of the third princess. You didn't even spare the most cowardly and incompetent fourth prince. In just 1 year, the kingdom was in chaos. Several cities were destroyed by the flames of war, and refugees were everywhere. I'm afraid that even the devil couldn't do this." "No," he argued in a panic. "I didn't kill father, he committed suicide. Just like you, he was controlled by the devil." "Committed suicide?" Roland asked with a frown. "I'm not lying. He was lying on the bed as usual, smiling and killing himself with a dagger." "Not a witch?" "He was wearing a god's stone of retaliation." "Damn it." Timothy's hoarse voice was choked with sobs. "Everything happened without warning, and I couldn't stop him." Roland looked at Nightingale behind him, and she nodded gently. "An enchantment witch." A thought flashed through his mind. Once the ability was performed, the witch would not be affected by the god's stone. If it was an ordinary witch organization, it was almost impossible for them to get close to the king, but the church also had pure witches, so it was not difficult to get close to the king. Roland quickly thought of the refugee evacuation battle 6 months ago. A witch had infiltrated the camp to assassinate Vendi and the others, and her ability was to change her appearance. If he looked at the two together, the answer was obvious. If the church was really behind all this, then the decree to fight for the throne, which was purely to create disputes and turmoil, could also be explained. However, all this still needed to be confirmed, and Roland believed that he could find out the truth from the high priest of King City Cathedral. "This is not the reason why you murdered Gerald and expanded the war to the whole kingdom," Roland said in a deep voice. "Especially when you colluded with the church and used the pill of madness to create a massacre. Have you ever thought about how many people died because of this? Even if I didn't use it, wouldn't Garcia have? If they had worshipped me as king from the beginning, I wouldn't have been so ruthless." Timothy climbed to the railing and grabbed the iron bar with both hands. "And what does this have to do with the devil? What do you want to do with me? State the crime, sentence, and then go to the guillotine, just like Gerald. But your crime is irrefutable, and you cannot be punished." "No. You can't kill me, the devil can never stand in front of the stage, and the power of God will destroy you. If you want to get the kingdom of Grey Castle, you must rely on my help." "God?" Roland grinned. "Do you mean the church? You don't know them. The church's hidden strength is unfathomable, and in the notes left by my father, there are some incredible rumors, which is why he has never been able to make up his mind to expel the church." He shouted, "The pill is only one of their means, and as long as your identity is exposed, you will soon be doomed." "It's not like that. Timothy Wimbledon, I know far more than you think, and I also know what the future will be like. This road is too difficult, and you can't lead the people through it." Roland said slowly, "In order to meet the upcoming challenges, your fate must end here. But don't worry, your journey to hell will not be lonely, and there will be many people who will go with you. Go in peace." When Hillfox walked into the palace basement, he felt his heart tremble, not out of fear, but out of excitement. Irrepressible excitement. The flickering light of the torch danced for him, and the echo of his footsteps on the stone floor praised him. He had never felt that the dark and quiet basement could be so wonderful. After reaching the bottom floor, Theo searched him again, then patted him on the shoulder and whispered, "Go, don't stay too long." Hill nodded and eagerly walked into the darkness. He passed through a pitch-black walkway, and when he was about to reach the side of the cage, he slowed down. This was a memorable moment, and he wanted to savor it. Then he saw the murderer of his wife. False King Timothy Wimbledon. In an instant, Hill covered his mouth and his eyes were filled with tears. Everything he had done had not been in vain, and the result had come sooner than he had expected. If his wife could see this scene, she would probably smile too, right? "Who is it?" Timothy turned around and eagerly leaned against the railing. "Is it you, devil? Have you changed your mind?" Hill walked out of the shadows and walked step by step to the cage. Timothy was slightly startled, and then with a vigilant look, he took 2 steps back and said, "Who are you? Who let you in? Where is Roland Wimbledon? I want to see him." This was the usual high and mighty king. Hill had only seen Timothy's appearance from a distance at the coronation ceremony. At that time, he was wearing a crimson robe, holding a golden scepter and wearing a bright and luxurious crown. Surrounded by the King City Knight troop, he climbed the platform step by step to accept the coronation. Hill had once hoped that he would be a good king who would let everyone live a peaceful life. However, the ensuing full-scale manhunt had torn the acrobatic troupe and her family apart. All her hopes for the future had turned into bubbles. But now, he finally tasted the taste of revenge, which was different from the bitterness described in stories. There was neither pity for the enemy nor the emptiness after success. All he felt was sweetness and joy. His heart, which had been dry for a long time, was once again moistened. Unexpectedly, he found that he actually quite liked this feeling. "I'm Hill Fox, your majesty." Hill bowed. "A member of the Pigeon and Top Hat acrobatic troupe. You can't know me, but I know you." Timothy's face was cold and he didn't say a word. He didn't care at all and continued, "The acrobatic troupe originally had 7 members, but we lost one because of you. From then on, the remaining 6 people no longer focused on performing. Instead, they mingled with the rats in taverns to inquire about your movements. After that, they would organize and analyze the information before sending it to Lord Roland. He paused for a moment. By the way, we were the ones who sent you the information about your plan to develop snow powder and the forced recruitment of militia to invade the western region. I was also behind the sudden closure and relocation of the 2 saltpeter mines in the suburbs. What are you trying to say? Timothy narrowed his eyes. A traitor who is complacent about what he has done? A traitor who betrayed his king and sold his honor in exchange for benefits? I don't know anything about the pigeon and top hat acrobatic troupe. Put away your tricks, you untouchable. Benefits? Traitor? No. Your Majesty, I just followed my heart, Hill said calmly. That companion was my wife. She died in your witch-hunting operation. She was tortured and humiliated in prison, and the murderer's final punishment was only 25 silver royals. Timothy's eyes flashed. You remember now? He spread out his hands. Although the city hall issued 3 golden dragon coins as compensation, what was the use? My wife will never come back. She wasn't a witch, but she died because of you. After a while, Hill said, I didn't do it. This weak answer was as sweet as honey. If it had been any other time, he would have only received a disdainful sneer. At that time, the arrest order was executed by Lanry, your trusted subordinate. Even Steelheart Knight couldn't do anything to him. I just wanted a fair judgment, but the court and the city hall rejected my appeal. This is undoubtedly because you led the operation behind the scenes. No, enough, untouchable. Timothy couldn't help but growl. Do you know what you're doing? If the witch-hunting operation only killed your wife by mistake, what you've done is the death of the whole Grey Castle. Lord Roland? Idiot, Roland Wimbledon has long been dead. Your master is the real devil, and you decided to serve the devil for a woman? Really? Hill raised the corner of his mouth. When I begged God but got no response, I had already made a vow. As long as I can achieve my revenge, even if I'm the devil, I'm willing to follow him to hell. He put his hand on his chest and saluted. Goodbye, Your Majesty. It's my honor to be able to add fuel to your destruction. When they reached the entrance of the basement, Theo pointed his chin at him. Satisfied? Hill took a deep breath. Yes, my lord. Please take me to see His Majesty. Climbing to the 3rd floor of the palace, he finally saw the man he had been serving for the past 6 months. Compared to Timothy, Roland Wimbledon looked much more approachable. Although he had the same gray hair and gray eyes, he didn't have an arrogant temperament that kept people 1,000 miles away. He didn't even look like a royal noble. You've been hiding in King City these days. It's been hard on you. The other party's first words also greatly surprised Hill. Thanks to your intelligence, I was able to make thorough preparations and take down King City at the lowest cost. No, it's just what I should do. Of course, I know you're doing this for revenge. Timothy will soon receive the sentence he deserves. Your goal has been achieved, and you can start a new life from now on. But I hope that after this, you can continue to work for me. Roland stood up and walked in front of him, looking him in the eyes. There are still many things to do to restore the city to its former prosperity. The rats need to be controlled, and the restless nobles also need to be watched. Theo alone can't handle all of these things. What do you think? You and your acrobatic troupe can get a secret and formal job to protect the people of this city and prevent similar tragedies from happening again. I'm willing, Your Majesty. Hill knelt down solemnly. Even if you didn't say so, I'd still follow you to the ends of the earth. You fulfilled your promise, and now it's my turn. He said word by word, the rest of Hill Fox's life belongs to you. Nightingale leaned against the window and looked through the glass at the city under the night sky. The dim shadows continued in the night, outlining the outline of the walls of King City. Under the illumination of the lights, the 3 walls showed subtle differences. The nearest palace wall was light gray, illuminated by burning turpentine torches hanging on the wall. At first glance, it looked like an overlapping belt of bright and dark gems. Further away was the inner city wall, gray and black, like a long snake winding around the city. Even after King City had changed owners, the inner city was still shining brightly. It was the first time that Nightingale had seen a place livelier than Border Town. This fierce but short war had little impact on the lower nobles and rich merchants, and the night was still the best time for them to indulge and enjoy themselves. Further out, the earth suddenly darkened, as if all the light was blocked by the long snake. The most magnificent bluestone city wall was completely engulfed in darkness, and only the faint sparks on the top of the city wall could be seen. The outer city, like most of the towns she had seen, fell into silence as night fell. Compared with the large dark areas, the lights in the inner city seemed weak, but this did not affect people singing and dancing. For some reason, Nightingale suddenly thought of the human beings who had been forced to the corner of the continent. The vast land of dawn had been swallowed by darkness step by step, and demons and demonic beasts were lurking in it. But most people did not know this and continued to indulge in the remaining light. Phew, I'm exhausted. Bendy's voice interrupted her thoughts. She saw the red-haired witch rubbing her shoulders, walking to her side and lying on the windowsill with her. Are they asleep? Yeah, they've been busy for a long time, and now they're finally tired. Wendy yawned and said, I really don't know where they get the energy from. They've been flying around the hydrogen balloon all day, but they're still clamoring for stories. You should thank His Majesty. Nightingale could not help laughing. If he hadn't punished them to do 3 sets of exercises last time, I'm afraid they would have gone on an adventure tonight instead of listening to stories. She looked back and saw Maggie lying on top of Lightning through the gap between the balcony and the bedroom. Her white hair almost covered the little girl's body. The two of them really get along. Since the rooms in the palace were more spacious and were arranged according to the layout of the living room and 2 bedrooms, the witches who followed Roland were allocated rooms in a 4-person arrangement. It had to be said that this was the most magnificent place in the entire Grey Castle. Even the guest rooms had carpets and bedding made of the finest fabrics. Some of the Nightingale could still name, such as velvet and silk, while others she could not even tell the material. Indeed, Bendy also showed a gentle smile. I once heard from Lady Tilly that Maggie used to transform into a pigeon and sleep on the roof beam. The slightest noise would wake her up, and maintaining her transformed form was also to allow her to escape from danger at any time. Now, she can finally sleep peacefully like a normal girl. She paused here, and her voice was a little emotional. We bet on the right chips. Nightingale didn't respond, nor did she need to respond. As long as the witches of the Witch Cooperation Association survived, they would all have the same feeling. At the moment of life and death, the Lord of Border Town extended a helping hand to them and promised to bring them a new world. But now, the sisters not only saw the dawn, but also found that the new world was almost at their fingertips. When the holy mountain that they had been pursuing for 100 years was about to become a reality, this feeling of gratitude and recognition was far from being able to be described in a few words. The two were silent for a long time until the midnight bell rang in the distance. Then Bendy asked again, Do you want to go back and have a look? Go back where? Nightingale didn't come back to her senses for a while. Silver City, your home. She pointed to the south. It's only half a day's journey from here. If Maggie takes you there, it won't even take half an hour. You have a brother there, right? Nightingale didn't expect Roland to mention this. After a moment of hesitation, she shook her head and said, Now is the time to rectify the order of the city. Potential enemies are everywhere, and I can't leave His Majesty. When Grey Castle is pacified, there will be many opportunities to go to Silver City. There's no need to rush. I thought you would emphasize that you've severed ties with the Guyland family, just like in the past. Hearing this answer, Bendy seemed to be relieved. You seem to no longer hate your brother? If it weren't for his betrayal, I wouldn't have met you, let alone met His Majesty. Nightingale smiled. Isn't this what you always say to me? Getting rid of the nightmare of the past doesn't mean I have to cut off the past. I now understand the second half of the sentence. As long as I can strive to live a more fulfilling life than before, it'll be fine. Well, it sounds like a good proverb. Bendy raised her eyebrows. I didn't know your literary attainments were so high. So I won't sneak away. You can rest assured and go to sleep. Nightingale took her hand. It's getting late. Okay. The two climbed into the big bed. Bendy summoned a breeze and blew out the candles. Good night. Good night. When Nightingale confirmed that she had fallen asleep, she gently got up from the bed, entered the mist, and walked to His Majesty's room. Next, it was time for her. Darkness was on her side. The next day, Roland received a piece of good news and a piece of bad news from Iron Axe. The good news was that after a night of interrogation, High Priest Fairy had finally revealed the secret plan to replace the King of Hermes and issue the order to fight for the throne. The bad news was that the Church had been instigating this dispute for a long time in order to weaken the war potential of Grey Castle so that they could quickly capture the kingdom. And in fact, they had achieved many of their goals, such as the kingdoms east and south. If he hadn't happened to become the fourth prince, this plan was likely to make Grey Castle collapse. "You heard it all," he ordered Theo, who was next to him. "Spread the news, especially the Church's true purpose and Timothy's collusion with them. The more detailed the better. I want all the people in the city to know what they have done." "Yes." Then Roland looked at Iron Axe. "Also, send a paddle steamer to bring Berev and Xianxia to King City." The latter showed a rare look of embarrassment. "The director has no problem, but the chief alchemist. Is he really willing to leave the laboratory and spend his precious time on the road?" "I'll write a letter to Kyle." Roland curled his lips. Not returning home after becoming rich is like wearing silk clothes at night. In layman's terms, when one's skill reached the advanced level, no one would mind showing it off. He and the alchemist workshop of King City had always been competitors. As the saying goes, people of the same trade are enemies. Now that there was an opportunity to slap their faces, he didn't believe that he wouldn't come. There was no doubt that King City was a great treasure house. Although it was very backward as a city, and those seemingly magnificent buildings were not worth mentioning in Roland's eyes, it was still the brightest pearl in the kingdom of Grey Castle. In terms of population, the number of nobles in King City was far greater than that of any other city. Any nobles who had lost their fief would first come to King City to seek opportunities. Coupled with the landless knight and sir, the proportion of nobles in King City was even higher. For example, nearly 20% of the residents in the inner city were nobles, and they usually had elementary education and could read and write. For Roland, they were all potential officials worthy of training. After all, without land and family property, they would not be too resistant to the new policy, and they had good insight, so they could accept new things faster than ordinary civilians. In terms of industry, King City was also very successful. In addition to merchants and craftsmen's guilds, it also had the largest alchemist association and the unique astrologer association. These talents were the targets of Roland's desire. He summoned Berev and Xianxia to recruit them as much as possible. Finally, there was the wealth. The various kinds of materials collected in the palace were enough to match up to 10 Dukes of Ryans. Gold royals, jewelry, and gold and silver handicrafts were piled up in several warehouses. In addition to the other ministers who had fallen along with Timothy, the final tally was bound to be an astonishing number. If all their properties were confiscated, Neverwinter would not have to worry about food and clothing for the next 2 or 3 years. However, Roland did not intend to move them all. It would take too much time, and taking over King City would cost a lot of money to maintain stability. There was no point in piling up money in the basement or splashing it out needlessly. It was the right thing to let it circulate according to its own value. If possible, Roland hoped to spend half a year to properly digest these gains. However, time waited for no man. Compared with King City in the central region, Fallen Dragon Ridge and southernmost region, which were connected to the western region, were more important. Shortly after Iron Axe left, a guard reported, "Your Majesty, there's a businesswoman who calls herself Marjorie outside the palace. She wants to see you." Roland's eyes suddenly lit up. "Bring her to me." When the female merchant walked into the hall, he stood up from the throne with a smile and walked up to her. "We meet again. I didn't expect that we would meet again in Grey Castle Palace." Marjorie pulled up the corner of her skirt and curtsied. "You always surprise me, Your Highness Roland." "No, I should call you Your Majesty now." "It doesn't matter. I haven't held the coronation ceremony yet, so I'm not a real king yet," Roland said, waving his hand. "You're not anxious at all." "As expected of a king." Marjorie covered her mouth and said, "It seems that the capital will be full of business opportunities in the future." For the sake of our old friend, you have to take care of me. Of course, even if you didn't come looking for me, I would have come looking for you, he laughed heartily. You may not know, but Border Town and Longsong Stronghold have merged into one big city. The steam engine factory has opened several more production lines, and the output has almost tripled. There will be a lot of new products in the future, and I promise that they will be unique in the Four Kingdoms. I've fully experienced your creativity, and we can talk about it slowly. Marjorie nodded. But today I'm not here for this, and I have something else to ask of you. Oh? Roland said with great interest. Tell me about it. Can we talk about it somewhere else? She looked around and asked in a low voice. The Chamber of Commerce couldn't solve it with their financial resources, and they had to hide from the public. Did they really encounter some big trouble? The prince thought for a moment and said, Then let's go to my study. The study on the top floor of the Crown Tower originally belonged to Wimbledon III, and it was also the place that Prince Roland longed for the most when he was a child. Only here could he see his taciturn father. Roland chose this place simply because the terrain was high enough, so it was not easy to set up a secret passage, and there was only a ring of stone steps leading to the top of the tower, so it was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Can you tell me now? Only he, Marjorie, and Nightingale were left in the room. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I've been entrusted by someone, so I can only tell you. She bowed solemnly and said, Lord Thunder wants to see you. Thunder? Roland was greatly surprised. The most outstanding explorer in the fjords? Didn't he die in a shipwreck? Although a real explorer believes in the three gods, he won't easily fall into the arms of the three gods. Marjorie shook her head. He doesn't want to reveal his whereabouts, especially not to Lightning. This is why I have to tell you secretly. Lord Thunder originally planned to contact you through Her Highness Tilly, but he didn't expect that you would occupy King City so quickly, so he changed his decision at the last minute. The female merchant paused. He also said that he found an incredible scene west of the Shadow Islands, which is likely to be related to the ruins of hundreds of years ago. You will be interested to know about it. Wait, he's in King City now? Yes, he just arrived yesterday. After meeting me, he made this decision. You don't seem to be surprised about his resurrection, Roland said strangely. You already knew about it? Marjorie nodded. So, the first time you went to Border Town to trade was not because of my guards, but to find Lightning? I'm sorry that I didn't explain it to you at the beginning, she said with her hand on her chest. Lightning is wearing a magic stone. Lord Thunder used this method to confirm her location. He sent me there just to confirm whether she was safe or not. After learning that Lightning lived in your territory, he decided to hide his information and let his daughter stay away from the path of an explorer. So that's how it is, Roland immediately understood. At that time, he didn't ask about Thunder's death in detail, and Nightingale's answers were, in a sense, all true. Therefore, Nightingale didn't find anything strange and only concluded that Nightingale didn't have any hostility towards witches. It turned out that there was a reason for this chance encounter. If it wasn't for Lightning, I'm afraid that my steam engine trade wouldn't have been able to open up the trade routes so quickly. Now that King City is still in a whirlpool, it's unlikely that I'll leave the palace, Roland replied after thinking for a moment. If Thunder wants to see me, you can bring him to the palace. I can promise not to reveal any information about him to Lightning. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty, Marjorie said gratefully and bowed again. I'll tell him the answer as soon as possible. After asking the attendants to send the female merchant away, Roland just returned to the hall and heard a guard report. Your Majesty, a noble has arrived outside the palace. He claims to be your old friend and is clamoring to break into the palace. This news slightly surprised him. The small nobles who hadn't been affected by the spring offensive would sooner or later come to inquire about the situation, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. Logically speaking, they should wait for a while to see which way the wind blows. Now that Timothy hasn't been executed, they shouldn't take the initiative at this time. Moreover, he was originally a prince. How could he be so familiar with a small noble? What's his name? Pft, ahem. Roland almost choked on his own saliva. A slightly plump guy with curly hair, a fair complexion, and stubby fingers suddenly came into his mind. He had almost forgotten about this guy, but when he heard his name, the guy immediately jumped out of his memory, and his appearance was so clear that it was as if they had just parted yesterday. After all, Prince Roland and Yurko were indeed very close. After failing to integrate into the circle of Gerald, Timothy, and Garcia, and being fiercely resisted by Tilly, Prince Roland's mentality was completely out of balance, and he gave up on himself. Yurko's appearance could be said to have saved him. Not only did Prince Roland take him to the brothels and let him taste the pleasures of the nobles, but he also gathered a group of scoundrels to be bossed around, and he felt the prestige that he could never experience in the palace. Not to mention how right these things were, at least at that time, Prince Roland regarded him as his best friend. Roland originally wanted to refuse Sir Yurko, but these fragments of memory made him realize that if Prince Roland was really Prince Roland, he would definitely not do so. Moreover, he also needed someone to stand up at this moment to attract the remaining small nobles to work for him. After pondering for a moment, he finally decided to meet this devil hand who was popular in King's City. "Bring Sir Yurko to my study," he ordered. "Remember to confiscate his god stone of retaliation." When he returned to Crown Tower again, Roland soon met his old friend. "Oh, my God, Your Majesty. I really didn't expect you to come back so quickly, and you even defeated your demon brother so easily." In the past, Prince Roland used to call his siblings demons, so Yurko would agree with him in private when no one was around. His appearance was not much different from what he remembered. As soon as he pushed the door open and walked into the study, he quickly stepped forward and hugged Roland passionately. The latter patted his back helplessly like before. "I didn't expect you to find me so soon." Although Yurko had a plain appearance and could hardly be associated with the title of a playboy, his round chin always gave people an inexplicable sense of intimacy. Coupled with his clean-shaven beard, clean and fitting clothes, perfect perfume, and legendary superb skills, it was no wonder that he could capture the hearts of many noble ladies. "I'm different from them. Those cowards are still worried about Timothy's power, and I know you won't let them go." Roland grinned. "Since you're back, why don't we go to the Golden Mill tonight and have a drink? Would you like me to meet Lady Rother or Miss Kingfisher? Ever since the last time, they've missed you so much." Roland suddenly felt a chill behind him. A cold gaze penetrated through his body and was cast directly at Yurko. The night was not much better. His voice came to an abrupt halt as he looked around in confusion. "Your place. Why did it suddenly turn cold? What do you mean by the last time?" "Nothing happened between them," Roland quickly denied. "What they think has nothing to do with me. Even if it did, it was because of Prince Roland. It was a completely different matter to the real me." Therefore, this denial came from the bottom of his heart. Nightingale should not be able to tell the difference. Sure enough, after this answer, the chill instantly lessened a lot. "Ah? Really?" Yurko touched his chin. "But you stayed with them for the whole night." "It was past curfew and I couldn't go back to the palace." "I couldn't have slept on the street," Roland emphasized. "Anyway, I didn't do anything that night. Do you understand?" A trace of doubt appeared on Yurko's face, but he quickly recovered his original smile. "Well, then let's leave them alone. I'll get some new ones today. You don't know, but there's a more high-end brothel opposite the Golden Mill. I heard that the quality is almost as good as the private collections of the nobles. You can only enter it with an invitation. I haven't had a chance to experience it. I'm sure it'll be no problem for you. What do you think?" "No, I'll stay in the palace tonight. I won't go anywhere." "Oh, I see." Yurko raised his eyebrows. "There are also beautiful maids in the palace." "Of course, you have to enjoy them first. Since that's the case, I'll teach you my famous stunt. I'm sure none of them will forget you." He sighed. "You used to ask me to learn it, but I didn't think it was very useful for you to master it. Now that you're about to become His Majesty, I'm afraid you'll have several times more lovers than I do. So this stunt should be of great use. After all, human energy is limited." "Stop." Roland almost reached out to cover Yurko's mouth. He dared not let Yurko continue. It was a complete collection of dark history. He did not want to be the scapegoat for the bad things Prince Roland had done, especially in front of Nightingale. "Listen, buddy. I'm different now. Yurko was stunned. Of course, you're His Majesty now. I don't mean that, Roland interrupted. But you can understand it this way. As a king, I can't be as carefree as I used to be. Do you understand? He recalled Prince Roland's style of intimate conversation and hooked his arm around Yurko's neck. By the way, you didn't come to me just to look back on the past, did you? Just tell me what you want to say. You don't have to hide anything from me. Yurko laughed and said, then. I'll be straightforward. Your Majesty, can you give me an official position? What? How about letting me be your minister? I don't need a key position like the Minister of Finance or the Minister of Justice. I just need to manage the patrols or something like that, like the Steelheart Knight. He patted his bulging belly. I promise I can help you keep those rats under control. Roland could not help but roll his eyes in his mind. How dare this guy mention it? If the position of Minister of Garrison was really given to him, the reputation of King City would be ruined. He would lead the patrol team to flirt with women, and when he had conflicts with other playboys, he would order his subordinates to beat them. Such a scene was terrifying. However, if he could be placed in a suitable position, it would have a good publicity effect. As long as he was willing to work for Roland, he would have a chance to be promoted in the succession of the throne. Moreover, Yurko was a man with a clean family background. He had no bad habits except that he could not control his lower body. The key was what kind of position was suitable for a person like him. As soon as Yurko stepped out of the study, Nightingale appeared behind him. Who are Lady Rother and Miss Kingfisher? What's their famous stunt? Well, this is really a difficult question to answer. Roland walked to the window and pretended to sigh, but in fact, he just wanted to hide his expression from Nightingale. They're just two women I met by chance. I'm not familiar with them and I don't know their real names. That's how the communication between the nobles is. They always wear a mask of hypocrisy. Most of the time, they just play along and forget each other after they leave. But he said they miss you very much. Ahem. Well, they don't miss me, but my golden dragon, status, and power. After all, I was a prince at that time. So after I was enfeoffed to border town, they lost contact with me. If they really miss me, they wouldn't be so cold to me, right? Nightingale could only distinguish the truth of words, but could not directly determine the truth of the matter. Therefore, Roland decided to use the art of misdirection to eliminate Nightingale's doubts from the side. Besides, these *T things had nothing to do with him, so he did not feel any pressure. As for the famous stunt, it's more complicated. To put it simply, Yurko can use the skills of his hands to please women, just like his title of Magic Hand. I didn't know anything about it before, so I was naturally curious. But I don't need it now, do I? He turned around and looked at Nightingale, but for some reason, the latter suddenly averted her line of sight, her cheeks blushing slightly. I guess so. Phew, this should be considered a pass. Roland felt a little relieved. Although he could have asked Nightingale to wait outside at the beginning, firstly, it would hurt her trust, and secondly, it was not safe if an accident happened. After all, Sylvie was still checking the whole palace, and the list of gems had not been found yet. It was better to be safe at this time. After dinner, Roland finally met Thunder, the great explorer from the fjords. He was wrapped up tightly with a hood and a scarf around his neck. If Nightingale had not gone down to welcome him and Marjorie, the guards would not have let him and Marjorie go. After tiptoeing into the study, Thunder took off his coat and scarf and bowed to Roland. I've long heard of you from Margaret and Princess Tilly. Your Majesty Roland Wimbledon, thank you for taking care of Lightning. I also want to thank you for taking care of Tilly. Roland looked him up and down with great interest. I heard that she received a lot of help from you after she moved to Sleeping Island. Like Lightning, he had short blonde hair, brown skin, and a strong body. His appearance was also quite rough, with dense sideburns and stubble covering half of his cheeks and chin. He spoke full of energy, which showed that he had been drifting on the sea all year round. He was completely different from the light and silent image he had when he first entered the room. It's nothing. She helped me a lot on my adventure. Without the witch's help, I'm afraid the limit of the fleet's exploration would be the Shadow Islands. Thunder smiled. Of course, I can't go to the sea that I've never set foot on before and see the existence of the ceiling with my own eyes. The ceiling? Roland asked curiously. What's that? A wall made of seawater that allows ships to cross at will. Thunder told Roland in detail what he had seen. That's why I came to you. Roland was completely stunned. The seawater ignored gravity and formed a height difference like a ladder? And the ship could sail vertically up and cross it as if it was walking on flat ground? It was incredible. Roland felt as if a huge wave had been set off in his heart. If the other party was not Thunder, the most famous explorer, it would have been hard for him to believe this description. This meant that the gravity here had been distorted and formed a unique gravitational field, but the principle of the formation of gravity itself was unclear, so Roland could not draw a conclusion for the time being. Thinking of the omnipresent magic power in this world, he could only guess that the cause of the ceiling might be related to magic power. But he faintly felt that the answer might be far more profound than he had imagined. At first glance, this world looked very similar to the Earth, so he immediately brought the set of theories he had learned here as scientific enlightenment and guidance. This was not surprising. If you opened your eyes and saw people or carbon-based creatures, you could immediately make a rough judgment. The law of matter here was basically the same as the previous universe. This was not metaphysics. The reason why life could exist could be traced back to the speed and direction of atomic spin, which was so precise that no machine in the world could compare. Any change in a constant would cause life to collapse, so there was the saying, life is like a straight flush, once you wash it, everything is gone. He even speculated that maybe the previous world also had magic power, but it had not been discovered because it lacked a terminal like the witches. I heard that you can build a steam-powered ship without sails, faster than any sailboat. After Roland digested the news, Thunder continued, so I want to ask you to build me such a large ship that can go against the sea breeze and against the current. Money is not a problem. Just name your price. After a long time, Roland said, this kind of thing is indeed not a problem with the Golden Dragon. Rest assured, I will calculate the price according to the cost and invest the best technology to build the ship. Your Majesty, no, you don't have to. Listen, it's not just about you. Exploring the unknown of the world is no less significant than changing the fate of mankind, he interrupted. I will fully support your exploration. My only request is that you remember to tell me immediately if you find anything new. The follow-up details of the discussion lasted for more than an hour, but it was difficult for Roland to calm down. Probably noticing this, Thunder got up and left after setting a time for the next meeting. The prince had been sitting at the desk, frowning and his emotions fluctuating. What's the matter? Nightingale asked worriedly. You look a little pale. Nothing. Roland shook his head and let out a long sigh. I just have a bad feeling. What is it? Do you know about the elves? You mean those small luminous bodies in the epic biographies, the things that fell from the sky to bring nourishment and recovery to all things on earth? No, I'm talking about a kind of creature with pointy ears. Its body shape is similar to that of humans. It's elegant, agile, long-lived, and generally likes to live in the forest. Nightingale thought for a moment and said, I've never heard of it. I also saw it in a storybook, Roland said slowly. This fictional species originally had footprints all over the continent, but they were gradually forced into the dense forest by the rise of human beings and were on the verge of extinction. Although they were smart, their numbers were far less than the large number of latecomers. Facing the allied forces of the human race, which was 100 times larger than them, the elves had no power to fight back. Trapped in the wilderness, they became more and more backward. Even their technology was overtaken by human beings, and they finally became pets. What do you think of? Without waiting for Nightingale to answer, he went straight to the point. We're like elves now. As a member of the human race, Roland had always neglected this point. Now that he thought of it, he shuddered. Compared to the elves, human beings were indeed a fertile race, but it did not mean that they would always be the most fertile among the intelligent creatures. And now, human beings were the real minority. They were at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. They were trapped in a corner of the continent by the demons and knew nothing about the outside world. This was also the reason why he was determined to fully support Thunder in exploring the new sea. If they could not take a longer view, if they could not actively understand their own situation in the world, they could only be eliminated like the elves. Good morning, Miss Soroya. As soon as Soroya walked into the bicycle factory, Jilly came up to her and said, "You're so early." This made her a little embarrassed. She had stayed up a little late yesterday to play landlord with Mystery Moon and Lily, so she got up half an hour later than usual today. During the days when Vendi was not here, she felt that everyone had become a lot more lazy. Of course, Anna and Agatha were exceptions. They had always been role models for their sisters, whether it was work or study. Especially the latter, she always went out the earliest and came back the latest. Is the base material ready? Yes, please follow me. As one of the first batch of graduates, Jilly had now become her assistant in the bicycle factory. She was informed of the work content in advance by Jilly. A year ago, Soroya would never have believed that ordinary people could cooperate with witches and get along well with each other. Is that the finished bicycle? She suddenly noticed that the factory seemed to be a little different today. The steam machine tools were not roaring as usual, and everyone was looking at a row of brand new two-wheeled cars. Yes, it's our first batch of products. Jilly's face was full of smiles, and her eyes were squinting. There are a total of 20 bicycles. It's not easy. Especially the chain and wheels. According to the calculation, the yield is less than half. It's really not easy, Soroya thought. This factory was completed last autumn, but since then it had experienced various twists and turns, such as equipment not being in place, a serious shortage of staff and so on. It was obviously not a priority as the steam engine assembly plant and the chemical plant next door. The first two plants were currently working 3 shifts, and there were people working almost all the time. However, this factory was still in production during the day and closed at night. Even Jilly secretly complained that the salary of a colleague who went to the chemical plant had been raised to 3 times her, but there was still no sign of a bicycle. Now she could finally get a bicycle of her own. Opening the door of the workshop, Soroya saw that the flat ground had been covered with a layer of white paper, about 40 square meters, which looked like snow in winter. Today's part of the processing is the inner tube. Sorry to trouble you. The little girl bowed. The witch nodded. Go and do your work. Hey, if you need anything, please call me immediately, she said with a smile. I'll stay at the entrance of the factory. Looking at Jilly's back, Soroya knew that she couldn't wait to experience the feeling of riding a bicycle. Shaking her head with a smile, Soroya took off her shoes and stepped onto the flat paper. The paint job of a bicycle mainly consisted of 3 parts, the inner tube, the outer tube, and the frame to prevent rust. Which one to paint depended on the factory's assembly progress. Of course, in general, the speed at which he could finish the painting was much faster than the speed at which he assembled it. Therefore, whether it was the inner tube, the outer tube, or the frame, the factory had a lot of them in stock. However, the magic power grew every day, and it would be a waste not to use it. Therefore, every 3 days, Soroya would come to the bicycle factory to finish part of the painting. She recalled the color of the inner tube and raised her hand to summon the magic pen. As a membrane material to contain gas, it must be light, soft, tough, and able to be melted at high temperature. Based on her past experience, she chose the wood shavings coating as the material. This was also the result of hundreds of tests. The sky coating was too flexible, while the water wave coating was particularly fire-resistant. When she was collecting raw materials, she noticed the wood shavings left behind by the carpenters. That was when she found the most ideal painting material. Unlike Lucia, who could decompose the metal elements and remelt them in any proportion, she had to refer to the real object and draw it. At the same time, she could not remember the magic power characteristics of thousands of materials, so the simplest way was to make a color card. When she wanted to use it, she could choose the coating on the color card to apply it on a large scale. Of course, for the common coating like the inner tube and the outer tube, she could directly draw it without referring to the color card. The magic pen gradually widened, and in the end, with Soroya as the center, it expanded to about 6 meters. When she used the limit of 10 meters to paint, the magic power in the periphery would easily go out of control. In order to ensure the uniform quality of the coating, she would rather spend more time painting. In less than 2 hours, the 40 square meters of paper was completely coated with a layer of wood shavings. Of course, it was not real wood shavings. It was just like when she painted according to steel, the coating she got was not steel. Hardness and flexibility could not be balanced. No matter how hard the coating was, it could not be compared to stone, and it would break like glass. In addition to the wood shavings, Soraya also painted her name on it as a signature. This was also a painter's tradition. Originally, she only wrote her name on the lower right corner of the coating, but later she found that after the coating was cut, her name could only appear on one inner tube. So, she decided to play around and painted her signature everywhere. In this way, no matter how it was cut, the words Soraya's work could be seen. At first, when His Highness found out, she was a little flustered. She thought she would be scolded, but His Highness smiled and called her the inventor of the watermark, and even praised her. Although she did not understand the meaning of the watermark, being praised by His Highness still made Soraya happy for several days. Later, she kept this signature style. After the coating was completed, the next step was to burn the paper on the back to get the complete raw material of the inner tube. Then, she sent it to the cutting room to cut it into strips, and finally, she used a red-hot soldering iron to melt the joint. Of course, there were specialized workers responsible for this work, so she only needed to finish the initial raw material. This batch of coating consumed almost 1/3 of the magic power in her body. Soraya deeply felt the effect of training on magic power. In the past, finishing such a large amount of coating at once was enough to exhaust her. While it was still early, she said goodbye to Geely and went alone to the backyard of the North Slope mine. After entering the mountain road, there was a sentry post almost every 100 meters, and a hidden fort and watchtower were set up at the entrance of the yard. Even the Lord's castle did not have such a tight security. Under the salute of the soldiers, Soraya entered the yard and saw Anna cutting strange parts. No matter when she came here, she would always finish her work meticulously. Looking at her focused figure, Soraya suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Apart from talent, at least in the degree of seriousness, she was far behind Anna. At the same time, she was also a little envious. Whether it was ability, dedication, or relationship with His Highness, Anna was the best among the witches. "Oh, Sister Soraya, you're here." On the other side, Lucia heard Soraya's footsteps and looked up with a bright smile. Anna also put down the parts in her hands and waved at her. "Today's copper wire package also troubled you. A genius in a second to remember love? The internet provides you with wonderful novels to read." The so-called copper wire wrapping was to cover the cut copper wire with a relatively hard anti-corrosive coating so that it could be used in the 3 Supplies project in Neverwinter. This process was easier than the previous coating of the inner tube, at least the thickness did not have to be so precise. Soraya selected the color card and turned the magic pen into a round tube. As long as she slid the copper wire from head to tail, the paint would be firmly fixed on the surface of the metal. Changing the shape of the ability to better exert magic power was a skill she learned from Anna. However, compared with Anna, whose control of magic power was almost perfect, Soraya still had a big gap. She had seen the scene of the black fire cutting metal ingots. It was more like a dance than a work. The 3 black fires turned into different shapes and cut into the metal from different angles, cutting it into a batch of identical parts or directly cutting a complete machine. It was not difficult to remember the magic power characteristics of the black fire at different lengths. The difficult part was to maintain the magic power output of several characteristics when working together with the black fire. To achieve this, magic power would probably be no different from limbs, and it might even be more flexible. "Is this a vine?" Lucia stared at the color painted by the magic pen and asked curiously. "To be precise, it's the skin of a 10-year-old grapevine." Soraya explained, "It's very difficult to twist and has a certain degree of hardness, which is very close to the requirements of His Highness." 10-year-old. Did you also have a requirement for the age when you collected them? Of course. She could not help laughing. Young vines are obviously softer and less resistant to corrosion and high temperature. In fact, not only the age, but also materials such as wood, paper, and cloth have different properties when wet and dry. That's why I need to use the color card to record them one by one. In this way, it adds up to more than the formula of the metal," Lucia exclaimed. Not necessarily. Soraya tilted her head and thought for a while. Didn't elementary chemistry say that when the composition of a material is slightly changed, its characteristics may have a great change? However, there is almost no difference in the performance of the color card obtained by mixing 10% and 15% of the wood with water. Well, you can record the whole world with a pen, Lucia said in amazement. What an enviable ability. She smiled and did not answer. In her heart, she thought that Anna's ability was truly enviable. If the magic pen was only recording the world, then Black Fire was creating it. Most of the changes in the town were related to Anna, and the 7 or 8 machines in the corner of the yard were proof. As long as they were connected to the steam engine, they would be able to explode with great power. Through the machine, the workers became an extension of the Black Fire. In a sense, Anna's creation allowed the ordinary townspeople, who did not have magic power, to possess powers similar to those of witches. After wrapping all 5 bundles of copper wire, Soroya's work was completed for the day. Every day, she would go to different places to complete part of the painting. Since her painting speed had greatly increased after she became proficient, she could consume most of her magic power in about half a day. After that, it was free time. Since the complete consumption of magic power would cause witches to be extremely tired and even faint, the consumption of magic power in daily training was controlled at about 70%. Usually, she would choose to continue collecting color cards to capture more new colors, and at the same time, it could be used as an additional supplement to further increase the consumption of magic power. However, these days, Vendi and Prince Roland were not around, and Soroya was a little tired. After thinking for a while, she decided to find Mystery Moon and play a few more games of Landlord. This is definitely not slacking off. It's just a temporary relaxation, she thought. Time always passed quickly when playing cards. The afternoon passed in the blink of an eye. After dinner, Scroll announced an unexpected news. Tonight's class is cancelled. It will be changed to Echo's ability test. Hey, haven't we already confirmed her ability? Lily was puzzled. Why is it now? Okay. Mystery Moon covered the little girl's mouth from behind. I've never tested anyone's ability before. The latter angrily stared at Mystery Moon until the latter guiltily took her hand away. She muttered in a low voice, the most important thing is not going to class. Why can't you cooperate with me? Teacher Scroll, what should I do? Belle, the only non-witch in the hall, raised her hand and asked. Just concentrate and listen, Scroll said with a smile. Everyone doesn't have to participate in the test. Agatha stood up. If there's no class, I'll go back to my room. That won't do. Scroll shook her head. Half of the reason for this test is because of you. Me? She frowned. The witch's eyes instantly focused on Agatha, and Soroya was no exception. Yes, you're too anxious. Every day, you exhaust your magic power to the limit. Your body can't bear it. In Tequila, all senior witches do this, Agatha said indifferently. You haven't realized the cruelty of the battle of divine will. It will never stop until one side is completely defeated. If the Union can find a way to win, I believe they won't hesitate to sacrifice all of them. But His Royal Highness also said that blindly forcing yourself will instead lead to a decrease in efficiency, and that a proper balance between work and rest is the best way to deal with things, whether it is study or work. Scroll said softly, I have already told him about your situation, and this test is also an attempt. Attempt what? Echo's ability to recover. This sentence made the witches very surprised. Can she also heal the wounded like Nana? Soraya was also puzzled. Echo's ability was to simulate all kinds of sounds. Back in the Witch Cooperation Association, it was a dispensable ability. If she could heal the wounded, how could she have been rejected by Kara in the first place? Scroll paused for a moment. I don't know the specific reason, but this is His Highness' idea. She looked out the door. Are you ready? Let's start. Echo walked into the hall and stepped onto the podium. It was obvious that she was a little nervous. Everyone involuntarily held their breath, waiting for her to display her ability. The music started softly, like a clear spring, reverberating in everyone's ears. Then came the melodious singing. She wasn't imitating any sound, but singing with her own voice. In an instant, Soroya felt everything around her change. The stone castle gradually disappeared into the darkness, and her body was surrounded by warm spring water. The air was filled with the fragrance of grass, and a white mist surrounded her like a gauze. Above her head was the sky full of stars. The cool night breeze brushed her face, forming a sharp contrast with the warmth flowing through her body. She couldn't help but moan. Her body completely relaxed and immersed in this extremely comfortable spring water. When he got home, Xianxia saw a black envelope on the dining table at first glance. What's this? He looked at his wife, Sela, who was busy in the kitchen. Ah, by the way, an official from City Hall came this afternoon. His wife wiped the grease on her hands and put a pot of fragrant broth on the table. He said that His Highness wants you to go to King's City. The ship responsible for picking you up will arrive in 2 days. Isn't he there looking for trouble with his brother? Why would he want me to go? It's simply a waste of time. Kyle frowned. This journey would take at least a week. His demands are really getting more and more excessive. He's your prince, the Lord of Neverwinter, my dear. Sela smiled and shook her head. And the official from City Hall said that in order to show his importance, he wrote a letter to you. This is a rare honor, isn't it? After reading it, remember to keep this letter well. Maybe it can be passed down as a family heirloom. What family heirloom? If it was the complete version of intermediate chemistry, it would be better. Kyle curled his lips and said, let's eat first. He'd better have a good reason. After a simple dinner, he went into the study and opened the envelope. A small piece of paper fell out. It was about the length of a finger when it was unfolded. Obviously, this was a secret letter sent by carrier pigeon, and the outer cover was added by the official from City Hall. Kyle pressed the paper with one hand and fumbled on the table for a while, then clipped the monocle on the bridge of his nose. His eyesight was getting worse day by day after reading in the dim candlelight for a long time. Fortunately, his life in the small town had greatly improved. 5 or 6 candles could be lit at the same time in his room, but he did not know when his house could be lit up like the bright and clean lights in the chemical plant. The content of the paper was very short, only one sentence. Do you still remember the alchemist workshop in King City? Now you have a chance to tell them what real alchemy is. Kyle suddenly stopped breathing. The alchemist workshop in King City was the most desired place for those who were determined to embark on this path and pursue the truth of all things. Of course, when he was young, he was no exception. Only his wife knew that he had once submitted an application to the alchemist workshop of the King's City, using the alchemy formula, molten gold liquid, which he had discovered by himself at the age of 20, as a stepping stone. However, during the review process, Kyle's formula unexpectedly failed. He failed to get any smoky brownish-yellow acid after 2 consecutive trials. Retnin, the alchemist who attended the review, was furious. He claimed that Kyle had deliberately wasted the precious raw materials of the association. Retnin not only did not give him a third chance to try, but also ordered the guards to take away his money bag and throw him out of the door. At the entrance of the association, Retnin took out 5 silver royals from his bag with a sneer and threw them in front of Kyle. He said that it was for Kyle's traveling expenses to get back to Redwater City, and the rest was to compensate for the association's loss. After saying that, he turned around and left, leaving Kyle in great shame. This incident had become a scar in his heart, and he had never told anyone except his wife. Kyle returned to Redwater City full of anger, but he did not give up on alchemy. He spent all day in the workshop, trying to find a new alchemy formula and prove to the alchemist workshop of King City that their vision and level were just so. He did not expect that he would wait for 10 years. It was not until he was 30 that he found a second alchemy formula and was promoted to an alchemist in Redwater City. It took him another 6 years to become the chief alchemist. During this period, Kyle regarded the alchemist workshop of King City as his biggest opponent, and he had several exchanges with them in the field. However, the alchemist workshop behaved like an arrogant swan, and did not even recognize any other alchemy organization except the alchemist workshop of King City. They thought that the alchemists in Redwater City were just apprentices, disciples at best, and did not deserve the title at all. Most of the so-called newly discovered alchemy formulas were old things that the association had figured out over 10 years ago. At that time, the chief of the association disdainfully said that there was no need for other cities to build alchemy workshops, because this skill required a lot of money and manpower, and was not something that an ordinary lord could afford. If there was a need for alchemy, they could directly ask for help from the association. If the lord only invested in it himself, it would be impossible for him to raise a pile of rubbish, even if he spent tens of thousands of golden dragon coins. Although it was a little embarrassing to say it, Kyle knew that only the alchemist workshop of Redwater City regarded the association as a competitor, and the latter did not take him seriously at all. This was also the reason why he was ecstatic about the success of the double stone acid making method and the crystal glass firing method. The former could produce a large amount of precious acid, and the latter was the most sought-after alchemy product in the market. With these two achievements, even the Alchemy Union, who had their chin in the sky, could no longer treat him as if he was nothing. In the end, no one could have expected that what happened next would be so dramatic. His Royal Highness Roland Wimbledon, who was far away from the border, found him and opened a new door for him with a book called Elementary Chemistry. From then on, Kyle found that everything he had learned had become meaningless. Alchemy itself represented backwardness, and was destined to be eliminated. A new road of exploration lay in front of him. This time, the connection between everything was no longer full of chaos, but orderly. The past grudges had also become worthless. Whether it was the alchemist workshop of King City or those precious formulas that he had painstakingly obtained, he could put them all down. It should be so. However, Xianxia found that when His Highness mentioned this word again, his heart was still thumping, and an indescribable excitement quietly returned to his heart. The disdainful figure, the dusty silver wolf, the door that had been slammed shut, and the arrogant words that no other alchemy organizations except the alchemist workshop of King City were necessary to exist appeared in Kyle's mind again. Now you have a chance to tell them what real alchemy is. Kyle glanced at the note for the last time, stood up involuntarily, and walked out of the study. Sela, he suddenly stopped mid-sentence, noticing that there was an open package in the living room, in which several of his clothes were stacked. His wife was bending over to help him pack his luggage. Of course it's to go to King City. I know that even without His Highness's letter, you would still go, Sela said with a smile. Do you remember the stories you told me before? There's something there that you should get back. Kyle was stunned for a moment, and then burst out laughing. The sky above King City was sunny, a good day for an execution. Every half an hour, a cannon would be heard from the direction of the square, which meant that an illustrious person had received his deserved trial. The crime had already been determined before, so this process was more for the public to see, especially the part where the church and Timothy colluded to murder the king and usurp the throne. After nearly a week of sorting out and preparation, the chain of evidence on display was complete and indisputable. Of course, Roland would not give them a chance to debate. In general, there weren't many nobles who were hanged. In addition to Timothy and his men, the prime minister and the legal officer, the rest were believers of the church. Now that the King City Church had been uprooted, all the people who had participated in the demonic plague incident, he would not let a single one go. Presumably, when this group of scum was pushed to the gallows, they would receive a warm welcome from the onlookers. You really don't want to go to the scene to see? Nightingale stood by the window and asked. Iron Axe and Theo will take care of everything, Roland replied without raising his head. The public trial held in Border Town was to stimulate the will of the masses and improve their loyalty, but here there was no environment to implement it. People wouldn't come to his side just because of the false King Timothy's head, just like they didn't immediately turn to the false king after the death of Wimbledon III and Gerald. He didn't have enough of a base here. In addition, security was also a big problem. The list of gems in his memory was finally found by Sylvie. Timothy had hidden it in a secret box in the closet in his bedroom, but Roland found that the remaining gems were less than the number of people on the list. 4 of them were hidden in King City, which meant that they had all received orders from Timothy. Although it wasn't necessarily an assassination, he still had to be careful. The execution ground was a place where people mixed together, so it wasn't suitable to go and watch. Moreover, he had no interest in the execution. Compared to this, he had more important things to deal with. For example, the army. The casualties of the capture of King City were finally detailed. A total of 33 people were sacrificed in the First Army, which was the heaviest loss since the founding of the army. Although they had defeated an enemy several times their number, many problems were still exposed in the street battles. The main problem was that they did not have enough firepower to demolish houses. Most of the casualties were caused by the berserk guards who suddenly rushed out of the houses on both sides of the street and killed their way into the ranks. If they could be equipped with some guns, grenades, or blasting barrels, and advance while demolishing suspicious houses, the casualties would definitely be reduced a lot. Another issue was the number of conscripts. A first army of 3,000 soldiers was more than enough to sweep through the entire kingdom of Grey Castle, but it would be hard for them to occupy every place they conquered. After capturing the capital city, at least 500 people had to be left behind to maintain order. In addition to the upcoming Fallen Dragon Ridge and the southernmost region, the scale of the army was obviously not enough to deal with the war of public security. It was imperative to further expand the army. Roland wrote down the compensation and army expansion plan and handed it to the guard outside the study. He ordered the guard to take the plan back to Neverwinter and the city hall would complete the rest. Then the prince turned his attention to the group of minor nobles. They did not have the power to call the wind and summon the rain in politics, but every one of them could be regarded as a contemporary intellectual who also yearned for the opportunity to be promoted. A large number of ministers in King City had been purged. They were either expelled from the country or sent to the Neverwinter mines to serve their sentences. To keep King City running normally, the best way to save manpower was to let them work for him. Berev had been in King City for many years, so he must have many acquaintances. It would be much more effective for him to organize a temporary governing body than for Roland to select people by force. Of course, entrusting important tasks to the minor nobles who were determined to work for him could also increase their enthusiasm. Yorko was the example that Roland picked. These days, he finally thought about where this old friend should go. Yorko shouted as soon as he stepped into the study. "My God, you really killed all those swindlers. I didn't expect that they were the ones who released the demonic plague. I couldn't believe it when High Priest Fairy confessed. It was a disgrace to God. Now the people in the square are praising your name, saying that it was you who saved them 6 months ago." Roland smiled. This was the information that Theo had arranged for the rats to release in advance, and it just happened to coincide with the rescue of the refugees 6 months ago, so presumably it would have a good publicity effect. As for praising his name, it was probably Yorko's flattery. Roland did not point it out. Instead, he pushed a beautiful sheepskin letter to Yorko. "Look at this." Yorko opened the letter. His eyes widened as soon as he read it. You want me to be the ambassador of Grey Castle?" "Yes, a permanent one." Roland nodded. "The appointment letter, scepter, and seal are all available. The base will be the city of Glow, the capital of the Kingdom of Dawn. What do you think?" This was the answer he came up with after much consideration. As a famous magic hand in the capital, it sounded very cool, but in fact, it was not a good reputation, just like Prince Roland in the past. No one wanted to be cheated on, including the nobles. Their wives fooled around with others. If they were not caught on the spot, it would be fine. But they also sought pleasure everywhere, loitering in brothels and taverns. But all of this was done secretly. If Yorko was placed in an important position, or the magic hand was openly allowed to enter the city hall, the impact would be unpredictable. All the nobles and rich businessmen would probably worry about whether their wives would openly flirt with Yorko, and the women who had affairs with Yorko might take this opportunity to climb up the social ladder. This was not what Roland wanted to see. Therefore, it was the most suitable choice to send him abroad. Different from the traveling emissary groups, the status of a kingdom's ambassador was equal to that of an earl, and the king of the other country would also treat him with courtesy. With a resounding reputation and first-class publicity, Yorko did not need to be rewarded with a fief, nor would it cause fear to others. Let him go to the Kingdom of Dawn. I heard that the noble women there are unique and outstanding. Maybe he can make a new world for himself. Yorko obviously saw this point. He knelt down without hesitation and replied excitedly, "No, I'm willing." It was as if he was afraid that Roland would go back on his word. "Then it's decided." Roland smiled. Before that, I'll arrange for the ceremonial officer to train you well. Ancestor? Roland blurted out. What the hell? Seeing everyone's surprised expression, he coughed twice and said, No, I mean. Who knows if what you said is true? Then he felt his left shoulder being gently pinched. Your Majesty, this is absolutely true. I have evidence to prove it. The chief astrologer lowered his head and said, But I can only show it to you. Hearing this, the other astrologers stood up and left the room. Roland thought for a while and nodded to the witches and his guards. You can leave now. Of course, Nightingale would still stay by his side as the last line of defense just in case. Astrologer of Dispersion Star walked into a small room next to the hall. After a long time, he returned to the long table with an iron box and respectfully placed the iron box in front of Roland. What's this? It's the order left by your ancestor. He had long expected such a thing to happen. Roland was surprised and asked, You mean? To close the astrological station? Yes, your Majesty. This is not the first time this has happened, the astrologer said with a wry smile. Although we and alchemy are called the school of sages, in fact, we are not equal. Alchemy can bring a lot of income to the kingdom, but we need to invest a large amount of golden dragon in purchasing high-quality crystals and hiring craftsmen every year. In order to prevent future successors from disbanding the Astrological Association to save money, your ancestor engraved the order and asked no one to disobey it. When Roland opened the box, he saw a stack of gold sheets. It seemed that the Wimbledon family had spared no expense in preserving this order. They had chosen gold, which was extremely stable, as the base material for the book. He poured all the gold sheets on the table and roughly counted them. There were 8 of them, each about 3 millimeters thick and the size of 2 palms. They were heavy in his hand. The first one was written with the original words of the chief astrologer, No one can interfere with the starry sky in the astrological station because there is a mystery that reveals the fate of the world. The latter part of the sentence caught Roland's attention. In fact, the association itself was very strange. If astrology was really effective, Wimbledon III would not have been replaced by the church when he was defenseless. Instead, he would have hanged the high priest long ago. Moreover, even the astrologer of Dispersion Star had mentioned that the astrology platform produced very little. In other words, he did not treat divination as a product. His helpless expression was completely different from the one he had when they first met. To put it simply, the ancestors spent a lot of money and manpower to establish such an organization. At the same time, they were afraid that their descendants would shut it down because it had no prophetic ability, so they did not hesitate to engrave the decree on the gold plate. Roland didn't believe that the other party was an astronomy enthusiast, or that he had set his sights beyond the planet during the reclamation phase. Obviously, the astrologers had a task that had nothing to do with divination, and this was most likely related to the second half of the sentence. He flipped through the rest of the gold plates but didn't find any relevant description. Instead, it recorded the history of the Astrology Association and the basic methods of observing the stars. The last piece even had the principle of magnifying the crystal lens. The ancestor of the Wimbledon family seemed to have been the chief astrologer here, and there was also a person with a higher status. However, when Roland briefly reviewed the family history, he found that there was no such information. He picked up the first piece of the book again and pointed to the last half of the sentence. What does this mean? I'm not sure, the astrologer of Dispersion said, shaking his head. Before his voice trailed off, Roland felt his right shoulder being pinched. He could not help but chuckle. Listen, rules are dead, but people are alive. The decree left by the ancestor was probably correct when he was still alive, but times have changed. I don't want to be bound by a rule that has lasted for hundreds of years. Now I'm the king of Grey Castle, and I can do whatever I want. Do you understand? The astrologer of Dispersion Star widened his eyes. What? No, you. Even you know that you're wasting your money. You know nothing about the mysteries of the fate of the world. When father was murdered by the church, you didn't even warn him. Why should I keep you here staring at the sky like idiots? Stars can't be exchanged for a golden dragon. Pack up and prepare to go to the western region with me. The astrologer of Dispersion Star's face darkened when he heard Roland's words, thanks to the bad impression that Prince Roland had left on him in the king's city. After a long time, he gritted his teeth and said, "You'll probably regret knowing this news." "How would I know if you don't tell me?" Roland smiled. He had to admit that sometimes it was quite effective to pretend to be Prince Roland's playboy to intimidate others. For this group of old people, he couldn't ask Iron Axe to interrogate them, so he had to use this method to find out the answer. "We're shouldering a mission that has lasted for hundreds of years. It started when Lord Wimbledon first arrived in this region." The astrologer calmed down and said, "It's not that we can't tell the royal family, but only the heir who becomes the king, and he must wait until he's 30 years old. "Why?" "Because your ancestors thought that letting the heir know this news too early might make him panic and confused, which would lead to the decline of the kingdom." He hesitated for a moment. "We're looking for the Star of Extinction." Roland was stunned. "What's that?" "A scarlet star, or the crimson moon. When it comes, the world will be plunged into an irrecoverable disaster." The prince's heart skipped a beat. Both the ancient book in the ruins and Agatha, who belonged to the Union, had mentioned the crimson moon. Why would a secular organization pay attention to this? Was the Astrology Association inextricably linked to the Union? "Tell me more details." "All I know is what the former chief told me," Dispersion Star said in a low voice. "It said that there's a red star floating in the sky. When it appears in the night sky like a crescent moon, the world will be destroyed. Our duty is to find it before it turns into a moon. If we can find its trajectory, we can predict the doomsday in advance. This is also the original purpose of astrology." "Turn into a moon?" Roland shook his head with a smile as he watched Yurko leave in high spirits after saluting. He didn't mind helping those who had helped the fourth prince if they didn't have evil intentions. "Where's Vendi now?" Roland turned to ask Nightingale after dealing with this matter. "Probably practicing her ability at the top of the tower." "Do you need me to call her?" "Yes. Call Sylvie, Lightning, and Maggie too. Let's go meet the astrologers." Roland nodded and said, "We'll fly there." "I see." Nightingale's eyes lit up. Even if someone wanted to ambush him, they could not pose any threat to the hydrogen balloon in the sky. This trip was absolutely safe. The messenger had told him about Kyle's departure, so the alchemist workshop could be put aside for the time being. As another sage organization, he was very curious about the Astrology Association. Moreover, Roland had a huge doubt in his mind, waiting to be verified. The Astrology Association was located on a high ground in the northern part of the outer city. It was the second highest point in the capital after the palace towers. The astrology hall built on it was very unique. Looking down from the sky, it looked like a hexagonal stone tower with a flat top. It was wide at the bottom and narrow at the top, and its outline was quite symmetrical. Roland naturally knew what symmetry meant in this era. Without excellent surveying skills and positioning tools, it was difficult to stack a large stone building in such a neat manner. It could be said that its construction was much more difficult than the magnificent bluestone city wall. The guards who had set off earlier had already surrounded the stone tower. After the hydrogen balloon was discharged, it slowly landed on the top of the tower. Brian, Sean, and Alva Tabor immediately came to greet them. "Your Majesty, the scene has been completely sealed off. I guarantee that not even a rat will sneak in. All the astrologers' godstones of retaliation have been confiscated. They will not hinder Miss Sylvie's surveillance. You can contact them without worry." "Good. Stay alert." Roland nodded approvingly, and then looked at the row of gray-robed people standing behind them. Most of them were over 30 years old, and they looked a little flustered. From time to time, they raised their heads to look at the hydrogen balloon. Obviously, they had not recovered from their sudden arrival. He looked at Alva and asked, "Who's in charge here?" "Ask him to come see me." "Yes." Alva went over and said a few words to the two elders in gray robes. One of them followed him cautiously and said, "Your Majesty, this is the chief astrologer of the King's City, astrologer of Dispersion Star." "Your Majesty, Roland Wimbledon, your arrival makes the stars shine." "Your Majesty, Roland Wimbledon, your Majesty. You may not know this, but this is the tradition of the Astrology Association," Alva explained hurriedly. Every astrologer yearns to be named after the stars. Only those who discover new stars are qualified to receive this honor. So you found something. Dispersion star? Yes, Your Majesty, the old man said with his hand on his chest. It and the other 3 dark stars form the diffuse star circle. In divination, it symbolizes death and reincarnation. What about them? Roland pointed at the other gray-robed men. They are all astrology masters of the astrological station, so they naturally have their own discoveries. Dispersion star introduced them one by one respectfully. They can interpret the meaning of the changes of the stars and the alternation of the sun and the moon for you. Of course, so can I didn't come here to have my fortune told. The other party was startled. Then, Your Majesty, may I ask why you are here? Exploring the stars. Roland shrugged. Don't stand here in the wind. Let's talk in the room. By the way, bring me all the star charts you've discovered. You should have recorded these things, right? Mark the brightest stars and connect them with a thin line. Yes, that's it. Stacks of drawings were soon piled up on the long table in the hall. Some of the parchments were yellow, indicating that they had been drawn for a long time. Roland took a deep breath and drew a spoon and an hourglass on a piece of white paper with his pen. He then connected the brightest stars with a line according to the star chart. Your Majesty, this is... the scholar said in surprise. 2 star charts. He held up the white paper and showed it to the others. Have you ever seen such a pattern? The astrologers shook their heads. Look for the similar ones among these drawings, Roland ordered. Everyone take a stack. Don't miss a single drawing. The biggest question in his mind was this another plane of Earth? It was not strange that there was a sun and a moon. The sun was just an ordinary star. There were hundreds of billions of such stars in the Milky Way, and there were hundreds of billions of galaxies like the Milky Way in the universe. Therefore, it was not strange to encounter a stable star satellite system. The universe was so vast that anything could happen. However, he was not sure if the species were similar. The evolution of living things was full of coincidences. Even in the same environment, different life forms could grow up. Moreover, regardless of whether it was demonic beasts or demons, they didn't look like living beings born in the natural world. To solve this problem, he could only think of the star charts. The lifespan of a star was calculated in hundreds of millions, and its position was almost fixed. It had always been used by stargazers to determine the position or to place symbols on it. The only 2 star charts that Roland remembered were the well-known Big Dipper and Orion. If he could find them in the star chart, he could determine his position. After an hour, Roland still received no answer. During this period, he also asked the astrologer of Dispersion Star about several famous star charts, but he had no impression of the names. Moreover, the astrologers of Grey Castle did not have the concept of astronomical phenomena according to the ecliptic, so they naturally did not have the famous 12 zodiac signs. In general, the density of the bright stars on these star charts was far greater than that of the constellations he had seen. In a sense, the stars would only appear when the observation point was closer to the center of the galaxy. Because the closer to the center of the galaxy, the more stars there were. Therefore, the possibility of this place being Earth was very small. This answer made Roland feel slightly disappointed. He exhaled and glanced around the hall. How many people are there in the Astrology Association? Your Majesty, there are 9 astrologers, 156 apprentices, and 67 handymen and craftsmen, the astrologer of Dispersion Star replied. Your Majesty, I plan to close the astrological station. Pack up and follow me back to Neverwinter. His words made everyone's expression change. Alva said in a panic, Your Majesty, how can you? I don't believe in divination. I only believe in my own choices, Roland said casually. And I'm the king of Grey Castle, so I can naturally close this place. In the Western region, you'll learn the real knowledge of astrology instead of seeing it as an illusory trajectory of fate. Roland could not help but feel a little surprised. Although these theories were common sense in the future, it was not easy for an astrologer who lacked the means of observation to figure out the orbit of the stars. The same goes for the star of extinction, Dispersion Star continued. It's said that the cycle of its appearance is as long as 400 to 500 years. That is to say, its orbit is very wide, and it takes such a long time for it to approach us. However, the sun and the moon are right beside us, and it only takes 1 day and 1 night to finish the journey. He took a breath. As we all know, the farther away something is from us, the smaller it looks. It should be the same in the starry sky. Therefore, when the star of extinction approaches us, it will change from a dark star to a bright one, and finally to a crescent moon. Have you found it? Dispersion Star shook his head. The mission handed down hundreds of years ago didn't specify the time of its arrival. Therefore, the star of extinction is probably still in a corner of the starry sky, too far away for us to observe. For the past several decades, you've been doing this kind of thing? Yes, Your Majesty, the old man said tiredly. I became an apprentice of the Astrology Association 40 years ago, and I've never stopped looking up to the sky. Before I became the Chief Astrology Association, I didn't know why I had to stare at a starry sky that hasn't changed for decades. In addition to identifying stars and recording seasons, astrologers will also predict good or bad luck on festivals or happy days. However, it's just following the will of the king, not really predicting the future. All of this must be kept a secret. Only by maintaining the reputation of the sage of astrology can we attract more apprentices. Do you regret it? Dispersion Star shook his head. If it were 10 years ago, I might have regretted it. However, since I became the chief and took over the responsibility from astrologer Falling Star, I've understood what I've been looking up to. This will be a real astrology, an unparalleled prophecy, and also the meaning of the Astrology Association's existence. It's a pity that I don't have much time left to look up to it. Dispersion Star was right. His hair was all white, his face was wrinkled like a mountain, and his forehead was covered with brown spots. Roland thought that his life would come to an end in 2 or 3 years. If it really is a world-ending disaster, didn't our ancestors pass down any strategies to defend against or avoid it? That's a problem for you to consider, Your Majesty. The scholar squeezed out a smile. The astrological platform is only your eyes. It's the king's responsibility to lead the people to survive. The disaster. That's why you can't turn it off. Even if the earth shatters and the sky rains fire, as long as you can predict it in advance, the chances of survival will increase. Roland couldn't help but be in awe. He looked up day after day just to verify this prophecy. Even in front of the bloody moon, which symbolized the end of the world, he still abided by his duty. Not everyone could have this kind of dedication. What would happen to the heirs of the royal family if they knew that the apocalypse was coming? Indulge myself, throw away all restraints, and seize the time to enjoy the rest of my life? This was probably the reason why the ancestors had set the time to be announced after the age of 30. After a long silence, he asked the last question. There are also astrological associations in other kingdoms. What is their purpose? Is it also to find this star of extinction? I don't know. I've never left King City, and they haven't sent anyone to Grey Castle. I see. That's all for today. You don't want to turn off the astrological platform? I'll leave it for now. Roland stood up and walked out of the hall. When he was about to leave the room, he turned around and looked at the chief astrologer, who was bowing to see him off. When I have time in the future, I'll give you some better stargazing tools and real astrological knowledge. What? The chief astrologer showed a puzzled expression. Roland didn't explain and continued, in addition, even if the bloody moon is coming, it's not the end of the world. He paused for a moment and said in a resolute tone, we will survive. The hydrogen balloon was quickly filled. They boarded the basket and flew to the palace. What did you talk about? Lightning asked from outside the basket. I want to know too, Coo. A half-finished story. Nightingale shrugged. In that case, how could I stick to my original plan? Roland rolled his eyes and told her what had happened in the hall. I wanted to pack them up and send them to the western region, but they had been watching for decades, so I let them finish their last journey in the astrological platform. You're really a benevolent king. Bendy smiled. Good man, Coo. Maggie flapped her wings, raised her head and held. Ahem, Roland quickly changed the topic. The star of extinction they're waiting for should be the same thing Agatha mentioned. The appearance of the bloody moon and the arrival of the end of the world. This prophecy is probably related to witches. I think so too. Sylvie pondered. The simplest evidence is that this used to be a barbarian land. There wasn't even a city, and people were still living in villages. How could they possibly pursue these illusory things? It should be the survivors of the Union who brought the news of the bloody moon. While rebuilding their homes, they handed over the task of monitoring the sky to the earliest astrologers. And one of them is His Majesty's ancestor? Lightning said excitedly. Oh, this is really a wonderful adventure. Adventure? Where is the danger, Ku? Idiot, it's not necessary to encounter danger. As long as you can understand those secrets that have been covered for a long time, it's the best harvest for an explorer. Ku? But you said before that an explorer shouldn't pay too much attention to the result, but should focus on enjoying the process of the adventure. Maggie blinked innocently. So a great explorer can distinguish when and what kind of situation they should apply to, so any adventure is full of enjoyment. Lightning shouted. You're still far from this realm. Ku. The pigeon landed on Roland's head in frustration. Is that so? The witches couldn't help but laugh. Back at the palace, Roland found the ancient book that recorded the history of the Wimbledon family from the library. After looking through it, he could not help but frown. What's wrong? Nightingale asked. There's no record of astrologers in the family history. He pointed to the yellowed and faded pages. The first ancestor is Maud Wimbledon, and the first king is Tarak Wimbledon. Whether it's the construction of the astrological tower or the higher status of the ruler, there's no mention of them. Someone erased this part from history. Who would do that? She asked in surprise. The person who wrote this book is the successor of the previous generations, right? Yes, a new book will be added after a new one is written, so it shouldn't be left out, Roland said slowly. According to the conditions of the city's construction at that time, and being able to engrave instructions on the golden sheets, there should be a record of this person. What did you say? Car Kant, the lord of the city of Evernight and duke of the northern region, stood up in disbelief and stared at the messenger in front of him. The cup on the table fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Your Excellency, I saw it with my own eyes. The messenger lowered his head even more. It took the rebel king only one day to break through the city wall of the king's city. His Majesty couldn't escape either. I'm afraid he's dead now. How? How could it be? Carr murmured. That's the king's city. With the 15-meter-high bluestone city wall, thousands of guards, catapults, and snow powder, it was impossible to break through the defense line without 20,000 to 30,000 soldiers. Even if Prince Roland could gather so many soldiers, he shouldn't have been able to take down the king's city in one day. Their firearms are too powerful. The messenger's voice trembled slightly. It was not clear whether it was because of the exhaustion caused by the overnight journey or because he was shocked by what he had seen. Not only can they fire continuously, but they're also very powerful. Even the king's mad guards can't stop them, let alone the night. If they get hit by one, they'll be half dead, if not dead. In comparison, His Majesty's firearms are no different from fire sticks. Carr's mind went blank. There was only one thought in his mind: it's over. It's all over. More than a week ago, he had received the new king's order to send a troop to support the king's city. As the newly appointed Duke of the Northern Region, he naturally had to respond. After some discussion, Carr finally selected a troop of 2,500 soldiers from Horsehead Hawes, Snow Fox Lista, and his own family to set off after the snow melted. Although there was a gap of more than half a month between the estimated time of arrival and the request for reinforcements, it was not too late, considering that sieges often lasted for several months. Since the spring plowing was about to begin, there were not many serfs in the troop and only a few knight soldiers. Most of them were mercenaries and freedmen. However, as long as the troop was sent out, it would be considered a crime of rebellion in the eyes of the rebel king. His good days would soon come to an end. Oh, and Edith. Carr suddenly thought of his precious daughter. If it was her, she might be able to think of a way to save them. Quick, go and fetch the eldest daughter to my room, he shouted to the guard at his side. Soon, Edith, dressed in casual clothes, walked into the study. The saber she used for training was still hanging on her side. Her hair was coiled up on top of her head, and the tip of her nose was dripping with sweat. It was obvious that she was practicing her swordsmanship as usual. There was a hint of displeasure on her face. "Didn't I say it before? Don't disturb me when I'm practicing. It's different this time. The family is going to be in big trouble." Carr eagerly repeated the message brought by the messenger. "What should we do now?" He looked at his daughter eagerly, hoping that she could give him a solution. If the North was rich in pearls, then Edith Kant was the brightest one. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also extremely talented. Whether it was in politics or in war, she made other men pale in comparison. It could be said that Edith had played an important role in the Kant family's rise from the position of count to the present Duke of the Northern region. His daughter was a little surprised when she heard that Prince Roland had conquered King's City in one day, but she soon calmed down. "Now you know why I didn't agree to marry Timothy at that time, right?" Calvin couldn't help but widen his eyes. "Did you expect all of this at that time?" After Timothy had led the army to defeat Duke Ace, who intended to rebel, he had stayed in the northern region for a period of time. Like most men, he also fancied the pearl of the northern region, but Edith did not agree immediately. Instead, she cleverly rejected the messenger sent by the other side with an excuse. At that time, he was quite puzzled and even blamed his daughter. After all, many women dreamed of becoming the queen after marrying Timothy, and the Kant's position in the north would naturally be more stable. "You said he conquered the city in one day?" "No, he didn't." Edith untied her belt and let her long cyan hair fall down. "I just don't think he's the right person." "Not the right person?" Carr could not help but groan in his heart. He was the ruler of Grey Castle. No matter how short his term was, he was a veritable king of a country. If even such a person was not suitable, what kind of person did she want to marry? However, the Duke did not say this out loud. He had already made up his mind that if his daughter refused to marry, he would pass the title of Duke to Edith. He believed that compared to his two sons, his eldest daughter was the best successor who could carry forward the family. Back to this matter. Edith bent down to pick up the broken porcelain cup on the ground. "The first thing you have to do is to catch up with the troops you send out. But they've set out for 4 days, and we don't know which way they took. I'm afraid it's too late." "It doesn't matter." She arranged the broken pieces into the shape of the 3 cities. "You send people to Deep Valley Town first. If you set out now, they can arrive in the evening. Tomorrow morning, you can take a boat to King City. In this way, you should be able to arrive 1 day earlier than the troops. No matter which way the troops take, they will eventually converge on the official road at the North Gate. As long as you search in the opposite direction, you can stop them on the outskirts of King City." "I see. Damn it, he should have thought of this method too." The Duke patted his head hard. It was all because of the sudden news that he could not come to his senses for a while. "I'll write a letter now." "No, let the guards go with the token." "Guards." After the guards left, Edith continued to say slowly, "Father, do you think we can stop Prince Roland's attack?" Carr could not help but shiver. The outer wall of Evernight City was not even half as solid as that of King City. He was afraid that in front of that kind of fire-like weapon, it would not be able to withstand for a long time. "I think we can't. So it's not enough to just call back the troops." She shrugged. "Don't forget that you became the Duke because of Timothy. In Roland's eyes, you're no different from an enemy. Even if he doesn't come now, he'll come sooner or later. So if we want our family to survive, we have to do more and be more proactive." "You mean you want me to pledge allegiance to Prince Roland?" Carr hesitated. "Why should he trust me?" "Because of sincerity," Edith said softly. "After the result of this siege, I'm afraid that most of the nobles will be afraid. Since they can't join forces to resist, they might as well admit defeat as soon as possible. Of course, I'm not the only one who thinks so. So we have to show our sincerity. Otherwise, how can we stand out among the other nobles?" "What kind of sincerity?" Edith smiled and pulled out the wooden training sword with one hand. Before Carr could react, she smashed 2 of the 3 pieces on the table into powder like lightning. In the evening, Carr summoned all the nobles of the northern region to the castle. The banquet hall was ablaze with a roaring fire, which cast shadows on the walls. The swaying flames made the shadows dance up and down, like a weird mural. 4 long tables in the middle of the hall were filled with steaming hot dishes of meat and wine. It looked like a sumptuous banquet, but the atmosphere was not relaxed, especially when the Duke announced the news that the king's city had been conquered. "I've sent people to catch up with the team that set off 4 days ago. If they're lucky, they'll be able to come back alive," he said in a deep voice, sitting in the main seat. "The question is, what should we do in the northern region?" The nobles looked at each other. The news that Timothy had failed to defend the city for a day was too shocking. For a moment, no one in the hall dared to answer. Carr saw fear and regret in the eyes of many of the lesser nobles. Edith was right. It was absolutely impossible for such people to resist Roland Wimbledon. The choice of dividing the land and becoming king had never existed from the beginning. In fact, they only had one way to go. However, for the nobles who had just turned to Timothy, it was a little embarrassing to suddenly change sides. After a while, someone said, "How about we send a messenger to probe Prince Roland's intentions? If he doesn't interfere with the affairs of the northern region, we might as well support him as king." This remark was immediately approved by another minor noble. "After all, it's Wimbledon's own business. It doesn't matter who becomes king." Earl Lista sneered. "All the same?" Carr raised his eyebrows. "Here comes the point." Sure enough, after the Earl spoke, everyone lowered their voices, which made him quite uncomfortable. In fact, there was not much difference between the 3 families. The Comte family was even a little weaker. It was just that he followed his daughter's idea and expressed his goodwill to Timothy first. That was how he got the title of Duke. Of course, he also understood that this was one of the new king's means of checks and balances. Timothy was probably happy to see the contempt and dissatisfaction of the other 2 families. "Have you forgotten about Duke Ace, who was executed for treason?" Lista said coldly. He didn't take the initiative to provoke Timothy. "If we give in at the beginning, the noose will be around our necks at any time, and it will be too late to struggle. From Prince Roland's point of view, we are really involved in the rebellion. At least, every one of us is related to Timothy. What can we do even if we don't give in? Even the king's city couldn't survive a day. We're just trying to break a rock with an egg." One of the vassals of the Carr Empire retorted in a low voice according to the agreement. Under the furious glare of the other party, the latter half of the sentence was barely audible. "I don't care if it's an egg or not, I'm going to give it a try," Edhas said loudly. "The rebel king killed my brother. He will definitely pay for this. It's hard to say who's the egg. The mountains in the north are undulating, and there are dangerous roads everywhere. His army can gallop on the plains and rivers, but it's not certain that they can win in the north." Earl Haas followed closely. "At worst, the Horsehead family will retreat to Coldwind Ridge. I don't believe that his army can fly up there. If you do that, you'll be exposing your back to the church," Carr Empire thought to itself. Those people also harbor evil intentions towards the north. He had also heard about the death of the eldest son of the Haas family. It seemed that he had died in a battle against the Lord of the Western region. But how could there be no deaths in a war? If shouting could make the other party pay the price, then there would be no need for a knight's sword and armor. The voices in the hall gradually became noisy. Due to the statements of the Lista Empire and the Haas family, those who wanted to stay put and prepare for the attack gradually overwhelmed those who took the initiative to inquire about the situation and express their goodwill to Prince Roland. Although Calvin kept his mouth shut, he was starting to feel anxious in his heart. Will Edith be in trouble? After a long silence, Earl Lista looked at him and asked, "What do you think, Your Excellency?" Carr Empire's heart trembled. It was finally his turn. "I called all of you here because I want to hear everyone's opinions. After all, this matter concerns the future of the North. We can't be too cautious." Earl Haas interrupted impatiently. "Enough. I'm afraid you've already decided to pledge your loyalty to Prince Roland. Otherwise, why would those who expressed their weak opinions be your vassals? If you hand over your power now, you'll be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. You. Calvin almost couldn't help but throw the wine glass in his hand. In that case, we have nothing to talk about. Lista Empire stood up and walked towards the entrance of the banquet hall. By the way, if you want Prince Roland to spare your life, you can also tie Edith up and offer her to him. I heard that guy is very attracted to beauties. The laughter of the crowd came to an abrupt end with the Earl's silence. Everyone could see the tip of a sword protruding from his back. The bloodstains on it shone dimly under the light of the fire. Are you talking about me, Your Excellency Snow Fox? I can't pretend that I didn't hear you. The Earl's body slid to the side. A tall and slender armored warrior appeared in front of everyone. She pulled out her sword expressionlessly, stepped over Lista Empire, who was still twitching and struggling, and walked into the hall. It was Edith Kant. Car Empire's heart immediately calmed down. There were dark red bloodstains all over her armor, and it was obvious that she had just gone through a fierce battle. Even so, her elegant demeanor was still the same as usual, and there was a hint of killing intent in her beautiful face. Then, a group of sword-wielding warriors filed in and surrounded the hall in an instant. At this point, everyone understood what had happened. Guards. Earl Haw's eyes widened. What about the guards outside? If I don't get rid of them, how can I focus on dealing with you? Car Empire let out a long sigh and smashed his cup on the ground. You seem to have forgotten that I'm the one in charge of the northern region. He had been waiting for this moment. This kind of banquet would be held once in a while. The nobles were not very vigilant. There would not be more than 100 guards accompanying them, and most of them were stationed outside the castle district. It was the perfect time to catch them all in one fell swoop. When the guards of the other party were successfully dealt with, the situation was basically set. Of course, the decision-maker and executor of this plan was his daughter, the Pearl of the Northern Region, Edith. The door of the banquet hall slowly closed. The fire in the furnace swayed with the cold wind. The vassals of the two families pulled out their swords, while the lesser nobles were scared out of their wits. You're crazy, Ed Hawes said through gritted teeth. Car Empire no longer cared about arguing. Those who lay down their weapons and surrender will be spared. If anyone resists, kill without mercy. The hall erupted into a frenzy. The wooden table was overturned, and the dishes on the table made cracking sounds. Soup flowed through the cracks in the stone floor. It was the first time the two sons sitting beside the Duke had witnessed a life-and-death battle at such a close distance. The older Cole pulled out his sword and stood in front of his father, but his posture was extremely stiff. He did not have the carefree attitude he had during his daily training. The 17-year-old Lance simply shrank behind his chair. Calvin sighed inwardly. If it wasn't for Edith, the two of them might not have been so pathetic. However, when compared to the Pearl of the Northern Region, the gap between them was huge. Perhaps even they themselves had already accepted their fate and lost the courage to chase after her. The Duke looked towards the center of the banquet hall. His eldest daughter had already set her eyes on Ed Hawes, the strongest person present. She first picked up a bottle of ale and smashed it at him, forcing him to turn around. Then, she leaped up onto a long wooden table and swung her sword at him from above. Her movements were as swift as a snow civet. Ed hurriedly blocked, and sparks flew from the point of contact. In a few breaths, Edith had already swung her sword 5 or 6 times. The clanging sounds formed a chain, like the footsteps of the Grim Reaper approaching. But at this critical moment, Ed exploded with an astonishing aura and completely dissolved the attacks. The two of them were locked in a battle around the long table. Several Hawes family knight had fallen to the sword, but he did not retreat. Instead, he became more and more courageous as he fought. Carr could not help but worry. Edith had already gone through a huge battle. The bloodstains on her armor were proof. Even if she was not injured, she must have used up a lot of energy. In addition, women were naturally weaker in terms of strength. This kind of entanglement was obviously disadvantageous to her. But there was not a trace of fear on Edith's face. Her eyes were fixed on her opponent. Her bright eyes were like twinkling stars. Every time she swung her sword, sweat could be seen on the tips of her hair. Even though her strength was gradually weakening, she still chose to use airtight attacks to suppress her opponent. Ed seemed to have noticed this. He roared and raised his sword to counterattack. The Pearl of the Northern Kingdoms was obviously unwilling to exchange blood for blood. She withdrew her sword and blocked. The difference in strength finally showed itself. Edith's long sword was shaken off, and she lost her balance and fell from the long table. The Duke's heart was in his throat. Damn it! Go help her. However, even the nearest guard could not help him. Everything happened too quickly. After Edith landed, she did not immediately get up. Instead, she chopped off the leg of the long table. At that moment, Ed Hawes jumped onto the long table with both hands raised high, wanting to use a powerful chop to end his opponent's life. He did not notice that Edith had fallen on the edge of the long table. What happened next left Carr dumbfounded. The knight who lost a leg on the table completely lost his balance. If it was only the table that toppled over, he might have been able to jump away easily. However, at that moment, all his strength was concentrated on his arms. His feet were nailed to the table, and his body leaned forward. It was a standard chopping movement. Aida fell to the ground like a dog eating mud. His head hit the floor heavily, and the dull thud was so loud that even he could hear it clearly. There would be no turning back. Edith jumped onto Aida's back, took out a dagger from her waist, and stabbed it straight into Aida's neck. With a twist of her hands, the knight's body convulsed as if he was having a stroke. Was this a coincidence? No. The Duke realized that he had fallen into Edith's trap the moment he jumped onto the long table. From the beginning, when his opponent occupied the high ground to the time when he took back the high ground, he saw hope in his heart to turn defeat into victory. And the advantage he had accumulated from competing in strength made him think of violent attacks as the best way to determine victory or defeat. The opponent's increasingly weak resistance boosted Aida's confidence, so he used all his strength in the last blow. If it was a normal fight, Edith would never be able to block this blow. But this also made him completely lose the chance to adjust his balance. In the face of 3 times the number of their own, the resistance of the 2 nobles did not last too long. After a quarter of an hour, the banquet hall quieted down again. The fire was still burning quietly, but there was a bloody smell in the wantonly flowing wine. The Duke walked down from the main seat and looked around. The lesser nobles all lowered their heads, and no one dared to look at him. Earl Lista and Earl House have been punished for plotting against King Wimbledon. Now you have a choice. Will you obey the 2 bodies on the ground, or will you serve the new king? This time, the answer was uniform, and no other noise could be heard. That's it? In the study, Carwin wiped the blood on his daughter's forehead with a handkerchief. Will King Roland Wimbledon accept us? You called him a rebel king yesterday, Edith joked. You've decided to submit to him so soon? That's what you said. The Duke glared at her. Since we can't win, we might as well surrender as soon as possible. If we can't win His Majesty's trust, we'll become the enemies of the nobles. The execution of 2 great nobles without a trial by the arbitral tribunal had broken the basic bottom line of the nobles' war. If it weren't for the fact that the Kingdom of Greycastle had been at war for the past 2 years and that the lords had changed one after another, as well as the example set by Timothy, he would never have dared to kill them as Edith had suggested. I don't know. What? The Duke's heart trembled, and he almost dropped the handkerchief. You don't know? Yes, we can only try our best to show our sincerity, but the final decision of the northern region is still Prince Roland himself. Don't get it wrong, Father, Edith said carelessly. He may still send his trusted followers to take over the northern region, and your title may also be cut off. This is not something to be surprised about. I only know that if we don't try, the Comte family will have no chance. Compared with the doomed destruction, at least we have a chance to continue. Carwin was stunned for a long time, and then he sat down in a chair sullenly. He knew his daughter was right, but he still found it hard to accept such an answer. He did not want to lose the title of Duke. Edith suddenly laughed. Don't be discouraged, Father. Tomorrow morning, you still have to take advantage of the situation to recover the mansions and fiefs of the 2 earls. Besides, the final outcome of this matter will largely depend on how capable the person who defers to us can be. She paused. Sincerity is the ticket to our negotiation, but ability determines the outcome of the negotiation. Carwin frowned. You mean? King City. After a year and a half, he was back. Berev looked at the cyan stone wall that was gradually becoming clearer, his heart filled with excitement. In fact, from the moment he had received the order, his mood had not calmed down. His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince had defeated Timothy as expected, and had done it so cleanly and efficiently. The result had once again proved that no one could resist the army of the Lord of the Western region. Of course, it was no longer appropriate to still call Roland the Lord of the Western region. He was now the only son of Wimbledon III, the inheritor of his bloodline, and the legal heir of the royal family. The obstacles to his ascension had been swept away. It was foreseeable that Roland would soon be crowned king. And he would also become the prime minister whose power was second only to the king. This joy made Berev immersed in boundless reverie. When those old friends who missed him saw that he had climbed to a position that they did not even dare to imagine, what kind of expression would they show? Shock, jealousy, envy, even if they gnashed their teeth, forced a smile, and desperately tried to please him? These scenes made him physically and mentally happy just thinking about it. It would be even better if his former mentor, the Minister of Finance, Lauren Moore, could see this scene. The cement boat slowly docked at the suburban pier. Berev walked down the trestle, and together with Xianxia and the others, they passed through the familiar streets and entered the inner city palace under the escort of the soldiers of the First Army. The two-tower palace was still as majestic as he remembered. In the past, he could only look at it from his small room in the city hall, but now he could walk into the palace above board. He went straight to the study of the tower and saw Roland Wimbledon again. Berev knelt down on one knee with excitement and said, "Your Majesty, the kingdom of Grey Castle is yours." In fact, not yet. The eastern region and the northern region are still the territories of Timothy's remaining forces. Roland smiled and said, "Get up quickly, we still have many important things to discuss." His expression was as usual, and his tone was calm and approachable, as if he was completely unaffected by the upcoming title of king. Berev's attitude became even more respectful. He slowly stood up, placed his hand on his chest, and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. The most important task at the moment is to maintain the operation of the king's city. I've already explained this in the letter." Roland poured a cup of hot tea and handed it to him. "Do you have a preliminary plan?" Berev hurriedly took the teacup. "It's not difficult to maintain the current order. You can let me handle the minor nobles. They will understand the pros and cons. Besides, I brought 10 of my most outstanding disciples from the border area. Some of them are proficient in business, and some are good at taxation. Even if I'm not here, they'll keep an eye on the city hall, and those nobles won't be able to steal anything." He paused for a moment and then added, "But you have to let the First Army stay behind, cooperate with them in the supervision work. Without the guarantee of force, the supervision will not be able to play the role of warning." Roland looked a little surprised. "Don't you want to stay in the capital?" "Of course not, Your Majesty," Berev replied without hesitation. "The government affairs of Neverwinter are much more complicated and important. I can't leave for too long. If you handle these trivial matters yourself, it'll be too tiring. Please let me continue to manage the Neverwinter City Hall for you. It's more suitable for me to serve you." He was very clear that since His Majesty had decided that Neverwinter would be the new capital of Grey Castle, it would surpass the city sooner or later. Now that Grey Castle's population and development potential had surpassed King's City, and with the launch of the new batch of recruitment plans, Neverwinter would undoubtedly surpass any big city in the Four Kingdoms. Although he could experience the wailing of those old friends in King's City, he would get tired of hearing it too often. Moreover, these wailing would not bring him power. Instead, it would gradually pull him away from the center of power. Berev was well aware that only by appearing in front of His Majesty often could he leave a deep impression on him. Roland stared at him with great interest for a while until Berev lowered his head guiltily. Roland then agreed. "That's all. But the premise is that King's City won't fall into chaos because of the change of officials in the city hall. You should know that I need everyone in this city." His Majesty then asked Berev about the mining and farming situation in the Longsong area, especially about the latter, including whether the serfs were responsible for the division of fields, and the promotion rules had been properly announced. Fortunately, Berev was very clear about Roland's preferences. He had learned about them from Perrault in advance, so he answered smoothly and His Majesty could not help but nod. The afternoon passed quickly. After asking the last question, Roland patted Berev on the shoulder with satisfaction. "You've done a good job. Now I can rest assured while leading the army to fight outside. Let's have dinner first. Tomorrow, we'll talk about the development plan of the Longsong area." "Yes." Berev hesitated. He found that the coronation was the only thing that Roland did not ask about. "Your Majesty, when are you going to ascend the throne and announce it to the world?" "I don't plan to do that at the moment," Roland replied casually. "What?" The director of the city hall could not believe his ears. "It's better to carry out this kind of thing as soon as possible. It can bring you great prestige and unite the people in your territory. It won't do you any harm." "Why do you?" "Because of time," Roland interrupted him. He got up and walked to the window, looking at the magnificent city in the dusk. "I've asked the ceremonial officer. A complete coronation ceremony will take several months to prepare. In addition to casting the golden crown and gemstone scepter, we also have to send invitations to the church and the other 3 kingdoms. We can't start until their messengers arrive. Even if we exclude the holy city of Hermes, the kingdom of Everwinter, and the kingdom of Wolfheart, it will still take more than a month to contact the kingdom of Dawn, which will seriously hinder the second half of the spring offensive. You can simplify the process. That way, the prestige will be greatly reduced, or even negatively affected." He shrugged. "Even Timothy followed the process, so I can't be more anxious than him. But the ambassador to the kingdom of Dawn will set off soon. I'll ask him to bring the news with him. It won't be too late to think about it when I get a definite answer." After Berev left, Roland let out a sigh of relief. There was another reason he did not explain to Berev, which was that he was deeply influenced by the idea of accumulating grain before becoming king. Now he only occupied the western region, which was less than 1/3 of what Timothy had when he was king. It was better to restrain himself before the church officially attacked the kingdom of Dawn. It would be troublesome if Hermes targeted him first. Although he was not afraid of openly falling out with the church, he did not want to make others hate him. Then he summoned Xianxia to his study. The refining hall in the eastern city district was Retinan's favorite place. The apprentices and disciples carried the required materials back and forth. Steam rose from the utensils, and the smell of sulfur and acidic water lingered in the room. Occasionally, the sound of glass bottles shattering and the loud curses of alchemists could be heard. This place was always full of vitality. Even though he had already been promoted to one of the 3 chief disciples 2 years ago and had his own independent alchemy room, the bustling and chaotic hall made it easier for him to burst forth with inspiration. Alchemy was just like this busy scene. When all kinds of substances were mixed together, most of them would become more turbid. Only a few could stand out and blossom with a bright brilliance. The crystal glass was like this, and so was the strong snow powder. After being burned, melted, and mixed, no one knew that gray sand and black charcoal could be transformed into such a wonderful thing. This was the charm of alchemy. People were no exception. Every year, a large number of new apprentices joined the Alchemist Union. However, only a few of them could shed their rough and dull appearance and become the brightest stars of the Union. Retin was one of them. It had taken him 34 years to be promoted from an apprentice to a chief alchemist union. Now he was nearly 50 years old and about to reach the end of his life. However, he felt that his life was complete now that he could comprehend the beauty of the sage's study. However, the recent events in King City made Retin feel a little uneasy. The biggest change was the succession of the king. After Prince Roland hanged Timothy, he had become the unquestionable successor. This had nothing to do with the Alchemist Union. No matter who the king was, they only needed to provide alchemy products. However, when the strong snow powder was given to Timothy as a war material, could they still stay out of it? King City had gradually returned to peace, but Prince Roland did not visit the Alchemist Union. Instead, he went to the astrological tower, which seemed to be a bad sign. "Are you still thinking about the astrological association?" Someone beside him suddenly said. "It's not like you to be in a daze by the window with a bitter face." To be able to speak to him so rudely, he must also be a first seat. He tilted his head and looked at Rayleigh, whose hair was also white. What do you think? His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince is planning? He thinks those guys who stare at the stars all day are wasting money. What else could he mean? Rayleigh said nonchalantly. It's a pity that he didn't insist on his opinion. Those people don't deserve to be called sages at all. They should have been dismissed long ago. As one of the two great schools, the Alchemist Union had planted its own spy in the Stargazer Association. He had heard a little about the purpose of Roland's visit to the astrology station. However, he did not know what the chief astrologer had discussed with Prince Roland. In the end, he gave up the idea of closing the astrology station. What's wrong? Are you worried that the Alchemist Union will also fall to such a state? He patted Retinine on the shoulder and said, Don't forget how much profit our products can bring to King City. As long as the restrictions on the production of crystal glass and perfume are lifted, the golden dragon earned in a year or two will be enough to fill up the prince's bedroom. Will he be willing to close the association? But the association will refine strong snow powder for Timothy. So what? Can we disobey the king's order? Rayleigh snorted. If he has any common sense in his head, he won't use this as an excuse to blame us. Besides, he also has a large number of snow powder weapons. Didn't he get the formula from the defector boar? It's also the Alchemist Union's credit that he successfully conquered King City. Maybe we'll be rewarded if we give him a better mixture formula. I hope so. Retinine nodded and felt a little relieved. As Rayleigh had said, the Alchemist Union was a big gold producer. Prince Roland might have been caught up in some trifles that he did not come immediately. Just as he was about to give some advice to the other alchemists, a disciple rushed into the hall out of breath and shouted, Chief, His Majesty is here. What? Where is he? Following Retinine's exclamation, the noise in the hall suddenly quieted down. Everyone turned to look at the newcomer. Above the courtyard. The disciple swallowed and said, His Majesty came from the sky. Retinine and Rayleigh looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Tell Chief Archer to come here. The rest of you, follow me to meet His Majesty. Yes. Outside the Alchemist Union, a huge floating ball occupied almost half of the sky. Soldiers armed with snow powder weapons had surrounded the courtyard. After they searched both inside and outside the Union, the floating ball began to descend slowly. That should be the device that Prince Roland used to carry the witches to the astrological tower, Rayleigh whispered to Retinine. I didn't expect it to fly. Anyway, he's finally here. Retinine was a little relieved. He grabbed Rayleigh's arm and said, It's okay for us to call him Prince in private, but we have to be respectful when we meet. Even if he doesn't have an enthronement ceremony, he's still the king of Grey Castle. Don't be too casual. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing, Retinine said with a smile. The basket landed steadily. A spirited gray-haired man came forward under the protection of the guards. He didn't wear any gorgeous clothes, nor did he wear a crown or scepter, but his every movement had an unquestionable majesty. He was completely different from the incompetent fourth prince who was previously rumored to be. Next to him was an old man in a robe. Retinine found the old man looked familiar to him. Your Majesty Wimbledon, welcome to the Alchemist Union. Led by the three chief alchemists, the alchemists bowed together. His Majesty smiled and said, When I was still in King City, my father often mentioned you. Crystal glass and perfume are all very popular alchemy products. They are even sold to the Fjord Islands and bring great returns to the palace. So when my father sent me to Border Town, I built an alchemy workshop there. Rayleigh almost burst out laughing. Retinine tried his best to control his laughter, but he did not show it on his face. That's not easy, Your Majesty. There's an old saying that every alchemy workshop is built with an equal amount of golden dragon. Really? But I didn't invest much in the golden dragon. You should know how barren that place is. At first, I could only build a few wooden sheds as refining rooms. Now it produces many products, including glass and perfume, His Majesty said in a relaxed manner. So I'm curious about where you spend the golden dragon every year. What? What do you mean? Retinine's heart sank. This is my chief alchemist, Mr. Xianxia. Roland pointed to the old man beside him. He'll be inspecting your alchemy achievements. If you haven't made any new products in the past few years, I think it's better for the Alchemist Union to close. After all, King City has just gone through a war. Many streets and houses need to be repaired with Golden Dragon. His words caused an uproar among the alchemists. Oh? Roland looked at him and asked, why? Here's the thing, Your Majesty. You don't know much about alchemy, so you may have been deceived. Retnine hurriedly stopped Rayleigh. He was a proud man and even lacked respect in front of Timothy, not to mention Prince Roland, who was once regarded as ignorant and incompetent. If Rayleigh was annoyed, everyone would be in trouble. Alchemy is ever-changing. Every formula represents a new result, but not all results are as dazzling as snow powder. It may not be directly transformed into a golden dragon, but it can be the foundation for the birth of another outstanding product. Exactly, Rayleigh said discontentedly. Take the strong snow powder for example. The ice saltpeter in it is transformed from feces, which is an alchemy reaction in itself. But in addition to making ice, it can also be mixed with other alchemy products to make snow powder. These uses all require a long time to explore and ponder. Even the most experienced alchemy master wouldn't dare to say that a reaction result is meaningless. Your Majesty, their value can't be simply measured by the golden dragon. He frowned and stared at the chief alchemist of Roland. If anyone dares to make such a promise to you, he must be a liar. What do you think? Roland tilted his head and asked. The chief alchemist did not seem to be in a hurry. He first touched his beard, and when no one spoke, he put his hand on his chest and said, Your Majesty, the reason why they said that is because their understanding of alchemy is still superficial. I can prove to you that their formulas are no longer new, and their results have all been determined whether they are useful or not. The alchemists sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard that. Retnine was stunned for a while before he came to himself. Did this man know what he was talking about? He knew every alchemy formula like the back of his hand? What a joke. The alchemist workshop of King City had discovered more than a dozen new formulas in the past 2 years. It would take several days just to study them. How dare this man say that there was nothing new? Retnine was surprised and delighted at the same time. This man named Xianxia was completely crazy. As long as he gave a formula that he could not explain, he would be deceiving His Majesty. The most taciturn of them all, Archer, could not hold it in any longer. He said coldly, How do you want to prove it? It's very simple. Cal confidently walked in front of the 3 people. You lay out the raw materials, and I'll tell you the result of the alchemy. How about it? Rayleigh was so angry that he laughed. Very well, the association has all the materials and can verify them at any time. If you're wrong, don't think you can hide it from His Majesty like you did in Border Town. What if I'm right? This is impossible. Archer repeatedly shook his head. Alchemy formulas can indeed repeat, but it's impossible to exhaust them. You're looking down on alchemy too much. It's not that I'm looking down on alchemy, it's just that it's wrong in the first place. Lucien's expression was strange. Retnine felt his forehead throbbing. What did you say? Let me ask you something first. What is alchemy in your eyes? Ka remained unmoved. Chaotic, complex, ever-changing, and difficult to understand? No. You know nothing about alchemy, or the nature of all things. That's nonsense. Rayleigh loudly scolded. Are you trying to say that this philosopher's study is simple, orderly, and single-minded? If that's the case, how can it evolve so many colorful substances and make every stone in this world different? To Retnine's horror, Kyle chuckled and said, Ah, yes. It's simple, orderly, and single-minded. As for why this world is so colorful, it's beyond the scope of alchemy, Kyle said calmly. In other words, it's a higher realm, and I've just seen the threshold. Enough. Retnine pulled Rayleigh, whose beard was about to stand up. Take your disciples to prepare the alchemy materials. Any absurd remarks will fall apart in the face of facts. Otherwise, if he continued to speak, it was possible that he would curse Kyle and His Majesty Roland, who had recruited him to be the chief disciple. This man is indeed a lunatic. Alchemy is simple and orderly? Retnine thought bitterly. He would definitely teach the man a lesson he would never forget. A long table in the center of the refining hall was cleared out. On it were several small bottles and 3 pieces of white paper, on which were the names of the raw materials. After a discussion, the 3 chief disciples each chose a formula and asked Xianxia to prove his theory. In order to leave the impression that His Majesty was not deliberately making things difficult for them and to avoid Kyle's unreasonable pestering, the 3 of them also wrote down the names of the raw materials. As for whether Kyle could recognize them or not, it was none of their business. When everything was ready, Retin looked at His Majesty's chief alchemist and said in a low voice, "Please start." The latter walked confidently to the first piece of white paper on the table. Calcination of saltpeter and green alum? He glanced at the content on the paper and looked a little surprised. You've also discovered the double stone acid-making method. The products are a variety of solids and acids, the latter can corrode metals. As he answered, he picked up a pen and wrote a long list of symbols on the paper. Archer, who had set the question, looked very upset. Yes. Yes. The surrounding alchemists all whispered to each other. Probably no one had expected that the first chief disciple's formula would be answered in less than a second. Quiet. Retin shouted. There are 2 more questions. He just happened to get it right. Rayleigh stamped his foot. He wasn't so lucky with the second formula. By the way, what are the things he wrote on the paper? He shook his head as a bad premonition arose in his heart. However, the development of the facts quickly deviated from their expectations. Kyle didn't even stay at the table for too long before he announced the result and also pointed out the trap set by Rayleigh. Green vitriol and copper plates? If the acid content is too low, the reaction can't be carried out. If the acid content is high, the liquid will turn blue and bubbles will come out. Retin's problem did not cause him any trouble. Take out the netherworld stone? Is there no other condition? Kyle grabbed the bottle and shook it. He looked at the white solid immersed in the water. This thing is quite rare. If left alone in the air, it will spontaneously combust and produce white smoke. Finally, the white solid will be left. Am I right? Retin was completely shocked. This was a strange item that he had exchanged with the alchemists of the Kingdom of Wolfheart. Few people had seen it, let alone its characteristics. You can also ask questions. Kyle turned around and looked at the surrounding alchemists. I'll prove to you that what I said is true. The crowd immediately became excited. What about a mixture of ochre and charcoal? If the temperature is high enough, you can get iron. It's a special kind of iron ore. Why does the color of the glass produced by smelting sand and stone vary? Didn't you say that alchemy didn't change the color? Because the impurities in it are different, so the crystal glass needs the purest gravel. Sir Kyle, I have a question. Me too. Retin was surprised to find that the atmosphere in the hall was changing rapidly. The alchemists had changed from asking questions to asking for advice. Even the way they addressed Kyle had become respectful. He realized that Kyle was becoming the chief alchemist in everyone's hearts. Shut up, all of you. Rayleigh suddenly shouted. These are just formulas that the Alchemist Union has figured out a long time ago. If you really know all the formulas like the back of your hand, then make a formula that no one has seen before. For example, the ultimate pursuit of alchemy. This is impossible. Retin swallowed. He believed that all the alchemists present had the same idea. After all, the ultimate pursuit originated from a legend. But he was shocked to find that Kyle was smiling. Have you already extracted the Philosopher's Stone? Archer asked in a trembling voice. The hall was silent for a moment. This was probably the answer everyone wanted to know. The Philosopher's Stone was rumored to be the pinnacle of alchemy. It had the ability to transform everything, which was also the reason why alchemy was called the philosopher's study. When used as a medium, it could turn ordinary iron and lead into precious metals, giving people endless wealth. This was the origin of the Midas touch. A stone that can transform everything. That's just something invented by ancient alchemists who wanted to be lazy. Kyle waved his hand. What I'm going to show you is the mystery of the world. He took out a strange crystal glass tube from his waist bag and generously displayed it in front of the alchemists. Everyone craned their necks, including Retin. The tube was about 2 fingers thick, and both ends were sealed. There was some brownish red powder in the tube, which was plain and dull. At first glance, it looked like dry soil, and no one knew how it was filled. Kyle then asked someone to bring a glass of clean water, picked up a green alum stone from the table, and smashed one end of the glass tube. There was a commotion in the crowd. Even Retnine felt a great pain in his heart. The transparent and flawless luster was clearly high-quality crystal glass. Furthermore, it must have taken a lot of effort for a craftsman to fire it into such a well-proportioned tube shape. In the end, the other party had just smashed the tube open. However, this also made him realize that Prince Roland's claim that crystal glass had been developed in his territory was not a lie. The alchemy workshop of King City would never produce such a strange container. The water was quickly served. Kyle poured the powder in the tube into a glass. The water slowly turned yellowish-green, and the powder disappeared. "Do you have lead rods here?" He turned around and said, "Bring 2 of the best quality." "Wait," Rayleigh said, "since it's an alchemy reaction, it doesn't matter who does it, right? I've seen some street performers who are very good at camouflage. They can change bronze royals into gold royals in front of everyone's eyes. I'm not doubting you, but it's better to be more cautious in this kind of situation." He looked at the other 2 chiefs. "What do you think?" "Indeed," Archer said slowly. Retnine hesitated for a moment. Everyone could see that Rayleigh was suspicious, and it was rude to compare Rayleigh to a street performer. However, he had to stand on the Alchemist Union's side at this time. "I also agree. I thought that the chief alchemist of Border Town would fly into a rage, but I didn't expect that Kyle Sichi would just smile and say, 'Of course, the last step will be done by an alchemist or an apprentice.' As I said, the essence of alchemy is simple, orderly, and single-minded. Who's next? Let me do it." Retnine felt his heart beating so fast that he did not even dare to look into Kyle's eyes. However, he could not resist the temptation of the Midas touch. Could this yellow-green liquid really turn lead into gold? The apprentice quickly fetched the materials. These were lead rods that had been repeatedly refined. They were greenish-white in color and were usually placed in wooden boxes lined with cotton cloth. They were the best in stock. Retnine picked one up and carefully put it in the cup. Then he was surprised to find that the surface of the lead bar had a touch of gold. He felt his hands tremble uncontrollably. "Look. Something seems to be growing. Gold. My God, it's gold. Is that gold? Maybe it's copper." The discussion behind Retnine suddenly became louder. He looked back and saw that all the alchemists and apprentices were staring at the change in the cup on the long table with their eyes wide open. Their voices were full of shock and disbelief. Archer looked confused, as if he had lost his sense of direction. At this moment, he also felt the same way. Was alchemy really as Kyle had said? Was it really the same as what Kyle had said? Was it completely simple and clear, and the chaos and disorder that he had thought was only because he had taken the wrong path? Then what was the purpose of their decades of study? When the lead bar was taken out, its surface was already blooming with coral-like filaments. "These are all copper." Rayleigh bit his lip and shouted with the last of his strength, "You can't possibly know how to turn stone into gold. It's unreasonable. Otherwise, you could have used the Golden Dragon to buy the whole Grey Castle instead of just being the chief alchemist of a small town. I didn't choose this path for the Golden Dragon. I wanted to know more about this world." Kyle's voice seemed to come from far away. "If you don't believe me, you can test it. I think the chief of King City knows how to distinguish between copper and gold, right?" However, there was no reversal after the test. The gold filaments on the lead bar were cut off, put on a plate, and baked over the fire. Soon they melted and gathered into a ball. This was obviously not copper. Copper would become an ugly solid under high temperature. The rolling metal solution on the plate shone even brighter, like a bright golden sun. True gold fears no fire. This was real gold. The hall was boiling with excitement. The alchemy formula of turning stone into gold really exists. "Sir Kyle, what do the symbols you wrote on the paper represent? Is that a formula for a higher realm? Where did you learn this knowledge? Chief, do you still accept disciples? I'm willing to start as an apprentice." Xianxia reached out his hand to stop the noisy shouting. Listen carefully, everything you see today comes from an even more ancient subject. It not only includes all possible alchemy formulas, but also reveals the mystery of the composition of all things. Through it, you can even predict those alchemy formulas that you've never seen before, including turning stone into gold. As long as you follow me to the Western region, I can teach you all these. To the Western region? Retinine looked at His Majesty Roland Wimbledon, who was smiling, and froze on the spot. Is this Roland's real purpose? However, it was too late for him to realize this. The enthusiastic atmosphere was completely out of his control. Who would want to work for the Alchemy Association if they could learn the art of turning stone into gold? None of the alchemists in the hall would stay here. The Alchemy Association of King City, which had a history of 100 years, was going to collapse in one day. In a trance, Retinine saw Kyle slowly walk up to him. Do you remember an apprentice who wanted to make the molten liquid 27 years ago? He leaned over and whispered in Retinine's ear, because he failed twice, you robbed him of his money and refused to let him step into the association again. In fact, it was only because the acid you provided wasn't strong enough. Retinine shivered all over. His memory overlapped with the figure in front of him. He opened his mouth wide in surprise and said, You're the apprentice I reviewed at that time. Yes, Kyle nodded. I'm just here to take back what I deserve. 2 days later, Xianxia said goodbye to Roland. Don't you want to stay in King City for a few more days? Roland joked. This is the center of Grey Castle. It's the best place to have fun in the kingdom. If I miss it this time, I don't know when I can come here again. I'm not you. I don't want to leave any unfinished love here. Kyle rolled his eyes. There's still a lot of work to be done in the laboratory and the chemical plant. If you want the gunpowder production line to run normally, you'd better let me return to Neverwinter first. Kyle's answer made Roland feel quite depressed. After the situation stabilized, the atmosphere in the city became a little strange. First, he heard many women claiming to be his lovers, and later, even his illegitimate children ran out. Of course, he knew these were all rumors, but he couldn't resist the power of public opinion. Especially when he had a really bad reputation before, no matter how bizarre the story was, people would believe it without a doubt. Helplessly, he had to ask Theo to come forward and order the rats to put out the rumors. Well, he was speechless for a while, then nodded and said, I'll arrange a paddle steamer to send you back to the Western region. You've worked hard these days. I'm glad that you know. Kyle shook his beard, put his hand on his chest, and then left. This guy is really rude. Roland twitched his mouth, but in his heart, he didn't care and even happily hummed a little song. It seems that you're quite happy to be entangled by so many women. A cold voice came from behind. Ahem. He almost choked on his saliva. What nonsense are you talking about? They just want to use this excuse to get some money. It's not like you don't know. How could I know? Nightingale's tone suddenly became a little flustered. Oh? You really don't know? Roland retorted. I thought you went to investigate everyone. Well, Nightingale showed up, turned over, and sat on the desk, staring at him condescendingly. I did investigate, but I was worried about your safety. I was afraid that you would bring an unknown person into the palace. Do you understand? I understand, he said, trying not to laugh, but what she said next made his smile freeze on his face. Although most of them are fake, what about Miss Kingfisher and Lady Rother? They are not lying. Damn you, Yorko. I didn't expect that she would still remember it after I covered it up that day. Roland silently cursed this old friend 10,000 times. At the same time, he seriously stared into her eyes and said, I didn't lie to you. The fourth prince they mentioned is really not me. You should be able to tell that this is not a lie. Nightingale felt a little uncomfortable being stared at, so she averted her eyes slightly. So this is a misunderstanding? They thought it was you, but you weren't there? Of course not, Roland said righteously. In fact, I haven't even seen them. Her expression softened. Then these women who claim to have affairs with you, are you just going to let them continue to make noise? Theo said that you didn't order them to shut up. Of course, using the Golden Dragon's words is exactly what they want, but if we use force, it's too much, and it will increase the people's suspicion. Roland still couldn't order people to kill because of this kind of thing. Instead of forcibly blocking it, it's better to make a big news to attract people's attention. Big news? Nightingale was puzzled. Yes, it's something that will make them talk about it for weeks. He smiled. For example, King City will be renamed City of Dawn, City of Neverwinter in the western region will be the new King City of Greycastle, and so on. After I leave here, these rumors will also die down. Of course, the big news was far more than that. There was also the news that the king would not hold an enthronement ceremony for the time being, and the generous recruitment plan for craftsmen. All these news together were enough to occupy all the people's leisure time. At present, the rats were spreading fragments of the news so that the people could vaguely hear it. Finally, the city hall would put up an announcement to achieve the best publicity effect. It could be expected that this matter would be discussed in the tavern for a long time to come. So it wasn't because of them that you were so happy before? Of course not. Roland patted the list on the table. I was happy because of this. The chemistry performance led by Kyle was a great success, and the effect was better than he had imagined. In the end, there were more than 320 alchemists, disciples, and apprentices from the association who were willing to go to the western region. Including their relatives, the final number was determined to be about 500. There were only 5 chemical laboratories and 2 chemical plants in the border area, but now the number has doubled in the blink of an eye. Moreover, most of them are experienced alchemists who can take up the post after a little training. It's the biggest fortune since we conquered King City. He paused. But that's not what makes me the happiest. Then what makes you the happiest? Nightingale asked curiously. Look at this. He spread out the list and pointed to a few names at the end. Retnine. Rayleigh. Archer. Aren't these the names of the 3 chief alchemists of the Alchemist Association? Yes, Kyle didn't refuse them, Roland said softly. He said he had already taken back what belonged to him. After learning about the rift between the chief alchemist and the Alchemist Association of King City, he had thought that Kyle would retaliate fiercely. Unexpectedly, Kyle did not choose to continue the hatred. After Kyle received the recognition that should have belonged to him, he accepted Retnine and the other 2 for Neverwinter. This filled Roland's heart with warmth. Although this era was terrible, there were still such a group of people walking on the right path. As long as they were in the territory, the kingdom would become better and better. At this time, there was a rhythmic knocking outside the window. Nightingale flashed out of the window, hugged the messenger in her arms, and then flashed back to the table. A secret letter has arrived. You scared it. Looking at the stunned gray falcon on the table, Roland shook his head and did not know whether to laugh or cry. He untied the note from his claws and quickly scanned the contents of the letter. Well, it's from Scroll. I think we have to leave as soon as possible. Something happened in Neverwinter? Nightingale frowned. No. He grinned. Lotus and Honey will be back soon. Those 2 little guys. For some reason, Nightingale's voice sounded a little depressed. Actually, there's no need to rush back. After all, there are only 2 of them. Lightning and Maggie can pick them up. It's much faster than a hydrogen balloon. They can reach King City in 1 day. The vast and boundless sea was restored to its former blue color. The charming beauty braved the wind and waves, moving forward against the clear and crystalline waves. The hull rose and fell with the waves, issuing rhythmic creaking sounds. Pull up the sails. Boys, get moving. One-Eyed Jack roared, we can reach the shoal today. The sailors on the mast shouted, pulling the 3-finger-thick hemp ropes and unfurling the sails little by little. On the sea, where the climate was constantly changing, this kind of operation of raising and lowering the sails happened several times a day. Lotus looked at the people who were crawling on top of her head. They looked just like monkeys. It's really troublesome, the old captain went to the side of the witches. If I could also have a ship like the one in Crescent Moon Bay that doesn't need to sail, it would be much easier. What's that thing called? Paddle steamer, Lotus said, raising her eyebrows. It's made by His Highness Roland. Why don't you ask His Highness to build one for you? Honey said while teasing the seabird on her shoulder, other people can't speak in front of him, but you're different. Kid, why do you say it as if I'm very familiar with him? You're familiar with Lady Tilly, she stuck out her tongue. His Highness Roland is very good to Lady Tilly. Jack took a deep breath of his pipe, looking distressed. Forget it, I heard from that group of merchants that a paddle steamer costs more than 1,000 golden dragons. Even if I sold all of you, I still wouldn't be able to get that much. That's not necessarily true, Breeze joked. In the sleeping spell, Lotus's bounty is calculated by 100 golden dragons. Last time, that merchant called Durat Goldbeard also planned to use more than 1,000 golden dragons to keep her for a long time. Lotus alone is already so expensive, not to mention the four of us. Breeze. Lotus angrily punched him. You clearly know what he's planning. I don't want to hear his name again. I'm just kidding. Breeze took her into his arms and laughed softly. How could I be willing to sell you? After Lady Tilly heard about this, she specially negotiated with the Crescent Moon Bay Chamber of Commerce. In the future, no one will mention this again. You guys are so close, Jack puffed out a smoke ring. But those two don't seem to talk to you very much, do they? At the mention of the other two witches, the three of them fell into a brief silence. After a while, Breeze said, they were witches from the kingdom of Wolfheart. The old captain was puzzled. Aren't they all witches? Compared to Lady Tilly, they support Heidi Morgan more. Morgan. Roland rubbed his chin and thought for a while. Is she a member of the royal family of the kingdom of Wolfheart? It's just a branch. Breeze waved his hand. It's nothing. We've only known each other for a short time, so we can't open our hearts to each other yet. The old man seemed to have realized something and did not continue to ask. Lotus did not know much about the affairs of the kingdom's nobility. She only knew that the witches on Sleeping Island were not like sisters like those in Border Town. Most of them were from Grey Castle, but some were from the Kingdom of Dawn and the Kingdom of Wolfheart. Since Tilly was the organizer of the migration and had the noblest status, everyone regarded her as their leader, and so did the foreign witches. However, after the church in the Fjord Islands was eradicated, the situation gradually changed. This was especially obvious to Lotus, who had just returned to Sleeping Island during the months of demons. After only a few months, the witches from the Kingdom of Wolfheart had gradually lived together and seldom talked to others during meals. According to Molly, they used to be members of the Bloodfang Association, which was similar to the Witch Cooperation Association of Grey Castle, and the leader of the Bloodfang Association was Heidi Morgan. When they first joined Sleeping Island, there were only about 20 witches in the Bloodfang Association, which was regarded as a minority on the island. If that was all, it would not have been a big deal. However, among the 20 witches, there were 18 combat witches. In other words, when they accepted members, they had selected in advance that only powerful witches could join, which was completely different from the Witch Cooperation Association and Sleeping Island. Because of this, they were extremely powerful in fighting. When Tilly carried out the cleaning plan, the witches from the Kingdom of Wolfheart took charge of the Twin Dragon Island Cathedral, which had the largest number of believers. Because of this, Heidi Morgan believed that the Bloodfang Association was the core of Sleeping Island. Lotus could feel it even if Heidi did not openly declare it. She did not like the idea that the status of combat witches was higher than that of non-combat witches. She also agreed with Lady Tilly's idea of equality for witches, but unfortunately, not everyone thought so. During the days when Lady Tilly was not here, Heidi had several conflicts with Camilla Derry, the chief butler of Sleeping Island. Fortunately, Camilla was also a noble in King City and was not weaker than Heidi in terms of momentum. In the end, Heidi had calmly defended herself. Thinking of this, Lotus sighed helplessly. She was not worried about what would happen to Lady Tilly. After all, Ashes, the strongest witch of Sleeping Island, was a strong supporter of Lady Tilly. As the only extraordinary who could fight with a godstone of retaliation, as long as she was here, the entire Bloodfang Association would not be a match for Ashes. She was worried about her own trip. To be honest, she did not want to stay with the witches from the Kingdom of Wolfheart at all. Moreover, the selection of witches was very strange. Apart from herself and Honey, there were 2 combat witches among the other 3 people on the Charming Beauty. Lady Tilly should have known that His Highness Roland preferred auxiliary witches. His strange weapons were enough to enable ordinary people to fight against the judgment army of the church. In this case, why did he bring the witches from the Bloodfang Association? Lotus could not find an answer after thinking for a long time, so she had to put these distracting thoughts aside. Perhaps, Lady Tilly had her own considerations that she could not understand. When the sun was about to set in the west, the light golden shoal appeared in front of everyone. At the same time, a hot air balloon and a huge strange bird appeared in the air. My God! What is that? The sailors on the deck cried out in alarm. The strange bird folded its wings and swooped down toward the charming beauty. As the distance between them rapidly shortened, its sharp claws and bloody mouth could be clearly seen. Is there an enemy? The witches of the Bloodfang Association rushed out of the cabin upon hearing the noise and were also startled by the giant beast. What kind of monster is this? No matter what it is, we just need to catch it. The other witch quickly calmed down. My cage doesn't distinguish the size of the target. Wait. That's not an enemy, Lotus quickly stopped him. It's flying from the side of the hot air balloon. The other party glanced at her. A hot air balloon? It's a tool used by His Highness Roland to transport witches. Bree stood in front of them and said, Don't worry, just trust Lotus's judgment. The terrifying giant beast was getting closer and closer and gave a high-pitched roar, but Lotus felt that it was not a threat. Ow, ow, coo. Just as the monster was about to hit the sail, the huge figure suddenly disappeared, and then a white pigeon steadily landed on top of Lotus's head. Is this really okay? What? Let Iffy and Softfeathers go to Border Town with Lotus. Ashes put her arms around Tilly, who was sitting in front of the desk. Did Heidi Morgan ask you to do this? Ever since she learned about the existence of the Celine, Princess Tilly had been spending most of her time in her study. There were endless piles of books on her desk. Some were given to her by Roland, while others were found in the ruins. Seeing Princess Tilly drowned in books, Ashes felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. Yes. Tilly put down the quill and leaned back in a relaxed manner. She doesn't want me to be the only one in contact with the secular forces, and I have no reason to refuse her. That person is your brother. Why does she think she can be like you? Because she's also a member of the royal family. Tilly shook her head with a smile. The higher the status, the less familial love. It's the same in every kingdom. Heidi knows this very well, so she made this decision. Is she going to compete with you for the support of His Highness Roland? Ashes frowned. Of course not. This time, I think she's just going to inquire about the situation. Then why did you agree to her request? Ashes let go of her hands and said in a low voice, It seems that I have to have a talk with her. It was Her Highness Tilly's affinity and tolerance that made the witches, who had been tortured and oppressed by the church, trust her and unite them. However, this did not mean that people could regard tolerance as weakness and trust as a test. If anyone wanted to break this, she would never let them go. Before Ashes could turn around, Tilly grabbed her arm and said, Why don't you agree? As I said before, I have no reason to refuse. Sleeping Island is our home, and all witches are free people here. As long as they don't endanger anyone, I won't stop them. And she exhaled. It's not a bad thing to let them go to the western region. Not a bad thing? Ashes was puzzled. Have you ever wondered why the Bloodfang Association was no different from other witches in the beginning, but now it's gradually becoming obvious? She thought for a while. Because, you've settled down? That's right, Tilly nodded and said, previously, the church was like a mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts. In order to survive, everyone had to stick close to each other. But now that the churches in the Fjord Islands had been eradicated, Sleeping Island had gained a more relaxed environment. People's hearts naturally began to waver, which was a normal phenomenon. We are different from the Witch Cooperation Association. We are a combination of many witch organizations, so blindly suppressing them will not work. If we want to work together like we did in the beginning, we need a strong enemy. Ashes frowned. You mean, the devil? The enemy in the depths of the fertile plains, the fiasco of the Union, the upcoming third battle of divine will. It's much more effective for them to understand these things in person than for me to tell them. Tilly smiled. And in Border Town, they can see far more than these. Princess Tilly stood up, walked to the door leading to the back garden from the study, and pushed the door open. They'll see that non-combat witches can also play an irreplaceable role, that ordinary people have the ability to compete with witches, and that when all witches unite, they'll see an amazing effect. Just like this door. After you push it open, you'll see a wider world. Ashes quietly looked at the woman bathed in the sun and could not say a word. Her gray hair reflected a dazzling luster and fluttered with the sea breeze. Even her back was indescribably beautiful. Time seemed to freeze here, and in this narrow study, only she and herself were left. After a long time, Tilly turned around and smiled slyly. And I have special reasons for choosing Iffy and soft feathers. Roland should be able to understand my thoughts. Anna pushed Roland, who was beside her. It's time to get up. Wait a little longer. Roland leaned sideways and pulled her into his arms, smelling the delicate fragrance coming from her hair. After returning to Neverwinter from King City, he spent the whole night with Anna. The short separation made the reunion particularly passionate, and the result was that both of them could not get up the next morning. Anna was absent from the magic power practice that day. It was not that she did not want to go, but Roland did not let her go. Of course, in the face of his request, Anna did not show any intention to refuse. From noon to evening, the air was filled with a lingering smell. When they rested, they sat on the bed and talked about what happened in the past few days. Even their lunch was sent to the room by the maid. Of course, at this time, Anna would shrink into the quilt and look down. She could see a pair of sapphire-like eyes shining brightly on his chest. Caressing the other party's smooth back, Anna couldn't help but let out a kitten-like hum. Even though after a year of growth, she was no longer that thin and weak girl in the prison, but when she curled up her body, she could still fit perfectly in his arms. He kissed her earlobe from behind. Seeing her cheeks slowly turning red and her eyelashes slightly trembling, it was extremely cute. After a while, she pushed Roland away again. Vendi and the others should be back soon. This time there are new witches, you have to wash up, Anna turned around and said seriously, face to face with him. Okay, Roland responded softly. He knew he could not delay this time. He kissed her lips, turned over, and got up from the bed. He helped Anna put on her clothes, and then put on his coat. The basin of water on the table had cooled down, but this was not a problem for Anna. A wisp of black fire jumped into the water, and in the blink of an eye, it was steaming. After washing up, Roland first sent her back to her bedroom, and then returned to the office on the third floor. At least before the witches came back, he could pretend to work seriously. A quarter of an hour later, Lightning and Maggie rushed into the room through the open French window. Your Majesty, they're here. I didn't expect you to become the King of Grey Castle in just a month. Breeze was the first to walk into the castle hall, followed by 4 witches. Lotus and Honey were familiar, but it was the first time Roland saw the other 2 witches. If Vendi didn't tell me, I wouldn't have believed it. If Tilly knew, she would be very surprised. Roland greeted them with a smile. I didn't hold a coronation ceremony, so it's okay to call me the way I used to. But you are already a fully deserving king, Breeze said as he bowed. Lotus and Honey also followed suit, bowing in an exaggerated manner, and then the 2 of them simply put their hands on their chests to show their respect. The expressions of the 4 people were also completely different. On one side they were filled with the joy of reunion, on the other side they were vigilant. Roland was a little surprised. After the banquet, Roland called Lotus and Vendi into his office. Is everything okay on Sleeping Island? He asked Lotus with a smile. I hope I didn't cause you any trouble during the time I occupied Tilly's place. No, Lotus nodded and then said in a low voice, yes. By the way, I haven't thanked you for the scarf you gave me last time. Don't be so formal. Roland waved his hand. He knew that after a period of time, the familiarity they had established would become a lot more distant. But this did not mean that the connection between them had disappeared. Instead, it was temporary. As long as they maintained their previous attitude, he believed that they would soon be able to reintegrate. It seems that a lot has changed here, but in fact, it's not much different from when you left. Just treat Neverwinter as your home. That's right. Vendi touched her head and said, You're still our sister. Yes. Lotus seemed to be a little embarrassed and lowered her head, but her tone was obviously relaxed. After you arrived at the castle, I've been very concerned about one thing. Aren't those two witches named Iffy and Softfeathers the witches of Sleeping Island? Roland changed the topic. He noticed that whether it was the introduction or the reminiscence of the past, the two of them didn't fit in with the other witches. Although they would also chat a few words during the meal, compared to Lotus, Sylvie, Evelyn, Candle and the others' warm embrace, the difference was relatively obvious. And he did not know whether it was an illusion or not, but he always felt that Evelyn and Candle were a little afraid of those two witches. No, they're indeed from Sleeping Island, but they're a little different from us. Lotus briefly explained the origin of the two witches. I don't know why Lady Tilly sent the witches of the Bloodfang Association here. Iffy is a combat witch? Roland was stunned. Yes, she can summon a magic cage to capture enemies who are much stronger than her. Even Lady Ashes can't escape once she's trapped if she doesn't wear a godstone of retaliation. What about Softfeathers? Bendy asked curiously. Although she's not a combat witch, her ability is still very powerful, Lotus muttered. Any object that comes into contact with her can become sticky, and once it sticks together, it can't be separated until her ability fails. But according to her, as long as enough magic power is used, the stickiness can last for a long time. This ability should have a wide range of uses, Roland said in surprise. Why did that witch from the kingdom of Wolfheart agree to send such witches here? The members of the Bloodfang Association are all very powerful. Not to mention that there are many combat witches, the rest of the non-combat witches also have outstanding abilities. Most of the credit goes to them for the construction of Sleeping Island. Lotus sighed, looking very reluctant to admit this, but they always feel that they are a cut above others, and often bully those witches with inferior abilities. If Lady Tilly hadn't tried her best to stop them, I'm afraid that the number of witches going to the fjords would have decreased by more than half. So that's how it is, he thought. This was probably the reason why Evelyn and Candle had such an unusual expression in front of him. I see. Have a good rest today. Roland comforted Lotus and then looked at Bendy. I'll leave the arrangement of their rooms to you. Let the witches of the Bloodfang Association live a little further away for the time being. We'll have a detailed ability test tomorrow. Yes, Your Majesty, Bendy answered with her hand on her chest. After the two of them left, Nightingale appeared beside him and asked with a piece of fish in her mouth, Don't you need someone to keep an eye on those two guys? Since they haven't left Sleeping Island, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Roland shrugged. The witches who go to the fjords aren't like the Witch Cooperation Association, who have experienced life and death together. Plus, the witches themselves are a combination of many witch organizations, so it's not surprising that such a situation would occur. As the saying goes, there are all kinds of strange things within a party. Once the witch union expanded, it would be the same sooner or later. However, the factional competition within the party was not all harmful. As long as it was a healthy competition, it would increase the vitality of the union. The only thing I don't understand is why Tilly sent the combat witches here. If she just wanted me to discipline them, she could have sent the assistant witches, not to mention that Breeze is on Tilly's side. Maybe she wrote the reason in the letter? Nightingale guessed. Ah, I almost forgot. Roland patted his head, took out the envelope from the drawer, and spread it on the table. In addition to the 5 witches, Tilly also brought a thick stack of ancient books and a handwritten letter. Because of the banquet, he had not had time to read them. In the letter, Tilly talked about the origin of the books and the strangeness of their contents, followed by her conjecture about the Sealine and her hope that he could help Thunder build a ship that could go against the current. In the second half, Roland had heard from Thunder himself, but the first half surprised him. Books from different times and places were gathered together and stuffed into the ruins. Some of the contents of the books had even disappeared from the Union for nearly 100 years. This meant that the underwater ruins were still visited by people more than 300 years ago. Who were these people? The back of the letter briefly mentioned the new witch's abilities. What concerned Roland the most was the paragraph at the end. Our understanding of the world is still in the stage of ignorance, even worse than that of the Union more than 400 years ago. If you want to defeat the enemy, you must first understand the enemy. At this point, their abilities may be able to help you. After reading the letter, he could not help but be lost in thought. Understand the enemy. Help. What does Tilly want to say? Roland shifted his gaze back to the introduction of the abilities. Suddenly, a shocking idea leaped into his mind. Does Tilly want to? No, that's too bold. He quickly shook his head, but as soon as the idea emerged, it grew uncontrollably and wildly. There was indeed a risk, but the reward was also extremely considerable. Just thinking about the boxes of magic stones left by Agatha was enough to make people excited. If they could be combined into a sigil and used, the significance would be no less than a steam engine. It was not that he had not thought about this before, but the actual operation was very difficult, so he had finally given up. Now that he had the abilities of Iffy and Breeze, it seemed that his goal was not so far away. What does the letter say? As if noticing his strange look, Nightingale bent down and reached out to touch his forehead. Hey, are you okay? Very bad. My heart is about to jump out of my chest. Roland smiled helplessly. But Tilly didn't even tell me the reason and just threw the choice to me. She asked curiously, choose what? The next morning, Roland took the witches to the north of the outer city wall, near the misty forest. Apart from Breeze, Iffy, and Soft Feathers, Nightingale, Vendy, Carter, Iron Axe, and the others also accompanied them. The first army had sealed off the grassland nearby, while Leaf was in charge of guarding the forest. The first to be tested was Soft Feathers. She had long brown-red hair and neat bangs that just covered her eyebrows. She seemed to be about the same height as Honey, at most 1.2 or 1.3 meters tall. She was also not very old, just over 16 years old, but she had already been awakened for 4 years, which was very early for witches. Because she had gone through the magic bite 4 times, the magic power in her body was higher than most of the young witches, almost half of what Anna had when she was an adult. This made it easy for Soft Feathers to release her ability, and her control of the binding effect was also very precise. She could turn an object into a very sticky gel, or she could affect only one side or a single point. This ability consumed very little magic power, and during the test, Nightingale could hardly see any changes in the magic power. Have you ever tested how long the binding effect can last? Roland asked. If I just stick 2 stones together and use all my magic power, it should be able to last for decades, she said, spreading her hands. But I haven't actually tested it. This is just my speculation based on the consumption of magic power. Then what's the biggest thing you've ever glued? The sea wall. Soft Feathers' careless face finally showed a trace of pride. During a high tide, there was a crack as thick as an arm on the wall of Sleeping Island, but Lotus wasn't on the island at that time. I turned the whole crack into a glue and stuffed it with linen and stones to block the seawater. Otherwise, that part of the wall wouldn't have lasted until the next high tide. For some reason, when she said this, Roland always felt like praising him. Yes, he nodded. After getting the affirmation, Soft Feathers returned to her previous calm expression. Judging from her words and actions, she did not look like a child who had not reached adulthood at all. It seemed that she had experienced something that made it hard for her to show her emotions. This made Roland sigh. What kind of life did the witches of the Bloodfang Association lead before they went to Sleeping Island? The next tester was Breeze. She gracefully saluted. The last time I came to the western region, I didn't have a chance to stay, and I regretted it for a long time. This time, I can finally stay in your territory for a while. If you need my ability, please let me know. Roland replied with a smile, then you should enjoy your life in Neverwinter and make up for the regret you had last time. You're welcome. If you have any requests, you can tell Vendy. Hefeng was slightly older than Nightingale, around 25 years old. Just like her name, she gave off a pleasant feeling. Even so, she was still an out-and-out combat witch. Her ability was to control the field. Anyone who came within 5 meters of her would involuntarily act according to her will. This ability could not defend against long-range attacks, nor was it useful against crossbows and spears. However, it was almost invincible against enemies who could only fight at close range. As a summoning ability, it was also affected by the God Stone of Retaliation. It consumed a medium amount of magic power and could be used more than 10 times a day. During this period, Breeze could move as usual. In addition, the field could not be seen by the naked eye, so it was impossible to guard against a surprise attack. As long as she found a chance to break into the 5-meter range, she could control the life and death of her opponent. Obviously, this was an excellent ability to observe demons at close range. The last witch to be tested was Iffy. She looked to be in her 20s at most. She was wearing a close-fitting black leather coat and knee-high boots, which made her look very thin. Her long chestnut-colored hair reached her waist, and it shone with a golden light under the sun. Iffy's ability was also the core of capturing demons, although she did not know why Tilly had chosen her to come to the western region. The magic cage could trap an enemy who was close to her in an instant. She could also contract the cage to cause fatal damage to the enemy. Moreover, for her, the prey in the cage had no weight. In other words, even if she captured an elephant, she could easily drag it back to Neverwinter. How big are the targets you can capture? Since the characteristics of the magic cage were related to the success or failure of the plan, Roland asked very carefully. It's related to magic power. She shrugged and said, but even the whales in the sea can't escape from my palm. How many can you trap at the same time? 2. She stretched out her hands. I only have 1 pair of hands, Your Majesty. Can't you break free? That's right. As long as I don't let go, Ashes can't get out of the cage. Well. Just when Roland was thinking about what else he should ask, Iffy took the initiative and said, why don't you find someone to have a try? I think Maggie is very suitable. I heard that her ability has evolved and the monster she turned into yesterday looked quite strong. If even she can't break free, you don't have to worry about it. This is a good idea, Roland thought to himself. After all, Maggie's original form was the demon's mount. If they really wanted to capture demons, it was likely that they would encounter the same enemy. After thinking for a moment, he nodded to Nightingale and said, go tell Leaf to call Maggie here. If there was no patrol mission, Maggie and Lightning always flew along the misty forest and were almost inseparable. Now that they had Leaf, the forest had become their backyard. Fragrant birdbeak mushrooms were everywhere and there was a nest specially built for them to dig out the eggs. As a result, Maggie's pigeon transformation was comparable to that of a bald eagle. Of course, after the transformation, her original body was still that little girl with long white hair. Not long after, the 2 figures appeared in the sky. Maggie is here, coo. She landed on the prince's head as usual. What's the matter? Roland briefly explained his plan for the test. You turn into a giant bird with fleshy wings and see if you can break free from the magic cage. Got it, coo. Maggie flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, a huge monster appeared in front of him, its shadow blocking the sun. Roland always felt that the giant beast now was much bigger than when she first evolved. Let's start, he said to Iffy. The latter chuckled and a trace of sarcasm flashed in her eyes. She stretched out her right hand and spread her 5 fingers. Dozens of shining purple silk threads suddenly appeared on top of Maggie's head. In the blink of an eye, they closed into a ball and covered her whole body. The cage did not look thick, but no matter how much she bit or scratched, it could not be deformed. Iffy's movements were also very relaxed, as if maintaining the cage did not require much strength from her. Even if another demon joined in, she should be able to capture it together. Just when Roland was about to ask her to stop her ability, Iffy suddenly clenched her right hand into a fist. What are you doing? Let her go. Several voices rang out at the same time. Iffy curled her lips and raised her right hand. The cage suddenly disappeared and Maggie fell to the ground. You bastard. A golden figure soared into the air and rushed toward her. It was Lightning, however, the moment the little girl raised her fist, she was trapped by the magic cage. The distance between them was less than an arm's length, but she could not touch her. Get out of here. It's none of your business. Iffy threw the cage away unhappily. Lightning followed the cage and rolled a few times on the ground until she was out of the range of Iffy's ability. Only then did she get out of the cage. Lightning wiped the dust off her face. When she was about to rush over again, she saw Roland walking in front of Iffy and raising his hand. Bang! Following the crisp sound, everyone froze on the spot. Iffy was especially surprised. She did not cover her. blushing cheeks but raised her head to look at Roland as if she could not understand what he was doing. After a while, she slowly knelt on one knee and said, "I'm sorry, Your Majesty." Roland was also a little surprised. He did not want to hurt a woman, but when he saw Maggie fall to the ground, he did not even think much and moved his body automatically. Now that he thought about it, he felt as if he had seen his own daughter being bullied by some naughty kid. Anger filled his heart. "What do you mean?" he asked loudly. "Your Majesty, the power that a person can unleash in times of crisis is far greater than usual. I just wanted the test result to be more accurate." Iffy's tone was extremely calm, as if it was a trivial matter. "Now it seems that the advanced non-combat witches are just SOSO. The evolution of their abilities still can't make up for the gap between them." Roland could not help but be speechless. What kind of environment did this person live in that she felt it was reasonable to hurt a fellow witch in order to test her ability? "How's Maggie?" He looked at Vendi, who had returned to her original form with the white-haired girl in her arms. "I'm fine. I didn't suffer too much damage. It's just a little red and swollen." Vendi frowned and lifted her sleeves. The red marks left by the cage could clearly be seen on her fair arms. "Coo." Maggie buried her head in Vendi's arms and sounded wronged. "Don't worry, Your Majesty," Iffy said disapprovingly. "I know the strength of the contraction. This kind of small injury will heal itself in a day or two for a witch. Apologize to her." Roland angrily interrupted. The latter opened his mouth and looked at him in surprise. His face instantly turned red. "Sorry, Your Majesty, it's not me. It's Maggie." This time, she gritted her teeth and lowered her head, not making a sound. Looking at Iffy's absolutely unapologetic expression, Roland was so angry that he almost laughed. It seemed that the atmosphere on Sleeping Island might be worse than he had imagined. If the people of the Bloodfang Association behaved like this in the territory of a secular lord, there would be all kinds of dissatisfaction in Sleeping Island, which was dominated by witches. Most importantly, Iffy thought that there was nothing wrong with what she had done. If it was just a simple punishment, Roland could think of countless ways to make her suffer, but it would not help to change her view of the world. Thinking of the reason why Tilly had sent them here, he could not help but sigh. Since she had previously boasted that if she had any difficulties, she could come to me. At this time, he naturally could not just toss her back and be done with it. If he could not help Tilly to calm down the conflicts in the rear, Sleeping Island would fall apart sooner or later. Of course, he might be able to attract some witches, but he would also lose Tilly's trust forever. Only by destroying what Iffy was proud of from the bottom of her heart could she truly realize her mistake. "You think you can ignore the feelings of the weak just because you're stronger than others?" Roland's voice gradually became cold. "In fact, you're the real weak one." His words made Iffy react instantly. Iffy suddenly raised her head with a look of dissatisfaction on her face. "You think that combat witches should be superior to assistant witches because when facing enemies, combat witches are the core to ensure the continuity of the group, right?" Roland continued, "This idea is pitiful and ridiculous. If you really fight, you'll have no chance of winning since you rely too much on your own ability." Iffy frowned and a dangerous light flashed in her eyes. "Your Majesty, are you trying to say that non-combat witches can also defeat me?" "Why? You don't believe me?" Roland sneered. "Most of the witches in the Witch Union can do it easily, even if they've never used their ability to fight." Speaking of this, he looked at Lightning. She was stunned at first, but soon understood what he meant and nodded imperceptibly. "That's just your imagination." "Then let Maggie have a serious fight with you," Roland said in a deep voice. "She'll tell you personally that you're not qualified to be superior to any other witch." What? Iffy's eyes widened. "You mean, with that stupid pigeon?" "The duel will be held tomorrow," Roland said word by word. "At that time, you'll naturally understand that you're not as powerful as you think." When they returned to their room, lunch was already laid out on the table in the living room. The plates were filled with broth, bread, mushrooms, and stewed vegetables. Obviously, they did not have to eat in the hall today. "Oh? There's meat and bread?" Soft Feathers said in surprise. "I thought I could only drink cold water to satisfy my hunger today." "He doesn't want me to go to the duel with an empty stomach." Iffy sneered. He really trusts that stupid bird. Of course, there might be drugs in it, such as the kind that makes people have diarrhea. Iffy nonchalantly grabbed a piece of bread and stuffed it into her mouth. You can choose not to eat it. I'm not the duel. Soft Feathers rolled her eyes, climbed up the stool, and dragged a plate of roasted mushrooms in front of her. By the way, is it really necessary for you to do this? Lady Heidi asked us to confirm the situation here, but she didn't ask you to make trouble in front of the Lord, right? This is a rare opportunity. Really? She said with great interest. Not for any other reason? Iffy tilted her head and stared coldly at Soft Feathers until the latter withdrew her head. Well, forget I asked. Since the witches who went to the western region returned to Sleeping Island, the atmosphere on the island had become increasingly unfavorable to the Bloodfang Association. It was said that Lady Tilly's elder brother had established a territory across the sea for witches to take shelter in, and that he was especially kind to non-combat witches who didn't have the strength to truss a chicken. This caused the incompetent witches on the island to become more and more influential. Lady Heidi suspected that this was deliberately fabricated by Tilly to win over most of her supporters. After all, according to common sense, the witches who could fight for the Lord and seize land and power should be valued more. However, the result of today's test greatly surprised her. This secular lord seemed to treat all witches equally. But this was not the most surprising thing to her. The most surprising thing was Maggie. She had never expected that the silly girl, who could not even speak a complete sentence, would be loved by so many witches, including the Lord. When she appeared in front of everyone, they all smiled from the bottom of their hearts. But on Sleeping Island, she was just a dispensable pet. It was this feeling that made Iffy feel endless jealousy and anger. She left Sleeping Island, but here she was fighting with other witches? This was a betrayal. This was the real reason why Iffy decided to teach her a lesson. However, what happened next made her unable to come back to her senses at all. Dueling with a pigeon? How could His Majesty say such a ridiculous thing, but this was good. Finding out the real situation in the western region was one of her tasks, and the other was to show her value and attract the attention of the Lord. It was already dusk when Roland returned to the castle after arranging the duel. Is Maggie really okay? Nightingale appeared behind him as soon as he stepped into the office. She's been practicing her marksmanship with Lightning, and Lightning is your disciple. There's nothing to worry about. Roland comforted her. She dared to transform into a strange beast and pounced on the demons at the critical moment of exploring Devil's Town, which proves that she doesn't lack courage. The only problem is whether she will shoot at her own kind. Maggie was more frightened than hurt at that time. Iffy did not mean to kill her, but her extremely contemptuous attitude towards non-combat witches was like a bomb in the team. Roland did not dare to take her out to catch demons if he did not teach her a memorable lesson and make her repent. The best way to teach her a lesson was to let Maggie defeat Iffy herself. There was no doubt that the only weapon that could surpass the ability limit and make the assistant witches have the power to fight was the gun. In order to avoid accidental death, Roland specially asked Soroya to make a batch of rubber bullets. The metal bullets were replaced with layers of coating, which gradually softened from the inside to the outside. This kind of bullet could not penetrate the human body, but its power should not be underestimated. The huge kinetic energy would be transmitted to the human body along with the deformation of the bullet, and the resulting severe pain was enough to make the target lose the ability to resist, so it was also called the energy-fading bullet. I'll go see her again. Nightingale seemed to be worried and disappeared into the mist. Roland gently exhaled. When Iffy attacked Maggie, he clearly heard the click of the gun's safety being removed. If Iffy did not let go of Maggie as she was told, he was afraid that he would have to call Nana over. In addition, he could see that Maggie was quite afraid of the witches of the Bloodfang Association, which meant that they had done a lot of similar things on Sleeping Island. Thinking of the former Witch Cooperation Association's halakha, then thinking of Evelyn and Candle's inferiority complex when they first came here, and even the Witch Union more than 400 years ago, this idea that combat witches were more noble was undoubtedly not a sudden one. It could be said that in the face of external oppression, those who had the ability to fight would definitely have a higher right to speak. Unfortunately, the power of gunpowder in guns was enough to make up for the difference in ability. He thought that if he could correct these two people, Tilly would probably trust him even more. Don't worry too much. Just aim at the guy and empty the magazine. Make her cry and beg for mercy. Do you understand? Lightning shouted, even if it's a normal bullet, Nana is watching from behind. What's more, you're using the paint bullet made by Sister Soroya. If you don't hit her a few more times, you won't be able to vent your anger. Maggie leaned against the headboard, her hair covering her cheeks. I see. You don't know. Lightning brushed aside her long white hair. You're not thinking about beating him up right now, are you? If you let her go this time, I will never take you on an adventure again. Explorers don't need cowards. Maggie looked hesitant. I'm not, she's not a coward. Another voice came from behind them. A coward can't fight with demons, not to mention that she saved my life. Nightingale got out of the mist, walked to the bedside, and flicked Lightning's forehead. How can you talk like that? The little girl covered her forehead and curled her lips. I'm just afraid that she'll get cold feet. She sighed and held Maggie's hand. Listen, this competition is not just between you and her. His Majesty arranged this to make the witches of the Bloodfang Association realize their mistakes and change their attitude towards other witches. Do you remember Evelyn and Candle? There are many witches on Sleeping Island who have similar experiences. If you can teach them a lesson, in a sense, you'll be helping them. Nightingale paused. So, you're not just fighting for yourself, but to protect everyone, just like last time when you fought against demons. Yes. Maggie blinked her eyes and nodded gently. By the way, His Majesty also said that if you win this time, there will be an unlimited supply of ice cream and pepper barbecue for a week, just for you alone. Coo. Her eyes suddenly lit up. The next day, in addition to the guards who were responsible for clearing the field, there were more than 10 witches on the meadow outside the city wall. They gathered around Roland and cheered for Maggie loudly. I won't cheer for you. Soft Feathers yawned. You can't hear it anyway. No need. Iffy slowly walked to the center of the field and coldly looked at Maggie, whose body was covered by her long hair. She sneered in her heart. If the number of supporters could win, the church would have unified the whole continent long ago. It's not too late to admit defeat. Otherwise, it's not good to let His Majesty down. I won't lose, Coo. She was slightly stunned. Since when did this guy dare to speak in such a confident tone in front of her? Really? Then you'd better be prepared to be locked in a cage and fall from the sky. You can't lock me up, Maggie said with her head held high. The only person who can catch me in the sky is lightning. As the duel began, Iffy did not waste any time and rushed straight to her opponent. She knew very well that even if Maggie had the God Stone of Retaliation, she would not be able to defeat her, who had received combat training. His Majesty was wrong about one thing. Combat witches did not only rely on their own abilities to fight, but also their bodies were also deadly weapons. With their extraordinary physical fitness and recovery ability, witches could often withstand more bloody and harsh training. Even if her opponent was a fully armed knight, she was confident that she could defeat him within 10 breaths. Maggie, on the other hand, transformed into a blue bird, quickly spread her wings and flew towards the sky. Is this your way of fighting? Iffy stretched out her arms in the direction of her escape, but the burst of magic power did not capture the target. This is a duel. Where can you escape to? Chirp, chirp, the bird rose higher and soon disappeared, leaving only a string of crisp chirps. Iffy frowned and looked up at the sky. Suddenly, she saw a faint shadow in the direction of the rising sun. Was she using the light to hide herself and launch an unexpected attack? Iffy could not help but sneer. It was a good idea. Unfortunately, her ability did not require her to see the target directly. Even if she was blindfolded, any target within 10 steps of her would be detected by her magic power. This was the branch ability that she had awakened when she became an adult. Moreover, what harm could a fist-sized blue bird do to her? To determine the winner, her opponent would inevitably transform into that ferocious giant again. Just as she was waiting, a cloud covered the sun and the earth instantly darkened. At that moment, Iffy saw the bird falling from the sky. Poor thing, it seems that even luck is not on your side. Without hesitation, she stretched out her hands to grab her opponent, the winner had been decided, but there was nothing. Magic power surrounded the front of her, but she did not feel Maggie crashing into her. Maggie abruptly stopped 20 paces away from her, then, to Iffy's surprise, she transformed back into a human in midair and took out a silver short stick from her waist pocket. Was she crazy? Without the bird's wings, Maggie did not fall straight to the ground. Her long white hair rose up and spread out like wings, supporting her to fall slowly. At the same time, the short stick spurted out a ball of sparks and a loud noise. Iffy felt that something had entered the range of her magic power, but it was not Maggie herself, nor was it a crossbow or a stone. She did not even have time to release the cage before she felt her abdomen being hit by a hammer, followed by her thighs and calves. There was a series of explosive sounds and the soil on the ground was splashed. The severe pain made her unable to make any sound, as if her broken legs could no longer support her body. Iffy fell to the ground, clutching her stomach and curling up into a ball. Her consciousness was blurred. Vaguely, she saw a white figure falling in front of her. She used the last of her strength to raise her trembling hand, but her magic no longer responded to her call. You lost, Koo. Annie, I'm tired. Hold on a little longer. We're almost there. There was hard gravel under her feet. Every step she took caused her heart to ache. Iffy really wanted to stop, but Annie held her hand tightly and pulled her forward. Whether it was passing through the thorny shrubs or the bone-chilling stream, Annie's pace did not slow down at all. From behind, her figure was as firm as a mountain. Annie, I'm really tired. Iffy begged again. Her feet felt like they were on fire, and her whole body was in pain. No matter how she inhaled, she felt suffocated in her chest. She thought she was going to die. Annie let out a sigh and listened to the ground for a while. Then she pointed to a protruding stone not far away. Let's rest there. Hearing that they could rest, the last bit of strength rose from the bottom of her heart. She gritted her teeth and walked quickly to the giant stone. Then she collapsed. At this moment, she even wanted to stay here forever. Annie did not sit down immediately. She found a few broken treetops around and surrounded the stone on both sides, so that they could block part of the view. The protruding stone was like a natural roof. Now that there were branches on both sides, it looked more like a nest. Unfortunately, the ground was still bumpy and painful, and the narrow space was not enough for two people to lie down. The church won't chase us. We've already escaped so far. We can't let our guard down. This distance is not safe for us. Annie was as vigilant as a wild cat. She always pricked up her ears and monitored everything around her. However, she was much tougher than a wild cat. She was used to pain. Compared to the cruel Judgment Army, Annie was actually more like a silent predator, if she had a weapon. Does the Bloodfang Association really exist? They were not the only ones looking for the witches of the Bloodfang Association. However, after leaving Greystone Stronghold, they were intercepted by the church, so the 5 witches had to split up. Iffy walked eastward for 3 days and 3 nights before she met Annie, but there was no news from the others. Of course, Annie said while rubbing her toes. I heard they're on the Wolf Fawn Island across the sea. But how can we cross the sea? Just walk to the seaside and find a ferry, Annie comforted her. Don't worry. Leave everything to me. Yes, Iffy answered in a low voice. She took out a piece of dried meat skin from her bag and covered it with both hands. Soon, white smoke rose from the skin and it became hot and soft. Let's eat something first. We'll continue our journey after that. This was Annie's ability. Her palms could ignite branches and wooden sticks, and she could also roast food. Iffy gobbled up the piece of meat and swallowed it. She stared at the piece of meat in Annie's hand, drooling. Annie smiled, bit off half of it and threw it to her. You can eat more. I'm not that hungry. After finishing this section, he even sucked on the fingers one by one. Then, it was time for him to continue on his journey. Iffy struggled to get up from the ground. Before she could get out of the rock, the dead leaves on the branches suddenly trembled. It was not the swaying of the autumn wind, but a slight and rapid tremor, as if something was approaching. Annie's pupils dilated. It's a horse. They were riding over. Run. Iffy felt herself being pulled up. She subconsciously ran a few steps, but the pain in her feet instantly returned to her whole body. Her body had not recovered at all. It was difficult for her to just stand, let alone run. She looked back and saw a dozen galloping horses at the end of the rocky beach. The pursuers were not fast, probably for fear that their horses would break their hooves. But it was enough for the two of them who were running for their lives barefoot. They could not run away. Or rather, they could not run away. Iffy broke free from Annie's hand. "You go first. I'll carry you. You can't run fast like that. Listen to me. Come on." While she was hesitating, the Judgment Army on their tall horses was getting closer. Iffy saw some of them raising their crossbows and throwing spears. At this moment, the bumpy gravel ground suddenly collapsed. The enemy in front of them screamed and fell into the deep pit. The team hurriedly dispersed to both sides, but unexpectedly, the horses all knelt on the ground. A group of figures in blood-red robes appeared in front of the church's pursuers without any warning, as if they had emerged from the ground. The Judgment Army was caught off guard by the crossbows at close range. The enemies who were lucky enough to escape the crossbows could not escape the ambush. In a short while, more than 10 of the church's pursuers were all killed on the rocky beach. Then they quickly stripped them of their armor, food, and bags, even the god stone of retaliation. One of them walked in front of them. "Are you looking for the Bloodfang Association? How did you know?" Iffy was surprised. "Yes, Your Excellency." Annie pinched her hand eagerly. "We're all witches. There are 3 others who got separated on the way. Can you help them? We don't have enough manpower to take care of other witches." The newcomer took off her hood, revealing her short red hair. "If your companions can't rely on their own strength to get here, they're not qualified to join the Bloodfang Association." She paused for a moment. Of course, not everyone who gets here can join the Bloodfang Association. Iffy felt Annie's hand tighten. "What are your abilities? Show me one time." After the two of them performed their abilities, the red-haired woman nodded at Iffy. "You can go to Archduke Island." She then said to Annie, "But you can't." "Why?" "Your Excellency, I'll send someone to send you to other witch organizations, but not the Bloodfang Association." The woman's tone was unquestionable. "You can't become a combat witch, and the Bloodfang Association doesn't need a cook. What's there to cry about?" The red-haired woman scolded impatiently. "You'll look like this when you see Master later. She'll definitely teach you a lesson." "I want to be with Annie." "You're a good-for-nothing kid. She's just a burden." "She's not. She saved me." Iffy swallowed her snot. "Annie is the combat witch you need." "Pfft. Whether you're a combat witch or not depends on your ability at the time of awakening, not your strong limbs," the woman said disdainfully. "You think she's powerful because she's 5 or 6 years older than you. In fact, your potential is far greater than hers." "Then where will you send Annie?" "It's none of your business." Iffy's nose felt sour again. The red-haired woman frowned. "Listen, Master doesn't like weak people. If you want to survive on Archduke Island, don't mention the past." In the deep underground cave, everyone knelt down to worship a woman in gorgeous clothes. Countless candles were burning quietly, like stars covering the ground. "Is this the new kid? Raise your head and let me see." Iffy raised her head timidly, but all she saw was a mask reflecting a cold light. At that moment, she really wanted to scream. "My name is Heidi Morgan. Don't be afraid. This mask is just to make it easier for me to come and go." The voice was softer than she imagined. "From today on, you are a member of the Bloodfang Association." "Why? Why can't you accept Annie?" Iffy gathered her courage and asked. "How dare you?" the red-haired woman shouted. The other witches also chuckled, as if they were mocking her stupidity. "It's okay." Heidi waved her hand, walked down the platform and came to her. "Because I can't feed so many witches. She can find her own food. Like a mouse, lying in the gutter all day and begging for leftovers? Living like this day after day will wear away all your wildness." Heidi shook her head. "The Bloodfang Association needs wild beasts, not mice waiting to be slaughtered." Wild beasts? Iffy could not help repeating. Yes, have you ever seen a rock wolf? She shook her head. They are the symbol of the kingdom of Wolfheart, and also the masters of the mountain cliffs. They can give birth to 3 to 4 cubs in a litter, but not all of them can survive. Do you know why? Heidi said slowly, because the mother wolf will kill the cubs that can't be fed according to the hunting situation. In this way, the rest of the cubs can get enough food, so that the offspring can survive in the harsh environment of the cliffs. Iffy opened her mouth, but did not know what to say. If the feeding of each cub is reduced, they can survive, but only survive. Without enough nutrition, the cubs can't hunt when they grow up. They are no different from trash. They can't step out of the nest, let alone have a chance to reproduce. In the long run, the rock wolf group will disappear completely. What did you think of? Heidi lifted her chin. Child, this is what God has told us. Witches must be like beasts in order to survive the cruel oppression. And the powerful combat witches are naturally the representatives of the entire race, such as, you now. The candlelight swayed. Iffy did not hear the cheers, but she felt the invisible force behind her like a tide. It was mixed with the witch's emotions of excitement, exhilaration, and joy, like a silent volcano. After a while, she hesitantly asked, then, what if there is enough food for every wolf pup? Then they are not wolves, Heidi smiled, but dogs. The whip cracked against her back, making a crisp sound. Idiot, you can't even complete such a small amount of training. You ate so much food for nothing. Tell me, how many lashes is this? 24, Iffy said through gritted teeth. What answered her was the next lash. Blood and sweat flowed down her back and wet her pants. That's it for today. If the training tomorrow is still like this, the whipping will be doubled. The red-haired woman threw a large piece of steak in the middle of the 4 witches who were being punished. Dinner time is over. I asked Lady Heidi for this extra steak. You guys divide it among yourselves. Remember, no magic power is allowed. The amount of steak was enough to fill the stomachs of the 4 witches. However, the combat training consumed a lot of energy. If they could get more food as a supplement between meals, the possibility of completing the training would be higher. Like beasts, only the strong witches could survive. Iffy glanced at the steak and pounced on the witch closest to her. The secret association was destroyed by the church. I heard that no one could escape. The witch's hand too. The church has set up a camp on the east coast. Those damn nobles, Heidi's face was very ugly. I'll tear them into pieces sooner or later. The witch forces in the kingdom of Wolfheart were destroyed one by one. Only the Bloodfang Association was still struggling. Although Iffy did not understand what it had to do with the nobles on the island, she could sense that the situation was very dangerous. In that case, let me and Xianxia get rid of them. It's too late. The church has noticed the Archduke Island. We can't stay here any longer, Heidi said through gritted teeth. Let's go to Sleeping Island. You mean the witch organization that sent the pigeon to deliver the letter last time? Iffy asked. Yes, we can recruit people from there to strengthen the Bloodfang Association. Besides, all this is just temporary. I'll come back here sooner or later. The kingdom of Wolfheart is mine. Damn it, why are these people willing to follow the orders of a little girl? Heidi smashed the glass on the ground. Iffy was silent. In her eyes, most of the witches on the island were just lambs who could not defend themselves against strong enemies. The so-called leader Tilly Wimbledon was the same. If she did not have an extraordinary by her side, she would not be able to hold her position. Maybe it's because she preaches that non-combat witches are equally important? Xianxia interrupted. No one wants to be excluded. Ridiculous. She doesn't even think about who took down the Fjord's church. How can anyone believe such nonsense? Tilly's brother, the lord of the western region, seems to think so too. That's all made up by them. No one knows better than me what a lord likes. Heidi flew into a rage. Do you think I established the Bloodfang Association for? She suddenly stopped. No, I can't let her talk nonsense anymore. You must go to the western region and expose Tilly's lies. Tell him my words. I can give more than what Tilly Wimbledon can give. Ify did not know why she felt that Lady Heidi did not look like a beast at all. Instead, she looked like an exasperated lamb. Is this the reason you abandoned me? Annie's figure suddenly appeared in front of her. For such a master, for such a ridiculous life, you left me and betrayed my trust in you? No, Annie. Ify was horrified to notice that Annie's face was blank. Have you forgotten me? She suddenly opened her eyes. Everything in front of her suddenly disappeared, leaving only the grayish-white ceiling and the hanging chandelier. Is this a dream? She quickly closed her eyes and tried to recall Annie's appearance. Fortunately, Annie's appearance was not far away from her. Feeling slightly relieved, Ify turned over and sat up. She saw a little girl beside the bed looking at her curiously. From the girl's unguarded eyes, Ify knew that she must be a person who had not experienced hardships and struggles. A so-called lamb. Who are you? Nana, she tilted her head and said, did you have a nightmare? At this moment, Ify felt that her back was soaked with cold sweat. Did I say anything? Yes, you kept saying that I'm a beast. I'm a beast. The little girl spread out her hands. Why did you say that? You're not a beast. She bit her lip. You don't understand anything. The First Army completed the follow-up supply work and would soon set off again. This was also the second half of the task of the spring offensive, to seize Willow Town and Fallen Dragon Ridge. The former would unite the entire western region, while the latter would be the most convenient way to the southern region. Considering that neither of the two towns was easy to defend and difficult to attack, Roland handed over the command to Iron Axe and did not go with the team. Since they had just conquered King City, the morale of the army was extremely high. In addition, professional soldiers had gradually formed the embryonic form of a modern army, and they could faithfully carry out combat orders without the Lord leading the army himself. Therefore, Roland was not worried about the result of the battle. As long as they did a good job of reconnaissance and used the artillery unit to steadily advance, the enemy could not make any waves. What he needed to focus on was the reconstruction of the post-war order. Fortunately, Willow Town was not large, so there was no need to set up a fully functional subordinate city hall like the Longsong area. He only needed to arrange corresponding department offices. Now that the border area could provide a group of basic management personnel, it should not be difficult to integrate Willow Town into the political system of Neverwinter. As for Fallen Dragon Ridge, it would be handed over to Countess Spear to manage. After Timothy's downfall, she had sworn allegiance to Roland and agreed to accept the overall management of the Western region. In order to help her take over the city and clean up the rebellious nobles, it was necessary to send the First Army to garrison. Moreover, whether it was to further annex the southern region or capture Iron Sand City in the future, Fallen Dragon Ridge was a key transportation route, so another purpose of stationing the army was to prevent accidents. In any case, this city must be under the control of Roland. In this way, the number of the First Army will be tight. After making a plan, Iron Axe frowned and said, there are currently 500 people in King City, and another 1,000 people in Willow Town and Fallen Dragon Ridge. We can freely mobilize less than 1,500 people, most of whom are artillerymen. I'm afraid that Neverwinter will temporarily lose the ability to take the initiative to attack. How is the training of the new recruits during the months of demons going? Still far from the level of the regular army. He shook his head and said, at least 2 or 3 more months of training. Roland could not help but laugh. When he first formed the militia to fight against the demonic beasts, it only took him a month and a half of training before he had to bite the bullet and climb the city wall. Now that the army was becoming more and more comprehensive, even the qualification standards had increased a lot. In fact, being able to listen to orders, line up, aim at the target, and pull the trigger was already considered a strong army in this era. After all, lining up to be shot would still require them to advance under the enemy's firepower, and here, they were merely aiming at the enemy for target practice. Don't worry, when the time comes, the garrison can be replaced with these new recruits. Let them fight with the nobles' guards, it can be considered a kind of training. Roland said casually. When the emissary delegation returns, Neverwinter will welcome a new population peak. At that time, we can continue to expand the size of the army. Conquering King City was far from the end, and seizing Fallen Dragon Ridge was just the beginning. If everything went well, he hoped to incorporate the entire southernmost region into his territory before the months of demons. If he could obtain a stable supply of Blackwater, he might be able to push the industrial level of Neverwinter to a new level. Not long after Iron Axe left, Nightingale quietly appeared in front of Roland. "If he wants to see you." Looking at the Witch of the Bloodfang Association slowly walking into the office, Roland felt some changes. Her steps were not as steady as when she first came, and her long black hair was slightly messy. Apparently, she did not take care of it. The vigilance and arrogance on her face faded a little, replaced by a sense of confusion and bewilderment. At this moment, she looked more like a girl of her age. Iffy first bowed to Roland, and after a long silence, she said, "Your Majesty, what weapon does Maggie use?" Roland had already guessed that she would ask this question. He nodded to Nightingale, who drew out the revolver from her waist and put it on the table. "She uses a gun, which uses gunpowder to propel the bullets to kill the enemy." He deftly removed the cartridge and poured out the bullets. "The bullets used to kill you have been specially modified, so they won't penetrate your body. Otherwise, you would have been dead." Iffy's lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but she swallowed her words at last. Roland picked up a bullet and held it in front of him. "Do you see this? It's not much bigger than a little finger, but it requires a set of very complicated steps to produce it. In this process, hundreds of ordinary townspeople and 3 witches are required to participate. Those witches are the non-combat witches that you thought were useless. Do you still think so now?" She looked hesitant and did not answer for a long time. Roland did not give her too much time to think and continued, "Maybe they can't fight you directly with their ability, but what does that mean? An ordinary person can't beat a fierce beast with his fists and feet. But it's still human beings who occupy this world, not those beasts. I prefer to call non-combat witches as auxiliary witches. They can bestow brand new powers to the vast majority of ordinary people through their own abilities, just like guards wielding longswords and shields. With these, humans can easily defeat beasts. In a sense, auxiliary witches are greater than combat witches. But these weapons of yours, they can play a more powerful role in the hands of combat witches," Iffy whispered. "This difference is not obvious, at least it can't determine the outcome of a war." Roland shook his head. "You can imagine, if you face 10 ordinary soldiers who use the same weapons as you, what are your chances of winning? My territory can produce 7 or 8 of these guns every day, but how many combat witches are there? Moreover, weapons alone are not enough. To maintain the operation of these weapons, we must be equipped with a large production logistics team, in which the role of auxiliary witches is irreplaceable." He reassembled the guns and handed them back to Nightingale. "I know it's hard for you to understand this fact at the moment. The reason why human beings are greater than beasts is that they can use their wisdom to create powers that this world has never had. Magic power is undoubtedly the best tool, but you're wasting this talent." He paused for a moment. "By the way, in the afternoon, the 1st Army's reserve team will have a live-fire rifle training. I can arrange for you to visit it. At that time, you can use your own eyes to observe what real power is. Times have changed, Iffy." After a busy day, when Agatha returned to the castle, the sky was already completely dark. Pushing open the door of her residence, she unexpectedly found Vendi waiting for her in the living room. "Why are you so busy again?" The other side slightly frowned, but there wasn't the slightest hint of blame in her words, only pure concern. "In the future, you should come back earlier, at least have dinner with everyone." "Sorry, I forgot to look at the sky." Agatha took off her coat and hung it at the door of the room. "I was only thinking about making the last batch of nitrogen. I didn't expect that it would already be dark the day after I left, but you have to blame the Lord. When the lights in the chemical plant are on, it's no different from daytime." "I brought you dinner," Vendi sighed helplessly. "It's on the table, it's still hot, hurry up and eat." "Sorry to trouble you," Agatha said, slightly moved. The other side was the most beloved witch of the Witch Cooperation Association, and also deeply trusted by the Lord. If she was in the tequila, she would at least be the executive under the 3 chiefs. Such a person unexpectedly brought her dinner. In the Union, it was absolutely impossible. "You're welcome," Vendi patted her shoulder. "If you feel tired, remember to ask Echo to sing you a hot spring song. Don't feel embarrassed." Don't forget that you're also a member of the Witch Union. The Witch Union. After closing the door, Agatha was silent for a moment, then went to the table and opened the insulated metal lunchbox. There were 3 dishes and 1 soup in the box. They were the fragrant barbecued steak, fried mushrooms, bread slices, and egg soup. To her surprise, there was a small plate in the corner of the box, half filled with honey. She couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. She didn't expect that Bendy would actually notice this. During the decades when the tequila were fighting against the demons, all kinds of resources were getting more and more scarce, including food. Although Agatha's status was not low, she could only eat a variety of grains and fruits grown by the assistant witches. She also had meat, but the supply was not stable. As for spices, sugar, and honey, they were luxuries that only the higher-ups of the union could enjoy. As for the latter, even if there were witches who could control bee swarms, they would be used on the battlefield instead of being used to make these dispensable sweets. In fact, she was very fond of sweet things, especially honey. During a barbecue banquet, most people would choose a combination of pepper powder and salt as a dressing, but she quietly brushed a jar of honey clean. He didn't expect that Wendy would see this scene. She suddenly felt something coming from the bottom of her heart. Because she could not feel cold, she was not sensitive to warmth. She rarely used hot water when she took a bath because she did not want to bother Anna. Considering her identity and background, she even asked Roland to arrange a separate room for her, as if she lived alone on the top floor of the laboratory tower. But now, she felt that the room was slightly cold. Perhaps, it was not bad to live with others. Agatha took out the honey, spread it evenly on the bread slices, and slowly put it in her mouth. This time, she really felt the warmth brought by the sweetness. After dinner, she planned to read elementary chemistry for a while before going to bed. The knowledge might not help her advance further, but it would prevent her from being embarrassed in front of mortals. Recently, there was a large group of strangers in the chemical factory. According to paper, they were all from King City Alchemist Workshop. Every day, Agatha could see them wandering between the laboratory and the factory. Sometimes it was Kyle Sichi who led them, and sometimes it was Kyle's disciple Chavez who led them. But no matter when she saw this group of people, they always had an expression of disbelief on their faces. Everyone's mouth was so wide that one could stuff an egg into it, as if this was the only expression they had. Moreover, a few overly curious fellows seemed to think that she was a famous alchemist. Whenever they had the chance, they would come over and ask her a few questions. At first, they were simple questions, but later on, they became difficult to answer. In order to maintain the dignity of a senior witch and the honor of the Quest Society, Agatha decided to maintain this image. But these days of getting along with them, she once again confirmed that the union's approach was indeed wrong. Roland had proved the wisdom of nobles, and these ordinary mortals also had wisdom no less than witches. It only took them a few days to master the operation of the nitrogen production equipment, and at the same time, to understand the process of extracting nitrogen. At first, they were still arguing about how many elements were in the air, but now they were discussing what synthetic ammonia was. There were even a few white-haired old men who asked Paper questions with smiles on their faces, which scared the hell out of Paper. Obviously, they were learning everything about this place at lightning speed. Thinking of this, Agatha could not help but sigh. Witches were neither the favored children of God, nor were they unfortunate people abandoned by God. They were essentially no different from mortals. It was just an inevitable fate. In this battle of divine will, everyone had to bear the corresponding fate, and witches were only a small group of them. She gradually began to believe that without any part of them, humans would not be able to win this battle of fate. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." Agatha turned around and said, "The door is unlocked." A tall blonde woman pushed the door open and came in. She did not pull up her hood, but Agatha felt that she was always shrouded in shadows. "Nightingale. What's the matter?" "His Majesty wants to see you. If he wants to emphasize the theory of balancing work and rest so that I can come back earlier in the future, I already know. I'll be careful in the future." Agatha curled her lips and said, "I won't waste his precious time." "Really?" Nightingale blinked. To be honest, if they were not enemies, Nightingale seemed to be quite easy to talk to. This is only one of the reasons. His Majesty also said that he wants to attack the demons. Agatha was stunned for a moment. What? Then she threw the book in her hand on the table and said, "Take me there." Rushing into the Lord's office, Agatha did not wait for Roland to speak and said anxiously, "You don't even have 10 long-song cannons now, and you want to attack Devil's Town? Do you think they are as weak as humans? You only need to kill a few thousand of them, and they will abandon their armor and flee. You will destroy this city and the current good situation." What? Roland looked very surprised. What are you talking about? Don't you want to attack the demons? Is that all? Hearing this, Agatha was slightly relieved. The strength of the demons lay in their large numbers. 1 or 2 senior witches would be able to deal with a small number of mad demons. Do you have a way to imprison them now? The new witches are perfect for this. Roland explained their abilities. After Iffy captures the demons, the cage can be easily taken away with the balloon. Of course, I'll prepare some handcuffs and shackles, so it won't be a problem to restrain them. What I want to ask is, how long can the red mist last? Can their blood still be used to make sigil after they die? So that's how it is. Agatha now completely understood his purpose. Generally speaking, a can of red mist can last for about a day. The demons will choose the number of red mist canisters to carry according to different tasks. For example, for surveillance and patrol missions, their mounts will carry 3 to 4 canisters, but that's the limit. Why? Roland asked curiously. After leaving the strange Blackrock Tower, the mist will gradually lose its effect, she explained. Otherwise, the Quest Society would have been able to breed demons and beasts of chaos and synthesize a large number of sigil. It's not that the 3 chiefs of the Union haven't tried this before. For example, they took the initiative to occupy some of the demons' outposts in order to seize the small Blackrock Tower. But the demons always destroyed it before they were defeated, leaving only a withered stone tower for the blessed warriors. Withered? Roland was surprised. Can a stone wither? No one knows what it is, but judging from the stones brought back, it's not an exaggeration to say that it's withered. The originally smooth surface has become rough and dull, and a lot of stone chips will fall off when you touch it. It's completely different from what the warriors saw at first. I see. Roland pondered for a moment. If you can really bring the demons back, can you make a sigil of magic stone? Give me enough experimental materials, a laboratory, and 20 common people as assistants. Agatha counted with her fingers. The success rate of a simple sigil is about 80%, and an advanced one. Well, you don't have the relevant magic stones anyway. That's not a problem. He hesitated and asked in a low voice, but what if the trap operation attracts a group of demons? Agatha couldn't help but laugh. Seeing how confident you were before, I thought you had never worried about this problem. Ahem, I just want to make sure that nothing goes wrong. She said lightly, just bring me and Miss Anna. You and Anna? You may not have a correct understanding of the witches in your territory, Your Majesty. Agatha sighed. You must know that the Union, whose power covers the entire fertile plains, only has more than 100 senior witches. Among them, there are less than 40 who have combat abilities. They constitute the top management of the Union and the backbone of the Blessed Army. In your witch union, there are several senior witches. Coupled with those strange weapons, your strength is comparable to that of a blessed army. It won't be difficult for you to defeat a group of demons. Even if you encounter the Lord of Hell, Miss Anna can activate the Sigil of God's will twice. I almost forgot about that thing. Roland suddenly realized. Thank you for your suggestion. You're welcome. Defeating demons is my lifelong wish. Don't let me down, Your Majesty. When Agatha was about to leave, Roland stopped her again. By the way, I still have something I don't understand. What is it? Why did you have such a big reaction to the attack on Devil's Town? Roland raised his eyebrows. You didn't say that before. I remember that at the beginning, you not only wanted to take the initiative to attack them, but also wanted to seize the possible chaos beasts in the camp at all costs, didn't you? Agatha suddenly felt her cheeks heat up. She didn't need to look to know that it must be a red blush. She couldn't say that at that time, she felt that Roland couldn't stop the demons at all and was bragging about his strength. That was why she said those words out of spite. Now that she felt that the situation in the territory was good and that as time passed, the strength of the human beings would become stronger and stronger, her attitude naturally became different. Did I? I don't remember saying that. But at that time, you really, Your Majesty, I feel very sleepy. She forced a yawn. Please allow me to leave first. Then she left the office without looking back. As she walked through the corridor leading to the witch building, the cool night breeze blew on Agatha's face and gradually calmed her down. Looking at the sky full of stars, Vendi's words suddenly came to her mind. One day, he will become the king of Grey Castle and lead us to defeat any enemy. That's what I believe. At that time, seeing the look of conviction on her face, Agatha felt both envious and a little sad. She envied that they were not overwhelmed by the cruel reality, and she was sad that trust could not make up for the difference in strength. But now, she also believed it a little. Iffy did not remember how she returned to her bedroom. Her mind was filled with the scene of guns and cannons. Hundreds of people lined up neatly and pulled the trigger at the target in front of them. She could not see anything except the thick white smoke. Even if she could perceive it with her magic power, she would not be able to trap the bullets in time. His Majesty did not lie. The power of the metal bullets was far more powerful than the special bullets Maggie had used in the duel with her. The wooden target that was 100 steps away was riddled with holes, and the witches could only be beaten passively at this distance. As for the other weapon called the artillery, it was even more terrifying. Its attack range was several times that of the guns, and they even needed to use a telescope to observe the results of the shooting. However, the leading guard said that it was just the oldest field artillery, and that a weapon called the 152mm Longsong cannon was the real trump card of the artillery battalion. All kinds of explosions kept ringing in her mind, and finally, all of them converged into one thought. Heidi Morgan lied to us. Iffy murmured. Or maybe she didn't expect that there was such a power in the world. Soft Feathers had a complicated look on her face. Apparently, she was also shocked by the military training in the afternoon. What should we do next? Iffy did not answer. No matter what purpose Heidi had, it was meaningless now because she knew that the Bloodfang Association could not afford what His Majesty wanted. The many assistant witches under Tilly Wimbledon were obviously much more useful than the combat witches of the Bloodfang Association. Recalling the experience of the past few years, Iffy found that the ability and growth that she was so proud of had become a joke. There was nothing worth remembering except Annie. After a long time, she raised her head and said, I don't want to go back to the Bloodfang Association. Soft Feathers nodded imperceptibly. Me too. Then she was stunned. Are you crying? Iffy felt a trace of saltiness at the corner of her mouth. She raised her hand to wipe her cheeks, and a wet feeling came from her fingertips. I don't know. She had not tasted tears for a long time. Beasts never cried. Even if they did, they would not cry for her. If only she and Annie had met the Witch Union from the very beginning. Iffy closed her eyes and let the salty rain fall on her heart. 2 days later, Roland met Iffy in his office again. Her complexion was a little better than before, and there seemed to be more complicated emotions in her eyes. She looked more lively than before, and she seemed more like a person. Heidi Morgan wants to see you, but it's not convenient for her to come by herself, so she asked Tilly Wimbledon to take us with her. Her opening remarks after saluting surprised Roland a little. Lady Heidi doesn't like Her Highness Tilly. She thinks that combat witches are the core of Sleeping Island, and the Bloodfang Association shouldn't be treated as an ordinary witch organization. Therefore, she hopes to open up the situation with you, and promised that she can give more than what Tilly can give. Of course. I know you don't need these things. Tell me in detail about the Bloodfang Association. Roland supported his chin and said. Yes. The story lasted for an hour, and he frowned more and more. At the end of the story, he could not help but ask, does Tilly know about these things? I don't know. Iffy shook her head. Lady Heidi forbade us to reveal the past of the Bloodfang Association, and she rarely talked to Her Highness. What about the other witch organizations that joined Sleeping Island? They were closer to the witches of Grey Castle, especially after the establishment of Sleeping Spell. Although some combat witches secretly agreed with Lady Heidi, most of them were unwilling to confront Ashes. It turned out that the pressure on Tilly's shoulders was no less than his own. Roland secretly sighed in his heart. Unlike him, who was the legitimate ruler of the western region, the witches of Sleeping Island were more like a loose alliance organization. Although Tilly was the convener, she had no authority over the small groups that came to seek refuge. It was also because of this that one could see her outstanding ability, uniting most of the assistant witches and actively establishing connections with the secular rulers of other islands. In particular, the establishment of the sleeping spell gave her an opportunity to manage all the witches. After all, auxiliary witches are equally important was not just empty talk. The Witches' Bounty Guild just happened to give those auxiliary witches with strange abilities an excellent stage to display their abilities. When they completed tasks and received a large sum of money, and the money was used to improve the quality of life on Sleeping Island, this kind of mindset would gradually form. After all, no matter how powerful a combat witch was, she did not want to live by eating salted fish all day long. When the assistant witch's status was promoted, they would naturally be more inclined towards Tilly. At that time, as the master of the guild, Tilly would undoubtedly have a greater say. This was probably the reason why Heidi Morgan couldn't wait any longer. In addition, the Bloodfang Association itself was also full of doubts. As the daughter of Grand Duke Morgan, how could Heidi not be able to support a group of non-combat witches? It could only be said that from the very beginning, she had never intended to take in those useless people. Her purpose was different from the Witch Cooperation Association, she only wanted a team that could fight for her. Coupled with her obsession with the kingdom of Wolfshard, Roland became even more vigilant. Perhaps it was necessary to write a secret letter to Tilly so that she could be careful of the Bloodfang Association. Didn't Heidi forbid you from revealing the inside story of the Bloodfang Association? Roland gently knocked on the table and asked, "Are you not going to listen to her anymore?" Iffy bit her lip and said, "I want to join the Witch Union." The knocking suddenly stopped. Roland looked at her a few times in surprise. Although he knew that the demonstration of the force of the hot weapons would give these combat witches who were proud of their powerful abilities a serious blow, he did not expect the effect to be so obvious. "But you hurt Maggie." He thought for a moment and said, "I can't. About this, please punish me." Iffy unbuttoned her robe. Almost at the same time, a pair of hands covered Roland's eyes from behind. However, Nightingale seemed to have forgotten that she was in the state of mist, and her transparent fingers could not block him. She opened her lapel, took off her robe, and turned her back to Roland. Roland could not help but gasp. Iffy's back was covered with all kinds of whip marks. The recovered wounds looked like countless earthworms crisscrossing on her back, which formed a sharp contrast with the delicate skin around it. Probably because the wounds had long healed, Nana's healing ability did not take effect on them, so they remained intact. When Iffy talked about the harsh combat training of the Bloodfang Association, she only used one sentence to cover it up. However, now that he thought about it, Roland could vaguely smell the smell of blood contained in those words. "Put your clothes back on," he said in a low voice. "But Your Majesty." Nightingale had already shown herself. She walked forward and pulled her robe back to its original position. "If you want to join the Witch Union, don't use the Bloodfang Association's methods." Roland suddenly felt a little depressed. "You can apply to Vendi. As for whether the others are willing to accept you, it depends on your performance." He paused. "But no matter what, Neverwinter is the home of witches. You can live here for a long time even if you don't join the union." Hearing the last sentence, Iffy's shoulders visibly loosened. "Thank you for your kindness." After watching Iffy leave, Roland got up and walked to the French window. He let out a long sigh. In this way, the team to capture the demons was complete. However, he did not feel much relaxed at this moment. "Actually, that girl is lucky enough," Nightingale walked to him and said. "Is that really lucky? Compared to her partner Annie, at least she survived. If the Bloodfang Association is really the only witch organization left in the kingdom of Wolfheart, being caught by the church or the nobles will only lead to a more tragic end. That's why the sisters yearn for the Holy Mountain so much." A doubt suddenly emerged in Roland's mind. Did Heidi Morgan really send those non-combat witches to other witch organizations? In order to avoid exposing their whereabouts, The witches usually keep in touch with each other and change their gathering places frequently. How did Heidi get all this information? After all, the stronghold was a matter of life and death. Leaders would not easily tell others about the organization's activity location unless they trusted someone very much. And even if she knew all this, sending witches to other witch organizations would be very easy to expose. Would other witch organizations accept witches sent by her generously? The more Roland thought about it, the more he found it strange. However, Nightingale had confirmed that Iffy was not lying. So the problem was obviously with the founder of the Bloodfang Association. In this way, Heidi's danger level had increased. Roland realized that he should tell this news to Tilly as soon as possible so that she could investigate and make early preparations. "Sister, we're here." Colcant ran into the cabin excitedly. "I've told you twice not to call me sister during this trip." Edith looked up and glanced at him. "Have you forgotten?" "No." Cole shuddered. "No, I remember." "Then who am I?" My clerk, Lady Edith." "And you?" "Father." "No, the ambassador sent by the Duke of the Northern Region, Caro and Kant." "Very good. Remember not to make the third mistake." Edith stood up and stretched her stiff limbs. She walked out of the cabin. "Call all the members of the emissary delegation. We're going to the inner city." This was a trick Edith often played. She always liked to observe her negotiation partners behind the scenes and get a preliminary impression of them before she came out to negotiate. Not only could she prepare for a rainy day, but she could also give the other party a fresh feeling. If the target was a man, he would be very interested in her. She never avoided her identity as a woman. Instead, she regarded it as a social advantage. Since she had the title of the Pearl of the Northern Region, she naturally would not waste it. Then, what about the heads? Of course we'll put them on the boat first. Do you want to carry them into the bedroom? She curled her lips. They're already stinky. Walking down the trestle, Edith noticed that there were a lot of boats in the canal and a lot of people gathered at the dock. Most of them were carrying bags and dressed like neither slaves nor merchants. This made her quite curious. Apart from the two kinds of people, few people would travel far during the spring plowing season. She summoned a servant. "Go and ask them where they're going." "What does it have to do with us?" Cole was puzzled. Since Roland Wimbledon has occupied this city, he'll definitely issue some new policies to declare his authority. This can also reflect his character. Of course, it has something to do with us. Edith smiled. Besides, you can also spend a few golden dragon coins to ask the rats to help you gather information. But I prefer to hear it myself. Is that so?" "See and think, Ambassador," she said. "This is a rare opportunity." After entering the city gate, the number of pedestrians on the street suddenly increased. Simple stalls were set up on both sides of the road, and merchants were shouting their goods. For a moment, the shouts of hawking could be heard one after another. A few years ago, Edith had come to the king's city with her father to attend the 5th princess coming-of-age ceremony. The image of the city in her memory had not changed much. It was still very lively. In the city of Evernight, unless it was a festival or a celebration, there would be no crowd. Suddenly, a speaker on the street attracted her attention. "Wait a moment." Edith stopped the procession and led Cole to the side of the crowd. "You can saw wood? Can you lay bricks? Can you take care of cows and sheep?" As long as he had a skill, he would be a talent that His Majesty needed. "Go to the Western region, where His Majesty is building a new capital, Neverwinter. Your talents will bring you generous rewards." Talent? Edith pondered for a moment. That was an interesting way of putting it. But, what did the new king city mean? Neverwinter? Was there such a city in the Western region? Dozens of steps forward, there was another group of people. "The witches are innocent." This is the confession written by the high priest before he was executed. Another speaker waved the document in his hand. "They may be your relatives, your daughters, your sisters. If you're still afraid of them, send them to Neverwinter. There, they will be taken care of in every possible way. If you don't want to leave them behind, you can go with them." His Majesty has promised that the witch's family will be given a sheltered house and decent jobs. The high priest was executed? Cole widened his eyes. Edith frowned. If this was the new policy of Roland Wimbledon, it was too ostentatious. Was he not afraid of the church's revenge like thunder? It was not a battle between nobles, but a war of heresy. She did not know whether it was a blessing or a curse to be loyal to such a king. It took her an hour to finish walking the street that led straight to the inner city. She found that there were speakers like this everywhere along the way. They made up a book and repeated all the things that His Majesty had done after conquering the capital. Anyone who came to the capital only needed to listen for half a day to understand these changes. They didn't even need to look for a mouse. "My lady, I've asked." The servant who was ordered to inquire about the news caught up with the group, panting. "They're all going to. You're from Neverwinter, right?" Edith interrupted. "You. No? Let's not look for an inn. We'll go to the palace to submit the envoy's document." She had a faint bad feeling in her heart. "Now, hurry up." "What did you say?" Cole was surprised. "His Majesty has been away from King City for a week? He didn't hold the coronation ceremony?" "That's what the receptionist said," the servant reported. "His Majesty left a chief minister named Bear of Mons to take care of the affairs, but he also left King City yesterday. Now there is no one living in the palace except for the servants. The receptionist also said that if you want to talk to City Hall, he can pass on the message for you." "That's not necessary," Edith said coldly. She did not expect that her premonition would come true. She had been rushing all the way, but in the end, she found nothing. Roland was really planning to move the capital, abandon this great city, and go to the western region to build a new city. What on earth was he thinking about? It was impossible to build a city of this scale without 30 or 40 years of construction. "What should we do?" Cole asked in a low voice as he looked at the members of the envoy delegation who were in a daze. She looked sullen and said after a while, "Turn around and go back to the dock. We'll also go to Neverwinter. Anyway, they've already left." "We don't have to be in such a hurry," Cole said bitterly. "I haven't bathed for a week and I feel like I'm going to have lice on my body." Edith tilted her head and sniffed her collar. She also smelled a strange smell. She finally sighed and said, "Then let's find a hotel to rest for the night and set off tomorrow morning." However, when the envoy delegation arrived at the dock the next day, they found that their ship had been burned to the bones. What's going on? For the first time, Edith felt that her brain was not enough to handle the situation. "Ahem, don't be angry, sister, Lady Edith, you have to look more and think more." Cole waved his hand to beckon a passerby. "Will there be a fire at the dock?" "Ah, you mean this," the passerby explained enthusiastically. "I don't know who the D*MN thief hid the bodies on the ship, and the thief rats smelled the smell. You don't know, but everyone is very sensitive to this thing. After all, half a year ago, the demonic plague broke out in the city, which was caused by the bodies scattered by the church. In short, to deal with this thing, the only safe way is to burn it. The captain has been taken away by the guards for interrogation." "Why, do you know him?" Edith did not know how to answer for a moment. After a long time, she finally said, "Thank you, I don't know him." When Roland saw Berev again, he felt as if he was looking at a different person. Not only did he look radiant, but his chest was also puffed up. Every step he took was sonorous and full of confidence. He did not look like an old minister in his 50s at all. It seemed that he had been enjoying his time in King City. "If I had known this, I would have called you back later," Roland joked. "No, Your Majesty, no matter how prosperous the city of Dawn is, it can't compare to the city of Neverwinter that you built." Berev shook his beard and said, "No matter where I am, my heart will always be with you." Why does this sound so strange? He coughed twice and changed the topic. "How's the situation over there?" "Don't worry. With my apprentices and the First Army, the new nobles can't do anything even if they want to make trouble," the director said proudly. "I've also deliberately given them more space to fight for power, as long as they don't interfere with the normal operation of the people in the City of Dawn. It's estimated that for a long time in the future, they'll be fighting for power." After all, before this, they don't even have the right to enter the city hall. That's a good idea. Roland smiled. He also knew a thing or two about the checks and balances in politics. However, knowing was one thing. When it came to implementing it, it was obviously not better than these old foxes who had been in politics for a long time. Even if they were not the most cunning foxes, they were thick-skinned and vicious enough. It could be said that it was not until now that Barav had displayed his full talent. As the king of a country, Roland did not need to get involved in dirty political tricks. As long as he had the power of personnel, law and military in his hands, no one would dare to covet his power. Your Majesty, may I ask, where did you send Minister of Finance Lauren Moore? Barav sighed. The ceremonial officer in the palace said that you didn't execute him. He embezzled the relief rations allocated to the people, colluded with the former prime minister, and had a part in the forced conscription of refugees. Roland shrugged. It's not a crime worthy of death. He's old and not suitable to be sent to the mines, so I just banished him. That's really a pity. What, you want to use him? Of course not. Lauren is quite influential in the king's city. I'm not sure that those small nobles can suppress him. Barav smiled and shook his head. It's just that as my mentor, he has suppressed me for so long. It's a pity that I can't see you surprised, regretful, and begging for mercy. Roland could not help but laugh out loud. I think he will bring his family to the Kingdom of Dawn. Maybe you will have a chance to meet him in the future. Let's not talk about this. I called you back because I want to build a few new factories. They're related to the next series of major renovations in Neverwinter. Do you need a lot of people? That's right. Otherwise, I could just order car, he nodded. We need at least 3,000 people. Barav smiled bitterly. You're the only one who would make such a request. It's impossible for any other city to have an industry that employs 3,000 people at once. The good news is that these 3,000 people don't need to all be literate. As long as more than 200 of them have completed elementary education, it will suffice. What do you want to build? Roland spread out the notebook that he had prepared in advance in front of him. A coke plant, a steel mill, and a forge. Is the steel produced by Miss Anna not enough? Barav asked. It's not that it's not enough, but it's too wasteful. Roland sighed. Her magic power should be invested in more advanced manufacturing, not consumed on the materials for the steam engine. I plan to realize the witchization of basic industrial products this year. The industry in Neverwinter was now at an inflection point. If they did not seek a breakthrough, it could be said that it would be difficult for them to make any progress. The reason was that the source power machinery still could not do without the support of Anna's materials, so the scale could not be further expanded. In fact, the steam engine did not need such good steel at all. The town's first engine was made of cast iron. Now that the preconditions for the breakthrough had been met, the coal mine could be used to make coke, which was the main material for large-scale steelmaking. The 10 earthen blast furnaces in the furnace area could also supply a sufficient amount of pig iron ingots. A simple converter was used to smelt steel, and the steam hammer in the forge was used to forge components that could be directly processed by other factories. If this set of processes could be recycled, Anna could be completely liberated, and the production process could be realized with the participation of ordinary people. After Roland roughly explained the main work of the 3 projects, Barav quickly understood the meaning of witchization. I understand, but Your Majesty, can these really be achieved? He asked doubtfully. Without the power of demons, witches, can we obtain steel so easily? Perhaps you don't know, but in other cities, it's not uncommon for a piece of forged steel to be 20 times more expensive than pig iron. In this era, steel was made by blacksmiths hammer by hammer. By repeatedly hammering pig iron ingots, the excess carbon and impurities in the iron would be oxidized by the air, thus forming steel. Of course, this process was extremely inefficient, and a lot of raw materials would be wasted. A lot of iron would fall off due to oxidation, resulting in several iron ingots being used to produce only one usable piece of steel. Therefore, a set of steel full-body armor was the lifelong pursuit of most knights, and it could be passed down from generation to generation as a family heirloom. From a certain point of view, the method of forging steel gave people the illusion that concentration was the essence. In most people's eyes, the fact that Neverwinter could produce large amounts of steel in large quantities was the credit of witches, so it was not difficult to understand Barev's doubt. But for Roland, steel was just iron with a different carbon content. Of course it's not easy. Whether it's coking or converter steelmaking, they're both technologies that need to be explored repeatedly, but... Roland paused. These projects will definitely be realized. By that time, there will be hundreds of chimneys in the industrial area, and the steel output in a month will exceed the current annual output. We will have an inexhaustible supply of steel. Bicycles, ships, all kinds of machines, even houses, everything you see will be made of steel. It will enter everyone's home, and even ordinary people will be able to use steel utensils and tools. Barev was stunned for a long time before he replied, I'll draw up a recruitment plan and financial allocation for your review as soon as possible. Well, I'll leave the preparatory work to you, Roland encouraged him. When he walked to the door of the office, he suddenly turned around and saluted again with his hand on his chest. It'll be my honor to see such a world, Your Majesty. Yearning for a new world. Roland could not help but laugh. Then he asked Nightingale to summon Anna. At times like this, Anna would automatically leave and give the two of them some time alone. Today, Anna was wearing a light blue dress with knee-length black stockings and a pair of moccasins. She looked very energetic. These modern-style clothes were made under Roland's instruction in his spare time. The fabric was coated by Soroya. Not only was it light, but it was also very durable. It was very suitable for her to use when she was working with tools. Whenever he saw her watery eyes, Roland could not help but smile. Of course, he did not need to be as honest as he used to be. He pulled Anna onto his lap and sniffed the fragrance of her hair. Roland first kissed her affectionately before he got down to business. I want to develop a new source of power. Like a steam engine? She turned her head. Along her fair neck, Roland could see her protruding collarbone. Roland could not help but reach out and touch it, which made Anna let out a low chuckle. Your Majesty, let's get down to business. Ahem, okay. He put Anna down and took out a stack of blueprints from the documents on the table. Take a look at this first. How much do you understand? As soon as Anna got into her learning mode, she would be completely immersed in it. Just looking at her attentively studying made Roland feel inexplicably ashamed. It was as if he was sitting in a brightly lit classroom, peeking at his deskmate who was writing at a very fast speed. In order to balance this mentality, he decided that he must make Anna beg for mercy at night. I think I understand. Anna finished flipping through the last drawing and nodded after thinking for a moment. It's also driven by steam, but the piston has been replaced with windmill blades, which eliminates the reciprocating motion of the connecting rod. Am I right? That's right. Roland stopped thinking and put on a serious face. It's called a steam turbine. It still uses high-pressure steam to move, but its efficiency is much higher than a reciprocating steam engine. This was the revolutionary product that Roland had been thinking about for a long time. It could be said that this was the original intention of freeing the basic industries from the witch's restrictions. In this way, Anna could concentrate on the production of more advanced machinery. The steam turbine was his attempt in this field. The steam turbine had a wide range of uses. It could be used as ship power and thermal power, especially the latter. It was foreseeable that after Fallen Dragon Ridge was reclaimed, Countess Spear would have to stay in her town for a long time to deal with government affairs. It would be difficult for Mystery Moon to maintain the nighttime lighting in the factory area with her magic power alone, let alone the electrification project in the residential area. Of course, Roland was unwilling to admit that it was his inexperience that led to the failure of the plan. To make up for this mistake, he could only use conventional means to generate electricity. Due to the inherent defects in the circulation principle of the steam engine, the electric current generated by the steam engine was sometimes high and sometimes low. Roland did not have the knowledge to stabilize the electric circuit, so it was more appropriate to use the steam turbine, which had a more stable output power and higher thermal efficiency. What should I do first? Anna asked. Just like the gunboat last time. Roland turned to the page with the blade drawn. Create a working verification model. It doesn't need to be too big, about 1 meter will do. The main problem is to solve the angle of the blade so that high-pressure steam can smoothly pass through each stator grill. As long as you can do this, you'll be halfway to success. How could he create a usable product without detailed data? He could only try again and again. As for the core part of the steam turbine, the impeller, Roland was not worried at all about the difficulties in processing it. The cutting precision of the black fire was far better than that of the finishing machines of the modern era. He also did not have to worry about the strength of the material. After all, the impeller worked at a temperature between 500 and 600 degrees, and the alloy steel Xianxia had discovered was more than enough to handle the intensity of the work. The key was the angle coordination between the stator and the moving impeller. The former was like a fixed fence that adjusted the angle of the steam passing through, so that it would not swarm into the impeller and create a disordered or even opposite force. In essence, it was like a comb that combed the chaotic airflow. If the model could operate normally, it would not be difficult to scale up the production. When the processing methods and the level of materials were improved, it was inevitable that it would bear a rich industrial fruit. I see. Anna's eyes flashed with eagerness. Don't rush. Roland held her hand. You should have heard from Bendy that I've decided to take the initiative to capture the demons. Yes. Anna blinked. Will you go with us this time? Roland shook his head slowly. That's good. She leaned her head on his shoulder. I was scared to death when I saw you get hurt last time. Really? But I heard from Nightingale that you were the calmest one at the scene. If it wasn't for your decisive action, I might have really. Before he could finish his words, Anna covered his mouth with her soft hand. Don't say that word. I know. She did not release her hand until Roland nodded. Anyway, what I want to say is, you must protect yourself, understand? If there's an accident, immediately use the sigil of God's punishment. Don't hesitate, even if you don't catch the demons. I'll wait for you in the castle. Don't worry. Anna smiled. I won't let them hurt the other witches. After she left, Roland was silent for a long time before he said in a low voice, Are you there? Of course. Nightingale's figure appeared on the desk. But I didn't eavesdrop on what you said. I only came back after she left. He stood up and walked to the window. Looking in the direction of the snow-capped mountain, he roughly described the hunting plan he had in mind. Before you set off, you have to rehearse a few times in advance to familiarize yourself with the whole hunting process and the tasks you'll be responsible for. But this plan is only designed to deal with a small number of demons. As for the specific plan, it'll have to be adjusted according to the actual situation. At this point, he paused. If the arrest operation encounters the worst situation, I mean the irreversible situation, you must bring Anna back no matter what. Nightingale did not answer immediately. When Roland turned to look at her, she said with a complicated expression, Is this the real reason why you don't go? Roland did not deny it. Otherwise, you'll definitely choose to save me, right? I understand. She sighed softly. I'll do my best. North of the border city wall of Neverwinter. Iffy arrived at the previous ability test site and found that many witches had gathered on the grassland, including Maggie and the blonde girl who was always by her side. Iffy remembered that her name was Lightning. Seeing her, that guy even fiercely waved his fist, made a face, and pulled Maggie far away from him. If it were 3 days ago, Iffy would have taught the two of them a lesson and let them know that they should respect combat witches. But now, she just smiled silently. Looking at the alert look of the blonde girl, she unconsciously thought of Annie. At that time, Annie was just like her, always cautious and alert, always protecting Iffy behind her. Obviously, the two of them were just refugees who happened to travel together. Perhaps, this was the so-called Sisters in the Alliance. Since everyone is here, I'll explain the next task. This operation is codenamed Melting Point and will be commanded by Ms. Agatha. His Majesty walked to the center of the crowd. Of course, many of you already know the content of the task. But for the sake of the newcomers, I'll explain it from the beginning. Newcomers. Does he mean me? Iffy immediately gathered her spirit. No matter what, this was the first task given by her new master. Since he assigned her to participate, it must be related to the battle. This was a good opportunity for her to show her ability and value. In order to understand the enemy's ability and promote the research of the Sigil of Magic Stone, you'll go to Devil's Town behind the Snow Mountain, lure the demons to attack, and then capture them alive with an ambush. After Roland Wimbledon finished, Iffy was still in a daze for a long time. Was there something wrong with her ears? God, was he serious? An enemy called the demons destroyed the witch empire that once ruled the continent? And this blue-haired woman who was the commander of the operation was a senior witch from more than 400 years ago? The outcome of the Battle of Divine Will would determine the fate of mankind? And these ferocious enemies were hiding in a place not far from the western region. How could this be possible? But when she glanced at the other witches with a stiff face, she found that they did not show any surprise on their faces. Obviously, they had already known the news. Next, Agatha will explain the things that we need to pay attention to during the melting point operation, as well as the tactical arrangements. Agatha nodded and stepped forward. According to the current intelligence, there is a vigilant eye demon in the camp. This is also the key to the luring plan. As long as someone sees it, it will see them at the same time. If it's a long distance away, the flying devil beasts are usually the first to move. There aren't many of them, and it's impossible for them to appear in such a large scale in such a remote place. If there were 2 last time, it should be the same number this time. Fighting in the air is disadvantageous to us, so the best way is to pull them to the ground. That way, I can handle 2 devil beasts by myself. The mad demons are Miss Iffy's targets. She looked at Iffy and said, "Use your ability to imprison the enemy, and the mission will be a success." No matter how he looked at it, she was only a little older than him, but her lifespan was more than 400 years. Iffy was stunned for a while, and then she answered confusedly, I understand. You've never seen a demon, so it's normal for you to doubt it. Agatha seemed to see through her thoughts. Vendi still has a record of the encounters between the Witch Cooperation Association and the demons. You can take a look after it after the drill, so that you won't be too scared to move when you see the real enemy. Iffy could not help but frown at these words. Too scared to move? Even if the demon came from hell, it could only howl in its own cage. What should we do to pull them down? Lightning asked. Abandon the floating balloon and enter the misty forest. Agatha squatted down and laid out a map with a stone. When Sylvie sees the pursuers, you and Maggie immediately take the people on the balloon away. I've confirmed this with His Majesty. If it's a hydrogen balloon, only Vendi can operate it. Together with Sylvie, they can escape at the same time. When the devil beasts get close to the balloon, you'll be responsible for luring them into the forest. If their line of sight is blocked, they'll definitely come down to search for them. Pay attention to the enemy's spear attacks. I believe you can easily avoid them. Well, it sounds exciting. Lightning grinned. Leave it to me. The forest is Leaf's territory. As soon as the demons enter the ambush area, they'll definitely be unable to move an inch. I don't need to tell you what to do next. What if there are more than 2 devil beasts? A witch with emerald green hair asked. If there are many of them, the demons are likely to act separately. For example, some of them will stay in the air to patrol, while others will enter the forest. Agatha paused. If that's the case, Anna will deal with the enemies in the air. But remember, the killing range of the Sigil of Gods is limited. It's best to activate the sigil when the devil beasts gather. In addition, you can't use your own ability while activating the sigil. So, Leaf, you have to protect Anna. What about me? Nightingale asked. You take Iffy with you. Her ability only works within 10 steps. It's very risky for her to be exposed to the demon's spear attacks. We'll use the mist to shorten this distance. All right. Nightingale turned her head and glanced at Iffy. Iffy immediately felt Nightingale's magic power, which was sharp and cold. Don't drag me down, Nightingale said. Glancing at Iffy. Iffy realized that Iffy was also a combat witch. She had experienced bloody battles and her hands were stained with blood. Now, let's practice. Agatha clapped her hands and said, let's start with luring the demons. An hour later, Iffy had a general understanding of the abilities of the witches participating in this operation. What surprised her was that many of them could be called combat witches. For example, Leaf, who had wrapped herself in the trunk of a tree, could control the entire forest for her own use. This kind of ability was simply incredible. The range of coverage was completely beyond the limits of ordinary witches. Although Wendy was only responsible for controlling the balloon, the small-scale hurricanes she summoned could easily turn stones and mud into arrows that could hurt people. Agatha's ice was both a strong shield and a sharp blade. It could be said to be both offensive and defensive in close combat. Nightingale was even more terrifying. As long as she escaped into the mist, she could travel through the whole world as if there were no obstacles in the real world. Iffy, who had personally experienced this, could totally imagine the scene of this kind of ability being invincible in a real battle. A traceless and unpredictable Grim Reaper was enough to make all the enemies feel hopeless. However, Anna was the one who piqued Iffy's curiosity the most. According to the combat mission, this girl who seemed to have just reached adulthood was the team's trump card. How powerful must she be to be able to destroy so many demons in one breath? Anna's turn was completely separated from the others. It was not until everyone was familiar with the whole hunting process that it was her turn to practice the Sigil of God's Will. Although Iffy had no idea what kind of ability the Sigil of God's Will was, all the witches present seemed to be in high spirits and seemed to be very interested in the next practice. Could it be that they rarely saw Anna in action? Iffy became more and more curious. Iffy saw Anna slowly walking to the center of the meadow, holding a strange metal piece in her hand. She did not look like a combat witch. Her calm eyes were as clear as a lake, and from her gestures, one could tell that she had never fought with life and death. The metal piece also puzzled Iffy. It was flat in front and back, only the size of a palm, and was inlaid with shining gems. It did not look like a weapon at all. Release the balloons. Agatha waved her hand in the direction of the misty forest. After a while, several colorful balls jumped out of the canopy and rose into the sky. Go. Shoot them down, she shouted. Wait. It's too far away. Iffy thought in surprise. The grassland was half a mile away from the edge of the forest. If Anna could not fly, how could she encounter these things that kept rising? Could she also surpass the limit of her ability and project the effect of magic power into the sky above the forest? Anna nodded, raised the metal piece in her hand and pointed it in the direction of the balloons. Then, Iffy saw an incredible scene. The 4 gems emitted a dazzling light at the same time, and the metal piece instantly turned golden. Thunder rumbled in the clear sky, and light rays scattered down from the clouds, as if a new sun was condensing in the sky. Her ability can actually trigger a celestial phenomenon. Before Iffy could scream, a dazzling golden light burst out from Anna's hand and pounced on the balloons. The streamers in the sky were also triggered. For a moment, it was as if countless thunder struck down, violently sweeping the target along the track of the golden light, as if it was a divine punishment from God. The deafening roar exploded in Iffy's ears, causing her brain to buzz. She did not fully recover until the light disappeared. What kind of astonishing ability was this? Iffy's body trembled uncontrollably as she stared at the empty sky above the woods. She was afraid that even if all the combat witches of the Bloodfang Association joined forces, they would not be able to withstand this attack. Did she rely on her own ability, or did she rely on that piece of metal to do this? In the face of such power, the power of beasts that Heidi Morgan promoted was no different from the sheep that she spoke of. Iffy suddenly remembered His Majesty's introduction. Is this the power of a senior witch? It was also Roland's first time witnessing the entire process of the Sigil of God's Will. After the light shot out, it seemed to leave an invisible road sign on the path, and the golden thunder that followed closely behind all landed on this road sign. The place where the first lightning fell was at the edge of the forest. Apparently, it was controlled by the person who activated the sigil and would only disperse when it approached the enemy. In addition, the light was not constant. When it was shot out from the sigil, it was only as thick as an arm, but it would soon expand and eventually become a fan. The final range of the light would be about 50 meters. In the era of cold weapons, this could be regarded as a great killing weapon that could destroy the world. Those electric lights. Are they all made of magic power? He looked at Nightingale. I think. Probably, the latter said hesitantly. Probably? In the mist, I can indeed see the magic power surging crazily, but... She looked confused. It's not the same color as any magic power I've seen before. What color is it? Black, or should I say, the color of no light. Nightingale frowned and said, it's like a hole formed by the god stone of retaliation. Roland was startled. The power of the golden sigil was actually a lightless black in the misty world? In other words, the characteristics of their magic power were the same, or at least similar? He suddenly realized something. He thought of the relationship between the god stone and the magic stone, and a bold guess came to mind. After returning to the castle office, he called Agatha over. How much research have you conducted on the sigil of God's will? Not much. I've already told you all the relevant conclusions. After all, only the chief can activate this kind of sigil, and their magic power is the key to deciding the outcome of the battle. Naturally, they won't squander it on testing, she said curiously. What's wrong? Did you notice something wrong? I remember you said that it can penetrate the defense of the god stone of retaliation, right? Agatha nodded. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It should be related to the quality of the god stone. Haven't you observed the magic power characteristics of the sigil of God's will? Roland said in a low voice. In the mist, the magic power thunder triggered by the sigil has the same luster as the god stone. No. Of course we have done that. Recording the characteristics of magic power is a must, but when the sigil is released, the stone of measuring used for monitoring will lose its effect. The first seat can't visit the Quest Society every day, so this item is recorded as golden during visual inspection. She blinked. Wait a minute, you said it has the same luster as the interference field of the Godstone? That's right, Roland said slowly. I have a conjecture. The Godstone of retaliation is not a hole that forbids magic power. Instead, it contains an extremely strong magic power, so strong that it affects the operation of the magic power around it, causing it to lose its effect. This is also the reason why the Sigil of Gods will causes the stone of measuring to lose its effect. Within its range, it forms the same interference field as the God Stone of retaliation. Naturally, the magic stone will lose its effect. But the trainee in charge of magic power observation clearly said. Agatha suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Her observation was blocked by the strong light of the Sigil of God's will, like a shadow covered by light, Roland said bluntly. In Nightingale's misty world, only magic power has color. Even if you look directly at the sun, you won't be affected. This is why you didn't notice it. Magic power observation was a branch of the witch's ability, but it was limited by the witch's own vision. Observation during the day and night would result in different conclusions. Sylvie could fully prove this point. With the eye of magic, she could detect magic fluctuations several kilometers away. In terms of detection range, it was far greater than Nightingale. Agatha looked a little excited as she paced back and forth in front of the mahogany table. So according to you, the Sigil of Gods can penetrate the God Stone of retaliation because its magic power is stronger? And when the Chaos Beasts modify the God Stone, they are essentially reducing its magic power and turning it into a specific magic stone? That's what I think. No, that's not right. She suddenly stopped walking. If the lightless hole is really caused by the high magic power, then why didn't this happen to the witches? Witches? Roland was stunned. Anna. Agatha pondered. The magic power in her body can activate the Sigil of God's will twice. Logically, it should be stronger than the God Stone of retaliation, but black fire can't penetrate the interference of the God Stone, and there is no anti-magic field around her. This doesn't make sense. He was speechless for a moment. This problem was indeed unexplainable. Even the worst quality God Stone of retaliation could easily interrupt the witch's ability, and the powerful black fire of Anna was no exception. Moreover, in the misty world, Anna's magic power was like a solid metal cube. No matter how he looked at it, it was very different from an empty black hole. One more question. Why does the magic stone need to be filled with magic power to be effective? Agatha continued. Even if the magic power of the stone has been reduced, it should still contain a large amount of magic power. But in fact, ordinary people can't operate them at all, and the magic stone can't be used as a source of magic power by the witch's special transfer ability. This has been verified by the Quest Society. She paused. My mentor thinks that only life can contain magic power, and that the lifeless matter will be ruthlessly abandoned by magic power. Witches and the demon's blood are proof. Most researchers agree with this view. Although I don't mind overturning this conclusion, before the magic stone is injected with magic power or formed into a sigil, it is not much different from an ordinary gem. Roland fell silent. It seemed that the assumption about the strength of magic power was not appropriate. However, the magic thunder that looked like black light was too similar to the god stone. There should be some connection between them. What did he overlook? Unfortunately, there were no reliable means of observation and analysis in this era. The perception and recording of magic power could only be done with the help of the witch's ability or the stone of measuring. The characteristics of magic power could only be obtained in the most general form, making it difficult to conduct further research. After pondering for a long time without any results, he could only put this matter aside and hope that he would be able to find the answer in the talisman crafting in the future. 3 days later, the melting point operation had completed a series of preparations. Roland personally saw off the personnel at the dock. This was the first large-scale mixed military operation with witches as the protagonists. There were 2 ships in total, carrying the most elite veterans of the First Army, led by Brian. They had followed Roland to the city wall and fought against demonic beasts, so they had the highest respect and trust for the Lord. During the screening, they were repeatedly warned that they might face an extremely ferocious alien, which was even more powerful than demonic hybrids, and that those who did not want to participate in the mission could say so. In the end, no one flinched, and their answers were all approved by Nightingale. Even so, it was still a last resort to let these 100 people face the enemy. Although their willpower was reliable, Roland did not dare to overestimate the people of this era who were afraid of the gods and demons from the bottom of their hearts. He had experienced various kinds of movies and television shows, so he would not be surprised to see even the most ferocious and terrible monsters. However, for these ordinary people, it would probably be an indelible nightmare. Therefore, the carefully selected soldiers would set up a defense along the river 2 or 3 kilometers away from the operation site and would not directly participate in the hunting. They would only take on the task of intercepting the witches if an accident happened and they had to retreat. The members of the witch team were Anna, Nightingale, Vendy, Leaf, Agatha, Sylvie, Iffy, Lightning, and Maggie. It could be said to be the most powerful team in Neverwinter at present. According to Agatha, even the Lord of Hell would not be able to escape alive. Protect yourselves. Safety is the most important thing, Roland said solemnly. It doesn't matter if you can't complete the mission. I'll wait for you in the castle. Anna stepped forward and hugged him. Don't worry, I'm here. And me, Your Majesty. Coo. The little girl and the pigeon also hugged him. In the end, except for Agatha and Iffy, everyone hugged Roland. The former made a disdainful nasal sound and muttered in a low voice, "It's just a simple hunting mission. It's not a life and death separation. If the tequila dilly-dally like this every time they go to battle, the demons would have long built an outpost at the city gate." The latter was extremely shocked. It was the first time that she had heard such a casual order. It doesn't matter if you can't complete the mission, as long as you come back safely? His Majesty's requirements for the witches are too relaxed. Isn't this encouraging them to shrink back? In the Bloodfang Association, every time she attacked, she was determined to fight to the death. In the past few years, several combat witches had died in the hands of their enemies. After all, those who could not complete the tasks given by their masters would be severely punished and even regarded as worthless trash by everyone. However, from Roland Wimbledon's mouth, she heard a completely different view. Neither a beast nor a lamb. Is this the choice of a human ? The paddle steamer sounded its whistle and smoke billowed from its chimney. The ship slowly left the dock and headed for the middle of the river. Suddenly, Roland felt a pair of invisible hands holding his face. It was cold and soft. Remember to protect yourself when I'm not here. Don't leave the castle. A familiar whisper sounded in his ears. I'll be back soon. Then, he felt a gentle touch on his lips. It was a little sweet and moist, which was completely opposite to the feeling on his face. It was warm. This touch came and went as quickly as it came, as if it was just an illusion. Roland came to his senses and stretched out his hand to feel forward. There was nothing around him. The steamer was much slower than the balloon. It took them nearly 2 days to reach the end of the Redwater River. Looking at the magnificent snow-capped mountain towering into the clouds, they could not help but be attracted by the magnificent scene in front of them. The snow on the mountain melted much slower than in the forest. The accumulated snow for several months poured down from the peak and was divided into several thin streams by the protruding rocks. When looked at from afar, they were like numerous silver threads that were thin and fragile, but when one came closer, one would notice that every single silver thread was wide like the surface of a river, and when they descended into the lake at the foot of the mountain, they actually emitted a deep rumble that was like muffled thunder. Obviously, the Redwater River was only one of the outlets of this lake. Otherwise, such a surging water would have caused the river to surge and flood. After a night's rest, the hydrogen balloon was quickly inflated and lifted off. The fleet also retreated 3 kilometers according to the plan and built a line of defense along the river. The far side carried Vendi and Sylvie to the swirling sea. Lightning and Maggie accompanied them on both sides of the basket, waiting to pick them up at any time. This time, their mission was not to investigate Devil's Town, so they did not need to fly so high. As long as they avoided the snow mountain, Sylvie could see through the rocky cliffs and directly see the eye demon on the top of the Blackstone spire. According to Agatha, the eye demon did not really need to see its enemies. As long as someone noticed it, it could sense its existence and locate its location. This kind of demon had caused great casualties to the Blessed Army's raiding team. It was difficult to avoid its detection, whether it was invisible or descending from the sky. It could not be detected unless they fought blindfolded. Of course, they could not see it. However, the eye demon usually stayed at the highest point of the camp, so it was difficult not to notice it. "How is it? Did you see anything?" Lightning flew over and asked. "I have to get closer, or else I won't be able to hold on for long." Sylvie rubbed her eyes. Using the eye of magic to see through obstacles consumed a lot of energy, and the range of observation would also be shortened. She had carefully focused her vision into a straight line, but when the details of the cliff's cross-section were revealed one by one, she still felt dizzy. "I got it." Vendi summoned a gust of wind. "Hold on tight." The rocky beach gradually became clearer, and the thin red mist appeared in front of them. Even though it was a clear sky, the mist still pressed down on the cliffs, but its color was much fainter than the last time they saw it. Sylvie looked again. The soil in her field of vision was finally replaced by the viscous mist. Tower-like buildings were faintly discernible in the red mist, as if it was an abandoned world. She soon found the thickest spire made of black stone. Compared to the last time, she did it on purpose this time. She wanted to alarm the demons and lure them to chase her. Unlike Lightning, who was always energetic, Sylvie did not want to be an explorer. She just wanted to live an ordinary life. However, the Battle of Divine Will was an inescapable fate. Even if she did not like twists and turns, she could not stay out of it. Just as she promised Tilly to go to Border Town to see if Roland was controlled by witches, she only hesitated for a moment when Roland announced the plan. Previously, she did it for all the sisters on Sleeping Island. This time, she did it for the Witch Union and the whole kingdom of His Majesty. Sylvie took a deep breath and looked up. In an instant, hundreds of eyeballs appeared in her field of vision. The black, soft-bodied monster was still lying in the same place, as if it had never moved. Even its limbs were fused with the top of the tower, as if it had grown out of the stone. The numerous eyeballs shifted their direction at the same time, and Sylvie could even see her own reflection in the dark eyeballs. This feeling made her hair stand on end. She felt a chill down her spine. "They're coming!" She interrupted her ability and shouted. "Let's go!" Ow! In the blink of an eye, Maggie transformed into a gigantic devil beast, and with a roll, she steadily stopped below the basket. Sylvie jumped down and landed on her spacious back, while Lightning carried Wendy on her back and followed closely behind. Together, they flew towards the concealing forest. Compared to the last time, they were completely prepared this time. The empty hydrogen balloon would be an eye-catching sign to guide the two sides to meet. According to the plan, Lightning would return to this place alone and lure the demons to go deeper. Taking advantage of this, Sylvie turned her head and looked back. There were 5 black spots on the cliff. This number was more than Agatha had predicted, but it did not exceed the warning red line. However, under the observation of the Eye of Magic, she found something wrong. Among the 5 demons, only 4 were driving devil beasts, and 2 of them were obviously very different from mad demons. They did not have burly bodies and thick arms, and they were not wearing a patchwork of animal skin and iron armor. Instead, they were wearing colorful robes, which reflected a rainbow-like luster under the sun. Sylvie could not tell what the robes were made of. The robes kept surging under them, as if there were countless vipers hiding under them. Their heads were also bigger than the mad demons, but they had no obvious facial features. Their faces looked like huge scars with red wrinkles spreading from the middle. It was as weird as it could be. When she looked at the last demon, she was stunned for a moment. The demon was wearing heavy and exquisite armor and carrying a 2-handed giant sword on its back. It looked extremely heavy, but it was flying like lightning behind the 4 devil beasts without slowing down. Its face was also completely covered by a helmet. It was not a skull helmet like the one worn by the mad demons, but more like a metal one. Both sides of the helmet were engraved with exquisite patterns, and several sharp horns protruded from the top. At first glance, it looked like a miniature blackstone tower. The parts that should have been the eyes were flashing with red light, looking evil and ferocious. What kind of demon is this? Sylvie was shocked. Agatha did not mention how to deal with this situation. Should she still carry out the arrest according to the original plan? A strong sense of uneasiness enveloped her. The 2 of them landed in the depths of the forest one after another. As soon as she climbed down from Maggie's back, she saw a golden figure soaring into the sky and flying toward the balloon at a speed several times faster than when it came. It was too late to stop it. After hesitating for a while, Sylvie felt that she had to tell Agatha about this. She patted Maggie's wings and said, "Take me to the ambush area." "What's wrong?" Vendi trotted over. "Are we going to meet up with the First Army?" According to the training, the 2 of them were not very helpful in restraining the demons. In order to reduce unnecessary risks, they should leave the main battlefield as soon as possible and approach the First Army's defense line. "I saw a strange demon." Sylvie shook her head. "The enemy is not just the mad demons. I have to inform everyone." "But the ambush area is very big." Maggie crouched down. "Even if you go there, you may not be able to find them immediately." "It doesn't matter. Just take me there." She climbed back onto the back of the giant beast and turned to look at Vendi. "You go to the river alone. I'll be back soon." Lightning increased her speed to the maximum. The wind whistled past her ears, and the land under her rapidly shrank. The forest, river, and beach became a mass of blurred color blocks and twisted lines in the blink of an eye. She had to rush back to the area where the hydrogen balloon was before the demons and pretend to flee in panic to lure the demons to pursue her. Lightning rushed to the bottom of the balloon, found the explosives fixed on the balloon, and pulled out the delay fuse. Seeing the white smoke rising from the mouth of the explosives, she immediately fell to the sea. This was a simple self-destruct device. Once the enemy found the balloon, the baiter would have to destroy Farsight, lest the demons become interested in it, or abandon the witches to concentrate on this novel gadget, which would be awkward. As soon as Lightning fell to the sea, she heard a loud noise. In an instant, the sky seemed to brighten. Raising his head, he saw that the air sac had expanded into a huge red fireball. The center of the fireball was a bright orange color, surrounded by dark red smoke. The flames lasted for several breaths before gradually fading away, like a fallen sun. She even saw a demon that was too close to the fireball was overturned by the rolling flames, its whole body ignited, and it fell into the sea together with its mount. 4 other black shadows sprang out from the smoke and rushed toward her. So far, everything was going according to plan. So the demons were just SOSO. Lightning smiled and flew toward the forest, staying close to the sea. Next, she would bring them into the depths of the dense forest controlled by Leaf. The hunting ground had been set up, and they were quietly waiting for the prey to take the bait. The dense branches, vines, and sawgrass were bound to be a nightmare for the enemies. If they could dream. Sylvie opened the Eye of Magic and searched the ambush area. The forest controlled by Leaf glowed green. From the sky, it looked like a long neck bottle embedded in the ground, with the mouth facing the swirling sea and the body several miles away. She resisted the dizziness and scanned the inside of each tree trunk. A large number of detailed images poured into her mind, making her head ache. As she approached the mouth of the bottle, Sylvie finally found Agatha hiding in a big tree. "Why are you here?" As soon as Maggie landed, a gap opened in the tree trunk, and Agatha poked her head out. "The baiting plan didn't work?" "No, 5 demons came after us." She jumped off the back of the beast, picked up the white-haired little girl, and anxiously crawled into the tree. "But 3 of them are different." "How is it different?" Sylvie told Agatha about the strange demon she had seen in detail, and then she saw Agatha's shocked expression. Her heart sank. "Are they difficult to deal with?" It took her a long time to regain her composure. With an ugly expression, she said, "Those demons in robes are fearsome demons. They are terrifying killers to mortals, but witches are not afraid of them. You just have to avoid looking into their eyes. The real eyes of the fearsome demons are hidden under the fiery scars on their faces." "So they are fearsome demons?" Sylvie mumbled. In the stories of the ancient witches, these demons could directly shock the hearts of the enemy, causing fear, timidity, confusion, and despair. Often, 3 or 4 of them could defeat a troop of about 100 common people. Many people were so frightened that they did not even have the thought of resisting, kneeling on the ground while trembling, waiting to be slaughtered. Although the god's stone of retaliation could greatly weaken this effect, it couldn't completely eliminate it. Moreover, the enemy seemed to be born with the ability to affect the mind. When it was used, there was no obvious magic fluctuation at all. Then, what about the armored demon that can fly alone? Is it a lord of hell? No. Agatha's voice was extremely dry. "If you're not mistaken, I think it's most likely a senior demon. We're in trouble." "Senior demon?" Sylvie said in surprise. "The Union knows very little about them. They only know that each of these demons has several kinds of abilities. They look similar to humans, but are much larger. They're extremely powerful both in terms of strength and magic power." She swallowed. "It's said that only transcendents can compete with them." "Transcendents? We don't even have an extraordinary now," Sylvie said anxiously. "Hurry up and inform Leaf to stop the operation. Let's regroup and retreat to the First Army's defense line." Agatha bit her lip. "It can fly alone because it's wearing a stone of flight. It's fine if it's only Lightning and Maggie, but there are so many of us. Once we leave Leaf's protection range, it's impossible for us to escape its pursuit. Although I've never seen a real senior demon, I've heard from Lady Alice that when you're fighting with these cunning and powerful demons, you have to focus all your energy on the enemy. Even a small mistake could cost you your life." After saying this, she patted the tree trunk hard until Leaf's voice sounded above her head. "I'm listening." "What's the matter?" Agatha said firmly. "There's a change of plan. Inform all the witches to change to plan 2. Let Nightingale keep an eye on the armored demon. Anna should seize the opportunity to attack directly. Don't hesitate. Plan 2 meant giving up on capturing the demon and using the sigil of God's will to kill all the enemies." "Are we really going to fight against the senior demon?" Sylvie could not help hugging Maggie tightly. "Exposing our back to the enemy will only lead to death. Going all out is our only chance," Agatha said slowly. "The senior demon rarely appears alone. It always leads a large army. Now there are only 2 fearsome demons as guards. Even if it's not a transcendent, we may not lose." "I see lightning." Leaf's voice sounded again. "They're coming." Shoo, Sylvie held her breath. She heard 2 whistling sounds from the top of the tree, followed by the sound of something heavy landing in front of them. The demon's hurried footsteps echoed in the forest and soon faded away. Finally, only the low roars of the devil beasts could be heard. "What's the situation?" "The armored demon didn't land. It's still following Lightning. The other demons parked their mounts outside the forest and followed them into the forest." "Wait, there seems to be one less demon." Sylvie observed the situation for a while. "There are only 3 devil beasts left." "Very well, I'll get rid of these stupid reptiles first, so that the enemy has nowhere to run even if they want to escape." Agatha pried open the crack in the bark. Your ability is not suitable for fighting, so just continue to hide here. But they can fly, Sylvie said anxiously. What if they want to escape? Don't worry. She looked at the eager little girl. We still have Maggie. Just as the devil beasts were waiting impatiently, one of their kind suddenly fell from the sky and landed behind them. It raised its wings and rotated around its tail, howling. Their attention was immediately drawn to it. Sylvie was surprised to find that the three devil beasts imitated Maggie. They spread their wings and wagged their tails as if they were dancing. In order to compete for space, the three monsters did not give way to each other and squeezed on the grass. Are they pleasing me? It was the first time that Sylvie had seen such an incredible way of moving. Ice crystals condensed in front of her, as if paving a mirror-like path. Not only that, but the path seemed to be carrying her forward. In the blink of an eye, she was already close to the back of the first devil beast. Agatha stretched out her hands, and the surrounding green land was suddenly covered with white frost. There were even snowflakes floating in the air. The devil beast let out a scream and flapped its wings, trying to fly up, but it found that it could not move, its thick limbs had been frozen to the ground. Ice crystals climbed up along its legs and feet, quickly covering its torso and wings. Almost at the same time, Maggie rushed forward, opened her bloody mouth, and bit the neck of another devil beast that was still dancing. The latter panicked and tried to break free, but the difference in size between the two was too great. It was like a cub that had not yet left the nest and was suppressed by an adult beast. With a twist of her head, Maggie completely broke the devil beast's neck. The devil beast's body convulsed, and only its tail was still swaying. It smashed the devil beast, whose body had been frozen into ice, into pieces. At this time, the third devil beast reacted. Although it did not understand why the same kind would suddenly kill each other, it knew that the situation was not good. It spread its meter-long wings and directly soared into the air, but it was too late. Agatha followed closely behind and also flew. In other words, she was walking in the air. The ice crystals extended along with the devil beast, and in the blink of an eye, a bridge was built straight into the air. Agatha ran up the ice bridge, and soon the target was within the range of her magic power. Sylvie could not help but cover her mouth. The ice bridge was like a flexible viper, biting the tail of the devil beast, and then turning it into an ice sculpture. Probably because the end of the raised ice bridge could not bear such a heavy object, it cracked and broke. The falling Agatha was caught by Maggie, and the ice sculpture fell heavily to the ground and immediately broke into pieces. From the time Agatha walked out of the forest to the time when all three demonic beasts were killed, it was less than 20 breaths. This was the fighting style of senior witches. Sylvie could not help but envy Agatha. Gotcha. Nightingale checked the bullets and closed the cartridge. Just now, she heard Leaf's warning, the enemy has changed. Operation Melting Point will be changed to Plan 2. This meant that Iffy's task had been cancelled, and she had to do it now. Of course, the most important thing was to create an opportunity for Anna to release the sigil of God's will. As soon as she thought of Anna, Roland's request came to Nightingale's mind. No matter what, you have to bring her back. I'm counting on you. She clutched her chest and bit her lips hard. This mission should have been completed easily, but she found that there was a hidden emotion in her heart that was hard to describe. Now that the mission had unexpectedly become thorny, this emotion gradually expanded. If things were really that bad, did that mean that Anna might also? No, absolutely not, unless she died. Nightingale shook her head and suppressed the surging, chilling thoughts into the depths of her heart. Roland had solemnly entrusted this task to her, and she must not let him down. Even without this instruction, she would not be able to pass this hurdle. In a sense, Anna was the savior of all the witches of the Witch Cooperation Association. If there was really an oversight because of this reason, she would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. The enemy is coming. Leaf's voice rang in her ears. Nightingale cheered up and went in the direction Leaf had pointed. The world of fog was often cold and monotonous. Things that had nothing to do with magic power were twisted lines and ever-changing black and white blocks. This was the first time that Nightingale had seen such rich and mottled colors. Apart from the green forest background, two mad demons had a dim yellow luster on their arms and a light blue inside their bodies. The other two should be the fearsome demons that Leaf had warned them about. Their magic power was much stronger, and there seemed to be multiple magic vortexes in their bodies, the most obvious one being on their heads. There was also a senior demon that they needed to keep an eye on. If the intelligence was right, it should be monitoring the situation in the forest. There was no doubt that the fearsome demon, which could cause panic, should be the first target to be eliminated. Before they opened their eyes. When all four demons had passed through their hiding positions, Nightingale held the gun with both hands and leaped forward. She covered a distance of more than 10 meters in an instant and pointed the muzzle directly at the back of a fearsome demon's head. At such a close distance, she did not even need to get out of the fog. As long as she was not unlucky, the gun barrel would not be cut in half by the lines that suddenly appeared. Gunpowder and gas sprayed out with a loud roar. In the black and white world, the target's head suddenly swelled up as if an unstoppable bullet had rushed into its skull, directly blowing its entire head into 5 or 6 pieces. Black and white flesh and residue burst forward, followed by a cloud of red mist rising into the sky. Only then did Nightingale notice that the red mist pipe was directly buried in its body. Another fearsome demon turned its head abruptly, and the bloody scar on its face opened up. Just when it was about to reveal its true face, a few vines suddenly hung down from the top of the tree, wrapped around its head, and pulled it back. At this time, the two mad demons happened to hear the gunshot and turned around. Their eyes met, and for a moment, they froze in place, their bodies trembling. Without hesitation, Nightingale rewarded the remaining 3 bullets to the fearsome demon that Leaf had forcibly turned its head away. Anna also jumped out from her hiding place, and while the mad demons had not recovered from their shock, she directly used her black fire to directly cut them into pieces. "Watch out!" Lightning, who had been in the air luring the enemy, suddenly shouted. As soon as Nightingale looked up, she found that a giant sword was slashing towards her. Instinctively, she wanted to escape into the fog, but found that the enemy who was waving the sword reached out to her. The black and white world that had already emerged was instantly shattered. What kind of ability was this? How could it interrupt magic? Nightingale had no time to dodge. As the sword was about to fall, a black curtain suddenly spread over her head, not so much a curtain, but rather a very smooth mirror, and she could even see her surprised expression reflected on it. This was black fire. Clang! The giant sword hit the black fire fiercely. A look of pain appeared on Anna's face, and her body also trembled, but the black fire still did not disappear. This time, Nightingale no longer hesitated. She hugged Anna, summoned the fog again, and in one breath, more than 20 meters away. The armored demon also slowly landed on the ground. The death of its companion did not seem to have any effect on it. It calmly raised the giant sword with strange patterns engraved on it, and suddenly madly poured magic into the sword. Is this the sigil of God's will? Nightingale widened her eyes. No, she did not see the magic stone being lit up. Instead, she saw a huge, lightless black hole forming in the enemy's hand. This was its own ability. Colorful magic power was constantly sucked into the black hole like a rapidly expanding vortex. The other witches all closed their eyes to see how strong the light was. However, in the mist, it was getting darker and darker. Then the demon stabbed its sword into the ground, with it as the center. Dark waves of light swept across the entire forest. In an instant, the magic light was like a candle flickering in the wind. After shaking twice, it was completely extinguished. The mist world was broken again. Not only that, even the heart of the forest was erased. Leaf and Iffy were thrown out of the tree trunk and fell heavily on the ground. Especially Iffy, who spat out blood after falling on the ground. She could not even stand up for a while. Obviously, she was seriously injured. It had found something strange in the forest. No. Nightingale shook her head. As soon as possible, Leaf did it very secretly. It is not surprising that it noticed something strange in the air. What is really hard to understand is the way it broke through. It is obviously releasing magic power, but why is the light as bright as the God's Stone of Retaliation? Even the effect is comparable to that of the God's Stone, and even more flexible. But now is not the time to think about this. She reloaded a new cartridge, endured the discomfort of having her ability interrupted, and rushed toward the demon. Obviously, the attack just now was just a prelude. It had already turned around and walked toward Leaf, who could not move at all. Leaf was almost defenseless. When she was 10 meters away from the demon, Nightingale quickly pulled the trigger. Only at this distance could she be sure to hit the target. Sparks and smoke burst out of the demon's armored arm. It seemed that it did not expect that someone could disturb it at this time. It roared angrily and held its big sword in front of its body. Nightingale's heart suddenly sank. The bullet did not penetrate her arm and then penetrate her body like usual. Instead, it directly stirred her chest into a ball of porridge. It was not even clear whether the bullet had penetrated her armor or not. As for the green greatsword that was as big as a door, it was even more hopeless. After shooting 5 bullets, Nightingale pulled out her dagger and leaped toward the demon's head. If they couldn't stop it here, no one could save Leaf. The demon's eyes glowed red. It sheathed its sword and made a diagonal slash. It was so fast that it did not look like a normal person could do it. Nightingale's reaction was also within her expectations. She faced the blade of the sword. Just as she was about to be cut in half, the mist appeared again. Although the lightless ripple could eliminate the effects of an ability on a large scale, it could not seal off magic power. Once the chaotic cyclone stabilized, the ability could be used again. This was something Nightingale, who could observe the flow of magic power, was well aware of. The outline of the greatsword in the black and white world was instantly distorted. She found the break point on the blade as fast as she could, passed through the thick blade, and stabbed the dagger into the gap of the demon's helmet. With a dang sound, the dagger broke into 2. It was actually a magic barrier. Damn it, just how many abilities does it have? Nightingale hurriedly retreated, and the armored demon, who had come to his senses, followed closely behind. He raised his sword and swept again. She tried the same trick again, but this time she was not so lucky. The demon waved its sword and reached out to grab something in the air. Nightingale, who was passing through the blade, was forcibly dragged out of the mist. The moment she returned to reality, a small part of the blade was still inside her body. A stream of blood flew out and a long wound appeared on her waist. Soroya's special protective suit was also torn from the inside out. Nightingale let out a muffled groan. Ignoring the stinging pain in her waist, she landed on the ground and rolled backwards, trying to avoid the demon's attack. Unfortunately, the demon's step covered a distance of more than 2 meters. Coupled with the demon's speed, which was no less than that of an extraordinary, such an escape was completely futile. Just as the blade was about to slash down, several beams of purple light appeared beside the demon and quickly converged, completely sticking its limbs to its body. It was Iffy's magic cage. "Crush it!" Nightingale shouted. "I can't do it." Iffy gritted her teeth and said, "It's too strong." Iffy's fist was completely closed, but the beam of light could not shrink any further. Instead, it trembled as if it was about to burst. The demon let out a deafening roar and raised its hands, breaking the cage that bound it. Before it could lift its sword, another circle of light came down. "Let Mississippi Anna use the golden thunder." "Hurry!" Iffy said word by word. Judging from her expression, such a cage could not hold for long. However, the demon and Iffy were very close to each other, and the sigil of gods would undoubtedly cover both of them. "Now!" Nightingale shouted to Anna in the distance, "Activate the sigil." When their eyes met, Anna immediately understood what she was thinking and raised the metal piece in her hand with all her strength. The forest was suddenly filled with golden light, and the sky was sprinkled with rays of light. The demon held. It had probably seen such a scene before. Its angry tone was mixed with a trace of fear, and it struggled more violently. The demon could not use the dispelling ability continuously. Nightingale realized that this might be their only chance. With a series of thunder, the divine will came. Nightingale covered her wound and released the mist. When the dark thunder was about to hit their heads, she appeared behind Iffy in a flash, hugged Iffy with both hands, and leaped to one side without stopping. The whole movement was done in one go, and Iffy was pulled out of the attacking range of the sigil of gods in 2 steps. This move not only required willpower and courage, but also Anna's cooperation. If the latter did not control her magic properly, the first lightning strike would land slightly in front of them, and the subsequent bombardment would seal off all their escape routes. Nightingale believed that Anna could do it. No one could do it better than her in terms of magic power control. And the facts proved this point. The ground where the senior demon stood was instantly covered by the golden light, and even the weeds and vines were turned into ashes. Anna swayed a few times, and could no longer support her weak body. She fell to the ground. Anna. Leaf finally recovered some strength and stumbled towards her. She's fine. She just ran out of magic power. Nightingale grinned. She felt a tearing pain in her waist every time she spoke. Fortunately, although the wound was quite scary, it did not hurt her organs. As long as she did not continue to exercise vigorously and cause the wound to rupture, she would not be in danger. You're hurt, Iffy said with a complicated look. Let me bandage it for you. Nightingale nodded. Just when she was about to lift her robe, she suddenly froze. She saw a black figure slowly walking out of the flying smoke and dust. The demon's helmet had several broken horns, like a collapsed stone tower. Its exquisite armor was full of cracks and mud. One of its arms and the giant sword were missing, but it was still alive. His opponent had forcefully withstood the attack that should have been fatal. The demon hissed ferociously. Nightingale was not sure whether it was laughing or not, but she could hear the irrepressible excitement and murderous intent in its voice. Its movements were no longer calm, and the red light was much dimmer. It looked like it would fall at any time. However, she and Leaf could not move. Anna was in a coma, lightning was missing, and Iffy was running out of magic power. No one could stop it now. The witch beside her suddenly stood up. What are you going to do? Nightingale shouted in a low voice. Fight until the last moment. Iffy held the dagger hidden in her clothes in her hand. This is the mission of a combat witch. You can still use your ability, right? Take them and hide. If you can't take all of them, take at least one of them. Nightingale suddenly remembered Roland's request. That's right. She had to take Anna back. This was the agreement between her and His Majesty, and she had to do it no matter what. At this moment, a familiar roar suddenly came from the sky. Roar. As soon as the demon raised its head, it was smashed into the ground by Maggie. The strong impact made Nightingale feel the ground tremble. If an ordinary person was hit like this, all his bones would have been crushed. Well done, Maggie. Leaf clenched her fists and said, stomp it to death. Bite it with your mouth and whip it with your tail. Even Iffy shouted excitedly. Ow. Maggie held proudly. She put Agatha down and was about to stand up and continue. Suddenly, the transformation was cancelled. The ferocious devil beast had disappeared. The little girl fell to the ground in a daze, not knowing what had happened. Magic Slayer. Agatha was the first to react. An ice cone rose from the ground and the demon, who had just climbed up, was knocked away again and smashed through several trees. She did not give the demon any chance to escape. She chased after it and froze its feet. Now. Maggie, who had recovered from the shock, pulled out her pistol and fired continuously at the immobile demon. Nightingale bit her lip and reloaded her gun. She asked Iffy to help her and joined in the suppression. The demon's armor flashed continuously, but it soon weakened. The red light in its eyes was faintly discernible. The demon roared hoarsely and waved its hand at Agatha, sending her flying. The ice crystals under its feet disappeared instantly. Then it soared into the air, swaying as it tried to escape. Don't let it go. Agatha shouted. Maggie. Let me do it. Leaf grabbed the sigil of God's will in Anna's hand and injected all her magic power into it. Although she had been forcibly removed from the state of Heart of Forest, her magic power had not been consumed much. She could still light up the fourth gem of the sigil during normal tests. Soon, the forest was filled with golden light again. The demon turned its head and let out a strange cry, as if it could not believe what it had seen. The golden thunder engulfed it in an instant. This time it didn't manage to survive. Is the demon dead? Nightingale asked weakly. Only half the armor is left, Coo. Maggie dragged the enemy back. If it were not for the exquisite carvings on the edge, it would be hard to believe that the greenish-black burned object was the demon's body. Apparently, it was not as sturdy as they thought. Lightning was also found. When the enemy released the black ripples, the little girl was affected and fell down like a brick. Her head hit a tree branch and she fainted. Fortunately, he wasn't too high off the ground at that time, and with the dense foliage acting as a buffer, other than a big bump on his head, he didn't suffer any other injuries. Probably because she was not able to participate in the battle, she seemed very upset. After confirming that everyone was fine, she said dejectedly, "I'll go inform Brian and ask him to send someone to pick you up." "You all survived," Agatha exclaimed. "This is a miracle. I don't know how to report to His Majesty that we were tricked by a mere demon." Nightingale sighed painfully. "No, this is definitely not an ordinary victory. The enemy is a magic slayer." Agatha shook her head. "Perhaps several senior witches can fight a senior demon, but absolutely no one can defeat a magic slayer. Only the 3 chiefs of the Union can compete with it." "Does it have to be a transcendent?" Leaf frowned. "That's right," Agatha said affirmatively. "This is a lesson the Union learned with blood." "What kind of ability does the magic slayer have?" "It's not an ability, but a title," Maggie explained. She explained, "Senior demons have several abilities, but unlike witches, their abilities are not awakened." Someone once observed that a senior demon, who had led troops to attack Tequila many times, had 2 additional magic cyclones in its body within a few years, which means that it has at least 2 new abilities. No one knows how the enemy did it. It seems that they are naturally better at using magic power than us. And the magic slayer doesn't refer to a certain type of cyclone, but to the ability that is strong enough to produce the effect of a god stone. Her words made Nightingale's heart skip a beat. "You mean magic power abstinence?" "To be precise, it's interference," Agatha corrected her. "Their ability attacks have a chance to break through the defense of a god stone of retaliation, and their magic attacks will be restrained and weakened. Moreover, the magic slayer can also dispel the effect of magic power and stop the effect of magic power. It's a formidable enemy for any witch." "I don't quite understand." Iffy was puzzled. "Isn't this a special ability?" "It's not that simple," Aggie sighed. "Take Anna as an example. If she can become a magic slayer, it means that her black fire can exist even within the range of the god stone of retaliation. At the same time, her black fire will form an interference zone around it, and all other abilities will be rendered ineffective, unless the opponent is another magic slayer." Nightingale could not help but think of the dull black hole. From the beginning of the battle, the magic slayer's various attacks had not flashed with any magic power. Whether it was the barrier or the phantom claws, they all had extremely dim shadows, just like the scene when she was attacked by the sigil of God's will. She briefly described what she had seen. "Is that why the sigil of God's will didn't completely kill it?" "Probably," Agatha said with a shrug. "After all, it's my first time experiencing such a battle. There's no record of the Union using the sigil of God's will to fight against the magic slayer." "Then they won with their own strength?" "Exactly." Agatha nodded. "This is the real strength of transcendence. Wearing the god stone of retaliation, they are like the sun on the battlefield. Wherever they go, the demons will melt away like spring snow. And above the transcendence is the center of the sun. If you can meet Lady Alice, you'll definitely be impressed by her power." "Unfortunately, there's only one Alice," Nightingale thought. Even if all the 3 chiefs were included, there were only 3 transcendents. Has there never been a witch in the Union who became a magic slayer?" "As far as I know." "No," she replied. "And there probably never will be. Witches and demons are fundamentally different. Demons can give birth to countless mad demons, but we can't awaken countless Alice. No amount of training can change this." "Hey." Maggie, who had been fiddling with the armor, suddenly dug out a palm-sized cyan box from the black remains. "Look, what's this?" Agatha took the box and tried to break it open. "It's locked." "Let me try." Nightingale entered the mist and looked at the square metal box. Just as the outline of the box changed, she put her finger into the box and pulled it open. "Gems, coo?" Maggie brushed aside the white hair on her forehead, revealing a pair of curious eyes. "They're magic stones." Agatha picked up the stones on the ground and examined them for a while. "Although I'm not sure what kind they are, judging from their color, they should be high-quality god stones of retaliation before they were transformed." "The loot of a senior demon can't be bad," Leaf said with a smile. I just didn't expect it to hide the box in its body. Well, if that's the case, will the other demons also have the same box, Ku? Maggie said excitedly. I'll go look for it. Be careful not to touch the jar that stores the red mist, Agatha warned. Half an hour later, Maggie ran back excitedly with 2 black boxes in her hands. We found them from the demons in colorful clothes. Nightingale still took out magic stones, but this time the stones looked dimmer and smaller, but there were more of them. Agatha gathered the magic stones together and frowned. What's wrong? Nightingale asked. Is there something wrong? Magic stones seem to be too many. Isn't it good to have more? She shook her head gently. The Union has killed thousands of fearsome demons. If magic stones were so easy to get, the Quest Society wouldn't have tried so hard to capture and raise chaos beasts. Why do they carry so many magic stones with them? It's probably accumulated over the past 400 years. Nightingale revealed an ugly smile. It's just like an unlucky guy who finally managed to save up a sum of money and decided to go home to farm after finishing his work. As a result, we shot him dead, and all his inheritance fell into our hands. No one laughed out loud. Everyone understood what this meant. If a large group of demons had never stopped producing magic stones for 400 years, how much war resources would they have accumulated? Forget it. It's useless to think about it. After a brief silence, Agatha broke the silence. Anyway, we have no other choice. Under the guidance of lightning, the First Army finally arrived at the woodland. Are you all okay? Vendi anxiously jumped down from Lightning's back and checked each sister one by one. Anna, it's a coma caused by the exhaustion of magic power. Don't worry, Nightingale comforted. Everyone is fine. I've said it before, Lightning's head had been bandaged, revealing only the fine bangs on her forehead, but Sister Vendi kept urging me. What is this? Brian looked at the corpses on the ground in surprise. Are they demons? That's right, dead demons. Nightingale shrugged. You have to let the soldiers carry them back. Meat, armor, clothes, and weapons. None of them can be missing. This is His Majesty's order. Yes. Upon hearing the order, Brian immediately became serious. I'll arrange for someone to do it. It's a pity that we didn't catch a living demon. Agatha sighed. The plan to make the sigil has to be postponed again. A living demon? Lightning tilted her head and said, probably. What? Everyone turned to look at her. Where? I'm not sure. She blinked. If the demon can swim, it might still be alive. In the afternoon, the paddle steamers left the riverbank and turned around to return to Neverwinter. The deck of one of the ships was surrounded by curious and bewildered soldiers of the First Army. Are they the enemies we'll face in the future? They don't look like much, except that they're big. Hush, what are you talking about? Someone shouted. Don't you see that His Majesty's witches are badly injured? It's not like you haven't seen their abilities. That's right. Those dead witches must be extremely ferocious, at least much more difficult to deal with than demonic beasts. Even Lady Anna fell into their trap. Another person nodded and added, at that time, she alone blocked the breach of the city wall and blocked the attack of the demonic beasts. Most of the soldiers agreed with this statement. Ah. I was there that day. Lady Anna saved my life. If it weren't for her, I'm afraid I would have been trampled to death by a wild boar. It's a pity that Miss Angel isn't here. Otherwise, they'll recover immediately. Standing at the stern, Nightingale and Agatha looked at each other and could not help shaking their heads with a smile. Now that these ordinary people had already regarded witches as companions who could fight side by side, it was a new feeling for both of them. One of them had lived in the Witch Empire, which treated ordinary people as slaves, and the other had been hiding from the people and being ostracized and persecuted. Although the content of their feelings was completely different, they were both incredible. What do you think? Nightingale secretly sighed and asked. Do you mean the lost experimental subjects? Agatha laughed. I think they're extremely lucky. The target of the soldiers was the drowning mad demon imprisoned in the iron cage. Just as Lightning had said, the unlucky demon had been hit by the scorching flame wave when the hydrogen balloon exploded. It had only regained consciousness after falling into the water, but its body was severely injured and it could not swim back to the shore even after struggling for a long time. Finally, it was captured by Maggie, who was searching for it. According to Maggie, if it had not roared loudly, she would not have noticed it. Apparently, the mad demon had regarded Maggie as a rescue devil beast, but as soon as it came ashore, it became a witch's captive. Considering that Iffy's magic power and physical strength had reached their limit, they might not be able to trap the demon for too long. In the end, they decided to cut off the demon's limbs and let Agatha seal the wounds with ice. In this way, the demon would not be able to commit suicide or die immediately before the red mist ran out. I didn't expect to be able to successfully complete the task after such a big accident. It's really lucky. Nightingale curled her lips. By the way, don't you want to take a rest? Agatha pointed to her waist. I feel much better after applying some herbs. She waved her hand indifferently. Before I met His Majesty, Leaf was the one who solved all the pain of the Witch Cooperation Association. Fortunately, everyone is safe and sound. Agatha exhaled. I was negligent in this operation. Senior demons? That's not your fault. Nightingale comforted her. No one knew they would appear alone in this remote place. This is also something I don't understand. After all, they always hide behind the army and never act alone. Moreover, their numbers are extremely small. During the decades of war with the Union, all the senior demons that appeared were recorded. Including those that died in battle, there were less than 20 of them. She paused. I thought I would have to wait until the bloody moon to have a chance to meet them, but after seeing those magic stones, I'm suddenly not so sure. Nightingale quickly understood the meaning of her words. However, as soon as she figured it out, a chill rose in her heart. We don't know the demon's lifespan, growth limit, promotion, and reproduction method. How have they developed over the past 400 years? Agatha whispered. If the enemy can accumulate a large number of magic stones, can they also accumulate a large number of senior demons? There are so many ships. Steele leaned against the porthole of the poop and looked at the ships coming and going on the Redwater River. Since they entered the western region, the river suddenly became busy, and most of the ships were strange stone ships without sails. According to the captain, they called them paddle steamers, which relied on steam power to move forward. Their speed was not affected by the wind, and they were much faster than sailing ships when sailing against the current. They often ran ahead with a trail of black smoke trailing behind them. As for how the steam pushed the large wooden wheels on both sides of the hull, no one could tell. But one thing was certain, they were all made by Neverwinter. Steele estimated in her heart that she could see a paddle steamer almost every half an hour. If they were all carrying goods, then the material absorption capacity of Neverwinter would undoubtedly be astonishing. She learned this from the merchants: the larger a city was, the higher the ability to absorb goods. As long as one stayed on its official road for 2 days, one could roughly judge how prosperous the city was and how many business opportunities there were. If one was good at communication, one could even analyze the most popular goods in the city. Obviously, this Redwater River was the most important transportation route in the western region. And the busy river also meant that the propaganda she saw in King City might not be His Majesty's boasting. In a short period of time, he integrated the western region into a new city, and the number of permanent residents and commercial trade had already surpassed the original capital. And such an extraordinary heir to the throne had a notorious reputation of being ignorant and incompetent, foppish and paranoid. Thinking of these rumors, Steele became more and more curious about Roland Wimbledon. Miss Conrad, are you looking at the ships again? The door of the room was pushed open, and a handsome brown-haired man dressed in luxurious clothes came in. Do you want to go out for some fresh air? Is it boring? Staying here all the time? No, it's good here. Steele straightened up and nodded to him. Thank you for your hospitality. You're welcome. He laughed. I'm lucky to be able to travel with such a beautiful lady like you. Steele had heard too much of such flattery, but she still responded with a pleasant expression. If you hadn't lent a hand, I'm afraid I would have been squeezed together with those goods and refugees. Of course, I can't sit back and watch this happen. the man sat down opposite her. No jewelry merchant would want their jewelry to be covered in dust. He was the owner of the Eternal Spring, the gemstone merchant from the capital, Victor. After the original ship was burned, Steele quickly chose this two-masted ship from the other ships heading to the western region. It was not a passenger ship, nor did it accept employment. Instead, it was Victor's private ship. But for the Pearl of the northern region, as long as the owner of the ship was male, it was not a problem. She pretended to be a noble lady from the northern region who went to the western region to look for her lost relatives. With a few words, she made Victor feel sorry for her and invited her to board the Eternal Spring. Compared to ordinary small sailboats and cargo ships, the Eternal Spring had a comfortable cabin at the stern. Not only was it spacious and bright, it did not have the rotten smell of wood left behind by years of traveling on the waterway. Her master had even prepared 2 servants for her, but he didn't even accept a single golden dragon. Of course, the only price was that Victor would visit her from time to time to express his generosity and care. But Steele, who was good at mingling in the aristocratic circle, had long been accustomed to this. If the other party was good enough, she would even enjoy the feeling of controlling him. Although these ships can move without wind, they're still a little too simple. Victor poured himself a cup of black tea. I once boarded a paddle steamer and carefully observed it. It's not only noisy, but also very shaky. It's good for hauling goods, but not a good choice for long-distance travel. Of course it's not as comfortable as the Eternal Spring. Steele chuckled. But why do I feel as if they appeared overnight? There weren't such ships in the western region before, right? You're right. They appeared overnight. Victor curled his lips. I used to go to Longsong Stronghold. There was no such strange thing. After just one winter, they're everywhere. 20 or 30 paddle steamers were built in one winter? Steele couldn't help but be surprised. As the successor of the Comte family, she naturally knew what it meant. Because a big city needed to digest a large number of materials, its expansion was also limited by the transportation capacity of materials. This kind of fast-producing paddle steamer was obviously an excellent tool to expand the transportation capacity. If it could continuously transport food and commodities from all over the kingdom to the western region, the speed of Neverwinter's expansion was likely to be far beyond people's imagination. As for the noise and tremors, they were not worth mentioning at all. By the way, Miss Conrad, don't care about those unaesthetic stone ships. I have something more interesting here. Maybe it can help you pass the time. Victor called a maid beside him and whispered something in her ear. The latter nodded and turned to leave the room. What is it? Something that can match your beauty, he said proudly. It's also my old profession. The maid quickly returned to the poop with a rather exquisite booklet. Victor spread it in front of Steele. Which one do you like? There were many patterns of bright crystals drawn on the parchment. The brushwork was exquisite and the color was bright. Even the transparent luster was leaping on the paper. Obviously, the painter who drew the booklet was very good at this. This is a gem? To be precise, it's a gemstone. Victor explained carefully. When I buy them, I set the price according to the standard in the booklet. Compared with the carved and polished jewelry, the gemstone has a different flavor. If you're interested in any kind of gemstone, please tell me. Of course, if you prefer the finished product, I can also go back to the King City and ask a jeweler to make a jewelry for you. Steele casually flipped through the booklet and handed it back to him. Thanks, but no need. Victor took the booklet in surprise. You're not interested in these? I don't know the whereabouts of my relatives. I'm really not in the mood to choose these luxurious gifts. Please forgive me, Steele said in a low voice. If she agreed here, he would also pester her after arriving at Neverwinter, which would not be good for her next action. Although most women would be fascinated by these shiny things, she would rather appreciate the steam engine that propelled the paddle steamer. Compared with the jewelry that only circulated among the nobles, those things were really valuable. Soon after Victor left, a series of long whistles suddenly came from the bow, rising and falling, deep and vigorous, as if a huge fleet was leaving the port. This is Border Town. No, Neverwinter? Edith walked down the gangway and looked at the busy and orderly scene in front of her. She could not help but be dumbfounded. Although she had made all kinds of speculations before arriving, she found that she had underestimated the city. The area of the dock area was more than 3 times larger than that of King City. On one side, it was crowded with sailboats and cement boats, and the ore and coal on the yard were piled up into a small hill. On the other side, a dozen paddle steamers were slowly leaving the pier in a column, and there were many people standing by the embankment to see them off. All the people on the boats wore uniforms and stood straight on both sides of the ship. Even Edith could feel their fighting spirit. In the past, this kind of expression would only appear on the faces of the victorious knight, and undoubtedly, these people were not nobles. The center of the dock was a gathering place for merchants, refugees, and migrants, mainly with various kinds of sailboats. After people got off the boats, they were separated by a group of men in black, who asked them to line up and pass the inspection. In the entire dock area, there were no less than 1,000 people, and such a bustling scene even dwarfed King City. The dock has actually grown longer again, Victor said in amazement. Does His Majesty intend to turn the entire riverside into a dock area? Again? Edith noticed his choice of words. At least last autumn, the dock here wasn't so wide. He spread out his hands. Of course, there weren't so many people either. What are those checkpoints for? Are they collecting taxes? There's no such thing as entering the city. You only have to pay taxes when you sell things, Victor explained enthusiastically. And no stalls can be set up in the city. All sales have to be done in the convenience market in the square. Those men in black are equivalent to the patrols of other cities. They set up the checkpoints to register people's identity and clear the demonic plague. Not extortion and blackmail? Edith winked at her brother, who nodded and took out his wallet to prepare the money. No, Miss Conrad, I mean equivalent to the patrols, the gem merchant said with a smile and waved his hand. In fact, they never charge extra fees. I know it's hard to believe, but it's true. I was as surprised as you when I passed the inspection for the first time. Come with me, the merchant channel is much faster. Just as he said, after the black-cloaked man verified Victor's identity, he let everyone pass through the checkpoint without asking for a single copper royal. Then I must look for a clean and comfortable hotel, and go round to the convenience market. He turned his head. What are you going to do, Miss Conrad? If you're not familiar with this place, I can help you. Thank you. Edith pretended to be grateful. She pinched the corner of her skirt and bent her knees slightly. You've helped me a lot along the way. That's enough. I'll go to the city hall to ask for help. I should be able to find some news about my family there. It's nothing. It's my honor to be able to meet such an outstanding noble lady like you. Please don't stand on ceremony. After a while, Edith finally got rid of Victor's pestering. When the merchant said goodbye to her, he kept waving at her and said that if she encountered any trouble, she could always find him at the Holy Mountain Inn. Sis, you're really popular, Cole said, smacking his lips. Edith glanced at him. What should you call me? Ahem, Miss Edith. The Duke's second son could not help but tremble. Shall we also find a hotel to stay in? No, let's go to the castle to submit the documents first, she said without hesitation. Then we'll get in touch with His Majesty as soon as possible. But we don't have heads. Cole reminded her in a low voice. Then we'll do it as if we don't have heads. Edith shrugged. Do you still remember what I told you? Show your sincerity. The Cobb family's loyalty can't be represented by just 2 heads. And even if there were, it would probably be stinky long ago. It was also not a good idea to present 2 deformed heads to His Majesty. She thought that everything had deviated from the predetermined course since he left the King's city. What to do would depend on the specific situation. In the end, the ability of the negotiator was the key factor that determined the outcome of the negotiation. Your Majesty, an emissary delegation from the northern region is waiting outside the castle, hoping to receive you. The guard Sean walked into the office and reported. The leader claims to be Cole Kant, the second son of the current Duke of the northern region, Carwin Kant. Sir Barev has already checked the documents and family insignia. They shouldn't be forged. The northern region? Roland put down the blueprint in his hand in surprise. Isn't that Timothy's territory? Did they say why they're here? Yes. The guard looked excited. Sir Cole said that the Duke is willing to pledge allegiance to you. Pledge allegiance? Roland frowned. This is really troublesome. Actually, he did not need the allegiance of a feudal lord, which would not only not help the development of the kingdom, but would also have an impact on the current centralized system. Roland hoped that the other side would hide in his territory and wait for him to sweep over. Only by completely crushing the old forces could he successfully establish a centralized state power. However, he could not refuse to meet them. If the other side deliberately ignored the emissary delegation they sent out to negotiate, the other nobles might lose hope and decide to unite to fight. This was not a problem militarily, but he was mainly worried that it would affect the people of the eastern region and the northern region. Roland had already regarded the people of the kingdom as his wealth, so he naturally wanted to keep as many people as possible. After thinking for a moment, he slowly nodded and said, "Take them to the reception hall and call Barif." "Yes," Sean replied excitedly. Judging from the guard's expression, he probably thinks that only the eastern part of the kingdom is not under my control. Roland thought to himself. However, sometimes things were not as simple as they seemed. At the same time, he also made a decision. No matter what, taking back the rights of the feudal nobles was an unshakable principle. This must be accurately expressed to all the nobles to show his determination to reform the new policy. If the rebellious nobles dared to attack the people, they would pay a heavy price. Entering the reception hall, there were only 2 emissaries sitting at one end of the long table. One of them should be the Duke's second son, Cole Comte. The other person made Roland's eyes slightly brighten. It was a beautiful woman who seemed to be Sir Cole's assistant, but her aura was more eye-catching than that of Sir Cole. Of course, in terms of appearance, witches were the most dazzling pearls, so Roland did not pay too much attention to them. After all, assistants in this era were likely to play the role of lovers or maids. A gift? Roland raised his eyebrows. What is it? The Haws and list of families of the northern region. Your Majesty, the 2 earls refused to obey your rule and colluded with other nobles to rebel. My father saw through their tricks and gave them the punishment they deserved, Cole said regretfully. But due to my negligence, I didn't expect you to return to the western region in advance, and the heads as evidence were destroyed on the way. Wait, your father directly executed the 2 earls? He tilted his head and looked at his assistant. Yes. This is more intense than I expected. Using the heads of the 2 earls as proof of allegiance means that it will be difficult for them to gain the support of the eastern region nobles. At least, the possibility of them joining forces to rebel against my territory is greatly reduced. Roland thought to himself. But now that Nightingale was not around, he did not know whether Cole was deceiving him or not. He pondered for a moment and whispered to Barif beside him, "Are there 2 families in the northern region?" Horsehead Haws and Double Spear Lista are both aristocratic families in the northern region, more famous than the 5 families in the western region. The ancestors of the Lista family fought for the Wimbledon family, and the double spears on their family emblem were taken from the flag of the Kingdom of Grey Castle, Barif said unhurriedly while stroking his beard. Barif stroked his beard and said unhurriedly, "Of course, this was more than 200 years ago. But the Comte family is not famous. I remember it was a family that only appeared in the last 50 years. I didn't expect that Timothy would choose Carwin Comte as the ruler of the northern region. Even if it was to contain the other 2 families, it would be difficult for them to play their role if there was a huge gap in strength, and it would easily cause dissatisfaction among the older families." So what he said is true. Roland automatically ignored the old director's nagging to show off his extensive knowledge. "Well, it's unlikely that he's lying," Barif said in a low voice. "This matter concerns the honor of the nobles. If you agree to accept their allegiance, and it's proven to be a lie, the northern region will be in chaos first." What she said made sense. He nodded slightly, and it didn't matter whether it was a lie or not. The key was that his bottom line was already there. If he could accept giving up his fief, then everything could be discussed. If he insisted on seizing power, then no matter how precious the gift was, it would be meaningless. Thinking of this, Roland smiled at Cole. "First of all, I have to express my gratitude to the Duke. Protecting the honor of the royal family is the responsibility of every noble, and your father did a good job. Secondly, the two earls deserved it. The kingdom will not pursue Duke Khan's actions. Is that so? Father will be very happy to hear this. Cole seemed to sigh in relief. He has always wanted to serve a real king, and now he finally has the chance. Is that so? I'm also very willing to accept the Duke of the North's allegiance, provided that he follows the new laws of Grey Castle. New laws? He was a little surprised. What's that? It's about the withdrawal of the nobles' enfeoffment rights. Roland looked at Cole's expression and said word by word, from now on, there will be no more enfeoffment of nobles in the kingdom. You can understand it as all the territories in Grey Castle will only have one master, and that is the king. What? Your Majesty, this. Cole's expression changed dramatically, and he turned to look at his assistant again. Is this guy really the Duke's second son? Although he looks a little young, he should not be worse than his maid. At least the latter just opened her mouth slightly and looked calm. Of course, it could be that she did not understand the meaning of his words at all. Don't worry. The nobles are still the nobles. Your luxurious life will not change, and you still have the opportunity to reach new heights. Roland clapped his hands and asked the attendant to hand over the propaganda booklet that had been prepared in advance. This set of laws has been fully implemented in Longsong Stronghold. In the booklet, you can read many short stories about the reform and examples of nobles who have devoted themselves to it. It seems that the nobles will lose some of their privileges, but in fact, they will be liberated from their fiefs and thrown into the big stage of the kingdom, or even the whole continent. Cole looked puzzled. But I don't know. Cole's performance made Roland a little disappointed, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was normal. After all, he was still the second son who had just reached adulthood. He probably only played the role of a messenger on this trip and could not make the final decision. It doesn't matter. You can send the message back to Duke Carr. Before he replies, you can stay in Neverwinter and enjoy the unique scenery here. I think you'll like it here. Although sending the second son showed his sincerity, Roland did not intend to waste this sincerity. He temporarily detained him as a guarantee to prevent the other party from taking risks out of desperation. He thought that the meeting would come to an end, but he did not expect Cole to make another request. Your Majesty, can I see how the paddle steamers and steam engines are made in your territory? This was a novel request. Roland looked at him with great interest. Are you interested in this? Yes, I've heard of these strange boats in King City. After coming to the western region, I found that they are everywhere. I'm very curious about how paddle steamers travel without sails, Cole said with a hand on his chest. I see. He nodded with a smile. I'll ask Barav to arrange it. After dealing with the northern region messengers, Roland returned to his office and was about to finish the design in his hand. Suddenly, he heard rapid knocking outside the window. When he turned around, he saw two figures he didn't expect. Lightning was lying on the windowsill, and Maggie was squatting on top of her head and pecking at the glass. Roland's heart suddenly tightened. It was only the third day. The paddle steamers should not have come back so soon. Did something happen? Why did you come back first? He opened the French window and asked hurriedly, where are the others? Your Majesty. We caught the demon. But Anna, Leaf and Nightingale are all injured, Coo. Fortunately, it's not a big problem. But it still hurts, Coo. Would you allow Miss Nana to come with us? Listening to the two rushing to finish, Roland felt like his heart was on a roller coaster. He let out a long breath and asked, are they really okay? No, Coo. I'll ask someone to bring Nana here. He turned around and walked out of the room. Next time, remember to say everything in one breath. The next evening, two paddle steamers finally appeared at the west end of the Redwater River. In order to prevent the crowd from panicking at the sight of the demon, the First Army had cleared the number 22 trestle and prepared a covered carriage. A temporary wooden house was also set up in the castle's back garden as a laboratory. The research on the demon and the sigil would be carried out under the supervision of Leaf. Seeing Anna and Nightingale coming down the trestle, Roland was completely relieved. It had only been 4 days since they set off, but it felt like months. Especially after hearing the news that the two were injured, time passed even slower. Thank you for your hard work. He raised the corner of his mouth and opened his arms to Anna. The latter did not answer, but quickly threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly. Nightingale sighed and said, "You said you would wait for us in the castle." "The dock isn't safe, Your Majesty." "You too," Roland said with a smile. "Thank you for your hard work." "Well." She turned her head away uncomfortably. "Actually, it's okay." Anna released Roland and pulled Nightingale over. Then Vendi, Leaf. This time, all the witches hugged Roland, including Agatha and Iffy. After dinner, Roland immediately rushed to the back garden. Although he wanted to spend some time with Anna, the demon's red mist was limited, so he had to start the experiment as soon as possible. Almost all the members of the Witch Union were present. Even those who did not participate in the test did not want to miss the opportunity to observe the enemy up close. The mad demon, whose limbs had been cut off, was under Breeze's control and was lying quietly in the center of the makeshift house. It was the first time that Roland had seen an alien creature that was completely different from human beings. It was huge, taller than Iron Axe by a head. Its frozen arms were as thick as an adult's thighs, and its muscles were well-defined and covered with blue veins. At first glance, Roland could tell that it was extremely strong. Its rough skin was blue-black, which was normal considering that the demon's blood was blue. Roland reached out his hand and touched its body. He could clearly feel the heat, which proved that its basic metabolism was relatively fast. In a sense, the faster the metabolism of a species, the less adaptable it was to the environment. As the mad demon's breathing apparatus was closely connected to its helmet, Roland could not see its face for the time being. But overall, it was obvious that it was an advanced chordate. Compared to the more exaggerated fearsome demon and the Lord of Hell, the mad demon looked more like a human. Of course, according to Agatha, this type of junior demon was extremely low in intelligence and could not be compared to human beings. In terms of cunning and resourcefulness, senior demons were more like humans. Among the 5 demons, the Magic Slayer was melted by the sigil of God's will, and one mad demon was chopped up by Anna. We've used up 2 of the remaining 3 cans of red mist. Agatha rubbed her forehead. She looked a little tired and her voice was much gentler than usual. The mist can only last until tomorrow evening, so if we want to make a sigil, we can't do it beyond tomorrow afternoon. I need half a day to melt the base of the sigil, and I may fail several times during this period. The red mist is fatal to witches. How did you replace the gas tank? I asked Immortal to connect the pipe. She pointed to the bone container and said, I also brought back these used-up storage tanks. They may be useful in the future. Roland nodded, then looked at Breeze. Can you control it to use magic? If it can do that, the latter replied seriously, I don't need to specifically control the target's every move. Instead, it's similar to giving orders and forcing the target to follow my orders. This kind of instruction is beyond the limits of language and thinking. Even demonic beasts will obey it. Of course, it can't be too complicated. Very well, he instructed Nana. First, connect the limbs. I want to see the power and interval of the mad demon spear throwing. Wait, in the castle? Lily frowned. Mystery Moon, Hummingbird, and the others immediately hid behind Vendi. However, Paper and Summer, who had never experienced the destruction of the Witch Cooperation Association, did not react so strongly. Their faces showed more curiosity than fear. There won't be any problems, right? Soft Feathers mumbled. Don't worry, we'll be watching, Iffy said calmly. During dinner, Roland had a general understanding of the operation at the melting point. The unexpected senior demon had thrown the team into confusion and put them in danger for a while. However, the witches had fought together and finally defeated the strong enemy. Iffy had played a very important role in this. Especially after the Sigil of Gods will failed, Iffy's determination to buy time for everyone to escape had greatly changed the other witches' opinions. Iffy's attitude towards non-combat witches had also become gentle. During this period, even Iffy herself had not noticed the subtle changes. Perhaps it would take a long time for her to truly integrate into the team, but in Roland's view, at least there was an opportunity for both sides to integrate. Nana squatted down unwillingly and began to treat the demon. If it had been conventional medicine, it would have been impossible to complete this operation. In the absence of antifreeze, freezing the limbs could at most prevent them from rotting, but it could not prevent water from freezing and destroying the tissue structure. However, under the unreasonable magic repair, the condition of the broken limbs had obviously improved, and even the mottled burn marks had faded little by little. When the hands and feet were connected, the originally dark skin gradually turned green, which meant that the blood had begun to flow. After a quarter of an hour, it silently got up from the ground and slowly walked out of the shed. The witches also filed out. Unlike the swarm of bees when they came, there was a long line behind Vendi and Scroll. Roland could not help but laugh when he saw the faces of Mystery Moon and the other witches full of fear. Leaf had already prepared a shooting range. 2 rows of olive trees led straight to the garden wall, and at the end of the vine hung a steel plate and a breastplate. The target was about 200 meters away from the wooden shed, which was also the conventional combat distance of a revolving rifle. "Let's start." Roland saw the demon grab the bone spear and gestured. "Yes." As soon as Breeze's voice fell, the mad demon's arm swelled up, and the magic stone inlaid on its arm emitted a faint yellow light. It then bent its body and took a step forward, throwing the bone spear at the target with all its might. A white shadow flashed by, and a crisp buzzing sound came from the distant armor. The mad demon's arm quickly withered, as if it had exhausted all its strength. Perhaps because of the great loss of vitality, the recovery time this time was much longer than usual. After about an hour, its arm gradually returned to normal. Of course, the throwing power was not weak at all. The bone spear completely penetrated the breastplate and was firmly stuck in the wall. When it was pulled out, it could be seen that the spearhead had been broken during the impact. If it had been replaced with a short iron spear, it would have been more powerful. However, judging from the mad demon's clothes, the enemy seemed to be worse at using iron than humans. Even the senior demon's armor did not seem to be made of pure metal. After thinking about it, it was probably because metal smelting required high-temperature flames, and the red mist happened to be unable to withstand high temperatures. If Agatha's information was accurate, the demons must have very harsh conditions for using fire. If human civilization originated from fire, then the demons were probably born to hate fire. The next test was a quick throwing. The mad demon was forced to throw 2 bone spears at the fastest time possible, and at the same time, it let out a painful roar. It seemed that even though its body was under control, it could not avoid the severe pain caused by overusing the magic stone. When the throwing was over, its whole arm went limp like a piece of dry bark, and it never recovered. This time, the 2 bone spears collided with the 3mm steel plate and shattered. After coming to this conclusion, Roland was slightly relieved. As a low-level combatant, the demons did not have the combat effectiveness of conventional firearms. Within a distance of 500 to 1,000 meters, machine guns and cannons were enough to crush all standing enemies. Spears were obviously not suitable for trench warfare. It took 3 to 5 seconds for the magic stone to be charged to take effect. As long as the bullet production kept up, the mad demons would not even have the chance to throw short spears. This meant that at least on the battlefield where the 2 armies met, humans definitely had the power to fight. It would be great if you were born in Tequila. Agatha looked at the weapon in Roland's hand and sighed. There are 100 times more ordinary people on the fertile plains than in Grey Castle, and so are the witches. If everyone had a spear, maybe the demons would have already gone back to where they came from. Roland smiled, but in his heart, he did not think so. After all, the Empire was dominated by witches more than 400 years ago. If there really was a weapon that could make ordinary people more powerful than witches, would the higher-ups of the Union readily accept its existence? In any era, witches were the minority. From the Land of Dawn to the fertile plains, there were tens of millions of humans, but only thousands of witches. Would those ordinary people, who had been oppressed for a long time, be willing to step onto the battlefield? Once the power was reversed, the collapse of the ruling class would inevitably lead to civil strife. Even after the awakening of nationalism, the idea of fighting for the survival of human beings seemed extremely vague, let alone a group of people living in slavery who had such lofty ideals. Of course, he would not say these words in public. Since Agatha was only a researcher of the Quest Society, it was better not to let her get involved in politics. After the damage experiment, Anna once again cut off the demon's limbs and put it in an iron cage. Is it done? Agatha asked. Roland shook his head. Let's call it a day. We'll do the damage experiment tomorrow morning. What's that? To test the resistance of the demon to guns, as well as the effects of chemicals, pills of madness and dreamland water, Roland muttered. By the way, let Lucia try to separate the components of the red mist and see what we can find. Unfortunately, he couldn't raise the devils for a long time. Otherwise, with Nana's healing ability, he would only need a small number of devil samples to obtain more comprehensive data. Agatha yawned. It's up to you, but I need 2 witches to help me make the sigil. In addition, the materials have to be prepared in advance. Once the devil dies, the blood won't last long, so it's best to start melting the god's stone of retaliation while it's still alive. She paused. By the way, have you thought about what kind of sigil you want to make? As long as you have enough magic stones, you can make any of them? Of course. She nodded. Failure will not consume the stone itself. At most, it will make me. No, it's nothing. Roland raised an eyebrow. Let you what? Don't mind it. It was just a slip of the tongue. Agatha curled her lips. At most, you'll lose some ordinary materials. Seeing that the other party did not want to continue, he did not pursue the matter. Let me study the Encyclopedia of Magic Stones first. I will give you the answer tomorrow morning. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Edith Conant stood by the window, overlooking the city at night. Merchants often said that candlelight meant wealth. The brighter a place was at night, the wealthier it was. She thought that she could only see such a brightly lit scene in the taverns or theaters in the inner city of King City. But here, she knew what it meant to stay up all night. The south bank of the Redwater River was exactly like that. Looking from afar, the shore seemed to be lit up, but it was not the orange light of a bonfire. Instead, it was a kind of soft yellow light, stable and bright, as if the sun was covered by a layer of fine gauze. Under such light, the entire factory area would continuously produce all kinds of goods at night. They called them industrial products. The steam engine was one of them. The visit in the afternoon gave Edith an indescribable shock. This kind of shock was far greater than the battle or anything else. Even His Majesty's so-called abolition of the fief could not compare with it. When she walked into the factory and saw the coarse iron ingots being ground down by a rapidly rotating grinding wheel, and then a hole was spun by a drill, her eyes were immediately attracted. Especially at the end, when the iron blocks full of grease and debris were cleaned and turned into shiny parts, there was a kind of new beauty. In the roar of the machine, the hard materials were processed into different shapes, and then combined in a unique way to move on their own. What a wonderful power it was! The factory floor was flowing with sewage, metal debris was everywhere, and there was noise and humid air. It was not a wonderful place, but Edith stayed for the whole afternoon. And she clearly remembered that the official from City Hall, who led the delegation to visit, looked impatient and couldn't wait to leave this noisy place as soon as possible. It was not until they planned to go back to the mansion that the official was relieved. At the same time, she remembered a sentence that was still fresh in her mind. What was so interesting about this thing? Only His Majesty Roland would think that there was beauty hidden in these black lumps. Contained beauty? Edith instantly felt a strong sense of resonance. That's right. This was beauty, the beauty brought by the pure power, the beauty of being able to knead and transform metals at will. Especially after she understood the operating principle of the steam engine, there was an additional kind of beauty that borrowed from the general trend of nature. This kind of beauty was far from being comparable to colorful gems or exquisite and luxurious clothes. She only felt that something in her heart was faintly touched. How did His Majesty know this knowledge? Besides this, what else did he know? Suddenly, a knock on the bedroom door interrupted Edith's thoughts. Sister, I'm done. Cole poked his head in. The water is still hot. Do you want to continue? Ask the servants to boil a new basin, she ordered. Have you figured out the principle of drawing water here? I asked someone. The water in the pipe seems to flow out from those standing iron towers. Cole scratched his head and walked into the room. As for how the water flows up from the well, they can't tell. By the way, there's something in the bathroom that you must try. It looks like a special oil, but it gives off a fragrance when it's soaked in water. It's great for cleaning. I bet that even the milk rose bath isn't as comfortable as this. Is this also His Majesty's arrangement? Edith could not help but think. The residence of the delegation was located near the castle district. It was a 4-story house, and the top floor was even higher than the castle. Not only could they enjoy the night view of Neverwinter, but even the layout and facilities of the room were quite ingenious. Although it was not big, it was extremely comfortable. According to the official from City Hall, this was a hotel specially prepared by His Majesty for foreign ambassadors. It seemed to be called the Foreign Affairs Building. End of chapter 560. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.